I never thought much about my nightmares, but I knew I wasn't the same as other girls. I think I figured that out pretty early in my life. But my nightmares? There's something I acclimatized myself to. I enjoy them. I live for chaos. I bathe in it, dance in it, and fuck in it. My nightmares are where I'm completely free. I look forward to closing my eyes every night, wondering where my subconscious would take me. Of course, that was how I also found LSD. Saskia pats the seat beside her, gesturing for me to take it. She has a glass of Coke handed out to me, her eyes wide and eager. When she notices I'm not going to sit down and relax beside her, she sighs, rolling her eyes and grabbing me by my forearms. "Look," she starts, dragging me down onto the chair. "I know it has only been a couple of days. I promise you'll like it here." I don't mind Saskia. In fact, I would go as far as to say that I like her. Out of all the dolls that came in and out of the playhouse, she's definitely my favorite. She nudges me with her drink, pulling my attention back to what's happening right now. Not that I mind my mind wandering to the playhouse or to Patience. At least it's familiar, and I knew what I was doing. I don't know who these people were, not yet anyway. "Take a sip. I promise I didn't poison it." I take the glass from her, knowing she isn't going to let up anytime soon. "I wouldn't mind if you did." I don't think about the words as they leave my lips. I do that often. I've never had to worry about what I say and what I do because in his eyes and all of their eyes, I'm perfect. "Hey, so..." Saskia leans forward, just as I take the first sip of the Coke and rum. There's a small fire pit in front of us, with the bus she put me in behind it. She said I'd be sharing with some girl, Rose, and a guy, Keenan, neither of which I have formally met yet. "What do you think?" Saskia beams with a bright smile on her face. Oh, shit. She's still talking? "What?" I ask, tilting my head while swallowing the rest of my drink. "It is strong." "Good. I'll need something extra." Saskia doesn't miss a beat. "You being the ring mistress for Midnight Mayhem." That catches my attention. My eyes narrow onto her slightly. She winces, so I soften my edge toward her. Again, I like Saskia Dragové, but I am who I am. I lean back in my chair while resting my ankle over my knee, keeping my eyes on the hot flames that dance in the night. Music spills out around me, pounding through the forest clearing. You remember how I ring mistress, right? Saskia nods her head, her dark brown hair bouncing around her shoulders. Christ, the girl really is beautiful. I would go as far as saying probably the most beautiful girl I have ever seen. Okay. I smile at her from behind my glass. But I have to do things how I'm... I cock my head to the side. Routine, right, that's totally cool. Purse has taken over for Delilah, and trust me when I say she is far more accommodating. Saskia leans back in her seat, and I relax a little now that there's space between us. Are you angry at us for killing your father? I don't bother looking at her. I don't need to. No, I say truthfully. Though something tells me that you already knew my answer before you asked. Here you guys are. A shirtless guy wearing loose jeans strolls over to us, taking the empty chair beside me. I stare at him from behind my shoulder. He's cute. The kind of cute you play with just to see their fluff stick up. His face pinches in when he notices me watching him. Huh. I don't know why people do that. Your eyes are like purple? That's it? That's all he has to say? Giggling, I stand to my feet. Lilac. I swallow the rest of my drink, swiping my mouth with the back of my hand. And I was told it's a deformity. Something about being the product of evil. I reach for the bottle of Jack lying on the ground and flick off the cap. Rather the product of evil than the target for it, though, right? I smirk at him from behind my now-filled glass. Jesus Christ! The boy shakes his head, running his hand through his hair. You're right. She's fucked up. A slight chuckle leaves me at the sight of his cute little fluff all ruffled. Saskia, what are you saying about me? You're scaring people. She laughs harshly. Oh, you know. Just to be careful of you because you carry knives. Not that I need them. I wink at ruffled fluff. Not that she needs them, Saskia corrects, raising her glass in the air before turning her head towards someone in the crowd. I follow her sight until my eyes land on the guy who picked me up and dragged me out of the room after they killed my father, the leader of patients. He didn't say a word when he took me to Saskia and Killian's RV. I prefer silence. Sigh. Ruffled fluff, or as I now assume is Keenan, exhales, taking a swig of his drink. He still won't let me hit that. Really? I ask, one eyebrow raised. You're hot, why wouldn't he? Is he even into men? Another new voice comes into our conversation, sitting beside Saskia. I don't know who this girl is, but Saskia quickly introduces her as Rose, the other person I'll be living with. Rose has olive skin, light eyes, and a softness I'm not used to. The kind of softness that crawls beneath my skin and makes me itch until it disappears. No, Keenan shuffles in his chair. At least, I don't think so. Maybe you're just not his type? I shrug, just as Sass moves her chair closer to mine. Before he even said the words, I knew what he was going to say. Keenan, a cliché. I'm everyone's type. I don't bother to tell him that he isn't mine. He places a joint between his lips and lights the end, sucking in the sweet smoke of ganja. I gesture for it once he is finished, and he passes it to me while exhaling. You're hot too, Lilith. If I was straight, I'd totally be hitting that. Keenan, shut the fuck up. Keaton slaps him upside the head while lowering onto an empty chair beside me. Curling my lips, I gently blow soft smoke rings into the air, shaking my head. I'm not even slightly interested, though you have a cute baby brother thing going on for you. It's the muscles, isn't it? They're not big enough. My eyes fly over his shoulder, landing on Kyron. He is distracting, but not enough to take my train of thought off the fact that Keenan is asking why he's not my type. No, not your muscles. Kyron's dressed in dark jeans, black shirt, and has dark brown floppy hair that brushes over a forehead and face that is honestly too pretty to not smile. You're not damaged enough. Damn, girl. Keaton kicks my leg with his. You're a whole party, huh? I run my tongue over my pointed canines, the corner of my mouth twitching. Always. Keenan shuffles around uncomfortably when he notices Kyron standing behind him, even though Kyron's expression is frozen. If it wasn't for the slight clench in his jaw, I would say he is unfazed. He isn't. He seems slightly agitated. Whether anyone else picks it up with me is another story. Settle the fuck down. Kyron moves sinuously around Keaton, his hand resting on his shoulder. Purse needs us. Looks like we've got a new fucking member.
2. Kyron. This was a bad fucking idea, and I called that shit exactly when Saskia decided to bring in a new little pet. There was, of course, no fucking reasoning with Killian. Saskia could say she wanted a goddamn planet, and the idiot would be on the phone to NASA like, "Yeah, someone give my girl a fucking planet or bodies start dropping." Fucking ridiculous. But this new pet that she has brought in is the enemy. You type villain into Google and it will give you the mugshot of Lilith Patience. Silver hair, pale skin, a pout that would bring most men to their knees just imagining what those lips would look like wrapped around their cocks. That's not even mentioning those lilac eyes. Fucking lilac eyes. Don't know how that happened and don't give enough of a fuck about it to ask how they turned out like that. What? Keaton follows behind me as I make my way to Perce and King's RV. What do you mean a new member? I open the door to yet another problem. Welcome to Midnight Mayhem, where we fuck with your head because our heads fuck us on the daily. What the fuck? Perce is perched over their dining table, massaging her temples with her eyes closed. King points to the empty chairs beside him. Sit the fuck down. She doesn't need any more stress. Why? The new member at the table asks, kicking out his leg in a way that seems way too fucking comfortable. You pregnant? He looks familiar, but I can't place him. Short black hair, eyes that seem to always get just enough sleep, and a fucking jaw sharp enough to match mine. When he smiles, something crawls over my skin. Distrust, I figure. I was too busy scanning the new member that I missed what he just said and how everyone in the room is reacting to it right now. Hold up, you're pregnant? Keaton slowly lowers himself onto one of the chairs, a hand covering his mouth. He seems shocked. I'm truly not. It was only a matter of time. Yes, but I'm not quite 12 weeks, so I'd rather everyone not find out yet. Done. Keaton pinches his fingers together to make the international hand signal for zipping your lips. From the outside, Keaton is scary. One big scary motherfucker, but the side that we see of him is different. Keaton isn't scary. He is coping. I raise my hands, not saying a word. I can't be fucked with baby drama or any of this shit, because why the fuck is the member here and what does he want with my family? Bro, take a seat. We need to chat. King points to the chair opposite the newcomer. I slowly lower myself down. What the fuck is happening? This is Eli. King gestures to him. You remember him? He's a king. Recognition washes over me way too fucking coldly for my liking. I scoff. Yeah, all right. What's he doing here? The Elite Kings Club is too exhausting to touch right now, and if this night carries on the way it's going, I'm going to end up drinking myself into a coma. Eli purposely doesn't look at me. The 6 power families, and we're both a part of one of them, which means we all have enemies. I'm here to make sure that you're not one of ours. Not gonna be subtle about your spying? I reach for my pack of smokes in my pocket and bite the trunk between my teeth. I'm hoping I can smoke out the ice in my tone. He scans me up and down before settling on my face. I narrow my eyes on him right as the corner of his mouth curves into a grin. Now why would I do that when I could just be honest? I pause, curling my thumb beneath the hood of my metal Zippo, igniting a flame and burning the end of my cigarette. I blow out a cloud and rest my hand over my thigh. How long you gonna be here for? Okay, stop. I'm asking the questions here. Perce says, reaching forward and snatching the smoke from between my fingers before killing it in a glass of whiskey. She glares at me. Seriously, Kai? The worst uncle already. Shit. Sorry, P. I shuffle up my chair. Go on. Eli is here strictly on EKC business. King says, hooking his arms around Perce's waist to move her onto his lap. He'll run the books while he's here, and then when Bishop Vincent Hayes is satisfied that we're not working against them, he'll leave. I run my hand over my chin. Not gonna take our word for it? I ask Eli. His eyes come to mine. There's sin lurking in those hazel eyes, and I'd bet my bottom dollar that he has no problem allowing people to repent on a Sunday just to let them touch it again on a Monday. Or, at least, think they're touching it, because the rim of that hazel is a dark green, and we all know green is the color of mystery and deceit. Nah, would rather ride. That going to be a problem for you? I grind my teeth, clenching my fist over my knee until the veins swell against my skin. You? I scan him up and down. No. Jesus, Kai, do you have to be such a fucking asshole? Keaton taps my thigh with his. Can't believe you and Cartier share the same blood. Even though the last part was mumbled beneath his breath, I caught it. He knew I would. Anyone so much as mentions my sister's name, and I'm like a fucking wolf hunting for its next meal. I turn to face him. Motherfucker, don't you worry about my sister. How many times do I have to tell you? I stand from my chair, my tongue flicking over my bottom lip. Are we done? I need to go fuck something before our first show tomorrow. Perce casts a tense smile toward Eli. This is Chiron. He's damaged. You'll get used to him. Eli keeps his eyes on mine. My type. Just as my hands are on the door handle, Perce stops me. Kai, stay off, Lilith. Go fuck Keenan. He's been thirsty for your dick since he got here. I turn over my shoulder. He ain't my type. What, a guy? Eli asks, and I know what he's doing. I picked up his tone the second I walked up in here. I slammed the door closed on all of them. I'm not going to give him the answer he wants, and that is that sin is my favorite color.
3. Eli. Fucking Bishop and his smart-ass ideas. I don't want to be here. In fact, I'll go as far as to say that I want to be gone by the time they're packing up for their next town. Sorry about him. Persephone zips up her hoodie. He's a little unhinged. And, for the record, King adds, squeezing Perce's thigh, Keenan being a dude isn't the issue. Chiron very much swings both ways. Good to know. Not that I'm too keen on tapping that anytime soon. He seems way too fucking volatile to be a good time. Which is all I'm interested in right now. Or ever. I promise I'll stay out of your hair, P. I push up from the table, already needing some space to gather my thoughts. It's no problem, bro, King assures, tapping at Perce to let up. We haven't got anything to hide, and the Kings are always welcome here. I believe him. Unfortunately, Bishop does not. I'm making it my mission to make him see reason before this week is up. I can't be fucking around playing Mr. Spy, all while I need to be back rolling the multi-billion-dollar companies that we all run back in New York, and the better part of the United States in general. I like playing with boys and girls, true, but money doesn't lie and fuck you back. You'll stay with us in our RV. Keaton gestures toward the door I came in. Since Killian and Saskia are all loved up now, his room is free. It's just me, Chiron, and Lilith right now. Though the new thing is if you get a girlfriend, you move out, apparently. Keaton glares at King over his shoulder. King flips him off before burying his head between Perce's thighs. Fuck, but they're full on. Stepping off that bus gave me a full view of just how Midnight Mayhem party. Buses were lined opposite each other, creating one path down the middle lit with solar lights, and at the very end lay the infamous lilac and black tent that curved up to the sky. Little fire pits were scattered between buses as music spilled through the dark night. If you didn't already know, you sure as fuck would if you stumbled across the setting. This group partied about as hard as they performed, and that's saying something, because they went big in their shows. I don't bother fighting my grin. I'm way too much in my zone. This might just be all right after all. Keaton chuckles, patting me on the shoulder. Oh, this is nothing. This is tame because we can't go too crazy before a show. The real fun," he pulls open the door of a matte black RV, "is the night before we set off. It's when work is done and we can let loose." I tilt my head to the side, catching laughter coming from a bus a few lines down. Mainly girls, with the exception of who I'm guessing is Keenan. Not sure why, I just know that's Keenan. Keaton clucks his tongue against his upper mouth, backtracking down the steps while following my eyes. "That is trouble." He points to the brunette, who is straight up hot as fuck. Damn. "She's taken. That's Saskia Dragove, also known as Killian's fucking property. The one next to her is Keenan. He'll hit on you, you'll get over it. The chick next to him is Rose. She's fucking hot too. Jesus, are any of your girls not attractive?" He smirks at me, his eyes twinkling. "You do know what we do for a living, right? These girls are sexy, yeah, but they're all fucked up one way or another." "Good." I drag the tip of my tongue over my front teeth. "I prefer them that way." "Fuck You" by Silent Child starts playing just as the girl who is sitting with her back turned to me laughs, her head tilting back. Her hair is a weird shade of silver, or even gray, and when she angles back, it almost touches the blades of grass. It's that fucking long. "Who the fuck is that?" I ask, unknowingly taking a step toward her. I don't know what she looks like, but I need to fuck her. Immediately. She's sending out energy that I need to fucking inhale, preferably while I'm between her thighs. Keaton shakes his index finger at me. "Now, you know when I said that they're all fucked up one way or another?" I nod, unable to form words. God damn. "Well, that girl is all the way fucked up. You don't want to be jumping on that. Trust me." "Wasn't what I asked, Darkling. What's her name?" Keaton's eyes turn to slits, but he still has a smug smile on his face. "First of all, fuck you. Don't call me Darkling. Second of all, that's Lilith. Trust me, bro. Rein it in, because you won't want that bouncing on your dick." She turns to look over her shoulder slightly, and I catch the first glimpse of her side profile. Oh, fuck no. I'm definitely fucking that. I will die if I don't. The perfect upturned nose, and a jaw casting a shadow as dark as Maleficent. "Come on, player. I'll show you to your room." I finally follow him up the few steps and into the main living room of the matte black RV. "You gonna be driving your Porsche, or are you keeping it here?" I shake my head. "I'll be driving it." Keaton directs me around the RV, showing me where everything is. The downstairs is filled with the main living area, the kitchen, bathroom, and the dining room. Everything is elaborate and modern. Clean. "It's bigger than what it looks like." My eyes snap to his. "That's the third time you've mentioned my dick, Darkling. If you want to suck on it, all you have to do is ask." I can't help the chuckle that escapes me as he shoves me in the chest. "You're a fucking piece of work, Rebellus." "Have you told Lilith that she's staying with us?" a voice says from behind, and we both turn to see Chiron. Chiron is a nightmare concealed with a face way too fucking pretty to be that moody. Shame, really. He would have been a good lay. "Nope. I'm leaving that to you, since you both hate each other already," Keaton murmurs, pulling a rolled joint out from behind his ear. He points upstairs. "Third door to the left is yours. The one beside yours is Lilith's, and the one opposite is mine. This fucker here," he gestures to Chiron with the joint, "is beside me. Go drop your shit in there and come back down to help me smoke this." I make my way up to the room, tossing my duffel bag in the corner and closing the door softly. There's a large king-size bed, a set of drawers, and a TV. The fuck? I never thought about how much money the brothers of Kisnich roll in. I assumed it was a lot, since they charge so fucking much for their shows, and they're one of the most powerful families in America, but this has gotta be some hard cack. I pull my phone out of my pocket while making my way back downstairs, falling onto the sofa beside Keaton and taking the J off him. Kyron is opposite us on the lazy boy, his leg kicked out, but his eyes on me. Jesus Christ, but he makes me fucking nervous. That never happens with me. Fucking ever. I suck down the smoke, refusing to shed even a hint of how intimidating he is. And I've been around some big fuckers. All of them I call my best friends. I was raised in an environment that wasn't for the weak. Yet here I am, fucking shriveling in the spot from some intense asshole who clearly has power issues. Where to after here? I ask the question that I honestly don't give a fuck about, just to distract myself from Kyron. Heading down to Pennsylvania. Going from there. You sure you want to bring that ride? Keaton says, toking on the joint and holding the inhale. Gonna rack up some serious miles, which is why we leave all our rides here. Behind us is the village. Plenty of space for yours. I run my hand over my cheek, clearing my throat. I can feel the effects of the THC bleeding into my muscles. Yeah, I might get one of my brothers to pick it up. Kyron shifts forward, resting his elbows on his knees. He tilts his head, his eyes hooded. I'm going to bed. Gonna go out riding tomorrow to clear my head. He finally drags his eyes away from me and to Keaton. You good here? Keaton nudges his head, and I watch as Kyron makes his way up the stairs. Tell me your story. Keaton chokes on the smoke, banging his chest with a fist. Keaton seems to be a lot like King, chill and easy to be around, which is a complete contradiction to what he looks like, with tattoos about as dark as Nate's and a scowl that could put the fear of God into non-believers. I wonder, absently, why he's decided I'm worth his time. I rest my head against the top cushion of the sofa, swallowing my laughter. Hell no, I'm not doing that. I tell him no, because I don't think he can handle it. But there's a darkness hidden behind Keaton's eyes. I can see it. He's just good at hiding it. I wonder what his damage is.
4. Lilith. Lilith, did you hear what I said? I stared blankly at the wall in front of me. Sterile and boring. White is a color that screams to be tainted, which is only fitting since it's in her office. What? I finally took my eyes away from the wall and onto the person I had no interest in listening to right now. I mean, she was okay. I liked her enough to keep coming to these appointments, but I still didn't care for her. She knew every single detail about everyone's lives. People who know too much are walking bombs, ready to explode and exploit at any moment. They have too much control. I need to know what you feel when you see this image. She held up a photograph of someone dead and covered in blood. It looked like a crime photo, if I was guessing by the tape and the way it was shot. There were little numbers laid out around him and chalk outlining his corpse. I don't know how you want me to answer, Ms. K. My mouth curved into a wicked smile. Maybe since this is your job and I don't know what I'm doing here, you could tell me what I should be feeling when I look at that image and we can pretend that that was my answer, She sighed, resting her arms on the top of her frail thighs before her head bent down, and she looked at me over her glasses. Lilith, although your sets during the show are impeccably unbalanced, and you make the organization a lot of money, it's my job to keep your mental health in check. Or, at the very least, appear that it is. You know it's part of your training. I reached forward and grabbed the pack of Marlboro Reds off her table, taking one skinny cigarette out and running it below my nose. Did you know that when I was born, I lit the end and sucked down the poison like it was oxygen? They told me I was deformed because of my eyes. She sat still, unmoving. I noticed when her eyes moved over my shoulder, though, and the exact moment I knew someone was behind me, ready to take me back. I hadn't conformed. I would be punished. So what does any girl do when she knows she's about to be locked in a windowless cell with padded walls and her arms knotted in a straitjacket? Well, I sucked more of the poisonous smoke in one deep inhale before pinching it with my thumbnail and flicking it toward her. She cried out, skating back from her chair to swipe it off her clothes, as men came barreling in behind me, shoving me face first into the ground. I stare blankly at Keaton as he holds out his hand, gesturing to the RV. I thought I was staying with Rose and Keenan. He shakes his head slowly, enough to make his floppy hair graze across his forehead. He needs a haircut, stat. Change of plan. You stay with us because you're a new recruit. I shrug, standing from my chair and stretching my arms above my head. He probably thinks I'll fight about it because he assumes Kyron and I hate each other. It is only half true. Kyron definitely hates me, but I don't give a fuck about him. I am well aware of how powerful hate can be, especially if you let it in. It can stay there for months, years. It won't just stay as hate either. It turns bitter and mean. I'm not interested in any emotions, much less one so exhausting as hate. Killian already took your bags to the RV. Sass glares at Killian over her shoulder, but that only entices the grip he has around her waist to tighten. He nips at her neck. Stop being difficult. I smile at both of them before following Keaton toward the infamous black RV. I think the tires are bigger than me. I stand beside one and scale up my head to the top. Yup, definitely bigger than me. The doors open, and I drag my tired legs up the steps that lead into the main area. I pause. Wow. The walls are gloss black, with leather sofas scattered around the living area, and a large, massive TV hanging on the wall. A giant chandelier dangles from the ceiling above our head, and soft lilac LED lights line the stairs, which twist up to the second level. There's a kitchen off the sitting room, with a long rectangular dining suite and 8 leather seats tucked beneath. The kitchen I can see from here is fitted with modern appliances and continues the same dark aesthetic. I turn to face Keaton, but pause when I find Kyron in the kitchen watching us. My mouth snaps closed. Yeah, the LED lights line the entire bus. We leave them on when we go to bed at night. So don't freak the fuck out if you wake up and see them. Keaton is interesting, to say the least. He has tattoos all over his skin. Some demonic, some crosses, and he has dark eyes that feel empty anytime we look at each other. Yet he's been the nicest out of all of them to me since being here. Maybe he wants to fuck me. Everyone usually does. I hope not. Do I have to fuck people here like I did in Patience? I'm well aware of the final act in Midnight Mayhem, but I'm sure it's all consensual. I wouldn't care if I did. Sex has always been a transaction to me. I shake my head out of my foggy thoughts. Not much scares me, soldier. Kyron is in the same spot, remaining quiet and motionless in the middle of the kitchen. Anytime he's around, I get weird feelings in my gut that I don't like bat wings flapping through a vampire cave. If they get too close to you, the claws on his membrane will surely slice you open. Kyron pushes off the counter, slowly making his way to the front of me and between Keaton. The heat radiating off him is suffocating, so I step back slightly to gain some distance. He chuckles, spooning whatever is in his bowl into his mouth. Yeah, we'll see. He moves past, and I listen as his footsteps disappear up the staircase.
So that's pretty much it.
Keaton claps his hands. I don't bother telling him I wasn't listening to his rambles. He picks up a TV remote and takes a seat on the lazy boy.
You'll get used to Chiron.
What do you mean? I ask, tilting my head.
All his broodiness.
I shrug. He doesn't bother me. I make my way upstairs to my bedroom, ignoring the other doors. Black painted walls, a single chandelier hanging in the middle of the ceiling, a 4-post bed, and a large TV on the wall opposite the bed. I am somewhat used to this life, but the opulence of Midnight Mayhem is unmatched. Patience was never like this. Sinking onto the mattress, I run my fingers over the cover. Feelings pass. I like it here. I don't like it here. Will I get used to it? Does it terrify me that I will get used to it? I fall back onto the bed and close my eyes. I will never get used to this. Too quiet. 5. Lilith. I shove up from the bed, sweat slicked over my skin and my heart rate quickening in my chest. Wooden dresser. Large TV, black leather bed. LED lights lining the edges of my walls. I sigh, resting back against the headboard. It's 5 a.m. on the day of the first show that I'll be in for Midnight Mayhem. I close my eyes and breathe in and out. Slowly, I feel my muscles release the tension they worked into from my dream. I open my eyes to Eli, who is leaning against the doorframe with nothing but his boxer briefs on, his hair messy all over his head and his eyes barely open.
Fuck, Lilith. What the fuck was that?
When I don't answer, he yawns, stretching his arms up high and resting them above his head against the doorframe. He cocks his head to the side, and my eyes land on the vein that's pulsing beneath the skin on his neck. He has tattoos in various places, none of which I can make out from here, but his body is lean and strong and heavily worked on. His tongue snakes out and dampens his bottom lip, and I narrow my attention to the ring I saw against the light. He has high cheekbones, and features I would say are pretty, almost too pretty. He has soft, tanned skin, almond eyes that seem to light up whenever something passes his mind, and lips I could imagine sucking poison from. Fuck. He's attractive. That's not going to be very helpful to me.
Like what you see,
He talks, and all of what I just thought flies out the window, but then again, he doesn't have to talk while he's fucking me. I could just sit on his face. I lick my bottom lip. I was just wondering.
What's that?
The corner of his mouth tilts up, offering a glimpse of his smirk. I flip the sheets off my body and watch as dark purple silk slips off my smooth skin. I stare at him over my shoulder, making an effort to slowly pick up my negligee. If I would still find your talking annoying if you're moaning my name. He pauses, and his tongue sneaks out between his smirking lips briefly, before he looks down to his crotch and glances back up at me.
Well, fuck. We can find out right now if you want.
I've shimmied into my silk short-lace nightie that barely covers my ass before he can take another step in. Burying my fingers into my hair to move out of my face with my fingertips, I amble my way to where he stands. I'm not a tall girl by any means. In fact, I'm a little on the short side, and Eli seems to be around the same height as the other guys, so I would say around 6 and over. A whole foot, at least, taller than me. Seconds pass. His hazel on my lilac.
Fuck,
he whispers breathlessly.
Your eyes are insane.
I smile up at him, the tension now broken. They've got nothing on my mind. I sidestep away from him and make my way downstairs. I take performing seriously, and I know I need extra time to see what happens here. I land at the bottom of the stairs, twisting my hair into a low knot when my eyes land on Kyron. He's sitting at the table, a foot perched on a chair and his eyes down on his phone. Keaton is beside him, drinking a protein shake while watching him carefully. "Ignore it. It's probably no big," Keaton says, gesturing to Kyron's phone. I brush past them and head straight for the front door, desperate to get into the tent and exude some pent-up energy, when Eli's voice stops me from behind. "Offer will still stand for as long as I'm here, Lil." He stretches his arms out wide, his ab muscles flexing beneath all of the tattoos. He grins at me. "Come get it when you're ready." "Fuck, man. Sass is gonna have your balls," I hear Keaton say as I slam the door behind them and make my way to the large purple and black tent. It's big, massive, in fact, about 7 times the size of an average circus tent. I've never been to a Midnight Mayhem show before, so I can't imagine why they would need something so generous. Until I step through the open doors and realize how wrong I was. There's a makeshift stage at the center, with chairs that round all the way with the exception of a small section where the backstage curtain covers. The chairs line in an elevated row with the section closest to the front more private, with curtained walls and candlelit tables. I crank my head up to the ceiling, finding a metal cage that obviously lowers down onto the stage. The final act. I know about this. There are many reasons why they obviously need something this big, all of which I neglected before arriving. 3 wheels tower the space, with the circumference of the wheel large enough to fit a group of people in. I've seen something similar before in Vegas, though this one looks modified. For what? I'm not sure. There's a ring inside the ring, with a swing hanging off that is connected to the one inside. As I get closer, I notice that the ring on the outside of the smaller one has track marks on it. Motorbikes, of course. I rub my fingers together. Honestly, I was so hesitant to sit on that fucking thing. "This?" I ask, gesturing to the swing. "Huh. Looks fun." "It's not," Saskia snickers, pulling off her hoodie and tossing it onto one of the chairs in the front section. "I know Kill will never hurt me, but accidents happen, you know?" "No offense," I say, unclipping my hair out of my bun, "but you dance with fire. I can't really see you as being scared of much of anything." "True." She stretches out her arms. "How was your sleep?" "I don't." "Don't?" "Sleep," I say, just as Purse treads over to where we are, handing me a piece of paper. "Hi." "Hi." Purse smiles at me, gesturing to one of the chairs. She's very pretty. With angry red hair and soft, tanned skin, her beauty is obvious. But there's something else about her that seems just so much more than what she appears as. "Please sit so we can talk." Sass wiggles her brows at me before prancing off to sit with a few of the other girls who I'm assuming are on the aerials. As I lower myself down onto one of the chairs, she smiles again, and I'm distracted. This is going to be annoying. "So, Sass has told me a little bit about what you did at Patience. As you know, Midnight Mayhem is very different from that." "What parts?" I ask, rudely interrupting her. But it is a chance that I won't miss. I need to know what makes Midnight Mayhem different from Patience. Purse leans forward slightly, resting her forearms on the table that separates us. "Well, for starters, we're not into human, sex, or child trafficking, or the illegal activity of organ donors." "So you don't do bidding?" I ask absently, turning to look out at the stage. "If not for that reason, then why?" She pauses for a few seconds before answering. "It's a long story, which I'm sure one day someone will explain to you. I'm pretty new to all of this, too. Mixture of cultism, lineage, entertainment, power, money, power. I roll my tongue over my lips while watching the other girls work on some of their acts. Saskia is taking out fire tools, and the others are playing with the aerial ropes that have dropped down from the ceiling. What did Saskia tell you about me? I finally drag my eyes back onto Purse. Her cheeks flush a little before she leans comfortably into her chair. I can see she doesn't want to seem intimidated by me, but I can understand why they are. Essentially, I should want all of these people dead. They think because they killed my father that I would hate them. They're wrong. I won't tell them that, though. It'll be more fun to watch them figure it out on their own. Well, she said you were the ring mistress, which is perfect because we just lost ours. Her voice fades out. She was fond of their old one. Cute, very cute. Must be nice to feel that way about other people. Or not. I can almost imagine it being annoying. Her face pales a little. I have to tell you right now that your tricks can't happen here. Ah, I teased, smirking at her. So she told you everything. The sorcerer of death? Yes, we are aware. I watch as her body language shifts, between sitting up straight to fidgeting with her fingers, down to the downcast expression marred into her face. She's uncomfortable. Can I ask you something? Her head tilts and she observes me slowly, almost too carefully. Sure. I reach for my bottle of water on the table, screwing off the plastic lid and bringing the tip to my mouth. I have a feeling whatever she's about to ask me, I will have to think carefully about my answer. Being told I'm a ring woman, easy. Being told I'm the ring mistress who is nicknamed the sorcerer of death because the magic tricks I would perform always resulted in, well, death? That's something else. But there are things that I will not share with her. I don't care enough about anything or anyone to lie to them or use my position to manipulate anything, but some things I won't share. Or one person, I should say. She is who I will protect. But that's not out of love or feelings, it's out of respect. Was there a reason why you chose your victims? Or was it at random? And why were they always men? She should have stopped at the first question. Both of those questions are tricky, but how about this? I tighten the lid of my water bottle and rest it on top of my thighs. I won't kill anyone during my acts here. Really? Thank you so much for agreeing. Purse deadpans, her face tightening. I smile. If I interrupt, and her glare deepens. I hitch my thumb over my shoulder to the young girl I saw pushing a makeup trolley. I get to wear the clown makeup. That's usually just for the brothers. Huh, I muse out loud. Then I guess they'll have to get used to me wearing it too. She crosses her arms in front of herself. It's my job to keep these people safe. Persephone, no offense. My lips curl in a sinister smirk. But this is midnight mayhem. I'm pretty sure they can take care of themselves. Her mouth tightens, nostrils flaring. She doesn't like me much. She probably thinks I'm a monster. Fine. Are you done? Will you play nice? I widen my eyes, palming my chest. I'm offended. I was always going to play nice. Her fingers squeeze the armrests as she pushes up from her chair. Such a lovely chat, Lilith. Her toneless reply only makes me chuckle as she disappears down the aisle and through the main entrance doors. I'm sure it was, P. I'm sure it was. There isn't enough lilac in this wardrobe for this tent. It doesn't make sense. I'm not complaining. I hate the color purple, even more so pink. But their theme is black and purple, yet all they have in here are either loud colors like red and orange, or dark and moody colors like black and maroon. I flick through the hangers. Nope, Nope. I'm thankful that whoever filled my closet with clothes on the RV was obviously not the same one who chose the costumes for the show. Lilith! A high-pitched voice interrupts my coiled thoughts of distaste toward the monstrous choice of clothing. Maybe I can just go naked. Oh God, please tell me you're Lil... I slowly turn to face the intruder, and she stops halfway through her chatter. Wow, yup. Definitely Lilith. She's cute, maybe early teens. She wears a short brown bob, has round brown eyes, and a scattering of freckles that spray over her adolescent cheeks. She already has the basics of what I'm guessing is going to be a very attractive young woman. I'm Patience. I'm wired to see the beauty in everything. Except where beauty needs to be. Never thought much about that until now. You need me? I say with friendly amusement. Her mouth stretches wide as she pulls something from behind the curtain. She's clutching a long suede jacket with lilac trimming and a collar that curves up the neck like two horns. It is very Maleficent. You don't have to wear it, it's just... When I saw you the other day and found out that you were going to be our new ring mistress, well, I knew Delilah's coat wouldn't be your style. You're young, and you have an edge about your beauty that is, seriously, like never seen. She continues to gape at me, but I reach forward and take the coat from her, running the palms of my hands over the soft suede. This is very, very stunning. I peek at her from behind my lashes. Sorry, what's your name? Ariana. Her eyes widen brightly as her cheeks flush. Thank you. I haven't had much sleep since starting, and I'm on this new medication where my dad tells me it needs to be taken to help me sleep, but I needed this done, you know? Watching her ramble is fascinating, and I could listen to her talk a lot. I think I like her. She would be the first person I've come to like since being here, Saskia not included. It is perfect, Ariana. Are you also the makeup artist? Her razor-sharp hair bounces off her shoulders when she nods her head enthusiastically. Sure am. I'm ready to do your face. I turn back around to hang the coat behind the name that is tagged on my portable hangers. I pause, bunch the rest of the clothes that are hanging on it, and toss them to the other side of the room. I do your makeup in here since it's your cubicle. Everyone has a cubicle? I ask, tying my silk robe tighter around my waist while moving the coffin out of the way. No. Ariana distracts herself by pulling through her makeup trolley and setting everything up on my vanity. Light bulbs line a large round mirror with perfumes, hand sanitizer, and soaps lying delicately at the face of it. Nothing like Patience. Alan Flinder, 63 years old. Priority, red. P.S. Make it hurt. Mwah. Ariana is still chatting away as I pull myself back to the present. I get the feeling if I want to know anything, she's the person to ask. So basically, just the brothers and, the important people who need them because they do more than one set. You obviously included. She begins painting my face in white before dipping lilacs, grays, blacks, and reds. So the place you were before here? She asks casually, and I breathe through the strokes she's brushing on my cheek. I heard it's like our nemesis. Sort of. Not really. That had more to do with our leader, who also happened to be my father. She doesn't stop her strokes or her questions. Are you sad that we killed them? Him? No. The answer is honest, but probably a little too forward for someone of her age to understand how someone could be so cold about their own father's death. Well, that's cool. Hey, so did you ever go to school or anything? We're always on the road, so I don't get much of a life outside of mayhem. Nope, I answer, peeling open one eye. I was much like you in that aspect, no schools. It is so boring. And that's where our similarities end. I can't even have a boyfriend because all of the boys here are, gross. I don't think I've seen one unattractive person here. I grew up with them. She giggles, dipping the bristles into a glass of water. Ah, I see. I thought you were talking about appearance. I don't find many people attractive. She sighs sadly. I think I'm broken. Attractive? Sure you can. You can point to any person and I'll give you one thing that makes them attractive. You've just got to look beyond appearance. Easy for you to say. You're like the prettiest girl here. I think you're even prettier than Saskia, but don't tell her that because Sass can be a bit of a bitch. We both start laughing as she finishes up. There, all done. I turn in my seat and my muscles seize when my eyes connect with myself in the mirror. I reach up to touch my cheek, but her little hand slaps my wrist playfully. Not yet. It won't be all that dry. Wow. The base is white, but where my lips are is black, curved in a wicked smile with shading that hits all of my facial bones. It looks scary, sure, but more importantly, it looks sexual. You like? She asks, thumping my shoulder with her hip. I've never in my life met a young girl with so much confidence and light. She must be protected. My heart rate thickens when I think back to my childhood. How old are you, Ariana? It's barely a whisper, but something I find myself wanting to know. Her glowing eyes meet mine in the mirror. I'm 14. Just turned last week. What about you? My shoulders stiffen, my palms clammy. I swipe them down my robe, confused. Why the hell would they be sticky? I'm 19. Wow, you're like real young. I smile gently at her. Something like that. Well, she turns, packing up her paint. I better go do the brothers. It always smells like cigarette, soap, and testosterone in there. She pushes her trolley out of my cubicle, and I watch the curtain move after her departure. Ariana is a good kid. I want to throw a protective barrier over her. I reach for my coat, pulling the tie to my robe off me and watching the silk fall to the ground. Well, fuck. I catch Eli's eyes at the threshold as he takes in my body. His reaction was loud and obvious, but the next word comes out more as a soft whisper. Jesus. I look at myself in the mirror, trying to see what he obviously does, what most people see. My nipples are pierced on both sides, with decent-sized breasts. A good handful in the right-sized hands. My waist is pinched in unnaturally from all the corset training I've done over the years, while my hips spray out in a triangle. My thighs are curved and lean. Yet if I bend over, I'd give the perfect thigh gap entrance for the taking. My ass is peachy. Not big, yet nowhere near small. Little markings scar over each cheek lightly to show the naturality of them. No BBL for me, because I don't need it. Though I'm sure if I weren't blessed with this ass, I would have had to buy one. Aside from the small stretch marks over my butt, my skin is flawless. No tattoos, but I've always wanted them. My hair is an odd shade of silver, even though I'm naturally brunette. I've always had a hairstylist keep up the maintenance on it, though I'm guessing Midnight Mayhem will have their very own. Bleach and then grade. No one knows it, but I dyed it gray to age me. After being sick of being told I looked nice and young. As a kid, I never understood what that meant. It wasn't until I became a little older that I realized the men who came into patients liked that look. I should have done the opposite. I mean, I've always liked to keep the men happy, right? Right? But why did I dye my hair? Did I unwillingly do something because of my subconscious? Lost in my thoughts, I don't realize Eli has taken more steps into my cubicle. He wears dark slacks, a dark button-up with the sleeves rolled up to expose his tattoos, and the simplicity of Chucks. It should look out of place, but it doesn't. It's perfect for him. And I'm not sure why I know this without really knowing him. He presses a single fingertip to the base of my neck. tilting his head down to peer up at me in the mirror. I can almost feel the heat of his chest radiating off him and sending vibrations into my back. You're a fucking demon. There's no way you're human. I brush off his touch and reach for my coat, shimmying it onto my shoulders. I need to thank Ariana. This is a perfect fit. Thank you. I turn to face him, leaning against my vanity with curled fingers. He's so close I can almost feel his breath on my lips. Apparently it's showtime. And what is your act here? He smiles, and it's so disturbing I almost falter. He could match mine. Damn it. Not a part of the crew. But I'll be in the crowd if you want to look for me. He turns to leave, but stops right at the threshold, turning to look over his shoulder. He points to a spot behind me. I'm going to go ahead and suggest you wear the crown with your top hat. And why's that? I ask, reaching for my pack of smokes. Because you're looking like a fucking king.
6. Eli. I move out of Lilith's cubicle, shifting my dick in my pants. Fuck me. The girl is insane. Then again, if Bishop, Nate, or Brantley were here, they'd tell me I've always loved the crazy ones. I'm about to move through the dark pathway to the seating area when an arm whips up and halts my movements, an inch away from my face. The scent hits me like a bag of bricks. Woodsy, dark, and smoky. Just like him. As if he's been playing in a rich man's ashtray all his life, yet still somehow coming out clean. Well, fuck. To what do I owe the pleasure? Slowly turning, Kyron's eyes come to mine. He's a couple inches taller than me, but we're both built almost identical, with Kyron being more on the bulk side and me on the lean. The dim purple lighting does fucking magical things to the curves of his face. But unfortunately not his mood. He's shirtless, wearing nothing but jeans that are destroyed around the knees, and his clown face is already painted on. It looks obviously similar to Lilith's. I wonder if the makeup artist was making a joke, painting them the girl and boy versions of it. "What are you doing here, Eli?" he asks, his voice low. "And don't lie to me." "I told you, I'm working." I reach into his pocket, grabbing his packet of cigarettes. He doesn't stop me, his eyes narrowing on my fingers as I light the end and bring it to my mouth. His tongue rolls over his bottom lip as I suck down the nicotine. Truthfully, I fucking need it. The dominant and intimidating energy Kyron carries around is a fucking lot. I push the pack back into his pocket, smirk around the trunk of my smoke, and pull him in until he connects with my very hard dick. Just when I think he's going to fight it, his other hand is against the wall beside my head, while his other snatches the smoke from my lips and brings it to his own. "That for me? Or did you just see Lilith naked?" A voice laced in sleep. He is everyone's worst nightmare, with eyes people never forget. My eyes dip to his abs before trailing lower and coming back up. Fuck, I don't even know at this point. Kyron takes a long inhale of his cigarette while keeping his eyes on mine. Smoke drifts out of his nostrils and between his lips before he tosses the butt onto the grass, stomping on it with a heavy biker boot. "Good answer." He pushes away, and I watch as he disappears down the makeshift hallway backstage, but not before looking briefly into Lilith's cubicle. I shake my head and try to bring my shit down before walking out with a hard dick. Think of Nate, of Bishop, of fucking Brantley. Okay, yeah, all of them work. Pulling out my phone, I head into the audience, slipping past people being seated by a few of the workers while sending a text to Bishop, the leader of the Elite Kings. The Elite Kings Club is, well, it's like a secret society, though most call it a cult. It's a really fucking long story how it all came about, but basically, I'm a rebellus, which in English means rebel. I have a job within the world, just as my father and his father did, but right now I'm here on another job, and that's to make sure that Midnight Mayhem isn't feeding us to our enemies. I see a text from Bishop and open it. Bishop, got an update? You know you can come back. I read over his text a few times before looking out onto the stage. Lilith and Chiron are in my head, and I can't believe I'm about to do this right now, but my fingers fly over my keyboard. Me. You need me? Almost instantly, Bishop texts back. Bishop. Not yet. Do what you gotta do. Me. Plan on it. Bishop. Careful there, E. You can't trust outsiders. Me. I know. Seconds go by before my phone vibrates in my pocket. Bishop. You think she knows? Me. Don't know yet. I'm about to shove my phone back into my pocket when a thought passes through my mind. I open up Instagram and go to the search bar, typing in Midnight Mayhem. I find their page, which has over 2 million followers, and go straight for their following. Possibly a bit stalkerish, but my dick wants what it wants. My thumb hovers over Chiron Nero before I push on it, and the page loads onto his profile. Followers, 956.2K. Following, 5. His profile photo is of him on his bike, shirtless, with a bandana wrapped around his mouth, and his bio is blank. He has no highlight tabs and 43 posts. I scroll through them, mostly of his bike and lake shots, but there's one with him and a girl with teal-colored hair. They look a little familiar, and Chiron doesn't come off as the type of person to share love easily, even if cousins, so I'm gonna guess she's his sister. Hot as fuck, too. Eyes the same color as her hair, with skin as flawless as Chiron's. She has tattoos in some places, and a smile that could straight up light up someone even as moody as Chiron. I click to his followers and see he's only following the brothers and a girl named Cartier, before going back to Midnight Mayhem's page and finding Saskia's profile. I skip over the details and go straight for her following, finding Lilith straight away. Lilith Patience. Followers, 0. Following, 0. She's obviously new to Instagram because she has no posts. Her bio reads, I am the bad guy. And her profile photo is simply of her silver hair brushed over her slender, yet bare, shoulders and her pouty lips. Her tits curve perfectly, and the filter she used on it only intensifies the aesthetic. Yeah, she's new to Instagram, but someone as interesting as Lilith is bound to rack up followers in no time, since she has the perfect platform with Midnight Mayhem. A smirk crawls up the edges of my mouth as my thumb hits follow. Yeah, I can't wait to see the kind of shit she's going to start posting.
7. Chiron. The lights dim and chatter lowers. This is the usual way Midnight Mayhem opens, only this will be the first time that we've had a different ring mistress, with Delilah being the only one we have known since kids. I've heard about Lilith and what she specializes in, the sorceress of death. Hidden behind the guise of magic, she'd go through acts in between, introducing a new scene, and hello, another man would drop. No one has really thought much about that. How fucked up is this girl to have the guts to take lives as easy as Maya takes hits off a bong? I'm guessing more fucked up than anyone knows. We're not up until after the aerials, so I'm leaning against the main entrance pole, my arms crossed over my chest and my eyes solely on the center stage, where a single light beams in the middle. My breathing becomes heavy as I wait, but the audience is silent. Tingles rush down my fingertips in anticipation. What is she going to do? Fuck. What if she does go all Kill Bill and starts slaughtering people on the stage? I mean, how well do we even know this chick? Dead silence. The irony isn't lost on me, and I really fucking hope Perce drew it home to her that there will be no killing anyone in our audience. Fucking messed up patience shit. A girl like you, a recreation from who I'm guessing is MGK, starts playing, only slowed a little more. You as intrigued as I am what she's going to do? Eli says from somewhere behind me, but I don't bother to look back at him, wanting to keep my eyes on the stage. My lips part to answer, but then she appears, and we both stop breathing. The coffin opens and she steps out with a single leg. Black coat with spikes down the backs of her legs with a collar that reaches high behind her neck. A leather string wraps around her hips, showcasing her G-string, and the fact that her tits sit up to her chin with no bra only makes my fingers twitch to touch them. Fuck. Shit, Eli whispers from beside me. Her black top hat has a crown on top, with horns that spike up slightly on the sides. The bucket of the hat shades half of her face with nothing but her polished black lips smirking beneath the shadow. She's clearly wearing a clown face, and one that's a little too similar to fucking mine already. She moves to the song, flicking out a cane and dancing around it like the fucking Joker. Eli? My eyes never move from his as the song continues to play like a trance, her body the weapon every military needs. Eli steps in front of me, but not enough to cover her performance, his head dropping until he's directly in front of me, fingers pulling on my belt. She flicks off her top hat and places it in the palm of her hand as bats fly out from the base with a rowdy screech. The audience is impressed, but I'm fucking trapped in a vortex. Warmth covers my cock and I tilt my head back, digging my hands into Eli's thick locks. His hand is pressed to my abs and I jackknife my hips forward slightly, briefly flicking my eyes down to watch his lips wrap around my girth. The song continues to play, Lilith being the notes that get lost in the wind, and my breath catches when Eli drags his piercing underneath the curve of my cock. Lilac and white strobe lights flicker as she drops her cape, showing her tight body and nothing but that little leather G-string that I have every fucking intention of tearing off with my bare teeth. When the lyric comes in about crawling on the floor, she begins moving forward on her hands and knees, slowly running her blood-covered hand over her body as the song finishes. I tighten my grip around Eli's hair as my balls tighten and a rush of adrenaline spikes through my veins as I empty myself down his throat. A loud bang pops off and the lights flickering turn their beam onto a screen in the background that reads, "Welcome to Midnight Mayhem." Eli stands up in front of me, swiping his bottom lip with the edge of his thumb, a smug fucking smirk on his mouth. You want me to put you away, too? Tucking my still hard dick back into my jeans, I zip them up but leave the button undone with the belt hanging cautiously open. Don't let it go to your head. He chuckles, eyeing me up and down as he passes. My mind is still on the act that Lilith had done, which was nothing at all what I expected. It was sexy, dark, and a decent mix between midnight and patience. I gather with every act she's going to introduce it in a different way. I turn to leave when Eli is still standing there, watching me from behind. I step forward, studying him closely. I've been with a few guys in my day, never had a preference in gender. If I'm interested, I'm interested, and that would be a dangerous thing for most people. But I'm not most people, and I'm hardly ever fucking interested. Eli has short hair that has a soft kind of wave to it, almond-shaped eyes and chiseled cheekbones that could have been carved from a Greek god. He has all that pretty going for him on top of lips that looked pretty fucking good wrapped around my dick. Consider my attention piqued. I was bored with my usual fucking months ago, years ago. I wrap my hand around his chin and pull his eyes up to mine. He doesn't flinch, completely unfazed. He's either seen some shit or he's crazy as fuck. Both work for me. My fingers find their way to the back of his tatted-up neck and over the collar of his shirt. I squeeze. You think you're up for it? I watch as something passes over his eyes. I expected him to be confused because that was my intention. But instead I got intrigue. Fear? No. What I got was undiluted mischief.
I know I am.
He leans forward, that smirk still on his face. It's not until his lips touch mine that I realize we're still standing in the fucking lobby and I need to be on my bike for the triple ring of death. His tongue slips out and licks my bottom lip. That was pretty much the stupidest shit he's ever done because now I fucking want him. You can suck my dick and mean jack shit to me. I cannot want you but still enjoy seeing my cock choke you to the brink of death. What are you thinking? Eli's eyes flick over my shoulder, and I don't have to see her to know that she's there. Since my eyes first landed on Lilith, she has let out a kind of frequency that my body is annoyingly attuned to.
Thinking, why not make it a party?
I release the grip around the back of his neck and turn my head slightly to see Lilith watching us closely. But her body is turned sideways as if she was heading somewhere but got distracted. I'm well aware Eli and I are giving anyone who wants to watch an extra show to what they came here tonight to watch. I just don't fucking care. Lilith is undeniably attractive, but that doesn't cancel out the fact that I don't trust her, or fucking like her.
Sorry, boys.
Her tongue slides over her bottom lip, lilac eyes darting between the both of us.
I'm on someone else's menu tonight.
Fucking who? I snap, and then instantly clench my teeth when I realize I answered too fast. Eli, the smug bastard, chuckles in the background. She takes 3 steps closer to us, looking up between both Eli and me with a crazy kind of gloom stirring deep in her eyes. She raises her finger up to my mouth, while her other hand is at the front of Eli. She smudges the paint on my lips, and I watch as she slowly sucks her finger into her mouth while looking between us both. It's not until I rest my hand on the wall beside Eli to cage him in while keeping it open for her that I realize her hand is over the bulge ripping through my jeans. Fuck, at this rate I won't be riding on anything but the two of them tonight. She laughs and everything stops. She steps away from the both of us and my stomach dips. Fucking tease. I should have known. I glare at her. Get the fuck backstage before Persephone decides to have you for a meal instead.
Jealous.
She bats her lashes at not just me, but Eli too.
Careful, Lil. Don't initiate a game that you won't win.
Eli murmurs carefully as she bounces back down the way she came in a trail of laughter. Fuck, but she's crazy. Still can't stand her, even if my dick can. Literally. Eli's hand is on my dick before I can push from the wall. I grind my teeth. Fucking fighting it left and right, huh? My hand is on the front of his throat in an instant. I tilt my head to get a better view of his side profile. I squeeze when his hand dips beneath the waistband of my pants and wraps around my cock. I groan, my eyes rolling to the back of my head, pushing against him. I suck in my breath and whack him away. Just because I want to fuck the both of you doesn't mean I'm going to. Then I leave, in possibly the worst mood I've ever been in.
8. Lilith. The aerials finish their set and the lights dim. Loud catcalls and screams slowly simmer to whispers as I take the steps onto the middle stage. Midnight Mayhem is nothing like Patience. But the chaos and the sensual side of the show continues to push me over enough, feeding me endorphins through an IV. Spiders from System of a Down starts playing. Neon strobe lights begin flickering as I move my body around to the beat, a hand on the edge of my top hat and my hips riding precisely. I unclip the button of my trench coat and flick it open as the crowd stirs and yells. My silver hair is over my shoulders, a smirk on my mouth as the song continues to pound through the speakers. My eyes connect with the crowd in search of my next victim. Like a mouse caught by the cat, I find him instantly. It's as though whatever passed through between us earlier was too tangible to ignore. I've had to move around what I can and can't do in Midnight Mayhem, which I thought would be difficult. Finding my stride and place on stage is easy since I've stuck to 2 things of absolute: dark magic, sex. I raise the mic up to my curved mouth. How is everyone enjoying the show? Hollers and catcalls scatter through the air. I've got to be honest with you all. This is my first show with Midnight Mayhem. Clapping sounds out, a couple of prolonged whistles, before someone somewhere screams out, "Your favorite!" I flick the undercarriage of my top hat with my index finger, raising it above my eyes and finding the young man in the crowd. He's with 3 friends. They're young. I would go as far as to say they're in college. They would be perfect. But I can't help the magnetic draw that pulls me back to a pair of hazel-colored eyes with enough fire to scar me. Before I introduce the next act, I walk my 3-inch heels across the stage. I'm going to choose someone from the audience to help me. Now, I know this is the time that we usually choose ringside, but I've never been a big fan of people who demand to be seen the way ringside buyers do. I prefer the men who lurk in dark, dusty corners. My tongue slides over my swollen bottom lip. After all, that's where all the secrets lie. I know the exact moment Eli is aware of where I'm going. His eyes narrow but remain on mine. His smile makes me feel at ease. Being around him seems to lessen the intensity of everything else that is going on around me. Almost like he silences out some of my background noise. My fingers connect to his, and my teeth snap over my lip, almost like a reflex. Come on, rebellion. Come play with me. His eyes are still narrowed suspiciously, but the corner of his lip curls up in challenge as he rises to his feet. The audience is silent now, and I can feel all of their eyes on my every move. The song continues to play until we're back on the makeshift stage. I shove him down onto the chair that's in the middle and lean down so my lips touch his ear. I'm winging this. I usually do this real cool trick with knives, but since Kyron has ordered me not to have any sharp objects, I lean back, just enough for him to watch my eyes lower to his crotch. I'm gonna borrow yours. He widens his knees and leans back farther against the chair. Then take it. Desert Rose starts playing as I drop my coat. It pools around my heels as I lean forward and rest my hands on his thighs, spreading them wider. I curl my finger around the back of his neck, straddling his waist, and leaning back until my hair brushes the ground, rolling my hips into him. Pulling myself up, I keep my eyes locked on his as I sink my thumb into his mouth. The cameraman runs to the side to get footage as the screen behind us shows a closer detail of what we're doing. Every now and then, I feel his hand touch me gently as I continue to dance on him until the music dies out and the lights shut off. The audience roars and claps over the loud ending of the song, the bass enticing enough to keep me locked in the world of him and me. Watch your bed tonight, Lil, he whispers into the shell of my ear as his fingers set off aftershocks down my spine when he glides them over the nape of my neck. It's what you wanted, right? To remind me that you could have me whenever you want. I swallow past the buildup of arousal that's rising in my throat. Maybe. I brush my lips over his. Or maybe it was to remind myself that I could. I swing my leg off him and hurry behind the curtain. I need to change quickly. I've gathered enough momentum tonight to figure out that I need to make my costume shifts fast, since the average act is around 15 minutes, with the exception of the Brothers act, which goes on for closer to 20. By the time I've come up for air, I'm wearing tight red leather short shorts and a matching cherry red leather bra. My hair is in a mess of waves, crinkled and falling over my shoulders, and my clown makeup is a lot more smudged than how it started out. I like it this way. There's a peaceful calm that comes from obstructing perfection. Purse rips open one of the other smaller curtains that separates the backstage and the hallway to the rooms. She has a mic in her ear and is holding a clipboard. Her eyes fall up and down my body, making sure I stick to the plan. I know she's been anxious about me. I've picked it up for the most part. Truthfully, I don't think she likes me much. I'm just not sure if she knows I don't care. Yes, she snipes back at me, her dark red brows curving in as she reads off the piece of paper. Assassina's next. You're going to incorporate the coffin with the fire? I nod. Yes, I'm pretty sure we can do it. If anything, we can trial it. She points to the crowd and sighs. Okay, just go ahead. And so long as you don't kill anyone, we will be fine. I'm watching as the curtain shifts back into place. I stand from my chair, pausing when I truly look at myself in the mirror. This is the dollhouse I built. This is the dollhouse he bought. This is the dollhouse that burns to a crisp. I brush the hair of one of my dolls, blinking slowly and watching rain slap against my window. There was a light knock on my door, and I twisted to look over my shoulder to see who it was. I knew there wasn't a show on tonight, and I was far too experienced to need training. I did my training. A lot of it. I can't sleep. She took the steps into my room like she did most nights, closing the door behind herself. I smiled at her but went straight back to the rain. There was something calming in the way Mother Nature would explode every now and then, as if to remind humans exactly who was in charge. Angry wind continued to blow through the night until fallen leaves and twigs littered the ground. I'll be in a second. I didn't need to see what she was doing to know that she had slid into my bed. I knew she removed her clothes before doing it too. And I knew that I would keep her secret until the day death stole my last breath. My shoulders rise and fall as I take in deep breaths. The joint scene with Saskia didn't take much effort. I was more a prop in her scene. But this is something else. I think I might need to stop smoking. If it wasn't for the adrenaline that constantly ripples through my veins, I know I'd be fatigued more than I am right now. I take 3 pulls up the rope until my hand clasps around a metal pole that sits horizontal to 2 other ropes hanging from the ceiling. Heaving my body up onto the swing, I hold onto each rope, flinging my legs out and back in again, until I gain large enough momentum. The spotlight beams up at me and the crowd silences. A haunting nursery-style tune starts playing as I whisper off into the mic. There used to be 3, but then there were 4. Who was that keeps knocking on my door? My mouth curves into a smirk, my eyes connecting to the entryway, where Kyron is standing shirtless in the same ripped jeans. He's holding his helmet in one hand and leaning against a pole with his other. Was it a ghost? Was it a ghoul? Or was it the big bad wolf who came to... I keep my eyes on Kyron. Eat us all. He nudges his head and I push off the swing, slipping from the seat and catching my fall by gripping the pole. A round of gasps sound through the air as if I was about to fall. It's a ways up, and I definitely don't want to. But Midnight Mayhem being Midnight Mayhem, we don't wear any safety equipment. According to Purse, if you need safety equipment, you shouldn't be here. Which is fine. I run off adrenaline, so it helps. The lights shut off as the swing slowly lowers. My feet have barely touched the ground when the sound of hot pipes rumbles and revs in the distance. I've heard about their Ring of Death and the kind of crazy stunts they do on it. Sounds fun, though I don't have the time to catch up because I'm rushing into my room to get changed for the final act. I still have the words of Eli's promise etched into my skull. He's a tease. And I'm not the kind of girl who has any restraint when it comes to being teased. I prefer to do the teasing. I swipe off my clown makeup and opt for something sexy and damaged. Dark shaded eyes, black lips, and hair tousled into messy waves. I keep my jacket tied on, only this time removing the clothing. And by clothing, I mean G-string, pushing it in my pocket. Hey, Saskia and Rose pop their heads around the corner of my curtain. You did so well out there tonight. Saskia falls down onto one of the chairs opposite me as Rose starts searching through my makeup. Rose is candidly blunt. There's no hidden agenda in her words. If she wants to say something, she'll say it. It was fun, but I do want to tweak some scenes. Saskia grins, her eyes hooded. There's a reason why I like Sass, and it has a lot to do with the mechanisms in our minds being a little similar to mine. Well, raise hell, whatever you do. Always do. I roll my lips between my teeth. Rose bends over the vanity, swiping my black lipstick over her lips. You decided who you're going to fuck tonight? I stand from my chair, grabbing my top hat and placing it on my head. For once, whoever I want. A steel cage lowers to the ground, caging us in like animals. Fog fills the ground, and I'm painfully aware of how many people are inside. Suddenly, the audience doesn't exist. Lilac LED hue bleeds through the dusty fog, and music fills me to my core, blanketing my anticipation. My palms itch with sweat, and no matter how many times I swipe them down my coat, I can't seem to brush it off. I swallow past the dryness in my mouth, my senses all heightened. The atmosphere is sensual and forbidden, almost intoxicating enough to make me believe I shouldn't be here. She Thinks of Me by Landon Torres begins playing, and my eyes close to the bass. Maybe I shouldn't be here. The smoke thins, but it's always just enough to blanket us without it being too much. It fits the aesthetic. My legs connect with a chair right in the middle of the cube, and I fall down onto it, looking up at the ceiling. Purple and black stripes stretching into high peaks. Condensation and sweat dripping down my sternum. Rose is walking past, but pauses when she catches me on the chair. The chair that is starting to feel more like a throne. Her hands come to the armrests as she leans over enough for her lips to touch my ear. You bored? My lips part around my smirk, warmth flooding me enough to drown out whatever is happening in the background. She glides her finger up my inner thigh. You want me to help with that? I lean farther into my chair, widening my legs. She drags her finger down the swell of my breasts, over the metal pierced into my nipples and over my belly. I tense when she slowly lowers to her knees in front of me, her lips brushing against my inner thigh. I stare down at her in fascination as her tongue laps circles around my flesh until I finally give way and widen my legs even farther. Her thumb brushes against my clit in circles as she peers up at me behind hooded eyes. When she lowers her mouth and warmth covers me, my lips roll between my teeth as I push up higher to watch what she's doing. Her dark hair is pulled up into a slick pony, her toned arms holding my quivering legs apart. She flicks her green eyes up at me as her mouth suckles around my clit in pressured rotations. The hairs on the back of my neck rise as I hold my breath. Exhaling deeply, I shove off my coat and bring my fingers to my nipples, squeezing them between my finger and thumb. The first roll of pleasure sweeps into my bones in electric waves, releasing through my pores. Rose stands to her feet, swiping her lips with the cushion of her thumb while smirking down at me. You taste good. I've been told that. Rose comes closer, spreading her legs on either side of my chair and lowering herself down on top of me. Movement catches my eye from behind her, but it's not until I hear that familiar voice whisper into my ear from behind that I figure it's not him who is behind Rose. It's the other one. Having fun. His breath is warm, but I can smell the faint scent of cologne, burned rubber, and gasoline. Rose's eyes flick over my shoulder, her face paling. And that's my cue. She swings her leg off me, and I watch as she disappears into the fog, finding her next victim. I stand from the chair and flick my hair over my shoulder, turning to face Kyron, while making sure I keep Eli in my vision too. Should you be on stage during a set? I raise my brows at Eli, even though he and I both know that sinful promise continues to cling to the back of my brain. Eli doesn't answer, as he continues to run the tip of his finger across his upper lip, his eyes weak. I can see behind the palm of his hand the slight curve of his grin. So I already know that whatever is happening among the three of us right now, he thinks is funny. I turn toward Kyron, tilting my head up to look at him. His jaw is tight. So tight I can see the swollen bulbs at each side flexing. But where Eli's mouth has a smirk, Kyron's is in a snarl. You know. Kyron has been standoffish to me from day one. Any other girl would see the flags and take them for what they are, red. But I'm partially colorblind. Flashing a red flag in front of a bull sounds like fun, especially if I have every intention of riding it. Flexing my fingers, I bring them to where his are at his sides, testing to see what he'll do. I half thought he'd pull away, and he does, a little, but then his movements stop. His index finger flexes, and just as he's about to curl it around mine, he hesitates and pulls back slightly. I grab at his palm and force him down onto the chair I was just on. He falls down without a fight, as if he half expected me to, and is amused that I'd even have the balls to do it. Stretching his arms wide, he leans back and stares up at me from behind hooded eyes. What, Lilith? What do you want to do now? He tugs his jeans down, showcasing the edge of his briefs, and I'm momentarily distracted by the way his chest glistens in sweat, and how much his clown makeup has smudged slightly. You want to fuck me? My mouth turns dry, my knees loosening. I run my tongue over my front teeth. I know that's what he wants me to say or do, just so he can turn me down. My eyes land behind him, on a still smirking Eli. Finally, Eli drops his hand from his mouth and starts unbuttoning his dress shirt, while dampening his lips with his tongue and stepping out from behind the chair closer to me. No. I keep my eyes on Eli. I'm going to fuck him. And you're going to watch. I tilt my head in fascination as I wait for Kyron's response, but he shrugs as if to say, game on. Leaning forward, he rests his elbows on his knees. Put me on a show. Eli sweeps my hair from one side of my neck to the other, his breath falling over my skin and leaving goosebumps as collateral. I smile down at Kyron, who is watching us closely. There's more to him than what he shows. So much more. And after his answer, I find myself drawn to wanting to know what's beneath that cold exterior that he keeps so hidden from the world. Eli sinks his teeth into the curve of my neck. Lean over by resting your arms on his legs. I'm not gonna fuck you slow this time. I turn in his grip, and our lips graze against each other, our breathing intertwining with one another. What are you doing, baby? The playful tone throws me off because his eyes are flying between my mouth and my eyes. Our proximity is close, so close the tips of our noses touch every second that passes. I lean forward and touch my lips against his, enticing him to kiss me. He opens, his hand coming to the back of my neck as his tongue slips between my lips, slowly sweeping over mine. Reaching for the front of his pants, I tug at his button. It's not until he finally pulls away from our kiss that I notice he has taken his shirt off, and his hair is wild all over his head. Gone is the playful Eli I'm used to, and standing there in front of me is someone who looks starved. Hungry for a lifetime and only now allowed to feast. Do as you're told, Lil. Lean on him. I touch my lips with the tip of my fingers, now swollen and raw. I've kissed a lot of people in my short lifetime, and none have been like that. Maybe that's the sexual tension people talk about finally coming together. Or maybe Eli and I just have good sexual chemistry. Sex has been nothing more than a transaction for me in the past, but that has never stopped me from trying to enjoy it. It never worked. I always find myself withdrawing just as my body warms. But as long as the man finishes, the transaction is done. With girls, though, I've never had a problem. I knew I was attracted to both girls and guys when I was young, but sexually, I've never had sex with a man by choice. It's always been a transaction. Out of my control. Until now. Maybe that explains the kiss I just shared with Eli. My stomach is filled with knots and confusion. But instead of addressing it, if I do at all, I do as I'm told and lean onto Kyron's thighs, looking up at him from beneath my lashes. He's already watching me. His legs widen. He cocks his head to the side and looks over my shoulder to where Eli is running the palm of his hand down my back. Kyron slides forward, and I find myself holding my breath as his fingers graze over my ribs, static snapping over every area he touches. It's almost like being touched by death, cold enough to break a chill down the center of your spine. Eli is cheeky, playful, and smug, and he makes my insides do weird things when we kiss. But what would happen if I kissed Kyron? Eli was the first man I ever willingly kissed, and now I find myself wanting to do the same with Kyron. Lemonade by Andrew Lambro is playing hypnotically in the background, and I swing my hair over my shoulder to look at Eli from behind. I peek down at his jeans, raising my eyebrows at him as if to say, why are they still on? The corners of his mouth tilt up as his hands slip into the front of his jeans. I lick my lips when I watch his hand wrap around himself. He pumps twice while his other hand slides up my inner thigh. His index finger slides between my lips, teasing my entrance. At the same time, an unfamiliar chill settles in my bones. I shake it off, my eyes rolling to the back of my head. Fingers are around my chin as my mouth parts, angling my head upward. Open your eyes. They open gently onto Kyron watching my mouth as his thumb caresses against my bottom lip. Suck. I open my mouth. Just as I feel Eli press into me from behind, I sink my teeth into Kyron's thumb as Eli descends deeper and deeper. Fuck. As I suck in deep breaths that I'm sure my lungs will thank me for shortly. That same coldness releases from my bones as my cheeks explode with heat and sweat droplets slide down my sternum. Wrapping my lips around the base of Kyron's thumb, I bat my lashes up at him as Eli slowly withdraws, both hands on my hips. Without moving from his position, Kyron wraps my hair around his fist, yanking my head to the side. He leans forward until I feel his warm breath over my ear. Tell me what you want, and it's yours. He shuffles back slightly, as if to watch me as I go into explicit detail of every bad thing I want him to do to me. I don't get a chance to entertain his answer before I'm fighting a moan by sinking my teeth into my swollen lip. When Eli drives into me hard enough to feel his pelvic bone slap against my ass. My insides melt as I fall into Kyron's chest, not bothering to correct my posture. Hard abs flex beneath my palms, and my eyes trail down past his belly button and to where his jeans are unbuttoned. He tilts his hip up to allow me access, and I reach for the waistband, tugging his jeans down until his smooth cock rests against my lips, thick, heavy, and pierced. I wrap my fingers around his shaft and direct the tip to the entrance of my damp lips. Peering up at him with a curved grin, I drag the base of my tongue across the rim before directing him into the warmth of my mouth. He tugs on my hair again, his eyes flying over my shoulder to Eli as he too picks up his pace. I take Kyron deeper until my saliva and his pre-cum allow his monstrous size to be fully immersed down my throat. I start the sinful rhythm, sucking him all the way down until my curved lips reach his pelvic bone before locking my suction tighter as I raise my head back up, flicking the head before repeating. I make sure to keep one hand on his abs and the other wrapped around the base of his cock. His hips buck as I flick my eyes up to his, a dangerous shade of darkness that should never be tampered with. His lips part slightly, his sharp cheeks flushing a sexy shade of red as his brows cross in concentration. It's by far the sexiest face I have ever seen. With the exception of Eli. I can't decide who I think is hotter. Eli slams inside me roughly, hitting something unforbidden inside that has never been caressed. And I whimper around Kyron's dick to stop myself from screaming, sucking him harder and faster as my lower stomach begins tightening and coiling around itself. With Eli pounding into me relentlessly from behind and Kyron's fist wrapped around my hair, directing the pace of my mouth, my lips quiver through the detonation of my orgasm erupting inside of me as Kyron's hot cum spits to the back of my throat, and Eli slows his thrusting as he pulses inside of me. I lap all of Kyron up as my body convulses around my cum down, only it doesn't. The orgasm was intense, but I could easily go again. I sucked the tip of Kyron before standing, swiping my lips with my thumb while sucking off the rest of his cum. Just as I'm about to swoop my coat up from the floor, Eli reaches forward from behind me, his finger running down my slit and dipping between my folds again. I bite down on my lip to stop from moaning, but when he withdraws, my eyes flare open. I'm about to shove him down to the floor to continue what he started, when he walks toward where Kyron is sitting and brings that same finger that he dipped inside of me to Kyron's still parted lips. Kyron and Eli both stare up at me, Eli with a smirk, and Kyron with a kind of determination as his tongue snakes out and slides over Eli's finger. My thighs clenched together. Holy fuck.
9. Kyron. My phone vibrates on my bedside table when I come back in after my shower the next day. After the show last night, I skipped the after party and hit the gym before going straight to bed. Usually I stay up and fuck around a bit, but after Lilith and Eli, I couldn't find the want or, more importantly, the need. I would otherwise assume that they both stuck around to party too, but it wasn't long after I hit the bed that I heard both their doors close. I swiped my phone to answer. Yeah.
So, hear me out.
Cartier says on the other end, and I sigh, falling back onto my bed while tightening the towel around my waist. I run my fingers through the damp strands of my hair, resting my elbow on my thigh. Lilith's lilac eyes flutter up at me, and I quickly change position. You've got 30 seconds.
So, Mom and Dad are forcing me to come to Midnight Mayhem, and I need you to tell them that I don't want to.
I fly up to my feet, squeezing my phone in my hand. What?
I know. They are sending me there to get me away from Zach.
I start making my way to the kitchen downstairs. No one is awake yet, unsurprising since I'm always the first to wake.
They don't want me with him anymore, Kai, and this is what they're doing to make sure that happens.
I open the fridge and take out a carton of milk. Cartier, the last shit I need is seeing you fuck someone on stage. Fucking anyone in general makes me do things. You remember what happened to the last guy who touched you, right? Do we want a redo of that?
Kai, that's not fair. This isn't my idea.
My eyes narrow at the small clock that's ticking on the kitchen counter. I know my sister better than I know anyone, and I know when she's lying. She sighs.
Look, I thought I'd give you a heads up because I'm about to call Perce to offer up what I can bring to Mayhem.
Your lineage? You can join without her permission. I swallow a chug of milk and swipe my mouth with the back of my hand. Someone enters behind me and I turn to face Keaton, who's rubbing sleep from his eyes. When he sees me on the phone, he nudges his head to ask who it is. I ignore him, scooping up the carton of milk and falling onto one of the dining chairs. You're a fucking headache. I don't want you here. Out of the corner of my eye, I see Keaton pause during his search for ingredients, blender in hand. I don't question that pause, because Cartier has been running circles around Keaton since she took her first breath in this world. He won't want her here as much as I don't.
It's not up to you, and anyway, it might be good for me.
I grunt in response, running my fingers through the strands of my hair. It's not even 6 a.m., and my little sister is stressing me right the fuck out.
Kai, I don't have to ride if you don't want me to. I have something else that I'm going to proposition to Perce.
Cartier, Riding a bike isn't the issue, and you damn well know it.
I won't take part in the final act. I'll strictly do my thing and then leave the rest for you.
I reach for an apple in the fruit bowl and sink my teeth into the flesh. After swallowing, I open my mouth. No final act. You stay in the RV with Rose and Keenan, and Cartier, you're going on a bike. She squeals so loud I have to pull my phone away from my ear. I bring it back, rolling my eyes.
Okay, you won't regret it.
I hang up my phone and toss it across the table, stretching my legs wide and resting my head on top of the chair. Keaton takes a seat opposite me. You didn't. I did. My throat constricts around the juice of the apple, eyes fixed on the ceiling. To get her away from that fucker Zach. I finally sit up properly, snatching his shake off him and taking a swig. I should have just killed him. Keaton shrugs. We still can. Can't, I murmur, just as Lilith walks down the stairs in a tight sports bra and little black booty shorts that ride over her swollen ass cheeks. Made a promise to Cartier that I wouldn't. Lilith has her silver hair in 2 French braids that tighten down the curve of her head as she flicks through something on her phone. Her eyes fly up to Keaton and me as she removes an earbud out of one side. Morning. Keaton nods up at her. You're up early. Her head turns toward the two of us, her face free of makeup. I really wish I could say that she's not as great as I remember her from the night before, or even the night I carried her out of that shithole after Sass killed her father. But nope. With no makeup on, it's as though you can see everything she tries to hide, and they're not blemishes. I tilt my head, knowing damn well I've been staring at her blatantly too long for it to pass as normal.
Want to come for a run?
Lilith asks me, wriggling her brows. Even without all that makeup on, there's one thing she can't hide, and that's the madness that dwells in her eyes. I think about saying yes because I plan to go for a run anyway, but find myself shaking my head. I'm good. She shrugs, her face giving nothing away before leaving through the front door. You know, I'm starting to catch the way you look at her. I don't pay him any attention, taking another bite of my apple just as Eli enters the kitchen. Keaton picks up his protein shake, leaning over so that only I can hear his next words. And him. I flip him off as he makes his way out of the bus. He's probably going to run with Lilith. Typical. Keaton is confusing to people who don't understand him or know him. Shit happened to him when he was a kid that shaped how he deals with people now. He doesn't open up easily, but for whatever reason, he likes Lilith. Probably because they're both fucking crazy. Or were bred from crazy. Eli sits opposite me with a coffee cup in his hands. He brings it to his mouth, his eyes on mine. Nope, fuck no. I'm not doing this with you either. I go to stand from my chair and make my way to the sitting room when his hand is on mine, pulling me backward. I tilt my head back, closing my eyes to count to fucking 10 because between him and Lilith, I'm fucked. It's as though they're both playing on the same team. He continues to stare up at me behind dark lashes and sleepy eyes. He has a lazy grin on his mouth, and I just know. I know he's going to say something that's going to have me either wanting to punch his mouth or fuck it. The broody, hard-to-get thing you have going on isn't working, just FYI. So when you're ready to swallow your pride, I can lube your throat with my cum so it goes down easier. And there it is. I shake my head and pull out of his grip. Smart-ass motherfucker. The crew are clearly on form tonight, since we're not scheduled to leave for Florida until tomorrow afternoon. Since it's a 17-hour-ish drive down, we all have our own plans to stop where we want since there's a week between every show, depending on where we're traveling to. This round, we're hitting all the coastline areas of the U.S. and, hopefully, Mexico. I can't fucking wait to get over that border. Something about Mexico just hits differently. Music spills between the open spaces of the buses. There's one big bonfire burning embers through the dark night as chatter and laughter litter the air. It usually gets loud after a show, but even more so the day after. We all have too much money and not enough fear. I keep my gaze on the fire when Lilith's laugh breaks through my foggy thoughts. I'm thankful for it. I'm done stressing about my fucking sister who, thankfully, isn't joining us for another 4 months. Mom and Dad flying her to finish her school year in France isn't smart. We all know she's just going to come home with a new French-speaking boyfriend, but it beats her shaking her ass around the place here. Cartier is the biggest contradiction you'll ever meet. I bring myself back to Lilith, where she and Sass are talking, though it looks like Sass is doing all the fucking talking. Lilith looks over to me as if she can sense me watching her, and I slowly bring my bottle to my mouth, taking my time swallowing the bitter beer. She's hot. I know that's why I find myself fascinated with her. Well, that, and she's fucking weird. It doesn't help. I've always been into the Harley Quinn type chicks. It gets my dick hard, wondering if it's going to wake up to her riding on it or cutting it off. King flops onto the chair beside me, sighing. Bruh, pregnancy hormones have P all the way fucked up. I clinked my bottle with his. Good luck with that shit. King follows my line of sight and stretches his legs out. You know she's fucked up, right? Perce said that it's real deep-rooted shit. When I don't take my eyes off her, King taps my foot with his. Bro, I'm talking she plays dollhouse with her own mind. She's smart as fuck. Can easily compartmentalize shit and act as if it never happened. She has no triggers, no fucking emotions, or anything that is remotely normal. He's talking, but I'm not listening, mainly because I don't buy it. The thicker the walls, the bigger the secrets. I just have no interest in being the one to tear them down. I go to take another drink when I realize it's empty. I toss the bottle into the bin beside King and reach around him to grab another. I pop off the lid. I need something stronger than this if you want to be talking about Lilith fucking patience. King chuckles, scratching the side of his cheek where stubble is coming through. Fair call. He leans forward. We're calling a meeting when we get to Florida, but basically our parents are wanting to gather us up to go over God knows what Perce said that Saskia has been saying that Patience isn't dead. It's merely sleeping. She killed Callisto. He's dead. He ran the operation. It's dead. No, King says, and I finally look up at him. You damn well know it's never that easy, especially for an organization as hard as Patience. What are you asking of me? I run my tongue over my bottom lip, turning to face him with raised brows. You asking me what I think you are? Actually, more than that. His eyes fly up and I follow to where Eli is standing talking with Keenan. Fucking Keenan. We need to get close to both of them. We are fucking close. I growl, my tone lowered so no one can hear. They're fucking living in my bus. I don't need to put my dick inside them to find out anything else. Kai. King glares up at me from behind his shoulder. You know damn well I need deeper than that big dick of yours can reach. I hiss, my lips curling to bare my teeth. I hate you.
10. Eli. My parents weren't like normal parents. By that, I mean they didn't have anything maternal or paternal about them. But it was fine. It worked for me, and honestly, I could have turned out worse. Like my brother Brantley's father, Lucan, who would lock little kids up for his own sick pleasure. Or even be the son of Hector Hayes, like my brother Bishop, and have to run an entire criminal organization that has been passed down to me from generation to generation. But among all of that, and no matter how hard our life got, we all knew we had each other. Forever. I bleed fucking gold. That's how the Kings are. But right now, as we set off on the road to fucking Florida, all I can think about is the drama happening back home. I know I'm going to have to go back eventually to see how everything is unfolding, but I also know that if I'm needed, Bishop will call. Lilith is lying on the sofa beside me, earbuds in her ears. She's wearing an oversized ripped shirt and thick woolen socks. The fact she doesn't go a day without wearing makeup isn't lost on me, even when we're not going anywhere in particular. I stand from my chair and pick up her slim legs, falling onto the sofa on the other end of her and placing her feet on my lap. She doesn't hesitate, but doesn't move out of whatever she's doing on her phone. Lilith is the kind of chaos you find yourself needing, because she makes you feel like you're not alone with your madness. I tilt my head back and turn to face her, just as her eyes open onto me and a smile is on her pouty lips. I squeeze her leg as she removes one earbud and hands it to me. "Do you like corn?" "Do I like corn?" I mimic, bringing my hand to my bare chest. "That's like asking me if I like ice cream." "You like ice cream?" Little lines etch into the soft skin of her forehead. "You don't?" I gasp, shuffling to the side to turn toward her farther. She shakes her head slowly, her long hair trailing over her shoulder. "No. Here." I take the earbud from her and push it into my lobe. I rest my eyes for a few songs before taking it out and handing it back to her. "You've got good taste." Lilith smiles, and in that moment, I would pretty much give my left nut just to see it again. Music has always been home to me. What was wrong with your real home? I realize I don't know shit about her, and I also know that no one here is going to tell me shit about her either, so may as well ask. Her fingers twist over her stomach before she takes out the other earbud and places them both on a small table. "Nothing at all. It was fine." When her eyes swing back to mine, she has that same sarcastic smirk on her face, almost as good as mine. I don't believe a word she just said. "What about you?" she asks. "Isn't this the part where I ask you how your childhood was?" She pushes up from her position, her hands sinking into the sofa and her hair messy around her head. "Were you hugged enough as a child?" Shaking my head with a soft chuckle, I reach forward and catch her lip between my finger and thumb. Such a smart little mouth. She peers up at me, batting the long lashes that fan out over her high cheekbones. "Whatever will you do with it?" She slides her tongue beneath my thumb, and just like that, she fucking owns me.
11. Lilith. I have Eli's thumb in my mouth with no intention of letting it go. But when Keaton drops down onto one of the lazy boys in the lounge, Eli releases his thumb with a soft growl escaping his chest. "Who's driving?" I ask Keaton as he runs his fingers through his hair before resting his palms on his abs. Keaton is covered in tattoos, not 1 inch of him clean. He even has writing on the side of his head. Not that I know what it says. "Colin, one of our drivers." "You guys don't drive?" Eli asks, his hands still resting on my legs. I don't usually enjoy anyone touching me, much less a male. But I've found when it comes to him and Kyron, my body doesn't seem to mind. "Nah. He tires us out." He leans forward and slides open a drawer that's beneath the coffee table, pulling out a deck of cards. He looks over the back of the sofa and grins. "Let's play a game." Lilith. Costa, my father, purred in my ear as I lay stretched out wide over cool metal. A dampness between my thighs that was too unnatural to feel normal. Training days. In this room, I would do anything, be anything, because I knew that's what he wanted. "Stretch your knees wider." I do, widening them farther. The white sterile walls stank with the stench of bleach, but it was the underlying scent of metallic that made me twist and turn. "There once was a house that he built," she started whispering beside me. My fingers connected with hers, and I squeezed gently. "The foundation was cheap, the walls crumbled to his feet." Skin slapping together sounded through the air, and the salty smell of sweat and bodily fluid whiffed through my nostrils, powerful enough to override the bleach. But it doesn't matter because she was there. She sang off the same rhyme during every training session. I never asked why. Keaton deals the cards out onto the table as Eli slides a rolled cigarette between his lips and lights the end, puffing small hits off the joint before passing it to me. I suck in the sweet, burning herb and hold it in for a second before exhaling while passing it to Keaton. The game is called, Chiron begins, but he's rudely interrupted. We're not doing this. Chiron bypasses all of us and saunters into the kitchen. Keaton's mouth curls up at the edges, his fingers shuffling through the cards. Gin. I relax into the sofa as the THC continues to fill all the tension that I didn't know was coiled deep in the tissue of my muscles. I don't know how to play that, I confess, shaking my head when Eli offers me another hit. My eyes are already half moon, and I doubt I'll stay up long enough to learn how to play the game if I take another. Weed is my poison of choice, but I've always used it for sleeping purposes. I tense when I see Chiron re-enter out of the corner of my eye, taking a seat on the sofa opposite us, while resting a glass of what looks like water but I bet it's vodka on top of his thigh. Question, Keaton interrupts as I stretch my arm over my head, bringing my eyes to his. For me? He begins dealing out the cards, but his attention hasn't moved from me. Why just men? I reach aimlessly for the cards on the table, swinging my legs off Eli to sit upright. The deck is black, with their four brothers of Kisnich star over the top. What makes you think women were there? I pretend to look through my hand even though I still don't know how to play this game. We know there have been. Your shows weren't much different to ours, you know, aside from your disappearing acts and the fact the sole purpose of patients was to traffic drugs, women, weapons, children, and organs. I run my tongue over my lips, unsure how to answer him. Do I give honesty and shut him up? Or should I play with him and feed him a lie? A well-dished lie keeps them hungry. I cross my legs at my knees and rest back against the sofa, hiding my mouth behind my cards but keeping my eyes purely on his. I don't think anyone is ready for me to answer that question, soldier, so I lean forward with a smile. Who's going to teach me how to play this game? Distraction and truth. The two ingredients to an answer you don't want to say. Eli leans into me. Have you ever played a card game? I shake my head. No. Then she shouldn't play this one. Chiron finally speaks, and the depth of his tone rolls through my body. He watches me carefully, unmoving. Lilith will sit this out. There's an awkward silence that spills among all four of us, but I shrug, tossing my cards onto the table. I'm happy to watch anyway. After 5 minutes of them playing whatever their little game is, my mouth starts to feel like I've sucked on cotton balls for an hour straight, and there's an emptiness in my gut that I need to fill. I smoked a little too much. Shuffling up from the sofa, I straggle myself into the kitchen with a mission. I find the pantry easy, thank God. Among it being fully stocked, I grab a bag of hot Cheetos. I need something cold in my mouth, not water, not yet, at least. Something creamy. Aha! Snatching a tub of Greek yogurt from the well-organized shelf, I carry both items to the kitchen counter while popping off the lid to the yogurt. You're not going to question why I told Keaton that you're not allowed to play? Chiron asks, from where the lounge and kitchen meet. It's not big enough for the others to not hear us, but it's far enough away for it to feel intimate. I bat my lashes at him while sucking yogurt off my middle finger. No. Chiron is dangerous. Being around him is like expecting a walk alongside a beautiful beach with a setting sun in the background, only to find out those aren't shells in the sand. They're mines, and that setting sun is more like the raining blood of his victims. I've noticed his wardrobe is vastly different to Eli's, mainly consisting of designer jeans, simple shirts, hoodies, and biker boots. Simple, yet achingly roguish. There's an archaic arrogance that clings to him that can never be replicated. and it's beginning to taste a lot like my next big mistake. I dip a single Cheeto into the yogurt. Why, should I? He does nothing to hide the way his eyes bounce back and forth between my mouth, the Cheetos packet, and then to the yogurt. That's disgusting, just saying. Also, Keaton is going to be pissed if there are crumbs in his yogurt. I scoop another, biting loudly before swiping the corner of my lips with my thumb. Have you tried it? Kyron glares at me with a flat expression before sipping on his vodka. No, and I'm not interested. I push up from my chair, wanting more of the heat that's caressing itself against my exposed flesh anytime he's near. The closer I get, it's like the effects of the marijuana become stronger. It's not until I'm toe-to-toe with him that I realize how bold I'm feeling. Bold enough to shoot the butterflies that always take flight in my gut whenever he's around. I reach up, and he tenses. I pause for a second, wondering whether I should continue. Not long ago, I didn't like people touching me. I should respect that flinch and take it for what it is. I choose to ignore him since he interrupted my snack fest and hasn't pulled away. As soon as my palm is against his chest, all of that warmth I crave turns into a burning inferno of flames that is spreading rampantly through my veins. You're so pretty. You're high, he murmurs. But his brows tug into the center of his forehead and his lip twitches up half playfully. I sigh, running the tip of my finger down the center of his chest. And I watch the exact moment he throws up whatever defense he accidentally allowed me to peep through. His pupils dilate and his shoulders lock straight. You think because you sucked my dick that I want you? I roll my lips between my teeth to stifle a laugh. Men are so amusing to me. Oh, you think that bothers me? I lean up on my tippy toes until my lips skim his. I've been told worse. Kyron pushes off the wall and backs me up against the kitchen counter, tumbling one of the bar stools over in his journey. Placing his glass beside me, his hand comes to my chin, squeezing tight enough to be a warning. Why are you here, Lilith? What do you want with Kisnich? I tilt my head to look up at him since he's so tall. With a jawline that could have only been carved by witchcraft and cheekbones kissed by the devil, he has to be an alchemy of destruction to use as a weapon against us mere mortals. I press against the counter and jump up to sit on it while sliding my legs around his waist. He doesn't remove them, and I couldn't care less if he did. Why do I get the feeling that if I told you the truth, you wouldn't believe me? His opaque eyes narrow, heavy lashes fanning over his skin. He edges closer until his nose tip touches mine. I don't like you much. I'm not offended. I heard you don't like anyone. He growls softly, as if deep in thought. His attention continues to shuffle between my mouth and my eyes, and then to the edges of my face. You're fading. What? I ask, though it leaves my mouth a whisper. I can't tell if my mouth is open or closed. I go to say something else when my heavy lids close and everything turns black. It was like a first draft of every poem I ever read as a child. Only this room wasn't comforting in the same way Charlotte Smith was with her circa 1800 art. Lilith, play nice. Lilith, talk to me. Lilith, you know what your father is doing is for your own good. I didn't understand why she had to call me into her office to say this, as if she cared. All of the conversations I had with her could have easily been said from my bedroom. She'd become increasingly aggressive with her presence lately. She reached over my shoulder to a bookshelf, the same one as always. She pushed the button and began her session. How was your day today, Lilith? Did anything happen today? She crossed her leg on top of her knee, a pen dangling between her two fingers. She was beautiful. Everyone knew that. But yet, She never left this office. Can I ask a question for once, since you always do? That seemed to startle her, but she placed her pen down on the notepad and nodded. Okay, Lilith. Sure. What would you like to ask me? I was used to the way she slowed down sentences around me, as if I didn't understand. I did. I understood a lot. The only reason I never corrected anyone was because it amused me to see how they thought they're interpreting me. Why do you never leave your office? People bring you food, you sleep right in there. I pointed to the small room adjacent to the office. You have a bathroom and a kitchenette. Why? I watched as she played with her long brunette hair. Her skin was smooth, flawless, and without giving a single clue as to her age. Because I like it here. Her smile was tense but brief. Moving along. Her eyes came to mine. Where are you from? I asked another question. Because you don't look like Patience. She sighed, uncrossing her legs and planting them both onto the ground. Lilith, I don't want to talk about me. I want to talk about you. Are you ready now? I nodded. I had been seeing her since I was old enough to remember, but yet I was the only one who saw her. I wake up in a flurry. My LED alarm clock, which sits on my bedside table, flashes the time. The lights around the bus are definitely something I need to work better at getting used to. I'd much rather sleep in darkness. It's where my thoughts reside. It's 3 a.m., witching hour. At least I didn't wake up the house this time by screaming my lungs out. I lean over my bed and reach for my phone, seeing one new message. No one knows my number, I don't think. Unknown. It's me. I pause over the words, my mouth turning dry. My fingers fly over the keyboard. Me. That could be anyone. Unknown. You know it's not. I squeeze my phone in my hand and swing my legs over the bed. I know who this is. But I didn't expect to hear from them so soon. Making my way to the small window, I moved the curtain out of the way to see out onto the road. Trees whip past. We are still driving, which means we haven't hit our first stop yet. Another text comes through. Unknown. Don't forget. I hold my breath before hitting send. Me. Never. I delete the text thread and save the number under something I know people won't suspect if anyone picks up my phone. I move through my morning motions of brushing my teeth and scrubbing my face before tiptoeing to the door and slowly pulling it open. My throat swells when I find myself looking between Kyron's and Eli's doors. I can't believe I fainted. How many times have I done drugs and I faint? I need to ask Keaton what his shit was laced with. Without knocking and buried in the thoughts of Kyron putting me to bed the night before, I tap open the door and pause when I see Kyron awake with his hand curled around his dick. He makes no sudden movements as he slowly drags his lazy eyes up to me, while continuing to leisurely pump the thickness of his length, running his thumb over the head. What, Lilith? He's shirtless, which means his tight muscles are all on display. My mouth waters when I catch his sweats that are tugged partially down. He tilts his head back while biting down on his bottom lip, hissing between his teeth as the veins in his neck swell against his skin. Oh, God. I can come back, I say, hitching my thumb over my shoulder. What the fuck is wrong with me? My words feel jumbled in my mouth as my heart thrashes against my ribcage. If you leave, I'll drag you back by your hair. He straightens until he's looking directly at me again. His cheeks are flushed. I can only make out some of his features by the soft lighting strips of the LED. He has black lights in his room, which display more as purple. Come here. I do as I'm told, entering farther into his room until my shins hit the foot of his bed. 4 mahogany posts hold up the super king bed with a headboard punched in leather. A gas fireplace is built into the wall above his bed, and when I look up, I catch myself looking at a mirrored version of both of us. His room is a lot bigger than the one I'm in. I'm almost certain it's the master. The room decor's relevance is about as minuscule as dust right now, since Chiron is spread in front of me, fucking himself, and all I can think of is, I want in. Dizzy from Missio is playing somewhere tucked away, and the lights flicker on and off to the slow carnal beat. Sweat gathers down the crux of his chest, and my thighs clench when I notice his hasty breathing thickening with every rise and fall. I don't say a word, afraid to fill the atmosphere with monotonous chatter. My fingers cloak one of the posts of his bed, and I pull myself up onto the mattress. Fuck. His tone is so low and penetrating, but the simple cuss slaps me across the face. Hooking my fingers into my shirt, I toss it onto the floor and begin turning to put him on a backward show. But his hands latch around my ankles. He tugs me down onto the bed and crawls on top, caging me in with one arm. I've heard so much about your madness. He lowers his mouth to the side of my neck and bites down on my skin while lifting my leg to rest against his hip. Want to let me play with it a little? My nipples harden and my breath catches in my throat. Fine, but ride her hard and put her away wet. I tease the old saying, my Cheshire cat smirk far too valiant for the current position I'm in, or not, since I already know I can have sex for hours. I'm trained for it. I hide my smugness inside. Before I realize one thing, I was trained for sex with men who had zero effect on me. Zilch. Shit. You game for war? Winner gets what? He circles his hips into mine. Hot flashes bite over my flesh when I find myself digging my nails into the curve of his shoulders. Use your words, Lilith. Winner gets what? Don't be a little bitch, Lilith. You can eat him for breakfast. Just don't look into his eyes or breathe in his poison. I haven't thought that far ahead. Can we just see who wins first? Chiron's cocky grin rests against my neck, his hand moving over my ribs and up to cup my breast. He flicks one of my piercings. These are sexy as fuck. He moves down and catches the metal between his teeth. But it's not the piercing I want to play with right now. He continues moving down my body until his head is between my thighs. The piercing that is to help with all. Nipples and genitals are the only piercings allowed. I fist his wild hair between my fingers, forcing his head up so I can look directly into his eyes. Despite the fact I literally just begged myself not to do that. You're playing dirty. You'll make me come quick doing that. He holds my stare while his tongue drags out between his lips and skims over the swollen nub between my thighs. Me and the word clean don't go together. Something you're about to find out. His lips cover my clit and I hiss, my head tilting back until my hair splays out over my back. He slides his tongue up my slit, while his other hand comes to my breast. He squeezes my nipple roughly, while his tongue curls and slides over every sensitive area on my body. My stomach muscles clench, my thighs tightening around his head when my orgasm tears through my bones, settling in my muscles. He moves up my body, grabbing my wrists and pulling them over my head. Holding me by my thigh while keeping my arms restrained, he tugs my leg over his hip and sinks inside of me slowly. I reach behind his neck to get a firm grip when his hips buck into mine, hitting something deep inside me that has been touched but never fucked. Explosions fire off inside of me as stars burn behind my eyes. When I lean up to kiss him, he hesitates, his eyes locking on mine as he inches forward and sucks my lip into his mouth between his teeth. Not exactly a kiss, but I'm so high on what he's feeding me that I'm willing to keep taking it until it kills me like a gluttonous bitch. Sweat slaps between our bodies when he draws out, flipping me onto my stomach. Chiron, I groan, biting down on my lower lip to stifle the display of my pleasure. I need you. Need me or want me, he teases while running the palm of his hand over the curve of my back before landing on top of my ass. Does it matter which? I demand breathlessly. He slaps my ass so hard I let out a small scream, more out of shock than pain. That's what I keep telling myself anyway. Bend over for me. I know you're confident with this little body. Give me a show. I'm well aware that he hasn't released yet. And at the back of my mind, I wonder if I have maybe bitten off more than I can chew. But when I prop up onto my elbows until they're sinking into the clean sheets on his bed, that scent of his custom smell that's left behind, I know I haven't. Devilish by Chase Atlantic is playing through his speakers as I bend over, flipping my hair over my shoulder and looking back at Kyron from behind. I know in this very moment that the way he's looking at me right now will be burned into my skull until the day I die. His eyes are like heat seekers attached to torpedoes, and they have a direct line for me. He's staring at me like he's been hunting in starvation all of this life, and I'm the main feast. I reach behind myself and slide my finger between my wet folds, circling the entrance of my pussy before raising it to my mouth and sucking my orgasm off. He stands from the bed and picks me up from the backs of my thighs as though I weigh nothing, stepping me backward until I'm slamming against the wall so hard, the art picture that was hanging crashes to the ground. Wicked Games is playing now from the weekend, and I swear it's louder. Kyron dips his head and sucks my nipple into his mouth, leaving one hand beneath my ass, while the other holds me from my back. He slowly directs himself beneath me, and I swallow him whole, clenching around his thickness. He bites on my nipple before coming back up to my face, holding me by my throat as he pounds into me, relentless enough to leave bruising on my back. My legs tighten around his waist when another orgasm zaps through my muscles, leaving an earthquake rattling deep inside the marrow of my bones long since it'll depart. I'm still moaning his name when he pulls out of me. Knees, he growls, and I fall to my knees in front of him as he slowly pumps himself in his fist. Running my tongue over one of his balls, I suck it into my mouth, flicking around the curves of his smooth skin. Fuck. He fists my hair and directs me over the tip of his cock. As I twist my tongue with the metal of his piercing, his breathing quickens as the thrusting becomes more aggressive. He groans lazily before pushing me away, squirting hot liquid over my breasts. I run my fingers through his cum as I stand to my feet, reaching for his pack of smokes that are on the bedside table. I take one out and place it between my lips, my eyes still on him. I light the end and inhale, blowing out gently. I bring that same finger I ran through his cum and put it into my mouth, sucking him off. He nudges his head up and down my body. You do realize you're not leaving this room for the rest of the trip. I smile around my smoke, taking that as a cue that I can touch him whenever I want. At least for the remainder of this trip. I like touching him. A distance resides behind his eyes that no one can discover, and that only adds to his intrigue. I straddle his lap, bringing the end of the cigarette to his mouth while watching as his lips wrap around the orange, and his cheeks sink in when he inhales. He blows a smoke ring into my face, only the ring spreads as it gets closer. I don't mean to sound so fucking cliché, he murmurs around the trunk, his eyes squinting through the gray smoke. But I don't do the whole kissing thing. I cock my head. What makes you think I do? His arm wraps around my back, raising his lips up to kiss my collarbone, before chuckling deeply and leaning over to put the smoke out in his glass of vodka. He grips me from behind my thighs and falls onto his back, burying his face in the curve of my neck. Fuck me. I turn my head to the side so he can get more access as he directs me over himself. I whimper, falling onto his chest while twirling my tongue up his chest and toward his neck. nibbling at his skin while rolling my hips over his hard shaft. Dragging his tongue over from the center of my chest, he leaves a trail of soft groans until he bites on the bone of my jaw. I tighten around him as I take hold of that sinister climb, wanting, needing to feel him release inside of me. We haven't had the contraception talk, but I know I'm on the pill and have been ever since I got my period. He leans forward and sucks my nipple into his mouth, looping and snaking his tongue over my piercing. Everything releases, including my control, when I crash around him. My thighs shake, my lips quivering as he follows closely behind, pulsing inside of me and holding my ass down to suck in every single drop. We take a few breaths, me lying on top of him, with his arm locked around my waist, when my eyes start to feel heavy and lazy. I won't sleep because I know that would be me losing. But all that weed has affected my muscles. And after all the sex that I have never had before, I can't seem to find the will to stay awake. He reaches for the sheets with one hand while the other stays around me. You know, I murmur sleepily, I might need to surrender. Kyron chuckles softly, his chest jolting beneath my cheek. Yeah? You don't say. I thought I could keep you up. You know, with everything they made me do at Patience. His body noticeably stills. I continue pushing through my yawn. But I've never had an orgasm during sex. So I think I should be given some leeway. Sleep. He doesn't even finish the word before my body turns limp. I wake the next morning with Kyron's heavy arm clinging to my side, slick with sweat. I remember everything about what happened early this morning, but why? Why him? Why did it feel different to have sex with Kyron and to kiss Eli? I shuffle to turn around and face him when his arm, locking around my waist, halts all movement. Stop moving unless you're gonna move onto my dick. I reach backward to find him already hard and pressing against my ass. He groans, sinking his teeth into the nape of my neck. You fucked up now. There's a bang on the door, and then I hear Saskia yell on the other side, Kyron, leave Lilith alone. I need girl time, she whines, and I stifle a laugh. Kyron throws a pillow at the door. Come back in a week. Sass bangs the door again, and I tap his arm. Looks like you're gonna have to let me out after all. Kyron releases his grip and flings his arm over his eyes, but I catch the smirk teasing his mouth. Hot wires cold deep in my belly, but I ignore it, reaching for my pajamas. My torn pajamas. I walk to his dresser and open the top drawer, finding a casual cotton t-shirt and throwing it over my head. When I turn around to face him, his eyes are on my legs, crawling up my body. Get out, now. Before I fuck you until you can't perform, he growls, squeezing his dick. Now, Lilith, fuck. I still don't listen, sizing up whether I should just crawl back into bed with him. He looks too sexy for this time of the morning, with perfect bedhead, sleepy, lazy eyes, and a flush over his cheeks that only makes him look tanned. He jumps from the bed to chase me, and I scream, bolting for the door and swinging it open while crashing into Sass's chest. I reach backward for the handle and close the door behind myself. Yeah, you better fucking run, Kyron calls out through the other side. I smile at Sass. Sorry. She makes her way downstairs, rolling her eyes. I figured it would have been a little longer than 3 days, but okay. I follow her down, piling my sex hair on top of my head. I smell like Kyron. His cum would probably be dried on my tits if it hadn't been for all the sex we had after that, with our sweat rubbing it off. You smell like sex, Saskia says, pulling out one of the bar stools that is tucked beneath the kitchen island. You're making me horny. I take out a bottle of juice from the stainless steel fridge, pouring it into a tall glass. Saskia was different when she was impatient, but I always liked her. I find comfort in anyone who can be themselves around me because it's not an easy thing to do. People generalize me as soon as they meet me, and I'm okay with that. Saskia was always different. She saw the past trauma and looked at me for who I was, a girl with a heavy shadow that seems to hover over everything she touches. "Where's Killian?" I ask, swirling the OJ inside my mouth. Sass waves me off. "He's training." I'm bored. Her eyes find mine sparkling with mischief. "We have one night before we go back on the road. What should we do?" I shrug, emptying the contents of my glass into the sink before turning to face her. "What do you want to do?" Saskia and I have the kind of energy you don't want both of at the same time. She's almost like a charging station. "Well, it's only our bus and yours that have stopped here for the night. Purse and King have carried on to Florida since she needs to be there before anyone else. But I say we pay a visit to..." She flashes the screen of her phone. "The competition." "The competition?" I ask, focusing on the image that's on her phone. It looks like a club with black doors and gold handles. That looks like a club, not a tent. She rolls her eyes and flicks through the images on her phone. Okay, so they're not really our competition, but I still want to go check them out. I overheard Kill and King talking about them too. I lean forward and take her phone from her, studying their webpage. The Connoisseur of the Dark. R18 Adult Performances. All mobile phones to be resigned to the front desk. I hand her phone back. "What, with Killian?" "Of course," she exclaims, her face animated as she ties her brown hair up into a top knot. "We can all go. We have drivers. It's not like we need to sleep." She has a point. I don't want to appear as though I have an interest in going, despite Sass's excitement. "Where are we going?" Eli asks, as he strolls into the kitchen while scratching the back of his neck. His eyes swoop to me instantly, and the corner of his lip curls up in a smirk. "Bit tired this morning since someone or someone's kept me up late last night." "What, all three of you?" Saskia asks nonchalantly, refusing to bother looking up from her phone. "No." Eli's shoulders shake with laughter as he reaches for the coffee pot. "Okay, I've got us all tickets." Saskia does a dance in her chair. Her eyes fall up and down my body. "We need to figure out what we're wearing." "To what?" Kyron enters the kitchen, sweaty and out of breath, as if he'd just finished a sprint. I try to ignore how fluidly he moves around the room while consistently stealing every inch of oxygen we have, and try really hard to not focus on the bulge augmenting through his gray sweats. But it's hard when you know he was all yours to play with just the night before. Sass has booked us all tickets to the Connoisseur of the Dark. I've been. It's not that great. Eli slips a trunk of a smoke out from behind his ear and places it between his teeth. "Oh, I sense history," Saskia teases, and I watch as Kyron shifts to the dining table with a bottle of water. He finds me almost instantly, and I swear his eyes darken or dilate, whichever one makes more sense. "Something like that," Eli murmurs, sipping his coffee. Saskia bounces off her chair and points to all of us. "Well, I don't care. We're all going." I shrug. I'm in. "You gonna wash my cum off your tits before we leave?" Kyron asks from behind me. I turn slowly to face him, leaning against the entryway. "Maybe. I'd rather you didn't." He covers his smirk behind his water bottle. "Why am I walking in to talk about cum?" Keaton rubs the sleep from his eyes. I take this cue to leave and make my way back to my bedroom, closing the door behind myself. I consider not washing him off and dressing in whatever it is I'm going to wear. But the thought of my tits feeling sticky doesn't appeal to me. I'd rather be comfortable than smell like man juice, no matter how hot Kyron is. I change into a pair of yoga shorts and a sports bra, shoving on my shoes and making my way back out the door. I'm almost out the front when Eli's hand stops me while I'm putting my second AirPod into my ear. He's dressed in sweatshorts and has runners already tied on his feet. "I'll come," he says, gesturing to my ears. I pull them out and place them on the counter. "I need to fucking run since I hate small places." I chuckle as we make our way out the front. Comfortable silence falling around us as my feet hit the ground outside. There's a thick forest behind us with a dirt trail leading through. Eli points to the mouth of the entry. "After you. And by the way, if a king ever tells you to run through a forest, you usually would sprint the opposite way." We pick up to a comfortable jog, pelting over the bladed grass and heading toward the clearing where the track begins. I've heard a couple of people refer to you as a king, though I don't completely know what that means. My arms sway as my feet hammer against the soil. The track looks flat but rough, with falling tree branches and scattered leaves. I don't think people run it often, and I really hope I don't get kidnapped or eaten alive in here. Hopefully Chiron's cum works as a deterrent, though I'm guessing that wouldn't be the case, since even I didn't want to wash him off me. That's a long story that isn't important right now, but if you ever want to learn about them, I'll tell you one day." Our breathing puffs in sync as we continue through the forest, jumping over logs and dodging holes. "What about you, He nudges me with his arm, and I find myself smiling, a genuine smile. Not one that is forced to make me look crazier than I am. Usually my smile is carved by a machete, not by something so human like happiness. My laughter carries through the forest as I swipe my forehead with the back of my hand. "Well, I was raised very different than you and even Chiron. I never left our area and would watch people come in and out, in and out." He goes quiet, and I hate it. I don't want him to be just like everyone else by offering me pity, like I'm a sacrificial little lamb who needs saving. I'm more predator than prey, but it's all I've found since joining Midnight Mayhem. I've noticed how people all look at me like I'm a tormented child whose trauma response is to kill people. When the next words leave his lips, I relax. "Well, fuck. I hope you at least had a bedroom there and weren't on the road like these assholes." I laugh again, for the second time in a space of 4 minutes. It's a record. I feel my grip around my emblematic machete slowly loosen. "One day we can swap stories." "Yeah," Eli says breathlessly. "But not right now, because if you keep talking to me, I might die." We remain quiet for the rest of the run until we're back at the RV. We both stop, leaning over our legs to catch our breath. "I'm just saying I hate exercise." "You don't run like it." I shrug, stretching my arms out. "Because I fuck a lot." He bursts out laughing, flashing all his straight teeth. Eli is very pretty. With soft skin and features crafted for a model, he truly is the epitome of a pretty boy. But it's his laugh and his soul that I find myself wanting to stay near. He's like a hot flame in the middle of a snowstorm. I need him to keep me warm. The thing about fire, though, is it turns wood to ash. And pretty soon, all of the walls I built all those years ago will be nothing but dusted memories. I have to be careful with Eli, because he's the only one who makes me feel that way. Chiron, on the other hand, would just burn all my shit to the ground and probably use my ash to lace his weed. Eli hooks his arm around the back of my neck and pulls me close until his lips graze my head. See what I mean? Warmth. "You know, I think you're going to make my trip so much better than I thought." I tap him with my hip. "Maybe. Or maybe I'll kick whoever's ass it was who hurt you tonight." His face pales and a flash of something passes over it. I decide to not ask him what it was about. I wish more people extended that same courtesy to me around here. The rest of the day moves fast. After washing up and eating, it's already midday, and since Saskia booked us a table for dinner and drinks beforehand, I should probably start getting ready now. I move through my room and shuffle through my makeup bag, finding the look I want to go with tonight. I'm applying the base of my foundation when my phone dings, and I open up a text from them. Tick-tock. I leave it and continue with my makeup, the monster of all distractions, the one activity that truly took me out of my own head growing up. Playing with different styles of makeup. Being who I wanted to be on stage, it's what kept me alive. I dress in a quicker time, choosing a skimpy two-piece outfit. The skirt is a maxi style that's tight and has 2 slits running all the way up both thighs, stopping near my hip bones, and the top is cropped, which crosses over my ribs and then ties up to a strapless-style halter that only just covers the swell of my cleavage. I match it with pointed heel ankle boots that resemble a kind of New Age witch aesthetic, and for the 100th time since I've been here, I thank the gods that Saskia helped fill my wardrobe. I swipe the wand of my lipstick over my lips one last time, a black-tinted burgundy, before making my way back downstairs. As soon as my feet hit the bottom of the stairs over the deep base of corpse, Saskia jumps down from the bar stool to greet me, but only after Killian swipes her skirt back down over her ass. She whacks his hand away, catcalling while taking me in head to toe. "God damn! You look like your reputation!" I wiggle my brows and take the shot glass off her, shooting it down. It's not until I hiss through the fire burning down my throat and simmering in my belly that I realize I either need to do that a lot more or never again. Because it was as bad as I thought it would be. I can't wait to see what Eli is hiding at this club. I wink to where he's staring at me with his mouth agape. Eli is piercingly animated. All of what is going through his head usually passes over his face. All but whatever he's thinking right in this moment. But before I can think deeper into it, I'm ping-ponged back to the present, when a wave of heat licks over my spine from behind. I turn to look over my shoulder, and when I spot what he's wearing, my mouth curves all on its own because damn. Dark jeans, heavy boots with the laces loose, and a clean white shirt with an LV logo stitched at the front. His hair is hardly styled, but his cheeks look flushed and his eyes are an extra shade darker tonight. Images flash of him coming undone inside of me last night. Fuck, Lilith. My mouth waters and my thighs clench together. Before I can pull my knotted stomach apart and calm down, he slaps his palm over my ass cheek before making his way to where Killian, Eli, and Keaton are talking. He fucked me for 8 hours straight. But now I'm wondering if he took something else from me last night. Like my will to stay away from him. I gave him 12 orgasms, and all he did was suck it off my inner thigh like it was his own personal poison. "I fear you may need another shot," Saskia chuckles, hooking her arm with mine as we make our way back into the kitchen. I lean against the counter beside Eli, who's talking about some drama he's facing with one of the hotels he owns in New York, when I lean over to rest my elbows on the counter. "I'm bored." The words leave my lips before I realize what I've said. They all stop talking, except Sass, of course, who is pouring more shots. I take 2, shoot them back, and slide the empty glasses toward her. "Guess we're going with the latter as far as the shots are concerned." "All right, let's go," Sass says, tilting her head back and snuggling beneath Killian's arm. We all follow them out to a city limo that's idling near the park we're staying at, sliding in one at a time. Kyron's phone pings in his pocket just as we're pulling out onto the road. His brows tug into the middle of his forehead before he taps at Killian, who is beside him, and shows him whatever is on his screen. "How far is it to town?" I ask, adjusting my boobs in my shirt. Eli leans over and flicks the hem. "You know, this is sexy as fuck." "You like?" I smirk, crossing my leg over the other. He closes some of the distance between us, until I can almost taste his breath on the tip of my tongue. Just when I think he's going to say something, he arches into the crook of my neck and nuzzles on my skin. You're a fucking drug, Lilith Patience. I am, I whisper, pressing farther into him, seeking that warmth. He pulls back slightly and leans just enough for our noses to touch. Are you going to kiss me? The corner of his mouth tips upward, flashing teeth that any dentist would be proud of. Heard someone didn't. So I guess it'd be a shame not to? I tilt forward and flick my tongue over his lips teasingly. But when I giggle and start to pull back, he catches my tongue between his teeth, his fingers flexing around the curve of my jaw to keep me in place. My fingers and toes tingle as electricity forces itself to the pit of my belly when he deepens the kiss. Releasing me gently, his mouth tips in a half smile as he watches my lips. Damn. He's missing out. This is nothing like Midnight Mayhem. For one, it's a club, not a circus. And two, it's clean. And I don't mean the tidiness. Everything seems prim and sterile. The kind of clean that makes my skin crawl, needing to be rubbed dirty. There's slow, sensual music playing, but to my ears, it feels more like nails being dragged down a chalkboard. A bar is set up at the back of the room, with alcohol of all caliber placed expertly on metal shelves. The design is somewhat industrial, and although I know they're trying to appear classy, it's more ostentatious, as if they're trying too hard. The pretentious suits scattered through the area make it obvious that the audience is mainly for men. It only lowers my rating for it further. I turn to face Saskia. This isn't really my vibe. She takes my hand in hers as Killian directs the boys to a private booth toward the back of the room. Once he's far enough ahead not to hear, she leans into my ear as we follow. You could probably have them both. I turn to face her with an arched brow. What makes you think I want both? I don't need to ask her who she's talking about. It's beginning to feel like common knowledge, since they're both not making any effort to hide what they want. Her eyes roll to the back of her head. Girl, I'm not blind. I zigzag my attention back and forward between Eli and Kyron. Can I from Drake starts playing, and the deeper the song goes, the more I find it a struggle to inhale any fresh air. Kyron's eyes fall down to my toes before coming back up to my head. I curl my lips between my teeth and find Eli, who is smirking at me from behind his glass. I know what Saskia means by having both of them, but I can barely handle one of them, let alone two. It's beside the point. Kyron doesn't come off as someone who would share. He carries the ambiance of a lion, and I have no doubt at all that he'd have absolutely no issue with tearing into the flesh of anyone that touches what belongs to him. I take the spot beside Kyron, with Eli on the other side. Saskia slides over my drink, clinking our glasses together enough so that they don't tip over the rim. She winks at me, shooting her whiskey back in one go. I decide to sip on it, since it has something that looks painfully similar to cream floating on the top. The lights dim as the song continues to play. A girl appears on stage wearing nothing but black lace lingerie. The showy part of the club is an obvious similarity to Midnight Mayhem, but Saskia was reaching far, very far. You couldn't even put both of them in the same category. The girl has long dark hair, a little heart-shaped face, and legs that could wrap around you twice. She dances to the song unrestrained, as if her body is telling the story that the lyrics aren't saying. I watch her carefully. Every now and then she smiles out to the crowd, but it's forced. She hates it here. She's good at pretending. I find my fingers around my whiskey, and the liquid goes down a lot smoother than the shots. Before I can stop myself, I've finished the whole glass, and Sass has replaced it with a new one. Eli's phone lights up in his hand, momentarily distracting me. His attention flicks up behind me, his face turning stoic. It's an unusual look for him. The song dies out, and the lights flicker a shade brighter, but not enough to pull people out of the euphoria. Are you going to introduce me to your friends, Eli? I turn slightly to see who owns the voice. When he moves to the other side of the table, taking the spot right beside Eli. When Eli doesn't say anything, the man leans over and gives his hand to Kyron first. Kyron's eyes fall to his hand, moving back to his face. "No," the man says, and Kyron casts a simple look to a now tense Eli. I can't explain why I know what that look meant, but it was simple and in black and white. Want me to fucking kill him? I put my hand in his instead, to make it less awkward for him and to maybe stop Kyron from slaughtering anyone in front of so many witnesses. For some reason, I don't think people will buy that it was all part of an act here. "Lilith!" The man, who has to be mid-40s, narrows his eyes on me. He has fine wrinkle lines around his mouth that give his otherwise classic look an edge. His dark hair is brushed to the back of his head, though the ends sit comfortably around his nape. "Someone has manners." I stir my drink with the stem of my cherry, leaning into Kyron slightly. It's subtle, not enough for people to notice. Kyron's legs spread beneath the table, his hand coming to my upper thigh. My blood turns hot at his touch, but I shove it back, because there's something about this man that doesn't feel right, and it has nothing to do with the uncomfortable vibes I'm getting from Eli. When you're around evil long enough, you become evil. It's like an infectious disease that you didn't notice you have until its ugly claws are already deep enough in to leave scar tissue behind. I recognize his kind of evil. "This is Dominic's stranger." Eli's tone is low, as if a wave of warning is hovering below the surface. Don't be shy, rebellious." Dominic pulls out a cigar from inside his suit jacket, clipping the end and putting it into his mouth. "Tell them how we know each other." Eli tenses, his jaw flexing. Dominic is an old friend. Needing to find a way to distract this conversation from Eli, because if he wanted us to know this man, he would have introduced us. I lean into Kyron's ear, flicking my tongue over his earlobe while squeezing his thigh beneath the table. "This place is boring." Kyron swings his arm behind my chair, smirking at Dominic while resting farther into my body. The intention is clear. I'm Kyron's lap pet. "I know." Dominic starts laughing, and the strong scent of his cigar hits my nose before he has even blown out his first puff. Memories cloud my head, and I crank my neck and zone in on Eli to squash them down. I don't need them right now. I don't need them ever. Dominic rests his elbows on the table, taking the fat trunk out of his mouth while winking at me. "Care to show us how you do things?" I pause for a few moments, studying his features. He's testing me. I know that. He probably thinks I'm just some average girl who walked into an adult sex bar with a bunch of people I don't know. I cast a quick glance to Saskia and Killian, who are too busy kissing to hear the conversation that's happening. He probably doesn't know who they are, or that we're midnight mayhem because he only knows Eli. What do you say, boys? I keep my eyes focused on Dominic. Should I show him what I've got? I know they catch my double meaning, especially when Eli releases a small cackle. "Yeah, baby. Go show him." Eli suddenly relaxes in his chair, all of the tension he held now released. "I'm all for her being up there." Dominic puffs on his cigar. His suit is ruby red, so fucking loud with no color break. He stubs out his cigar in the ashtray that's in the middle of the table, pointing to both Eli and Kyron. "But are you going to be okay when people bid on her for a VIP show?" He comes back to me and takes in my upper body. "Because people will put bids on her." Kyron, after being silent the whole time, leans forward an inch, and I swear I stop breathing. When he moves, it's like everyone wants to see where, and when he speaks, people want to know what words he uses. Kyron is fascinating in a way that terrifies most people. I am not most people. "Oh, they can bid on her all they want." He bares his teeth behind a satanic smile. She will still be coming home with us. And there's that lion. The way he said us fueled the warmth that Eli planted inside of me and turns it more into a burning inferno. I know he meant all of them, as in Saskia and Killian, Keaton, and Eli. But with Saskia's casual comment still dancing around in my brain, I allow it to penetrate another side of my head. The side I shouldn't. Eli chuckles now. Go on, let her up. Fuck, use that same song and watch her show you how your girls should be dancing to it. Dominic stares at Eli in challenge, before clapping his hands and gesturing to the stage. All right then, Lilith, go right ahead. He pulls out a walkie-talkie from inside his jacket and speaks through. Replay Bear's set song. I shoot back my drink and stand from my chair, moving to the center stage. When the song starts filling through the speakers and the audience seems to quiet, I hold the pole in my hands and wrap my legs around it like I have so many times before. I can dance, and have been dancing since I could walk. But how I do it isn't so much dance. With every twist and hit of the tune, I roll my body around the stage, bending backward into a bridge before raising my body up from the ground. Bear comes out halfway through the song and finds herself dancing with me. I take over the set and grab her by the wrist, throwing her onto the ground and rolling my body over hers. Bear looks up at me from behind her over-the-top lashes. Her chest rises and falls as she concentrates on my mouth. I smirk down at her but move away. I make her want me with every movement, but remind her she can't have me with every step. The song ends and everyone is silent. I jump off the stage and turn to face Bear, who is looking down at me with wide eyes. Her dark hair is sewn into a weave, and her eyes are an unnatural shade of blue. She tilts her head high, and I get a flash of the scar that runs down from below her jawline. Before she can say anything, I smile at her. So nice to meet you, Bear. She turns quickly and fumbles toward the backstage, gathering up her belongings. I stop at the bar quickly before heading back to the table, ordering a round of whiskey on the rocks, and turning to watch the table where my friends are. Huh, a voice says from beside me. I would never have begged you. I ignore him. Tell me. I turn my head slightly but keep my eyes on the table to make sure they don't see the exchange between us. Eli would think it was just some guy at the bar hitting on me, but Kyron is way too intuitive for that. He would notice that this guy is leaning far too comfortably into me, that I don't look all that wary, and that this guy is about a breath away from my ear. It looks intimate, not like a random guy trying to get a girl at the bar. What's that? I answer, watching the exchange between Kyron and Eli. Eli's grinning at Kyron, no doubt after saying something smug. But his body language is tense. When my bar friend doesn't answer from beside me, I turn to face him, giving him my full attention. Dark blonde hair, a fully grown beard, and eyes bleak enough to rip the soul out of young girls who don't know better. Kish turns his whole body toward me, running a hand over his top lip. Why do you look so fucking cozy, snuggling up to the enemy? I cock my head. Maybe because I am. I push off from the counter and make my way back to the table. Falling down onto my chair, I look to where Saskia and Killian once were, seeing them gone. What? Where'd they go? Where do you think? Keaton rolls his eyes and takes the joint that is rolled behind his ear, placing it into his mouth. Care to bring any of these girls home with you tonight, Keat? Kyron asks him suggestively. Keaton does a quick scan of the room, shaking his head. Nope, I'm good. Should we be worried that you're not bringing anyone home? Kyron fires back. But I cancel out their chatting and turn my head over my shoulder slightly to see if Kidge is still watching us from his table. But he's gone. That should frighten me, because I know what I just announced. But it doesn't. All that pumps through my veins is a calmness that can't be faked. Eli stands and tosses a bunch of $100 bills on the table. I'm out. Kyron and I both watch him closely before I stand to my feet, my palms itchy to see if he's okay. Same. This place sucks, by the way. I wrap my arm around Eli's waist as we start making our way out through the entry. I'm thankful to see our limo already idling and slide in first, leaning back into the seat and keeping my eyes locked on the ceiling. We pull away from the curb once everyone is in, and music filters through the air. Keaton is talking to Kyron about something I can't hear. But it's Eli's thigh resting against mine that has my heart thundering against my ribs like an unrestrained stray cat. I turn my head until I'm looking directly at the vein that pulses in the side of his neck. You okay? Squeezing his eyes closed, he zones into the ceiling of the car. What do you think? Well, I didn't kill anyone, so there's that. I try to joke, nudging him with my arm. Huh. Kinda wish you did. He rubs his eyes with the backs of his hands. Which time? My answer is smooth, almost too casual for the subtle switch of subjects. His head whips toward me and his eyes narrow. Fucking knew it. The atmosphere was extra heavy tonight, and I don't know if that was because it was our 4th show in 3 days. Yes, that meant there was a double-up day. Or if I was just getting plain lazy. I walked into the showroom, already dressed in fishnet tights, thigh-high black boots, and a tight short leather skirt with suspenders clipped to a studded bra. My hair was freshly washed and styled, and my makeup impeccable. Lilith, Jean called from behind me. I rolled my eyes, spinning around to face her. What? I've got to get ready. We need you at the back. Why? That isn't my job, Jean. That's yours. Lilith, for once, try not to be so cold. We help each other. I stepped toward her, glaring straight into her warm brown eyes. I'm a product of my creator's Jean. Shoulder barging past her, I did as I was told anyway, but not for Jean, because fuck her, but because of Bear. She was always nervous before a set, which was understandable, since they tended to be more vicious with her for obvious reasons. Patience didn't make a lot of sense to me. We put on a show, the customers took part, and during everything, the new recruits would be sold under the guise of a performance. In actuality, there were only 6 dolls, but during every show, there appeared to be 8. The other 2 were there for sale. Never knew any of their stories. I forced myself to not become involved with who came and went. So I turned off my humanity a long time ago. And as time went on, it just became something we did, we had to do. At least for me. I dropped down onto the floor where Bear was curled, her arms wrapped around her legs. Hey. I brushed her hair away from her face. You want me to do this set with you? Her green eyes came to mine, the scar over her jaw only defining her sharp features. Bear was beautiful. But she was also like me. We fed off each other and survived that way. I almost think we wouldn't be able to live without one another. You can't leave me, Lilith. I brushed my finger down her cheek. I told you I won't. She nodded, swiping the tears that had fallen down her cheek. You got your cards? I asked as she stood to her feet. I do. Her shoulders straightened, and I knew she was back. Bear was tough as shit, but she knew she could be vulnerable around me. She pulled her tarot deck out from under her bra and started shuffling. Ready for your next victim? I smirked at her, running my tongue over my teeth. You know it. We choose our victims in 1 or 2 ways. If there was no one worth our time in the audience, we would shuffle the deck. It was dark. As soon as we got home from the club, I dragged myself upstairs and collapsed on my bed. The fatigue is a killer whenever alcohol is involved, which is why I generally stay away from it. I prefer weed. Pushing my hair out of my face, after tossing and turning for hours, I try to close my eyes to get a couple more hours sleep in. I hate my body clock and how relentless it is at waking me at 4 a.m. I've been sitting here wondering what to say to you. Eli's voice shocks me for a brief second, but I blink away the colorful dots that are dancing behind my eyes. You don't have to say anything at all. But I do, he murmurs drowsily, and I know he hasn't had much sleep. No, Eli. I'm not doing this right now. Ever? He asks. And I know what he's doing. Ever is a long time. But we can start with right now. I'm not doing this right now. He stumbles off the floor, and I shoot up, hooking my arm around his waist and directing him toward the bed. How much have you had to drink? A fucking lot, he snickers. But even as I place him down on the mattress, I can hear his breathing mellow out. Sleep. I don't even finish when he's knocked out cold. I pull up the blanket and cover his body, slowly making my way to my closet and turning on the light. There's no way I'm going to be able to go back to sleep now. So I guess I'll have to drag my sorry ass downstairs to wallow in my self-pity since my bed is now occupied. I take out a pair of gray leggings and a crop top, then slide on a pair of woolen socks and a hoodie. I brush out my hair and scrub my teeth before swiping up my phone and opening Instagram. I started one the first day I was in Mayhem, and that was on Saskia and Perce's orders. Apparently social media is all part of their hype. I get it. Scrolling through all their profiles, I totally get it. I click on my page and see I have 10,500 followers now. Just from that one show I've done. Crazy. I've been tagged in a few images, so I scroll through them as I make my way downstairs. It seems the main Midnight Mayhem page has tagged me in most of them. Candid shots during acts taken by the film crew. They look good. And it's obvious where I get the majority of those followers. You gonna tell me what tonight was about? I jolt when I hear Kyron's voice from the dark sitting room. Nothing but the purple LED illuminating the lining of the walls. I really need to get used to these two hiding in dark corners if I'm going to do so much as survive another day touring on this bus. Do you need to be put to bed too? I lock my screen to shut off the light and stop, leaning against one of the sofas. He's lying on his back on the 3-seat, his arm shading his eyes and one leg hanging off the edge. He can't have seen me come down, but somehow knew it was me. Not in the mood for jokes, Lilith. His abs are sprawled out in front of me, and I sink my teeth into my lower lip. Every cut line is like a memory lane to every single thing we did the night before. Lilith. What? I'm trying to hide the fact I'm checking him out. Who was the man at the bar with you? I move toward him, unable to be this far away any longer. I lower down onto the sofa near his waist. What man? I barely get the words out before his hand is on my throat and he's shoving me down until our noses almost touch. Now that he's not hiding behind his arm, I can see the wrath all over his face, but it's not obvious. It's delectably cold. I would even go as far as to say distant. He squeezes, but I keep the grin marring my face. Who was he? Why does it matter? I managed to ask around his relentless grip. Because I don't fucking trust you. I lean forward and I'm surprised when he allows it to happen. You don't have to. He shoves me away and jackknifes up from the sofa, storming back upstairs. It's not even 5 a.m. and I'm ready to go back to bed.
12. Kyron. Kicking my door closed, I grab my phone out of my pocket and hit dial on King. He answers, despite the time. You still sleep like shit. He yawns sleepily through the phone. What do we know about a club called the Connoisseur of the Dark? King pauses on the other end, and I hear covers shuffle in the background. A door closes, and then a flicker of a lighter. P is going to kick your ass for smoking. He blows out. Yeah, well, lucky for her it only makes her look cute. The Connoisseur is an old-school club that dates all the way back to the 1800s. As far as I know, there's no history between Midnight Mayhem and them. I slowly lower myself onto my bed, running my fingers through my hair. What about Patience? What about them? King asks. He thinks we all took care of that, but he's wrong. I just know it. Something just seemed too easy with the way everything wrapped up. They killed the leader, but everyone knows that every leader has to have people they led. Do they have history with them? Nah, I doubt it. If they did, it would be just a club to dance in while they're in the U.S. Patience has hubs where they can rest throughout the country. But Patience is done with, bro. We've even got a couple of dolls begging for us to take them in because they're out on the street. I pause. There's no fucking way that dolls would want in. They were conditioned to be Patience. Even fucking Lilith, which is exactly why I don't trust her. What do you mean we've got dolls wanting in? Yesterday, a couple of them got in contact with Perce to ask if we would take them. Perce told them no, that obviously we're a family-operated business, but they then threw Lilith into her face. I grunt, allowing him to continue. And what did she say to that? She told them to fuck off. I chuckle. She's become quite fucking feisty. Must be because she's carrying your child. Fuck you. The line goes quiet for a few seconds before he finally says, What's going on with you and the little psycho anyway? What do you mean? I lean back on the headboard of my bed, picturing her standing at the end, exactly where she was just 2 nights ago. Don't act dumb, Kai. You're the smartest of us all. Nothing. She's a good fuck. Yeah, sure, that's all it is. Yeah, fuck her. I got the text from P last night about the change of plans once we hit Florida. That have anything to do with these cute little dolls? We'll chat once we get there to fill you all in at once. Don't want to repeat myself. You know Cartier's joining too, right? Yeah. I squeezed my phone with my hand. King. I know, bro. I know. Sighing, I hang up my phone and squeeze my eyes closed to shut off the memories that always rise to the surface whenever my sister's name is brought up. Our home was like any home you would expect when you're born from a Kisnitz bloodline. Over the top, expensive as fuck, and cold as ice. Like a human body with no veins. That's how I would describe our home. It was late, and we had just finished a show, so the last fucking thing I wanted to do was come home to a party. Mom and Dad were away on business with the 4 families, so I was in charge. Music spilled out from the cracks of the doors before I even opened them. I slammed one closed behind me so hard the oil painting that was hanging on the wall almost fell from its rusted hinges. Drunk teens and trashy sounds were the last fucking thing I wanted to hear after stunting all day. But, of course, my sister being my sister, she had to push my final button. I stepped over the empty solo cups and bodies that were strewn all over the ground, making my way to the side of the house that led out onto the pool area. Finding the speaker system, I yanked the power cord out, and instantly the talking cut out. I pointed to the door. Get the fuck out, all of you! I left Cartier and her army of fucking misfits outside to clean up their mess before treading back upstairs. My room was simple. I liked simple because it had no promise. There was never commitment in simplicity, just an emptiness that never demanded to be felt. Falling down onto my bed, I kicked off my boots and took my phone out of my back pocket and saw Cartier's name flashing over the screen. Fuck. I swiped it to answer the FaceTime call, being met with her big smile and smudged mascara. Fucking mess, that's what she was. Cartier, I'm going to kill you. I never wanted a sister. You love me? My door is locked, but when you're finished being angry with me, you can come in and tell me a story. She always did this. The thing about the people who know how to ignite your rage are usually the only people who also know how to put it out. My sister was my worst nightmare. You and I both know that the hinges on your door are probably still loose from the last time I had to kick your door in because you were so drunk you didn't answer your fucking phone. This house better be clean before I get up in the morning, or I'm fucking all of your friends. Her smile instantly turned to a scowl. Car... I hung up on her, tossing my phone into the corner of my room. Cartier was the only person I would both kill and die for. I often wondered why I'd never cared for anyone the way I did her. Why the thought of having an official partner literally made me trigger happy. The only thing I brought it down to was that it wasn't the kind of life I'd ever have. I didn't have enough love inside of me for anyone but her.
Chapter 13. Lilith. I knew everyone was outside welcoming their friend home, but I couldn't move from the spot on my bed. Wrapped in a towel, hair still damp, my eyes glassed over as memories flashed through my mind. The longer I'm here, the longer I see him, the more vivid they become. I've worked hard, so hard at keeping everything tight and tied down. Yet the more I think about that area, the more the pain cracks through my chest. I can't be here with these memories. They're suffocating me to every extent. It's not until my bedroom door swings open that I quickly swipe the tears I hadn't known had fallen down my cheeks. "You coming down?" Kyron stands at the threshold, arms folded in front of him. "Yep." I plaster a smile and stand from my bed. I make my way to the closet to hide whatever else has decided to come rearing to the surface and expose itself over my face. Flicking on the light, I look through my clothes until I find something to wear. A smile is strong enough to conceal sadness, because it's easier for people to acknowledge that someone is happy rather than offer sympathy for another's desolation. Yet another reason why I have no interest in the human race. "Wear this." Kyron holds up a little red crop top that crisscrosses over my back. It's loose-fitting, but even so, my tits will spill out over the edges. I take it from him and pair it with tight skinny jeans with zips near the ankles. Turning to face Kyron, who's standing at the entry of the closet, I drop my towel and slide into a red lace thong before squeezing into the high-rise skinny jeans and doing up the button just below my belly button. Not bothering with a bra, I slip on the top while keeping my eyes on Kyron, turning so he can tie up the back. I don't know what he's playing at, but I know there's a game in progress. There's no way he's just forgotten about what happened at the club. I walk past him, swiping the rolled joint that's lying on my counter and turning to face him with it hanging between my lips. "I'm ready." He walks forward while grabbing me by the hand and tugging me close into his chest. His nose touches mine as he walks me backward, my head slamming against the wall. He trails his finger up my jawline and toward the back of my neck. He squeezes tightly, forcing my head to the side. "While you're here, you're not going to fuck anyone else but me." "Really?" I fire back, searching his side profile, fascinated by the way angry veins swell over the thin flesh of his neck. And the sharpness of his jawbone protrudes from the frame of his beautifully constructed face. "Never took you as the jealous type." I leave the lion idea in the back of my mind, far too fascinated with playing on his mood. His hand is on the front of my throat as he lifts me from the ground so high, I have to wrap my legs around his waist as his other hand tucks comfortably beneath the cushion of my ass. "You don't fucking know me. That's why." "True." Leaning forward, I flick my tongue over his lip. "And right now, I'm really only interested in knowing your dick." He smirks, and the foreign look almost knocks me off the center I've been balancing on for so many years. Lowering me back to the ground, he puts his hand in mine as he swings open my door and pushes me out. I make my way downstairs, consciously aware that the Kisnich monster is following closely behind like a predator. Eli is halfway through shoving his phone into his back jeans pocket when his eyes fly between me and toward the back, where Kyron is. "The devil and the pet." I light the tip of the joint that's in my mouth and inhale. Which one is the devil and which one is the pet? I keep my eyes on Eli, who doesn't move from me. I see the argument he's having with himself in the back of his mind. But I can't let myself go there. Not right now. Maybe not ever. "I'll tell you when I've figured it out." I step in front of him, running the tip of my finger over Eli's bottom lip. So beautiful, yet so lost. The muscles on the side of his jaw tense as he moves out of my touch. Leaning down until his lips brush the shell of my ear, he whispers, "If you think I'm lost, you should see the state of the one who let me go." My blood turns cold, and I step out of his embrace. Before Kyron can ask what is happening, and before I do something crazy like hit Eli, I head right out the door and make my way down to where the angry orange flames burn through the opaque night air. The passing with Eli has left me with an empty hole in my gut the size of his fist. Reaching for a wine cooler and an ice bucket near the line of chairs, I fall down onto one beside Saskia, who has been watching me the entire time. She points to Kyron and Eli, who are not far behind me. I could get used to this. To what? Perse asks, her legs crossed over themselves and her hands buried in her oversized hoodie. To Lilith and her boys. I ignore them both and swallow my drink until Val is dragging over a girl with unruly hair and a smile that could lighten even the darkest souls. She's slender and fit, with a square jaw and perfect mocha-colored skin. Dressed in loose-ripped boyfriend jeans, Chuck Taylors, and a relaxed Led Zeppelin crop top, she's a cross between rebellion and timid sexuality. There's a chain that hangs over her lower belly, and a twinkle in her eye that only resides in people who have seen some shit. Lilith, this is Maya. Maya, this is Lilith. Maya nudges her head at me, her curls bouncing down her slender back. I nod my drink at her before bringing it to my lips and sinking the contents in one go. For someone who doesn't like alcohol, I've sure picked up my consumption. Wow, Maya says, gesturing to the second bottle in my hand with her cigarette. Which one of these fuckers has you drinking already? Val takes a seat on her lap, swinging her legs over Maya's in a way that can only be seen as intimate. It's clear. They're together. I hold back my grin by curling my lips beneath my teeth. Well, it's not Val, so there's that. Maya laughs, and I instantly like her. She's gritty, raw, and unashamedly herself, like Saskia. Not saying Perse isn't, but I still think she's too prim for me, at least right now. And besides, she fucking hates me. And it's plural. Boys. Saskia reaches forward to grab a stick, poking the embers in the fire. Speaking of, she says, looking up from the fire and finding King and Killian talking among themselves. What the fuck is happening, P? Perse stands from her chair and shakes her head. I won't talk about any drama tonight. She leaves, making her way to King and Killian, while pointedly standing between them both. Seriously, she's like a mini Delilah, Maya murmurs, watching her. May my mother rest in Persephone. They both laugh, as Val snuggles deeper into the crook of her neck. I haven't seen you for what feels like forever. Can we go to bed? Val is the typical girl next door. A petite body and buoyant blonde hair that matches the cliché blue eyes. She's beautiful, too. It doesn't take much convincing for Maya before Val is dragging her away in a fit of laughter, leaving me with Saskia, who's still watching their retreating back. Would you believe Maya and Killian had a thing? Like she was a massive threat to me for months. Yes, I say, tossing my second empty bottle into a plastic bin and grabbing another. I would. That girl is sex on legs. Saskia sighs, leaning back farther in her chair until her eyes settle on the boys who are standing opposite us. I don't trust them, Lilith. The comment surprises me, only in the fact that I figured she and Killian were like two best friends dating each other. I'd figure, if anyone, she would trust him. I don't bother to ask her to elaborate, coming back to, if they want you to know, they'd tell you. Do you trust me? I rather ask, looking at her over my shoulder. She pins me to the spot. At first, no, but only because you seemed so volatile, explosive, mischievous, and Crazy. She winces. Sorry. I roll my eyes. Your intuition is right. I'm absolutely all of those things. But now, yes, I do. Probably even more than I do Purse, since she's clearly keeping secrets from me. I go back to where the boys are standing, and I'm somewhat surprised to find them all staring right at me. I sigh, standing to my feet. If I find out anything, I'll tell you. Wait! Sass's hand comes to mine, and I turn to face her. If there's anything that you should tell me, you would, right? Yes, I answer truthfully, and I didn't lie. Even as I make my way back to the RV, I know I didn't lie. Saskia is the one person who I owe my loyalty, just for her friendship alone. There were 4 men in the room this time. It wasn't training, and it wasn't a sale. This was different. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Why 5? Maybe it was the tears in my eyes that blurred out the 4th man. Lilith, are you listening to me? Costa said from behind me. I need you to be a good little girl. My favorite girl. He spun me around with a tight grip on my upper arm until I was face to face with the one man who I was to call father. Sometimes I'd see the resemblance between us, but then I'd remember. I don't know what, but it was like something inside of me would remember the dirty shit he would do. But it was something I was used to, so it never bothered me. What do you need from me? I fell to my knees and bowed my head, knowing it was how he liked me to be. I need you to give that man everything he wants. Costa pointed toward the group of men and slowly brought me back to my feet with a curled finger beneath my chin. I came up to his chest, even at 14. Give them everything they want. I turned back to face the 4 men, straightening my shoulders and plastering a smile on my face. Well, I took the first step. But just as I was about to make my way to the last man in the group, the 5th, who seemed to be hanging back, stepped between us, closing the gap. I paused. He paused. I tilted my head in an attempt to make out the delicate white skull painted on the edges of his face. With every stroke, as if to emanate the sharp-featured bone on his face. His eyes were white like a wolf's, and his hoodie closed around his neck. None of the other men had the same face paint on their face, but they watched the exchange nonetheless. You want me to start with you? I asked, running my finger up the zipper of his hoodie. Even blanketed in thick cotton, I could feel the hardness of his muscles. I didn't know what he looked like, but there was something inside of me that wanted to know, to see him, all of him. He took another step, his hand around my chin to yank my face up to his. He didn't speak, didn't talk. But somehow the gap that hung between us, that painfully loud silence, felt more like a question. Can I touch you? It said. But I was wrong. It was all in my head, or in the LSD I had dropped before walking in here because it was Bear's favorite drug. Men didn't ask, not ever. I took another step toward him, peering up at him behind batted lashes. Take me. I wake in a sweat, the dampness clinging to my sticky skin like fucking leather on a hot day. Ripping my sheets off my body, I make my way to the bathroom, turning on the tap and cupping my hand beneath the bottom to catch water. Sipping it every chance I get, I finally wrap the same fingers around the back of my neck to help bring my temperature down, glaring at myself in the mirror. My silver blonde hair hangs over my shoulders in tousled waves, and the bags beneath my eyes are far too deep to be up to Patience's standard. I'm not sure about Midnight Mayhem. Shit. I need to get rid of them ASAP before the show. I glance a look at the alarm clock on my bedside table. Before fucking tonight. It's 3 a.m., And if I take Bear's point for what that meant, she would say it's the time that the portal between our realm and the spiritual realm opened. Because 3 + 3 = 6. Bear is all the way into tarot and all the witchy stuff. Closing the bathroom door, I slide back into bed, attempting to close my eyes to get back to sleep. After the 4th toss, I tiptoe outside my bedroom and pause outside Chiron's door. I find myself looking between Chiron and Eli. One offers warmth and friendship, and the other offers carnage and power. They both offer pain. I slide down my door until my butt hits the floor, unable to make a decision. Why can't I do that? It should be easy, shouldn't it? You always want one person more than the other? I don't know. I need to talk with Saskia. I curl into a ball and squeeze my eyes closed. I just need to get more sleep.
14. Chiron. I don't think many things are cute. In fact, I would go as far as to say I don't think anything is cute. The word doesn't belong in my vocabulary, yet here I am, staring down at Lilith as she lets out soft little snores between each breath. Fuck. She's a good lay. That's why I want to help her. That's all. It has nothing to do with anything fucking else. I'm just thinking with my dick. You gonna wake her? Eli says from beside me sleepily. He's still rubbing his eyes with his palm. Don't know. I look him up and down. I'm not going to lie. Eli is hot. He's everything I would be interested in, but I feel like he's hiding something. He's got the body, the face, and the smirk. It's the personality I have a problem with. If I go for men, I usually go for the ones similar to me because I know how to deal with them. They're easy to decipher and not so inconsistent. I've thought about all the next steps they're going to take way before they even take it. But Eli is not that at all. He's everything I should stay away from. Getting a good look? He jokes, leaning against the threshold of his door. Should I ask you what you're thinking? You could, I shrug, tilting my head. But I wouldn't tell you shit. He pushes off the wall and suddenly he's in front of me. We're almost the same height, but he falls a couple inches shorter and leaner. I keep my shit tight, but I give a fuck about my bulk, too. Eli has the typical CrossFit body. His fingers find the rim of my jeans, tugging me into his crotch. We've been dancing around this shit for way too long for it to be acceptable. You know that, right? I drag my tongue over my bottom lip, keeping my eyes on what his fingers are doing around the button of my jeans. And you know that you shouldn't come in here looking for anything acceptable, right? He seems to ponder over my words, but before I can say anything else, his hand is beneath my briefs, fingers flexing around my cock. I groan, falling backwards slightly until I hit the wall. Eli. Chiron, he says cheekily, biting down on my chest. If you've got your hand around my dick, you better make me come. He pumps slowly, and with every tug it pulls me deeper and deeper into oblivion. Get on your knees. I growl out, and he abides, falling to his knees in front of me. Eli isn't a soft man by any means. In fact, I would go as far as to say he's almost as dominant as me, but I get the feeling he's open to playing around, which in turn suits me perfectly. I catch movement coming from where Lilith is curled in the corner, and I'm about to look toward her when I feel the heat of Eli's mouth cloak around my cock. Fuck. I bury my fingers in his hair. He flicks his tongue around the base, leaning up and sucking me farther in. It's not until I hear a soft whimper that I finally find Lilith's eyes on both of us. I nudge my head at her. You know what to do. Do it. She licks her bottom lip, her hair wild and messy around her head as she runs the tips of her fingers up her inner thigh, widening her legs until her smooth pussy comes into view. And I damn near fall to the ground right beside Eli. She's either wet for me, or Eli, or both, and aside from the fact I told her tonight that she wasn't to fuck anyone else, deep in the back of my head, I know I didn't mean Eli. There seems to be an unspoken rule among the three of us, and for right now, it's working. She brings her fingers to the apex of her thighs and starts rubbing the center of her clit in small circles. I pull Eli up from the ground by his hair, gesturing to both him and a panting Lilith. Both of you in my fucking room, now. Eli stands to his feet, his eyes going to Lilith briefly. Something passes between them before he's helping her up, and I'm widening the door to let them in with my jeans hanging unbuttoned around my waist. A couple nights ago, it was just Lilith and me. Now it's 3 of us, and fuck, I'm about to bust my load just thinking of it. Lilith is the first to make herself comfortable on my bed, stripping off her clothes and leaning over on all fours, rubbing an ass cheek with one hand. I hit on the sound system before closing the door, knowing how loud Lilith can be. She rolls over onto her ass, hiking her leg up and leaning back on her elbows while looking up at both Eli and me.
I want to watch you both first.
Eli runs his thumb over his bottom lip, flashing her with a smirk.
You want to be in charge, baby?
She starts nodding like a fucking kid in a play store.
I do.
Under other circumstances, I'd shatter her dreams with a single fucking belt over her ass, but... What do you want? I ask, entertaining her little game.
You to fuck Eli?
Her eyes start rolling to the back of her head, her hand coming to her clit.
So I can lick him off.
Eli is already reaching for my dick before I've kicked off my jeans, but I let him have it, running my tongue down the palm of my hand while keeping my eyes locked on Lilith and finally wrapping my fingers around Eli's girth. I pump him a few times, rubbing his balls in the palm of my hand until pre-cum spills from his tip. I bring my hand up to my mouth and spit, while Eli starts crawling back on my bed beside our little devil. I'm still rubbing my cock in my hand when I reach for the condom on my bedside table. Lilith snatches it off me and tears open the pack with her teeth. Both Eli and I watch as she sucks the condom into her mouth until it curves around her sexy as fuck lips before she lowers herself down and rolls the latex over my dick. It stops not even halfway, flicking her tongue over the bottom of my shaft while looking up at me with her crazy fucking lilac eyes. She leans back finally, pumping both of us in her hands as Eli parts his legs slightly. Spit on me and him, I command, and she listens instantly. She spits on my tip and leans down to Eli and spits on his balls, licking over the underbelly and down lower until she disappears. Oh, fuck off, I grunt, squeezing my dick to stop my exploding because she straight up just flicked her tongue over his asshole. She continues to drop little kisses up his chest before looking at me over her shoulder with a smirk.
Well, go on.
I press the tip to his entrance while gripping his dick in the palm of my hand, squeezing slightly. Lilith gets to Eli's mouth, and I watch as she lowers her lips to his and they kiss. Fuck, do they kiss. I watch as the sharp edges of Eli's jaw widens as his tongue dives into her sinful mouth. I can't take it anymore, and when I feel him relax against me, I push forward until he's sucking me inside with the power of a high-voltage vacuum. As soon as I feel my pelvic bone hit against his upper thighs, I pull out slightly, only his tightness is like suffocation, and I want to fucking die here. Fuck, Eli growls out, reaching for Lilith and slamming her mouth down to him. Game's over, little devil. Ride his fucking face. She listens to every word I say, like a good little girl who only wants to please me, and probably Eli. She swings her leg over him and curves her back while slowly lowering herself onto his face. Fuck, but it's the sexiest shit I have ever seen in my fucking life. The curves of her ass bounce as she rides, her hand resting on the back of her hip and her long silver hair falling down to her tailbone. She turns over and repositions herself to face me, her hands on her breasts, pinching the little piercing she has in her dark pink nipples. She bites on her lower lip while riding Eli's face, and I drop my eyes down to his mouth, watching the expertise in the way he flicks over her entrance. I reach forward and wrap my hand around the back of her neck, forcing her down into his dick. Suck. She does, and I watch as her eyes peer up at me while she takes him in her mouth. Her moans gain volume, bodies slapping become louder, more desperate, and it's not until sweat is dripping down the apex of my chest that I release her hair, and she's a hairbreadth away from coming again. Eli, I grunt, pounding into him relentlessly. Yeah, he replies, but it comes out mumbled because his mouth is still on Lilith. My balls tighten and my thigh muscles lock as my orgasm snatches my fucking soul and refuses to let go, until finally I'm emptying inside Eli and Lilith is drinking his cum, licking up every drop. After a few breaths, I pull out and remove the condom, twisting the end and tossing it into the wastebasket. Lilith is still trying to catch her breath on top of Eli when I slap her ass. Up. We all need to be at practice in fucking... I look at the alarm clock. 20 minutes. Eli slides her body off him, but she moves effortlessly, crawling up my bed while dragging the sheets with her.
Tired, she murmurs. Don't need practice. Wing it anyway.
Eli and I both look at each other as she snuggles into the center of my bed, pulling the covers up over her face. We hear her soft snores before I hit the bathroom to take a shower. There's something I'm missing here, King says to himself while flicking a toothpick between his teeth. The parents are calling us back to New York after the show, but won't say why. And furthermore, it looks like we're hitting the 747 because they want us to fill the time that we would have lost here back in Kisnich. The elders switching shit up on us isn't unheard of, but when they do it, they usually have their reasons. Fucking why? I hate going back. I need to get on a bike before the thoughts of this morning inundate my mind again, and I'm stuck here with a hard dick. Don't know yet. I'm guessing they'll tell us as soon as we get back home. His eyes then come to me, for whatever fucking reason. Which reminds me, Lilith and Eli are clearly not mayhem, so they're going to stay with you. I start shaking my head before the words come out. Nope, fuck no, they can stay with someone else, and besides, thanks to fucking Purse, Cartier will be flying in and she will be staying with me. It's no secret how I am with my sister. All of the brothers don't just know it, they've witnessed all of it growing up. Kisnich parents are something else entirely, not at all of this world. They're volatile, wealthy, powerful, and fucking terrifying. They very rarely act as parents should, which is why I've always taken care of Cartier a little more than I probably should. Technically, how long will we be back in New York anyway? A week? 2? I'll put Cartier in the chateau, and Eli and Lilith in the boathouse. I stretch my legs wide and watch as King's eyes narrow on me. The chateau is what we call the Nero house in the village in New York, mainly because it resembles one. What? Just say it, asshole. Do you think Lilith and Eli know each other? His finger works his upper lip. Killian chuckles. I'm just saying, you getting in there with Lilith was dangerous enough, but oh no, you had to go throw a fucking elite king on your dick too, huh? Couldn't just be satisfied? I flip him off while keeping my eyes on King. No, I would have picked it up if they did. King murmurs, but his features stay solid. He stands from the sofa and makes his way to the bay window that widens out from the kitchen. Turning, he faces me again. You're sure? The Kings are fucking it, bro. Kill shakes his head, leaning forward to rest his forearms on his thighs. They're old school, that ancient gangster-style clique. We don't want no beef with them, and it's partially why I've always made an effort to get along with Nate. That's all? I ask, brows raised. That's the only reason? Nothing to do with the fact you and him could practically be brothers? He flips me off now, resting back in his chair while grabbing a smoke from behind his ear. All I'm saying is whatever they're doing, if it's not hurting us, then we stick to it. You know your parents have worked hard over the years to keep the peace between the two of us to share the same stomping grounds anyway. True, King says, stepping into the sitting room. But Kai, you're fucking fooling yourself if you think those two don't know each other or that Eli is here for business. Kings do business first, games second, but almost always at the same damn time. Fuck, he's right. But that's also the thing about Kisnich. We are always right, and we are always ahead. She doesn't know you know. King sits back in his chair, his eyes on me. A pin could drop. That's how silent it is between all of us. And more importantly, neither does he.
15. Eli. I sat in the darkest corner of the room. I wanted to fidget, smoke, play with something in my fingers, but instead I sat still, motionless, waiting. I needed to see her again, once. I was defying orders just being here, alone, without backup or without even telling Bishop what was going on. But right now he was distracted with his girl doing a runner. So I waited. In the corner, past the time I was supposed to be here. I hadn't seen her since last year, since that had happened. Bishop, Brantley, Nate, Hunter, and I were all there for business, to see if Patience had any involvement in my brother Brantley's father's sick little obsessions. We knew what the cost of a favor from Patience would be. I just didn't know it would have involved someone who looked like her. So tonight I waited, until the lights went out, until the music started playing and the little red lines lit up the projector screen behind the performance. I pushed my number into the device. $300,000. I knew she wasn't for sale. I knew what she did. I didn't want her to see me in the audience and decide to kill me after all. She walked out, a smile on her face and her body wrapped in her usual sexy attire. "Good afternoon, motherfuckers. Who wants to play a game?" I open my text messages and send one over to Bishop. "Everything okay?" He texts back instantly. "Yeah, you good?" I push my phone back into my jeans pocket and make my way to the tent. I find the same seat I've found myself sitting in during their shows and pull out my phone again. I type "patience" into the Instagram search bar and their official page pops up. They don't have a bigger following than Mayhem, but it's decent. I freeze when I see they've posted a photo just 13 hours ago with the caption, "Returning soon. New acts, new performers, and a performance you have never seen before." I take a screenshot and open a text to King, sending it through to him. King. "I know." Me. "Anything going to get done about that?" A few minutes pass before he texts again. King. "It will be handled." Hands cover my eyes, and I already know who it is. Her perfume is my chosen poison. If it means I get to suck on her skin until I die, I'd take it as if it was my fucking antidote. I smirk, covering her hands with mine. "You know I prefer this game when there's a bed in the room." She chuckles near my ear, and I feel her tongue touch my lobe and flick around the end. "I want to play tonight." She finally releases my eyes and bounces in front of me, wrapping her legs around my waist. I curl her long hair around my fingers before placing my hands on her ass to keep her on me. "Then we'll play." She swings her leg off me and makes her way to the stage, ducking behind the curtain. I know I shouldn't be teasing her, or at the very least, I shouldn't be teasing her a lot. I don't know what she's playing at, but I know I've met my match. I thought coming into Mayhem and playing it the way I did was smart. Now I'm thinking it's exactly what she wanted me to do. The lights dim and the music starts playing, and I watch as Lilith once again enters the center stage. She's nothing like you'd expect from a ring mistress. She's not articulate with her movements, or even precise. She's messy and rogue, and it captures the audience instantly. She finishes her magician set, thankfully no one dies, before she and Saskia perform a joint fire scene. The song shifts to old-school heavy metal as King leads the brothers out on their dirt bikes. I can't fucking help myself but watch Chiron, and I hate it a little. I hate that I let him get beneath my skin, knowing damn well I wouldn't have even scratched the surface of his. Not even she could, at least not yet. You give someone like Lilith time, and she could eradicate all of your fears. After the triple ring of death with the bikes and a couple of the girls, the bikes take off behind the curtain, and Lilith enters another scene. This time, her little finger points to me. "You look fun," she murmurs into the mic. "Fuck. Come on, play with me." The sensual way the words roll off her tongue and the perfect little tilt to her head has the crowd cheering me to go on. She's a whole-ass red flag. I stand, adjusting my dick in my jeans, and make my way up onto the stage. I have to be careful with whatever she chooses to do. She might just awaken the old sorcerer of death, and no one, especially me, wants that. Jumping onto the stage, Lilith takes her hand in mine, and I find myself looking at the connection, swallowing past everything that her touch brings to the surface. Again. Fighting it is hard, harder than having her right there in front of me. She pushes me onto a single chair with a spotlight shining on it. Fog spills around my feet, and she disappears in the mist, the light blinding my fucking retinas. A single blindfold is placed over my eyes, tied tight as her mouth comes to my ear. "Are you here for me?" My blood turns cold. What? The smirk that is always so boldly placed on my mouth has vanished, and my teeth clench. She must be sitting on my lap, doing fuck knows what, because the audience is loving it. I feel her hair brush my knuckles, and I squeeze my fist closed to fight, grabbing at her hair and throwing her ass down to ask her what the fuck she means. "Are you here for me?" she repeats, dipping her thumb into my mouth while rolling her hips over my crotch. "Because if you are mistaken. I don't need saving." I snap. My hand is on the back of her neck as if I could see all along, pulling her lips to mine. "No." Then I push her away from me and tear off the blindfold. Forgetting I'm in the middle of a show, I plaster on a fake smirk and raise my head to her in challenge. "That the best you've got?" I lean forward, running my tongue over my lip. "Hate to break it to you, baby girl, but I've had better." Her eyes turn to slits, but she meets my challenge. She flies up from the ground and uses the same tie she just had around my eyes and binds my hands before dragging me to where a coffin stands. I swear to fuck, if she plays the whole cut-you-in-half game, I'm running, and I don't care what that looks like to everyone else. She pushes the coffin backstage. I figure she did that to get me off stage without a scene, which I appreciate, since there was a very real potential of us both tearing each other into shreds out there. I climb out, with Misha waiting for me on the other side. Her hands rest on her hips. "You're cute." "So are you." My words are honest, but my tone screams, "I'm not interested." She cocks her head. "But you've clearly got a death wish." I ignore everyone and head back to the RV, needing space and silence. It's so fucking loud. Everything is so fucking loud in this world. I fall down on top of my bed, tapping my phone against my thigh. I need to talk with Bishop. I hit dial on his name and bring the phone to my ear.
16. Lilith. We are about 10 hours away from being back in New York. No one has said anything of what is going on, but it's obvious there has been a shift. I haven't seen Kyrian or Eli since last night's show, and almost everyone has stuck to their circles, which just made it very clear how much I don't have one. It's late, almost 2 a.m., and we're still driving. Knowing I won't be getting any sleep anytime soon, I make my way into the bathroom and pull out all of my makeup. After my show last night, Perce came into my cubicle to say I need to start building my social media to however I want to be branded as. I don't know what she meant by brand, but I can take some photos. I work on my makeup, lining dark kohl over the edge of my eyelids and lining my lips with the same black. Black lips and eyes, before smudging on dark smoke on my lids. After dusting on blush and applying fake lashes, I unclip my hair and allow it to trail down my back, running my fingers through the strands and brushing it all to one side. The dark makeup only allows my eyes to pop and my skin to appear fairer, which helps with the aesthetic I want to start posting. I take a series of shots, a selfie with my face straight, the time on my alarm clock on my bedside drawer, 3 a.m. A photo taken looking down at my stomach and legs from standing, and then I prop my phone up on my bedside drawer and strip down, going through my clothing. I take out a pair of black fishnet tights and a black bra. I slide on a G-string before the tights, knowing well and fair that Instagram could delete my photo if it's too revealing, Saskia's tip. I lie back on my bed, brushing my hair over my breasts, and set the timer. I take one staring right at the camera with a dazed look on my face before lying flat on my back and positioning myself in front of the camera so I'm lying with my back arched high. I remove my bra and keep my hands over my breasts, keeping one leg up and the other down. The final shot I take, I grab a joint from the bedside table and light the end, putting the camera on burst and taking a round of candid shots of me smoking the joint. Grabbing my phone with the J still in my mouth, I flick through the shots. They're good, but look a little basic without any filters. So I go through editing the lighting and contrast and find myself applying darker presets over the image to make it look grungier. In the end, all of them look like I'm an 80s rock god that's been fucked every which way by the entire band of Black Sabbath. Putting the joint out in a piece of paper, I flick through which pictures I'm going to post. I take one candid shot, the dazed look, the shot of me looking down at my legs, the alarm clock, and of me holding my tits. Perfect. I pause when I find myself thinking of a caption. Unable to think of anything at all, I go through my emojis using the cigarette one. Words have never been my thing. Emojis fit me just like makeup and performing. None requiring any explanation. My thoughts are interrupted when notifications start firing through my phone. I click on the little heart tab and see hundreds coming through. What? I go back to my profile and see followers. 112.4 thousand. Following 6. Oh. I open up the image again and scroll through some of the comments. She is the baddest. Oh my God, obsessed W her. Do you think P likes her? Midnight Mayhem always has the best women and men. Who is this? Delilah seems better. R.I.P. Delilah, but Lilith is it. I wonder why she got the important role if she's new. I stop scrolling when my vision starts to blur. Tossing my phone onto the floor, my door swings open in a bang and I jump, turning to see who the fuck thinks they can frighten me at fucking whatever time it is now in the morning. Kyron! Fuck! I lean back on my bed, reaching for the joint I stubbed out and lighting it back up. I fear I may need it with him in my space, and I was ill-prepared. My mattress dips as his arm comes in front of me, and he snatches the joint from my lips. He takes a few hits as I roll onto my belly, watching as he lies back lazily against my headboard. He blows out smoke rings. Saw your post. Figured your sleep schedule is as shit as mine. He passes me back the joint and reaches for my phone that's beside me. I ignore what he's doing and suck down more of the sweet ganja. Not one thought filtering through my mind is on what he could be doing on my phone. Ah, so you follow me now? I can't fight the grin that's on my mouth. Stop playing. He rolls his eyes but doesn't look up from what he's doing. It's not until he positions himself in front of my phone with his middle finger raised that I realize what he's doing. He tosses my phone back to me, and I look down to find my Instagram page open, a fresh photo of him on my feed, posted by him. He looks hot, and it's beside the point, I know, but it's fact. He's shirtless, his hair ruffled, and a natural flush to his cheeks from the marijuana. You know, it's not fair. He didn't use one damn filter, and yet his aesthetic is on point. She's... I ask, flicking my phone between my fingers while wondering why he would caption it something so... random. He shrugs, leaning over to grab my makeup wipes from the bedside table. He nudges his head. Come here. I do as I'm told, crawling up the bed and taking a seat on his lap, straddling his thighs. He presses the wet wipe to my cheek, and I shiver from the sudden coldness. The high is probably not helping my fast reactions either. He starts removing the makeup from my face until the white cotton is dirty, tossing it onto the ground. Get in here. I'm so lost on the way his mouth moves around the words that I don't realize he's not talking to me. I turn over my shoulder slightly, my heart beating when I see Eli standing at the threshold, holding a glass of water and wearing gray sweatpants. Oh, lucky me. I shimmy in the spot, smiling at Eli. He watches me as he takes a sip of water, as if he hasn't decided what he's going to do yet. No, Kyron says, wrapping his arm around the back of me and sliding me into the bed covers. You need sleep, Lou. All the butterflies that Eli put in my belly were just burned to a crisp from Kyron's use of a nickname. But I wriggled deeper into my sheets. When Kyron swings his legs over the bed, my hand comes out to stop him. No, I whisper, shaking my head while looking up at him. Stay? I look to where Eli is still standing, water now empty. Both of you? Please? Kyron turns frozen in my grip, but it's Eli who takes the first step into my room, closing my door behind himself while flicking off the lights. Fine, Eli says. Damn, you don't have to beg me. I giggle into my pillow as Kyron falls back to where he was, only this time beneath the covers. I hear the clink of Eli placing his empty glass on top of the other bedside table before he tears off the covers and slides in on the other side of me. Your trouble, Eli says softly, brushing his warm lips over my forehead. Kyron's arm is already around my waist, his other beneath my pillow, while stretching wide to Eli. And that wasn't water in your glass, I say through my yawn, scrunching my nose at the potent smell of vodka. You don't like vodka? Eli chuckles, his other hand now resting just beneath Kyron's. I let out another yawn, my eyes so heavy I can barely keep them open. It reminds me of a certain Russian. I sat curled in the corner of my bedroom. It was pretty in there, but it was all an illusion. The house, the rooms, the decor, everything. All to hide the ugliness that would happen underneath. I knew what was coming. I had been bad. I had done bad. I knew the punishment this time was going to be so much worse than ever. Because instead of me offering the 5 men my service, the 5th one tried to take me, buy me, save me. Whoever they were, they held power. Because although the transaction for a favor from patients didn't go through, they were still allowed to walk away with their lives. As for me, I'd be left here with his eyes burning into my skull until the day I die. Because whoever that was, he would be my undoing. But it didn't matter that they were the ones who retracted. It was still a failure on my part in their eyes. I wasn't hot enough, not alluring enough, not woman enough. Now I'd be punished. But I didn't cry. I didn't feel pain. I didn't know how to prepare myself for what was about to happen to me. My bedroom door opened and closed. I didn't look up. I knew who was standing there. He didn't say a word. And I kept my head bowed to the ground. I was going to be punished. A single metal blade dropped to the floor in front of me, right near his dark loafer. My mouth opened to ask him the question I wanted to know. You want me to kill myself? This made more sense than him wanting me to scar myself, because the dolls were products of perfection. We walked and talked that way and were trained to. If any of us so much as got a pimple, we would not show our face until it was gone. That was their absolute rule. He leaned down in front of me, his fingers wrapping around my chin. No, dear. But I'm going to make you wish you could. He stood, stepping backward farther until he was sitting on my bed. You failed us tonight, little doll. My mouth snapped closed. I waited for something, anything, to tug in my throat like when it did during training or recruitment, but nothing came. He tried to save me, I answered. Which was the truth. There was a long stretch of silence that spilled between us until Kij tossed his tie to the floor. Get up and strip. Bring the razor blade with you. I stood up strongly, swiping the blade up from the ground and wincing when I felt the sharp edge cut into the cushion of my thumb. That's it. Now walk to me. What? What are you going to do? As soon as I reached him, he took the blade from me with a smile that made my stomach recoil. I saw the way you looked at him, little doll, and he you. I won't tell you or show you who it is behind the face paint. But I am going to make sure every time you have sex for the next couple of weeks, it is going to hurt. He grabbed me by the backs of my thighs and threw me onto the bed. I lay still, emotionless, as he widened my legs. I felt the first slice like a slash of venom being cut inside of me. That'll need stitches. Too bad you won't be getting them. Then he stood, unbuttoning his top button and hovering over my body. Tears pricked the sides of my eyes, but didn't roll down my cheeks. The pain was unbearable, and the liquid I felt rolling down the back of my ass I knew was blood. Blood I was used to. Being used and disposed of, I was used to. Feeling physical pain so viciously, I was used to. Being met with eyes that took ownership of my withered, rotten soul was not something I was used to. "Fuck, baby," was the first thing I hear when my eyes pop open. Just let her sleep through it. Fuck off. It isn't until I taste metallic sliding down my throat that I realize I have my teeth sunk into flesh. An arm, a very muscular arm. I detach and wince when I feel how much I have to retract from him and how deep I bit. I'm sorry. I squeeze my eyes closed. Shit, Kyron, I'm sorry. Before I can turn around, Eli's hand is on my chin, forcing my eyes to his. We didn't get any sleep, but I'm sure as fuck you did. His eyes search mine, and it must be morning with the sun now fighting through the blinds, while offering just enough for me to be able to see them both. What were you dreaming about? I roll onto my back, reaching for Kyron's arm to inspect it. He lets me have it, and my cheeks flare when I see the deep indentation and blood smears where I bit him in my sleep. I can't remember. You can't remember what you were dreaming? Eli asks again, and I get it. It's how he is. He's mouthy and always has shit to say, but it's Kyron's silence that's making me nervous. I can't. I shake my head, bringing Kyron's arm to my lips, and looking up at him as I swipe my tongue over the wound, sucking off the bubble of blood that's swelling on the surface. His eyes turn a shade darker, his jaw clenched. After I've licked off the blood, I press a gentle kiss over the wound and allow my fingers to slide between his. I thought he'd fight it. Maybe it's too intimate for him or too much since he doesn't kiss, but he allows me to do it. His fingers twitch before slowly curling around mine and resting over my knuckles. My heart and stomach do that thing again as I turn to face an obviously angry Eli. He's searching my eyes with fire. Don't give me that shit, Lilith. You know damn well what you were dreaming about, and I want to know right now who the fuck it was that was in the bed with you. What? I search his features. My Eli, so beautifully chaotic, so beautifully perfect. What do you mean, in bed with me? Eli huffs, falling onto his back, flustered, his eyes on the ceiling. I reach forward, Kyron's hand still in mine as I lean in to press my lips to his cheek. What are you asking me, Eli? He shakes his head, swallowing thickly as his Adam's apple jolts. I guess I don't know, Lilith. Finally he turns to me, his eyes on mine. He reaches forward to rest his hand on my cheek. Do you always sleep like that? It's amusing that you think I sleep at all, I say in jest, though I'm not even halfway kidding. Lilith, Kyron says, and his tone makes both Eli and me stop breathing. Look at me. I do as I'm told, turning to face him, and for the first time this morning, I'm finally noticing the expression on his face. The way his muscles are tight and his eyes are dark around the edges. They both didn't get much sleep last night, and I know that it was all my fault. His eyes are on mine. And part of me wants to look away, but something deep inside of me doesn't. I don't want to. I want to trust him, My lashes fan over my cheeks as I blink, and I lean closer and closer into him. Fuck. Kyron tears the blankets off his body and shoves on his jeans that were on the ground. I'm back in real time, out of the trance he had me locked in, like his own personal little mini vampire sucking on his blood. What is it? Eli asks, keeping his hand secured around my upper arm. Fuck! Kyron swings the door open and it slams behind his departure, jumping me from my daze. What'd I do? I ask, turning to face Eli, who's staring at me closely. Nothing. Lie down. It's way too fucking early for this shit. I crawl over on top of him, resting on his chest. I listen to his heartbeat mellow out while ignoring how comfortable he is for someone so fit. I trace the lines of his tattoos. In particular, one on his arm. It's a crown, with elite fucking king beneath it. I think my favorite one is the word king, written in Old English writing on the front of his throat. Will you tell me about your life one day? He chuckles until his laughter dies out. Why do I feel like we've had this conversation before? I smile against his chest as his arm curves around my back. Yeah, baby. I'll tell you whatever you want to know. I know it's a lie. I don't know anything about the elite kings, aside from what I heard here and there growing up. Rich boys with power who have no problem putting a bullet between your eyes, or something around that. I'm sorry you guys didn't get much sleep last night. Eli tightens his grip around me. It's fine, Lil. We needed to talk anyway. About? I ask, leaning up to rest my chin on the back of my hand. I lean forward and press a kiss to his chin, but end up biting on it. Fuck. You hungry for blood or some shit? Because I'll need some warning. Got a brother all the way into all that shit, so I'll need to ask him for tips if this is something serious. I hold in my laughter by curling my lips over my teeth. He watches me closely, all joking aside. Something that's important we both needed to make clear. Could it have to do with the fact I was whispering weird shit in my sleep? He laughs, and instantly I feel lighter. Every time he laughs, he takes a weight off my chest. Not quite. Then it's obviously about me wanting both of you. I pause, tilting my head. And maybe both of you wanting each other? Eli's eyes glisten. Leaning up, he flicks his tongue over the tip of my nose. So fucking needy for answers. His laughter dies out. We can all talk about it maybe later, when the grumpy one is chilled out. Homeboy is scary when he's mad. Something tells me you'd be the same. I raise an eyebrow. His eyes narrow as he pinches me in the ribs. Pretty sure you're the same, baby girl. Miss, I kill men for pleasure. Before he's even finished his sentence, I'm laughing, my head tilted back and my other hand coming out to touch his hair. Okay, fine. That's fair.
17. Eli. She's asleep? I asked, waiting for Kyron to say something. Anything. What, the little snores didn't give her away? He grumbled lazily. It was a front. I laughed. Yeah, that's cute as fuck. I sighed, running my fingers up her arm. Think I care about her. Wouldn't be here if you didn't, Kyron stated the obvious. And you? I asked, looking out into the darkness of her room. Why are you here? Because I damn well know you don't feel shit. Oh yeah? He baited me. And how did you come about that assumption? Between knowing me for all of 5 minutes and fucking me for 2? Kyron, it's fucking okay to admit shit. She snuck up on me too. You're not the only one. You think I came here to find this crazy shit? Fuck no. Fuck no. Ask any of the kings and they'll tell you this is not my vibe. He snorted. But there's another thing. I ground my teeth, squeezing my eyes closed, even though it did nothing because the room was so dark. She's not the only fucking one I want. He paused now. His arm tightened around her chest. but I felt his other arm twitch beneath my pillow. "Yeah," was all he said. "We can figure all that shit out later. Right now, I have to—" "No," Lilith started whispering, and both Chiron and I turned noticeably still. I'm pacing back and forward in my current bedroom, while everyone else is heading to the main house, aka King and Purse's. The property is weird as fuck. It's like a small village on thousands of acres of property where everyone has built little houses. I'm sure these assholes own a suburb, only in mountains and near a lake. Fuck. Distracted. I need to think fast. I pull out my phone and hit dial on Bishop's name. I have to admit, being back in NYC is like I can breathe again. But I'm not keen on Kisnich. And I know if I need more time, I'm going to need a good-ass excuse for going with them. Bishop doesn't answer. I toss my phone onto the king-size bed and push open the curtain that shades the sun from coming inside. This bedroom offers a direct view of the lake below. There's a small jetty that drifts off from the grass, with a small aluminum boat shed beside it. The house itself is impressive, and that's coming from someone whose habitual environment is the rich and famous Billionaire Boys Club edition. The main living area looks out to the lake from high floor-to-ceiling windows. There's a modern-style kitchen tucked beneath the loft bedroom upstairs, and from the corner view of the sitting room, I can see a large clawfoot bathtub outside on the patio. Large plants and greenery offer it the perfect, natural, yet private environment. The decor is contemporary, but rustic enough to feel like a home. It's way fucking warmer than the museum I grew up in. The door downstairs opens and closes as I make my way down the spiral staircase. "Did you know that we're all flying to Kisnich next week?" Lilith murmurs from behind the opened stainless steel fridge door. She slams it closed and pops open the lid of an OJ. She glares at me over the lip. Kisnich. I'm desperate to get the attention away from Kisnich and not far off Patience. "What's with you and Russia?" I ask, reaching for the glass bottle and bringing it to my mouth. She swipes hers with the back of her hand. "I don't like Russia." "Why?" I ask, pushing the bottle over to her on the counter. Her eyes start roaming around the area, and I watch as her face changes. Russia is forgotten, and my question remains in the area of things we don't talk about. The muscles in her face relax, her eyes turning a soft shade of lilac instead of the fiery, hard steel. "This place is nice." She makes her way into the sitting room, where a large U-shaped sofa is facing the windows. There are black jams molded over the glass, like something out of an old Victorian home. From this angle, you can see the large willow tree that shades over what looks like an outdoor bar. It's so... Wait, this is Chiron's house? His other house, I'm guessing. Lilith runs the tip of her finger over the beige sofa. Huh. Not enough grungy dark for me to have picked that. I chuckle softly, lowering myself down onto the couch. Resting my ankle on my knee, I nod. For real. Why don't you want to go to Russia, baby girl? She turns to face me, kicking off her shoes and sliding her legs beneath her ass. Her hair is an unnatural shade of silver, her eyes an absurd tint of violet, almost like they can't decide if they want to be gray or purple. The strangest fucking eye color in the world. Her skin is pale, youthful, flawless, and her body is tight but curvy. I guess I just don't like vodka. I roll my eyes, waving her off. I'll let you have it this time. When my phone starts vibrating in my back pocket, I lean up to grab it out, seeing Bishop's name flash over the screen. Yo! I stand from the sofa and make my way out to the timber patio. I haven't processed what you told me last night, and I haven't shared it out yet, but I need you to know something. I close the door behind myself, turning to face Lilith once I reach outside. I need to know she's not somewhere listening, but I also just sort of want to stare at her. She has a face people are drawn to, even more so in her natural state. My favorite is when she thinks no one is watching her. Go on. If you do this, if it goes further, you know you can't have both. I know. And he ain't speaking about my dick. If you do this, you will need to make a decision. This is serious. I spoke with Dad about it briefly, without giving anything away. That's for your safety. You're welcome, by the way. And he said that if a king was to go out on his own, away from us, that your line would be ridiculed. You'd be out of the fold. Eli. Bishop takes a deep breath. He doesn't do that often. Usually he says exactly what he wants to say when he wants to say it. That gavel must be rather heavy for him. You need to think about this. Hard. There will be no more rebellious line. The Kings haven't had a scandal like this since fucking Viciosus, and even then he never left. I roll my lips beneath my teeth a few times, wondering where I'm going to start first. I know, is all I managed to say. I'm not walking from the Kings, B. I bleed black and gold. I know, brother. Let me work on something and get back to you. Unless you're ready to call red on both of them, then that could be an angle I could move with. I hold my breath, tensing my jaw. I didn't want to tell you this right now. Wanted a bit more time to work through shit. But...
18. Lilith. Reality offers peace for those who spend a lifetime running from their nightmares. For me, it's always the opposite. I hate it here. Everything is a reminder of why I'm different. What do people see when they look at me? Chaos? Pain? Insanity. All of the above are true, but in patience, I never asked these questions. Because between the walls of an asylum, the patients don't know what goes on in the world outside of them. Chiron still hasn't come back to the boathouse that he put both Eli and me into, like some stray animals he had picked up along the way. Eli seems to be more unsettled than me with this current change of plans. I watch as he moves from the sofa to the shower to the kitchen to outside near the lake. I leave him, lost in my own thoughts of what might be happening. Everyone in Midnight Mayhem is, if anything, smart business people. Changing something like this raises a red flag. I reach for my vibrating phone on the glass coffee table, answering when I see Saskia's name flashing across the screen. You can talk with a commoner now? It was a joke, but it's also true. I'm an outsider. I don't actually belong here. Midnight Mayhem is extremely selective of who they allow in, to the point of it being a blood-in and blood-out type setting. So how did I get here? Har har. We're on our way there. I run my fingers through my hair to brush it all to one side. Who are we? And good, I'm awfully bored. I pick at the fuzz on my thigh-high socks. Even though it's freezing outside, the temperature in this house stays the same. So I'm wearing tight black yoga shorts that hardly cover my ass cheeks, and Chiron's oversized Cherry Skulls Philip Klein hoodie. I'm punishing him by wearing a $1,000 hoodie around the house like I would a $10 rag from Walmart. Me, Purse, Maya, Rose, and Cartier. Chiron's little golem. Let me guess, you're bringing alcohol? Yes, but don't worry, we're making cocktails. See you in a bit. I can't think of anything worse than alcohol other than cocktails. The sugary substance was something I was never allowed back at the dollhouse. Never. For one, alcohol aged you, and two, sugar. Eli's walking down the stairs, shirtless, while running a towel through his damp hair, wearing nothing but gray sweatpants. What's wrong? Eli. Fucking Eli. There's a whole lot of girls that are about to be here, so you're free to hide upstairs. He scoffs. Fuck no. I fucking love women. My eyes narrow, but I quickly wipe the cough jealousy off my face before he can see it. And Kyron is on his way back now too, so I won't be the only male here. Nope. The stirring in my gut is back. What the fuck are you doing, Lilith? The front door opens just as Eli buries himself in the pantry, pulling out weird foods. This is my favorite place, Sass announces as she waltzes into the sitting room with her horde of females behind her. They all spread out around the large sofa until my eyes land on a girl I haven't met yet. She nudges her head. Hey, I'm Cartier. I tilt my head, hiding a smile. Kyron's baby sister. She clicks her fingers, moving to the coffee table in front of us and pulling open a drawer. That's the one, though I don't usually use that as an opening line. It's ineffective when it comes to, getting guys. She starts pulling out utensils from the drawer, and then glasses. I realize quickly they're cocktail ingredients. She flashes a metal shaker. My mom is a professional mixologist, but like the one that drinks everything she makes. She had this put in especially for girls' nights and all that shit. Cartier has teal hair that sits around the same length as mine, tanned skin, and eyes the color of the ocean, almost the same as her hair. Tattoos are inked all over her skin, from 2 sleeves, both gray wash, and other smaller bits over her chest and neck. She has a septum piercing, and her makeup? Dang. Her makeup looks professionally done. She is clearly Kyron's sister. High cheekbones, lips that flick a little over the edge, and flawless skin, with a few scattered beauty spots. That's where their similarity ends. Her personality seems the complete opposite. I don't think Lilith has ever had a cocktail, Purse adds, crossing her legs in front of herself on the sofa. She stares right at me, and I raise an eyebrow at her. What is this girl's problem with me? Right? Everyone goes silent, aside from Cartier, who is busying herself with mixing. I curl my fingers over the edge of Kyron's sleeves. Correct, I smirk at Purse, which only makes her angry face distort further before looking back to Cartier. I'm from Patience. Cartier pauses, her eyes flying up to mine. A look of understanding passes over her features, and whether that's understanding on why Purse doesn't like me or why I'm weird, I don't know yet. Well, hang on, that's only half the truth. I'm also from the dollhouse, the lead, actually. With my father being the CEO of, I wave my hands in the air, whatever he was. Why are you here then? Cartier asks, but it's not hostile, more confusion. She starts shaking the cocktail mixer, but her eyes stay on mine. When she stops to strain the liquid into the line of glasses, I answer her. Don't know. It's the most honest answer I've ever given. She shrugs, handing me a glass and clinking mine with hers. Here's to your first. I take a sip and feel the sugar slide down my throat. It's sickly, but surprisingly good. They say sugar is the first drug we ever taste. Crystallized, powdered, candy, refined. And right now, I feel like I have tasted it for the first time. Wow. What is this? I swipe the red residue off the rim of my lips. A Manhattan. Cartier wriggles into a large pillow on the floor. Don't drink it too fast, they're strong. Maya is on Val's lap on the other side of us, with Purse still burning a hole in my head. Okay, so the brothers are in some big important meeting, so I was thinking we could plan the places we all want to visit while we're back in Romania. Personally, I want to work on incorporating some new moves into my sets. Saskia's voice dies out into the back of my head when Eli emerges from the kitchen, ignoring all of the girls and coming straight for me. He leans over the edge of the sofa until I'm looking at him upside down, ignoring the way his arms flex when he leans on the sofa. He bends down and runs his tongue over my lips. Kai needs me. We'll see you in bed later, so don't drink too many of those. He pushes back and winks at me before throwing a hoodie over his head and leaving through the same way the girls just entered. Ah, I see. Cartier leans back. So my glorious brother with commitment issues, mommy issues, brooding issues, murder issues, and psychopathic issues has decided to collect 2 new toys. Bingo, Purse murmurs below her breath, rolling her eyes. Careful with that heart, Lilith. He will chew you up, spit you out, and then bury you in the backyard where he keeps all the rest of his secrets. I have to choke on the laugh that's bubbling up my throat. But I feel Saskia's hand come to my thigh reassuringly. Swallowing the rest of my drink, I place the empty glass onto the coffee table, my eyes flying between Cartier and Purse. First of all, I don't have a heart. My daddy ripped it out the day I was born and buried it in his garden of secrets, and trust me, it is far bigger than Kyron's. And 2? I glare between the 2 of them before finally settling on Cartier. What makes you think it isn't me who does the collecting? When there's a long enough pause, I settle back into the cushions of the sofa just as Maya bursts out laughing. I really like you, Lilith. I hold Purse's stare, her cheeks now flushed. I like you too. I noticeably drag my eyes away from Purse and onto Maya. Maya? I don't entertain hate and drama, and I can't decide if I want to change that or not with Persephone. There's one reason I haven't, though. I bring my attention back to Cartier. It's not that serious, you don't have to worry. Oh, I'm not, Cartier says, shaking her head while working on more cocktails. I'm surprised. Saskia nudges me with her shoulder as Maya moves toward the speaker system, turning on music. Purse still hasn't said anything. And if I was a normal human with fucks to give, I would pull her aside and ask what her problem with me is. But thankfully, I'm not. And I don't care for girl drama. They knocked that part of being a girl out of my brain the second I hit puberty. Purse can entertain her distaste for me on her own, but I'll never reach forward and swallow it. Pop smoke starts playing through the speakers as Sass turns my face to look at her. She's had a couple of drinks now, her eyes glassy. You belong here. A smile touches the side of my lips. No, I don't, Saskia, but it's okay because I don't need to. Saskia's bright blue eyes flash with something way too close to sadness. I don't need her pity or anyone else's. Before she can say anything further, I shake my head and laugh. We're not doing this. Okay. Right now. Cartier hands me a fresh drink and I take it. I shake my head at Saskia. No, ever. The front door opens and Eli walks through first, followed by King, Killian, and Keaton. They all spread around the sofa, with Keaton staying as far away from Cartier as possible. Obvious. I don't realize I've been holding my breath for Chiron until I exhale loudly. He's outside, little devil. Go fetch. Killian settles into Saskia's boobs, licking her neck like a needy cat. Eli is already upstairs. I could cut the tension in the room between the boys as if it was a ribbon tied in a pretty little bow. Which one? Purse snickers. I shrug, bypassing Purse and her smart-ass mouth. Both fuck me as hard as they fuck each other, so I guess I could see both. I shut the front door behind myself as I hear Saskia start on Purse. I don't need her to rescue me, or to even stand up for me. For me to need her to do that, I would have to care. I don't. Persephone can think what she wants about me. The air is cold, so I tug up both socks, as if that little inch is going to help. I'm scanning the area, looking for Chiron, when I find his back turned to me, looking out at the water. I take the steps down and hop onto the cobblestones that pave the way to the jetty. He shifts over his shoulder slightly when my feet hit the wood. But he doesn't turn all the way around. In fact, I'm almost certain he doesn't look at me at all. Let me guess. They sent you out here. He sounds distant, more than usual. His hoodie stretches over his broad shoulders. Chiron is built like a Greek god. His stone carved with a scalpel as sharp as ones used in surgeries. But a darkness lurks inside of him that he hides. Everyone knows Chiron is dark and broody, but they really don't know. He isn't heartless or soulless like me. Neither of them is. They're damaged. I'm broken. There's a difference. Actually, no. I stand beside him, following his line of sight. The lake is calm, placid, almost like dark silk flowing through a light breeze. I noticed you weren't coming in, and I figured something must have happened. I lower myself down onto the edge of the jetty and hang my legs over the edge. Also, Eli's little tantrum when he walked into the house also gave it away. There's a long pause before he finally lowers himself beside me. Don't want to talk about that. Fair. I sigh. Your sister is cool. He chuckles, and the foreign sound triggers goosebumps down the apex of my spine. She's not. I shrug. Well, if Perce has anything to do with it, I'm sure she'll hate me by the end of the night anyway. You gonna handle her? Because I know you don't need me or Eli to do that for you. I think over his words, letting them linger inside my brain. No. I turn to face him. As soon as our eyes collide, it feels as though a fist is punched through my gut. Shit. What the fuck? The glow of the full moon hovers behind me, giving a direct view of his features, his face. I don't think I've ever seen anyone as beautiful as Chiron. And you can't really call him beautiful, but he is. His thick brows tug together as his eyes fall to my lips before coming back. I think you know why. He runs his hand over his chin. Because you don't care. It wasn't a question, it was a statement. As if he needed to say the words out loud to hear them, instead of them coming from my mouth. I can't tell if it disappoints him that I'm the way I am. Mm-hmm. His thigh brushes against mine. My breathing stops. Yeah, I don't buy it. His answer grabs my attention instantly. He's so sure, as if he has known me all of my life. Why do you say that? Because I'm a good lay? It's a joke, only I'm not expecting him to laugh. No, he answers, leaning back against the elbow that's farthest from me. I peek at him over my shoulder, hiding my breathing behind it. Because when you use it as a shield, it only means there's something behind it. Our eyes stay connected. Seconds pass before I finally turn back to face the lake. Only his hand is on my chin, and he's turning me back to face him. Lilith. Such a simple word, such a fucked up soul. Chiron. I ghost back to him. He leans forward, and I stop breathing. I have breathing problems around him. It's almost out of instinct. As if anytime he's near, my body sends warning signs shooting through my fingertips that turn my blood hot. His fingers trickle to the back of my neck as he brings my face closer to his. When the tips of our noses touch, I think my brain short-circuits, and when his lips touch mine, everything I had held onto inside of me explodes. His lips are soft, too soft. My legs turn to jelly, and the bats that are flying around inside of me screech so loud, the vibrations tear at the inside walls of my stomach. He's kissing me. He starts to pull back, so I bring my hand to the back of his neck, keeping him to me. I sneak my tongue out and run it below the edge of his lip. A deep growl vibrates from his chest as he rolls me onto my back and settles between my thighs without breaking our kiss. It turns frantic, tongues clashing together and desperate, as if we have been waiting our whole damn life just to do one simple thing, kiss. An action most people do daily, yet to us, it is something else. He breaks, pulling back and staring down at me. The moon is behind him now, so I can't see much of his face. You're both a fucking pain in my ass. Literally? I joke, wiggling my eyebrows. He pauses before laughing so hard that his head falls into the crook of my neck. Oh, my little devil. Once you find out who I am, you're both going to run. Kyron, we won't be going anywhere. We, he asks, staring down at me while running his index finger down the side of my face. You want it to be a we, as in 3, don't you? He runs his tongue over his bottom lip. Can't say I've ever tried, and to be clear, I don't do relationships. And I'm pretty sure Eli doesn't. Eli does not. Eli interrupts from somewhere behind us. We both don't move. And Kyron nods in understanding. Well, were either of you going to ask Lilith? Because Lilith doesn't either. I snap at both of them. Kyron rolls off me as Eli drops down on the other side, his legs now hanging over the jetty. I hang my legs over the edge again, my heart now relaxing. I feel like the plate between 2 scales, one bad, the other wicked. Kyron remains lying on one shoulder as Eli's arm wraps around the back of my neck. So we leave this comfortable, but open. We leave it as it is, Kyron says, standing to his feet. No one will get hurt. What makes you think any of us would? I ask, turning to face him. He's kind of pissed me off. I just don't know why. I don't want to search for the reason either, afraid of what I might find. He stares down at me, his eyes going between both Eli and me. Because it's inevitable.
19. Kyron. I watch them both as they sleep. Lilith is curled under Eli's arm, her mouth slightly open and lashes fanning out over her high cheekbones. Both of them. 2 fucking codes I haven't quite cracked.
You know, you're fucked, right? You'll have to choose.
Cartier slides into the chair opposite me, just as we hit turbulence. The plane was to fly to our motherland in 2 weeks, not fucking 2 days. You should have stayed home. I widen my eyes at her. Not one person walking this earth knows me to the extent of my sister. It isn't a good thing. She leans forward so that only I can hear.
Kyron, you cannot choose either of them. You know this.
Shut up, Cartier. I don't bother looking at her when I answer, mainly because I can't take my eyes off Lilith and Eli, but also because I don't want to have this conversation with her right now.
I don't like her.
You don't know her, I snap, and then close my mouth when I realize I may have just given her something to be worried about. Or him.
Well, I didn't say anything about him.
She flicks her nails, and if she weren't my sister, I would reach forward and snap her fucking neck for just being so fucking condescending. It's bad enough that I've caught Perce being a bitch to Lilith, but I won't cop it from someone who shares the same blood as me. First of all, you so much as bat your bitchy little fucking lashes at Lilith and cause any problems with her, you're fucking dead to me. She flinches, and I watch as pain flashes over her eyes before finally resting on the color of her cheeks. She's angry now. Good. I lean back in my chair. Second, again, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. Whatever bullshit Perce has filled your head with is just that. Bullshit. Cartier raises one eyebrow.
Really, Kai? I mean, really? I knew you were going to pick her, but you aren't even quiet about it.
I finally snap and bring my eyes straight to hers. I keep our contact locked until her lip quivers slightly and she shuffles in her chair. She knows she has pissed me all the way off. I didn't choose. I won't choose. They're both fucking mine. Now, are you done? Cartier stands from her chair.
Kyron, why do you think I'm here?
I don't fucking know, Cartier. Why the fuck are you here? I grind out, my eyes on hers. This has fucking nothing to do with you. She leans down until our noses touch, and I swear to all fucking Christ I always want to hit her.
Because you're about to make a mistake.
I lean backward as she storms off, angrier than what she was before she sat down. Fucking King and his big mouth telling Perce our kisnet shit. I knew Cartier suddenly wanting to join mayhem wasn't about her parents trying to get her away from her pathetic boyfriend. Our mother would crush him with her Valentino boot if he so much as breathed in Cartier's direction wrong. Too busy being caught up in Eli and Lilith, I let that shit fly over my head. The fact she's right only further pisses me off. We land just after midnight, but the line of luxury European cars parked on the runway is a dead giveaway that someone, or someone's, important has just touched down. Killian leans over my shoulder from behind.
You good?
Fuck you.
What'd I do?
Kill asks, his tone high-pitched while walking around my chair and taking the spot Cartier was in just a couple of hours ago. You do know Lilith is your cousin, right? Since her dad and yours were brothers?
Yeah, asshole. Pretty sure I know how that works.
He tilts his head.
That's another reason why Sass and I are looking out for her. Why?
I don't even bother to elaborate, because the fucker knows exactly where I'm going with this.
Bro.
His hand is on my arm.
It has to be done. You know that, right?
I shake his grip off me and pick up my duffel bag. I know that. Ignoring Eli and Lilith, I make my way down the steps and onto the tarmac, the loud screaming of jets still hot in the air. One of the men dressed in a black suit is holding a card with my last name on it, and I make my way to his car, pulling open the door and tossing my bag inside. I get into the back seat and toss my hoodie over my head.
To the hotel, Mr. Nero,
he asks, and I squeeze my eyes closed to try to swallow everything I've had to come to learn. Yeah, turn on some music, please. Heavy metal. He does, and a few seconds later, 5-fingered death punch is ringing through my ears, only it's still not quite loud enough to drown out my thoughts. 20 minutes later, we're pulling into the hotel, and I activate global roaming on my phone. The hotel is an elaborate white building with a circular drive near the concierge and valet, where a giant gold chandelier hangs from the ceiling above a statue with water squirting out the top, much like my rage. I push open the door and grab my duffel, waving off the driver when he tells me that he'll have my luggage sent up to my room, and I have contact to him at all times while I'm here. All of this is obviously said in Romanian. I check in at the front desk, ignoring the lingering looks from the young receptionist.
Nero, that's a different name,
she purrs, and I briefly flick my eyes up to hers, just in time for her to be following my body up and down. She has to be around 20 years old, with glossy brown hair and brown eyes the color of honey. She is hot. If I weren't in such a shit mood, she would probably do for the nights while I'm here. The room ready? I ask, brushing off her comment. I don't have time for women who are this thirsty. Before I fuck someone, I have to know they're not going to turn into a stage 5 clinger and ruin my fucking life. I'd have to kill her otherwise, and I'm pretty sure that's frowned upon, even for us.
It is.
She slides over a keycard, her French manicured fingers immaculate. When I notice she's not going to let go of the keycard, I take it from her with a tight smile. Thanks. Leaving my hoodie on, I make my way to the elevators and push PH1. According to this card, there are 4 PH levels. I scoff. Would it kill them to have fucking built extra penthouse rooms for other people, not just the forefathers? Yes, it would. The doors spread open, and I instantly drop my bag onto the dark marble floor just as the motion sensor lights illuminate wherever I walk. There's a large sliding door that looks to open out onto an equally large patio with a glistening pool that swims over the edge. It's nice, opulent, but that's something I'm used to, and it's not my first time in this fucking hotel. Hopefully, my last. I fall onto the leather sofa, breathing out a sigh of relief just as my phone starts ringing in my pocket. What? I snap without looking to see who it is. You're being obvious. King's voice on the other end only ignites me further. So much so that I ignore the door opening and closing in the background. Shut the fuck up. You know, you telling Perce our business really was a whole new level, even for you. Tell me, do you still have a cock, or do we need to find a replacement, brother, because the leash Perce has tied on yours has clearly cut off the circulation of it? Fuck you. She overheard us all that night before they went to the boathouse. Whether you want to believe it or not, she was ready to actually be nice to Lilith, said that she may have been unreasonable, until she heard, that Lilith is still in contact. I massage the spot between my eyes. I need a fucking joint. If anything is said, no one will. Cartier already fucking knows. I yell, squeezing my phone in my hand so hard I actually think I hear it click. Speaking of the devil, she falls down onto the sofa opposite me, biting into an apple. I flip her off. Well, you can be pissed at Perce for that. I don't need another reason to hate her. But I won't tell King that. Not that I hate Purse. This is a new thing, like a 2-day new thing. She's pregnant. I hang up on him, tossing my phone onto the spot beside me. Motherfucker is using her pregnancy as an excuse as to why Purse is failing miserably at being Delilah.
You know, how many shares do we own in this hotel?
1/4 Cartier. Fuck, I thought that would be obvious. She ignores me, taking another chunk out of her apple.
You know, I don't think I want to sleep in here with you.
Then fucking sleep somewhere else. Her eyes narrow as she lowers the apple to her lap and leans forward.
Kyron, stop being a fucking mean brother. I want my other one back.
He's not here right now. I bring my eyes to hers. You and I both know that.
20. Lilith. The nightmares are getting worse. I can feel it in the marrow of my bones every single time I close my eyes. I see them. They're staring back at me with shame, like I have done something so bad and unmistakable. Unredeemable. We got into the hotel last night, and I went straight to the room I was assigned to, desperate to put some space between Eli and Kyron. Though with Kyron, I didn't have to fight hard, since he was running off the plane faster than an officer on a rescue mission. Eli seemed distracted. I feel as though everything around me is caving in slowly, like the walls I worked so hard to build up aren't crumbling down, but they are coming closer and closer together. I'm not sure why we are here, but something doesn't sit with me. People are quiet. Everyone but Maya and Saskia. My phone is vibrating on the coffee table inside my studio room when I slide open the group chat from them. Maya: why the fuck are we here? I mean, honestly. Sass: I don't know. Killian is being weird. Maya: no, I mean, like, this is new to you? Sass: shut up. I start rummaging through my bags to find the outfit I want to wear today when there's a knock on my door. I don't bother to put clothes on, making my way there in a bra and panties. I open it up onto a young boy holding a coat hanger with something zipped inside. He gulps when he notices what I'm wearing. Cute. Ma'am, your outfit for tonight. I will escort you as your driver has fallen ill. I wrap my fingers around the gown, looking him up and down. He's cute. Thank you. I shut the door and unzip the black cover, placing it carefully onto the dining table. My mouth almost drops open when I get to what's beneath it. Soft pink? Seriously? Fucking pink? Ugh! I sigh, dropping onto the dining seat. I perk up. It couldn't be a bright pink? At least it almost looks white. I'll repeat that mantra inside my head all night while it's wrapped around my body. Pink, though? Who the fuck did this? My fingers dig into the corner where a little card is hidden. Your favorite color, don't lie. Eli. Instantly, I smile. But then I stop smiling when I notice that I'm smiling because it's from him. Fuck. Is this what other people feel when they like someone? I shoot up straight, eyes wide. Oh my God, I'm human. I flick the card on top of the dress and find my phone again, hitting dial on Sass. She answers, and then Maya does too, and suddenly we're all on FaceTime. I look among the 3 squares. Okay, this is dumb. Come to my room. On my way, Saskia says. Already here, Maya adds, knocking on the door. I hang up on both of them and pull open the door, not bothering to say hello to Maya before making my way back to the kitchen table. Okay, Maya murmurs, closing the door behind herself. Should I be worried about something here? What? I ask, turning to face her. Maya is mixed, so she has the most beautiful and flawless skin. But her green, moss-colored eyes trap you. She has soft, natural lips and straight white teeth. She's beyond beautiful, actually. Exotic and confident. She's also everything you would want in a friend. Maya makes her way farther into the kitchen area, opening the fridge and scanning over everything inside. I mean, the whole answering the door barely naked thing. Can I ask you something? I cross my arms in front of myself. You will anyway. She waves her hand over her shoulder. Go on then. Why don't you ask me about my life, or... I flick my hands up and down. Treat me like I'm a ticking time bomb ready to explode any second. I watch as she backs up from the fridge, closing the door while carrying a tub of yogurt. Because we're all damaged, Lilith. She pulls open a drawer and flicks a spoon in the air. The fucked up ones have to stick together. The rest don't understand us. I pull out a chair and slowly lower myself onto it. Okay, but I'm happy being damaged. I don't even think I'm damaged. I think I'm just... me. Maya is in front of me now, sliding into a chair. Even better. We both cackle out a laugh just as the door opens again, and Saskia is walking through. Just so you know, she drops a couple of bags onto the floor. Val is looking for you. I told her we're getting ready here before the event tonight. About that event, I say, looking between the both of them. I don't suppose either of you wants to explain the dressy attire? They both look between me and each other, shaking their heads. How do I know neither of you is covering for the other? My eyes narrow on both of them, but I don't care. I'm just too far into this now to ignore it. Pshh, cover for this, bitch. Maya gestures to Sass with her thumb. We don't even really like each other. We tolerate each other because we both happen to like you. What did you do? I look straight at Sass, letting my hair down from the messy bun it has been in overnight. Hey, Sass feigns innocence, but I don't buy it. Okay, fine. I lost my shit a few times over her and Killian, but it's all in the past now. Sure is. Maya leans forward to grab the lighter on the coffee table. Because I have a girlfriend now. Their bickering continues, but it dies out when my mind drifts off. Do we know why they're throwing a dinner party? The words fall out of my mouth effortlessly. This is nothing new for Kisnich. Our parents have parties all the time. Maya kicks off her chucks, swinging a leg over the other and leaning farther back into the sofa. It gets to be a lot. Mayhem, too, if you know what I mean. I do know. I just don't care. I didn't want to be here, so close to Patience. But I knew if I squirmed or even made an inch of motion that I shouldn't be back here, it would raise questions I didn't want to answer. Maya and Sass move around the room, pulling out their dresses and shoes. Sass dances into the room with a bottle of cognac, but I still can't free my mind from the hold it has put itself in. It's not until 3 hours pass and I'm looking back at myself in the reflection that I realize how distant I have been through this whole ordeal. Like a robot, answering yes or no questions. I can feel myself slowly cave in, the walls inside my mind piling up. Wow, Sass says, bumping her hip with mine. Pink is your color. I know, I'm sorry. I hate you, I answer softly, swiping my thumb beneath the curve of my bottom lip. Black lips and smoky eyes. I at least had control over my makeup. No, you don't. Sass dances backward in her blood-red floor-length gown. I have weed. I run my hands over my pinched-in waist. My gown is tight around my upper areas and flows down to the floor. There's a tear over my ribcage, and a slit that slides all the way up to my hip bones, flashing the fact I have no underwear on. Shocker. The bodice is squeezed around my breasts until they spill over the seams. I'm wearing gladiator-style heels that crisscross all the way up my calf, stopping just below my knees. I could do with that, actually. Something in the Kisnich air has me itchy for peace, for fucking peace. I take the joint off Saskia and make my way into the sitting room where my new driver, Preston, is standing with a stoic expression. He's young, fuckable, but young. Where are your boyfriends? Maya asks, sliding into a pair of Converse that actually matches her gown. Like, that's what you guys are now, right? I've known Kyron all of my life, and I gotta say, I'm not at all surprised by this whole situation. There is no situation, I say, placing my phone and credit card that I never use into my handbag. We all just like having sex with each other. I snatch the lighter off the counter and nudge my head at Preston with a small smirk. Ready to drive us? It isn't that the drive feels long, it's just that every single mile we seem to drive, I feel as though my throat is closing in. Preston pulls us up to a gated driveway where a security guard stands with a walkie-talkie clipped to his shoulder. He rolls the driver's window down and flashed him a white card. ID, probably. So, Maya claps her hands. Are you straight? I raise one perfectly. I'm not kidding, I spend a good long time perfecting these brows, arched eyebrow at her. Tell me, oh Rapunzel, why must you know? I keep my eyes locked on hers until she cowers and looks away when the car starts moving forward again. Her cheeks flash red, and I giggle under my breath. I don't put myself in any box. If I want to fuck you, I'll fuck you, woman or man. You could have asked Rose for that answer. I heard about that, Maya gasps. And I take my eyes out the window to watch the lines of manicured shrubs and fruit trees that align with the long road. It's not until I see the bright lights of the wraparound porch that I realize just how big this place is. Preston directs the car around the circular driveway, stopping outside the grand staircase that leads up to a set of wooden doors with mystical carvings embedded over the surface. Good God. You guys have way too much money. Is this your main condo? I ask. Reaching for the door handle before Preston can get it. Gentlemen make me feel awkward. I can handle myself. This is the Nero condo, yeah, but we all have one. The only reason we're staying at the hotel and not at the houses is because the brothers have a problem with authority. This is also normal. Once they take over as fathers, they'll come to the homes instead of the hotel for Kisnich business. Maya rolls her eyes as she steps out from behind me. Music is playing from somewhere deep in the house, and it's not until we trench up the giant marble stairs and through the doors that I realize a lot of their wealth is hidden. You see Midnight Mayhem and you know they have money, but this is something else. This is rich. The kind of rich that would have them on the Forbes list. Yes, Saskia murmurs from behind me. Number 9, I think. She shrugs it off and shimmies her way through the grand foyer and toward the glass doors that lead out into the backyard. How? Maya hooks her arm in mine while pressing her other finger up to her lips and gesturing me down the same way Saskia bounced off through. No more questions. We take 3 steps down into the sitting room, where an open fireplace is blazing. There are a few vintage-looking chairs placed perfectly around the area, with artwork that falls on the horror side more than the contemporary side, and candles blazing through the dark night. Stepping outside, I hold my breath for a few seconds as I adapt to the change of lighting. Solar LED lights droop above, leading the way down to where a fire pit is built into the grass, with one big bench chair circling it. The music is an interesting mix, noting that when we walked in they were playing Metallica, and now it is changed to an acoustic version of the song Layla by Eric Clapton. People are seated down near the fire, and I don't bother to seek out Kyron or Eli, since I can most definitely feel them. There have to be around 30 or so people here tonight, but it seems comfortable, as if everyone can trust one another and be who they need to be. I wonder how that feels, to be able to trust people so easily that you can extend that out to so many people. Trust isn't something I'm familiar with, at least I don't think. Maybe I trusted my father? A couple of weeks ago, if you had asked me that same question, I would have absolutely said yes, I did trust him. But now, standing in this ridiculous dress with these interesting people, I'm second-guessing that fact. It's as though the longer I stay in this world, the more my eyes are opening to what's considered normal, not normal, and downright criminal. I'm not sure how I feel about that, but I don't think I like it. Saskia's fingers latch onto mine as we make our way toward the fire pit. I can hear my heart in my chest beating erratically, as if it's fighting to come out. It probably wants to run, truthfully. Without realizing it, my eyes fall on Kyron. And I instantly get that same whirlwind of pain twisting in my gut when I notice he's already watching me. His legs are spread a little, his hand in his pocket while lying back against the chair. He's not wearing a suit, though I'm not at all surprised. His hair is messy, his jaw tight. He's glaring. That's what he's doing. And probably why he has my stomach in fits. The orange flickering flames do nothing to dampen his classically good looks either, damn it. Saskia, tugging me down beside her, snaps me away from his hypnotic gaze. And I do as I'm told, gathering my gown in my hand. A fucking gown. Lilith Patience in a gown. I'm glad Bear isn't here to see this. You must be Lilith, a woman says from somewhere beside me, and I finally drag my eyes away from a sneering Kyron and fix them on her. Black raven hair, sharp cheekbones that Maleficent would cast her next spell just to replicate, and a pouty mouth that I'm all too familiar with. That's me. The corner of her mouth quirks. I'm Chloe, Kyron's mom. And this is Kyan, his father. She gestures to a man who is sitting beside her, dressed in a maroon suit with hair as dark as Kyron's, and eyes just as potent. The Nero men clearly know how to weaponize their good looks. I nod at both of them, my tongue stuck to the top of my mouth. They both look like they've walked off a runway and don't look anywhere near old enough to have a son Kyron's age or Cartier. She opens her mouth, but Kyron cuts in, tossing his empty beer bottle into the trash beside the fire. Yep, that's all I'll allow for tonight. Chloe's eyes fix on her son, but her lips curl behind her teeth as if she's stopping whatever it was that she wanted to say. I know there's a reason as to why we're here. If anything, Kisnich do things for a reason, loose morals or not. Eli falls down onto the spot beside Kyron, winking at me while leaning back against the seat. Oh, so you met our little pet. I cough on my drink, my hands coming to my mouth to stop it. I'm sorry, what? I lean to the side, as if I didn't hear him properly. Eli grins at me, flashing his pretty teeth. Teeth I'd take great pleasure in knocking out right about now. So, I say, gesturing to Kyron's parents who are to my left, flicking my finger around the circle. Does anyone want to tell me why we're here tonight, or should I just figure that out on my own? I curl a piece of my hair around my finger before looking up at the man who is quiet beside King. Because I'm guessing it has everything to do with me, right? Actually, Kyron says, standing to his full height. He's a fair bit away from me, and there's a whole fireplace separating us, but even then, I get the feeling this isn't enough space. She's coming with me. Right now. My brows raise, and I turn to face Eli instinctively. There's a sense of calm that comes with the connection between Eli and me. Security. Warmth. With Kyron, it's chaos, obsession, control. But although they both offer me different things, as well as to each other, the impact is all the same. Eli's eyes are still on Kyron questioningly, as if he's trying to figure out what Kyron is doing. I squeeze Eli's knee, pushing up to my feet while scooping up a fresh flute of champagne from the station in front of us. It's fine, we can finish this discussion later. I take the steps closer and closer to Kyron, and my heart quickens, the blood being pumped through my veins slowing. I siphon the bubbly wine in an attempt to calm my nerves. But I swear, the closer and closer I get to him, the more it feels as though my heart is going to jump out of my chest. His hand slides in mine as he directs me toward the back of the property, where there's a clearing in the woods. It begins to get darker and darker, and my champagne has long since gone before we're stopping beside a large tree with branches that overshadow the moonlight and droop onto the grass. Now that it's just him and me, the silence seems too loud. I should have dragged Eli with me, damn it. What's wrong, Kyron? I ask, tilting my head and watching him as his eyes remain on mine. Passive. Like he wants to ask me so many questions but can't. He reaches forward and presses his thumb to my lips. Such a shame. What is? I ask, confused. He leans forward, his mouth coming to my ear as his hand remains around my wrist. That you're such a fucking liar. Everything goes black.
21. Eli. I didn't fucking want to be here. I'm pretty sure that much was obvious, but I came because I had to. Lilith has been on edge lately, more than usual, and I wanted to make sure she had me here, as fucking soft as that sounds. I don't care if I sound soft when it comes to her, or him, because it's true. They're both fire and ice who would most likely straight up kill each other one of these days. Kyron saunters back from wherever he and Lilith just disappeared to and lowers himself down beside me, leaning back against the chair. "Where's Lilith?" I ask, though everyone else doesn't seem to notice that she didn't come back with him. He turns his head, just enough to look up at me from behind his dark lashes. They're insane, the color of sin, fucking dark and insidious. "She's gone." "Gone where?" I ask, narrowing my eyes on him. Kyron is like doomsday hovering over every day you spend alive, but I swear we see another side to him. Kyron finally turns to face me. "You know she's Patience, right? As in, she was always going to end up back there." "What the fuck are you talking about?" I snap, flying up from my chair and stepping away from him. "She didn't want to be here, Eli. It doesn't matter. She's a liar." He reaches for a bottle of whiskey that's near the champagne flutes, flicking off the cork lid. "She left," I whisper, my eyes flying around the space to see if I can find Saskia or Mia. "Yup," Kyron says, leaning up to rest his elbows on his knees. "If she comes back to us on her own, then I'll know she wants to be here. Otherwise, I can't have her here, in my family, in my fucking head, if all I'm thinking is that she's a captive." "You're fucked in the head, Kyron. She won't want to be back there." "Yeah?" Kyron snaps, standing toe-to-toe and so close to my face that his nose almost touches mine. He smirks, and I swear to fuck my cock is instantly rock hard. "How do you know that, Eli?" I shove away from him, stumbling my way back through to the main house. Once I'm inside, I tread up the stairs and find an empty room, kicking off my shoes and resting my arm over my eyes. Why the fuck would she go back? But then, I know why. I know so much more than what anyone here knows. "You know I'm not for sale, right?" She wrapped her legs around me, straddling my waist. She called me on stage like I knew she would. I was still praying that she wouldn't add me to her tally in her little dollhouse. See, I knew everything there was to know about little Lilith Patience. I knew she held secrets in her dollhouse that no one else saw. I knew she hated the color pink, but she also wasn't too fond of black. She liked maroon, the color of blood when it's freshly spilled. Not red, not black. That in-between, the color of death. I grabbed onto her ass and squeezed. The dolls were perfection. The kind you don't want to touch in case you dirty them. But little did people know, they felt like they were already trash. I saw it right then when she looked at me, too. She did a good job at hiding shit, though. I still didn't understand why she didn't let us carry her ass out of this fucked up world all those months ago. But I had to come back. To understand. She wasn't a prisoner, which meant she wanted to be here, which meant she was about as messed up as the shit that went on here. I should stay away. I know, baby. I don't pay for sex anyway. She leaned down and ran the tip of her nose up the side of my neck before licking me across my jaw. You taste good. I raised my hips up to her. I fuck better. The music continued to play as I directed her over my dick. Dolls were prancing around in front of us, flashing the people who were for sale as if they were prized trophies. Lilith unbuttoned my jeans and slid me deep inside her until I felt her wet little pussy tighten around my cock. Fuck! I bit down on her shoulder to hide the sudden gasp. A twisted version of an old-school Nirvana song played hauntingly in the background as each sale went through, the dolls flashing a card that read "Sold" over the top, with their immaculate appearance. People thought it was part of the act. How fucking bold were these people? It was exactly why the EKC tolerated them. Everyone is useful one way or another. Lilith rode me slowly, too slowly, and I slammed up into her fast, sucking on what skin I could get to. The music continued, sale after sale. The people walked off the stage when it was done. The deadly part about patience is that people who came thought they were just watching a creative show. They weren't. What they witnessed was all real, even murder, thanks to Lilith. She tilted her head back, sweat sliding down the crux of her chest, right between her breasts. Fuck, but she was beautiful. The kind of beauty that you wanted to destroy you. The kind that would have you screaming fucking murder in the middle of the street just to see her again. She wasn't what you would expect. She wasn't pretty or attractive. She was damn right lethal, and she fucking knew it. I squeeze my eyes closed just as my phone pings. Bishop. Anything? I think over the words, squinting my eyes against the angry glare from my phone. Me. Why are you so worried? I leave it, tapping against the screen of the phone. Bishop. Bro, you're the only living rebellus in your family. We need you alive. Don't do anything dumb. That is so much easier said than done. Don't do anything dumb. As if I had any choice at all. Me. I know. I plug my phone into the charger and turn off the bedside light. Why the fuck would Lilith go back to patience? I knew she was a slave to the system, hungry for destruction and shackled to their world by her raw need to please. But to willingly leave as soon as she was back in Kisnich didn't make a lot of sense to me. Unless that was what she fucking wanted? Maybe I was so caught up in her that I forgot why I was here. My real reason. I make my way down to the living area the next morning to find Killian and Keaton already at the kitchen counter, chatting. They instantly stop when I arrive, both turning to face me. How are the accounts looking? Killian asks, watching as I slide out the bar stool one over from him. Shit. Keaton pours hot black coffee into a cup and hands it to me. I take it. But you both knew that, right? I look up between the both of them while sipping on my coffee. Who did them before me? Delilah did it all herself, Keaton says, sliding his ass up onto the counter. She took on too much and was told to get an accountant for years before she died. Makes sense that it's a shit show. He nudges his head at me. He reminds me of Bishop, the hard, square jaw and empty void in his eyes. How much longer you here for? That's the million-dollar question, isn't it? I wriggle my eyebrows up at him while taking a large gulp of coffee. Both of them look up to the entrance when King enters, opening the fridge. Anyone seen Lilith? I wait for all of their answers, watching how they respond. Keaton shakes his head naturally, whereas Killian's left eye twitches slightly before he says no. Chiron said she went back to patients. I wait again, watching their reaction. Oh, King says, taking a seat beside me. She did. How the fuck are you all so chill about this? That girl should not be back there. It's like sending a junkie back into a crack house. She's going to relapse. But you knew she got better, which means you knew her before she came here, King muses out loud, before finally turning to face me, his eyes narrowed. Talk. I flick my tongue over my front teeth, chuckling. I'm not doing this. Chiron storms into the kitchen, banging the wall with his fist. Yes, the fuck you are.
22. Lilith. It was different this time. The walls were painted black, but my dollhouse was still in the corner of the room. All the white crystals that were hanging from the ceiling are now dyed black, too. I know that I need to hold on. In the back of my mind, I'm trying. But the thought is like grasping a ghost. Poof, it evaporates as soon as I reach for it. Footsteps sound down the corridor outside my room. So familiar, like that first sip of a memory, even though you're hoping it just stays a memory. Music is playing softly through the speakers. My mind's gaining clarity. I reach for the ends of what I'm wearing, new, clean. A dress, black. Someone has washed me and put me in my room. How long have I been in Kisnich? Has it been an hour? 2? A week? Images flash through my head as I continue to grasp the time. But a door opens and boots come into my view, loafers, actually. Oh. Look up at me, little doll. I do, tilting my head up to face him, even though it pains my neck to do so. You did so well. Now you're home. And you don't need to worry about them ever again. He kneels down to my height and runs his finger over my cheek. Are you ready? Because we sure are. He was my father's best friend, confidant, leader. Patience's home turf has always been here. But that's not to say we had other homes in other places, other countries. Maybe even your next-door neighbor. His finger curls against my cheek and I close my eyes, leaning into his touch. My eyes pop open. I'm ready. The lights are dim, but not enough to shield the stage. To the left, there are 2 girls tied to wooden poles, and to the right, a single coffin. I bring the microphone to my lips, smirking as the spotlight beams directly on my face. Patience is not something you will find here. Heavy metal music starts playing, and I move against the tune, raising my arms up in the air while shimmying my ass from side to side. I've never spoken much, and I don't want to change that tonight either, but I feel it. The way the music finds itself deep in the marrow of my bones, and how the scent of money and sex continues to sit on the tip of my nose. This moment, I realize I am supposed to be back here. Why was I wasting my time in Midnight Mayhem? This is my home, my people, as fucked up as they are. I move off the stage and find my first victim. A middle-aged man with a graying beard and eyes that look too familiar to Chiron's, even though I know they are of no relation. I hate him instantly because he reminds me of what I left behind. I curl my fingers around his and direct him onto the chair. His wife sitting quietly beside him, watching with a wild hunger in her eyes. I know her type, the kind who likes to watch her partner fuck someone else. These are the kind of people who make it so easy for patients. Law enforcement are looking for people who hide their victims in basement floors. They'd never come looking at a live show claiming to be sex acts. On top of that, Kisnich and patients tend to run on the opposite side of the law, so our police officers here are bought. I shove the man down onto the center of the floor on his knees, pressing my fingernail under his chin so he's looking right up at me. The corner of my mouth curls into a grin as I run my tongue over my teeth. Everyone knows I'm the magician. I am the sorcerer of death, and he is my next victim. I cock my head to the side, watching as 3 other dolls dance against the music and giggle through their acts. The 2 girls who were gagged and tied hang effortlessly on the pole, the concealer and foundation on their arms doing their job at hiding their track marks. I mean, no one can see from the audience anyway. Killing Strangers from Marilyn Manson starts playing, and I cringe inwardly. Not a fan of Marilyn Manson. Fucking poser. The song will do, though. I reach for my panties and slide them down over my ankles, bringing them up to his eyes. As I tie them to the back of his head, his grin gets wider. My eyes flick out to where his wife is again, and she's gone, her seat empty. I shoot a small grin out to the crowd from behind my shoulder before I press my index finger right to the center of his throat, while hooking my other arm around his neck to hold him in the spot. Licking him across the lips as he struggles to catch his breath, I whisper softly over his lips, "You can fight it, but it only makes me wet. Feel free to check if you like. Feeling pussy for the final, 20 seconds of your life on this earth is what you would want, right? You like touching pussy?" His body begins shaking. He's taking too long, but I lap it up. The anger and malice is swimming deep in my veins now, caged and burned by this life I will always live. Finally, his body stills and his full weight falls into my arms. I lay him down on his stomach and place my heel over his back as the audience claps with a round of applause. They'll all be thinking the same thing. Wow, her death trick is spectacular. Then they'll walk out these doors and not think twice about it. Someone shifts out from the back as the light turns off and the 2 dolls who are on the stage with me circle the 2 on the pole. This is what the audience thinks is the skit, where we pretend that the girls are tied and gagged and helpless, and that the ones who bid on them would save them. Some men bring their wives for cover. Some couples come together. Date night. Little do they know, husband just purchased himself a new toy. Rich men can have everything, and fuck do they make sure they do. I leave through the backstage, just as a hand wraps around my wrist and tugs me behind a curtain. "Lilith!" Bear squeezes my arm. "What the fuck are you doing back here?" "Why the fuck does it matter?" I pull my arm out of her grip. "You being at the Connoisseur was a fucking close call, Bear. Seriously. You got out, that's why. I needed to make sure you were okay, only to see you comfortable with Kisnich and a king." I smile at her, but it flashes my teeth, and everyone who knows me knows that if I smile this wide, I'm not that happy. "I don't know what you're talking about." He gave me back. I'm shoving back through the curtain when Bear's voice stops me in my tracks. "You know if they come here, it's a problem for me." "I know." I turn to face her, raising my hand up to her cheek. "By the way, your sister is a massive fucking bitch." Bear's dark green eyes flash with pain before settling on my chest. I can't see her or them or... A curse leaves her lips in a whisper. Him. Bear is difficult, to say the least. "You don't have to worry about that, Bear." I keep my smile the same. "No one is coming here." I leave, heading up through the corridor that leads to the elevator to take me up to the dollhouses, aka the top level. Everything is white, and the music that plays in the elevator when the doors close is repetitive. Favorite things. I hate this fucking song. Why do I hate so many things? I watch as the numbers climb higher and higher until we land on D. The doors open, and I make my way directly to my bedroom. I let out a sigh of relief when the door is closed, and I'm back in my space. There's a window on the other side of the room. I never go there, never wanted to. In fact, I always find myself staying away from it. Pushing away the black curtain, I peeked down to the outside below. Angry waves crashed together, riptides of water whirling and disappearing below. Patience is a giant tower that is built in the middle of the ocean off the coast of Kisnich. Of course, only those who attend the shows know where it is. And by the time they're back on land, they won't remember where they had just been. This is what happens when you're a customer of highly gifted individuals. Not magic, not paranormal, just brain science, and people who are good at what they do. I shut the curtain angrily and began pacing around my room. It never bothered me before. I trained. Hard. Literally to become a doll, and not just any doll. I have always been the doll. Now I'm agitated and filled with rage. This patience operation is so much bigger than Kisnich even knows, and at any time at all, I could have told them. My eyes slam closed. I'm bored. I pick up my phone and head for the door, desperate for a drink, a fucking drink. I open my Instagram to find a photo I didn't know was there had been posted. It must have been while I was asleep in Kyron's bed. My mouth dries and my thumb freezes over the image. I'm lying with my back turned toward the camera, with Kyron's silk sheet draped over my curved ass and my long hair swimming down my back. Eli's tattooed hand grips my ass cheek through the sheet. Kyron clearly took it. I read the caption, fucking. What the hell do his captions mean? It doesn't matter anymore anyway. My throat swells in pain. I make my way down the corridor and to the elevator, back the way I came, and head for the bar level. The doors separate and the music spills out. I know Kish won't be down here, mingling with the commoners. He never is. Unless, of course, he wants something from us. Or me. I pull out a bar stool and wait for the current barmaid to slide over my drink of choice. It's the same anytime I'm here, bourbon, straight. I shoot it back and hiss when the fire licks through my throat and settles in the crux of my belly. You did well, little doll. Kish whispers beside me, pulling out the chair that I purposely sat near because it was empty. Did they make you while you were there? I shake my head, running my finger over the edge of my glass. No. Turning, I bat my lashes up at him and flick my tongue over my teeth. Kish is smart, too fucking smart. He can sniff out a rat from miles away, so lucky for me, I'm not one. I lean in, curling my finger and thumb around the edge of his tie. Pink. I like this color on you, Kish. The corners of his mouth crinkle around his smile as he wraps his fingers around mine, squeezing tightly. You're awfully bold tonight, little doll. Maybe that's because you taught me so well. I lean into him, gripping his upper thigh. Play with me? Kish sits backward, his eyes on mine. Blue, like the ocean that roars right below us. Kish has pale skin, blonde hair, and eyebrows way too thin, but it fits him, since he's pushing his mid-50s. It's not Kish's looks that got him to where he is today, though. It was a rotten empire he and my father built when they were young enough to be declined by mayhem. He tilts his head to the side, releasing his tie from the tight knot around his throat. Tell me something about Kisnich that I don't know. I sit back in my chair, rolling my eyes while slipping the opening of my lace robe wide enough to see I'm not wearing a bra. I tap my heel against the bar. Nothing special. They're all about family, loyalty. And oh, you didn't tell me. I narrow my eyes on his. No fucking murder. Curling my finger at the pretty little barmaid, I continue. I was bored. Oh, come on. I know damn well you found some comfort in two people. I chuckle, raising my glass to my lips. It's amusing that you think they're capable of satisfying my appetite. I turn to face him completely, spreading my legs slightly until his eyes fall. Perfect. Anything else you want to know? No. He tosses back the rest of his drink and stands from the stool, straightening his tie. I did leave you a present in your pen. He leans into me and kisses my cheek. You're welcome. I watch as he disappears the same way I came, through the small swarm of people and doors. Another, I say, gesturing down to my glass at the bartender. Being a doll is a sad, lonely life for humans. So they turned our humanity off a long time ago. How? By using the pen. I grip the devil horn pendant around my throat as I make my way down the stairs that lead to the pen. 12. Nothing more and nothing less. I pause when I reach the white door, sterile and clean. I did leave you a present in your pen. Grasping the handle, I push it forward and straighten my shoulders. The familiar haunting tune replays over my gag reflex. I force down the bile of memories, keeping my focus directly on the 7th pen, aka my pen. I'd spent days, weeks, sometimes months in here. Lilith, 14 years old. They said I was almost ready, almost. I shook in the corner, my skin cold and exposed. I needed to stop my teeth from chattering. If they heard them, they'd know I wasn't ready, and my punishment would be something worse than what I just endured. 24 hours sitting bare naked on the rooftop. Every time the wind whipped across my skin, it felt like a leather strap slicing me open. It had already been hours since I was brought back in, but I still felt the ghost of death running its pointed finger across my soul. Little doll, one of the generals said, and I raised my head up to his, biting down on my lip until metallic seeped between my teeth. I had to stop chittering. He slid open the cell door and 5 men stormed in wearing military-style boots. I started shaking my head, my heart thundering in my chest. No, I just came back, please. 2 picked me up from either side and raised me to my feet. I looked up at them both from hazy eyes. Please! My scream was feral enough to shake the single light bulb that hung above my head. No can do, little doll. Your training must continue. Okay, just not yet, please. I never got the chance to think of what I would have been had I been born in a basic life. A doctor? Lawyer? No. All were too mainstream for me. Please! They dragged me down the corridor and to the end door where a circle window sat high. I froze. My heartbeat was dangerously close to a flat line. What are you doing? I whispered. Though it wasn't to them, it was to me. Whipping my head up to the one on my right whom I was well acquainted with, because he took part in a lot of my sexual training. I screamed until my throat bled. You know who my dad is. You can't kill me. One of the others punched in a code and the door opened. As soon as he did, the weather from outside whisked around me and sang like sirens calling for their sister. There was laughter in the background as I sank my nails into flesh, spinning around and clawing the eyes of the one who was closest. Tearing my nails over his cheek. But it was too late. With a punch to my gut, I was flying out the door with the red alert alarm signaling, and then it was done. I was falling to the angry ocean below, right in the middle of a whirlpool. I died that day. Well, at least I thought I did. I sank. Then the ocean spat me back out as if not even she wanted me. I swam to the emergency metal ladder on the side of the base and sat for hours, freezing my heart and soul out, literally. I would never feel anything again. I would never give them a reason to think they could second-guess me. My fingers flex around the poles in the cell. my eyes still closed from trying to block out that memory. The last time I was down here in my pen, because I tried to make sure to never do anything to make them second-guess me again. Lilith? That voice snapped my eyes right open. Cartier? I clenched the pulse tightly. What the fuck are you doing here? They took me. She waves her arms around the place before pausing her pacing and running her fingers through her teal hair to move it out of her face. Why would they take me? I spin around and start checking the other pens. Lilith, don't you fucking dare leave me here, she calls out loudly from the pen. But I ignore her until I know we are alone. I worked hard to gain the kind of trust that is needed to be able to walk freely around patients. Now this little shit is going to ruin it. Or would she? I pause, slowly making my way back to her cell. I could just kill her and throw her into the ocean. No one would even know I did it. Wait. I squeeze my eyes closed, backing up until I hit the opposite cell. Why the fuck would it matter if people knew I killed her? People. I say people, but am I meaning Kyron and Eli? Fuck. No, I do not. This is a normal side effect from not being here for so long. Perce said you were a fucking psychopath. Just didn't realize how bad. I open my eyes slowly, tightening the robe around my waist so I don't slip a tit to her in the midst of this craziness. First of all, puppet, I'm not a fucking psychopath. Don't insult those who do suffer with the mental health condition. I am created, not born this way. I glare at her. Which is much worse, because I'm not this way through heredity. I'm this way by choice. Tilting my head, I think over all the different ways I could kill her. I don't particularly like killing women, though I was tested with Persephone, but women are different for me. We are the same species, and one has never wronged me, ever. Ironic, since I ended up in bed with not one but two men. Then you'd be more perfect for my brother than you know. I chuckle at this, crossing my leg over the other. That's where you're wrong. I'm worse. Cartier slides closer to the cell door until I see her peek through what little light we get down here. No, he's your match. If you think he's not going to come here to save me and kill you and every single person in this fucked up world, then let me give you a hint of the kind of man my brother is. Cartier turns, raising one knee and resting her elbow on it while reaching for a packet of cigarettes that has been discarded across the ground. She lights the end. I didn't know she smoked. She coughs through the cloud, banging on her chest. I roll my eyes. Because she fucking doesn't. In 3 seconds flat from meeting Cartier, you would be able to figure out that she has been sheltered all her life. She's beautiful, sure. But she has a kind of wildness in her eyes that can only come from safety. People who have been through what I have know that we don't have the pleasure of being free. When I was 12 years old, he killed a man. It was his first kill, and the first time I ever saw a body. He has always been protective over me. But that was the first time I saw the extent of it. I mean, don't get me wrong, the brothers aren't known to be soft. In fact, their body count is pretty high now. But this time was different. How so? She has my attention. There was a man. There always is. I growl, shuffling into a more comfortable position. Cartier gives me a small smile. It was fleeting, as if she forgot who I was and why she's here. No, this one was bad, older. He tried to kidnap me. We didn't know why, just that he was desperate to do it. He didn't get far. Kyron found me gagged and tied in a foreclosed mansion in the suburbs by hacking into some weird database. He didn't even wait for the rest of the brothers to come for backup. He just jumped on his bike and kicked the door down, an AK in one hand and a machete in the other. She takes a deep breath. He sliced into that man like he was butter, and he didn't flinch once. I didn't stop screaming until Keaton took me home to shower and tucked me into bed that night. We never spoke about it again, but Lilith, He dismembered a man for simply taking me, and I was unharmed. What do you think he's gonna do when he finds me here on enemy grounds, caged by you and this fucked up organization? I chuckle, moving closer to the cell. What makes you think? I tap the tip of her nose with my index finger. That I'm the one who caught you. It doesn't matter to him, Lilith. She smiles at me now, and it's real. He'll kill you anyway. So sure, little puppet. Cartier chuckles. I am his prized possession, Lilith. You are fucking dead. I stand, dusting off my robe. Well then, I better make the most of what hours I have left. Cartier raises her brows at me. You have roughly 1 hour before this ship sinks. I only need half of that. I leave, purposely not looking out that very window from all those years ago. Once I reach my level, I slip into the elevator and push the top level, where I know Cage is. A woman's voice comes through the speaker. Please state your name. I tilt forward until my lips are an inch away from the mouthpiece. Lilith fucking Patience. She goes silent. Proceeding. Better, bitch. I crack my head and shoulders and watch as the numbers gain speed. Higher and higher. The loud beep flashes me back to an old memory. The doors separated, and I knew then I wanted to die. No, actually. I had figured I wanted to die while clinging to the slippery metal hinges on the side of the wall, hoping someone would save me. Ironic, really, that the very thing I was clinging to was the very thing I didn't want anymore. Hours. I clung for hours, watching the water crash against my feet while wondering just what could lurk beneath the rogue waves. Couldn't be anything worse than what I'd met. I didn't care anymore. Bear found me and got help, but by that point, I didn't want it. They had to send someone down to grab me and haul me to the bottom floor. And now we're here. For the first time ever, I was going into Kidge's home, at the very top of the tower, only just beneath the roof level. There was a little office to the side, I think, but I kept my eyes in front of myself, dead, emotionless. What did it mean to feel happy, sad, scared? I couldn't remember. But I knew that I once knew. Bring her through. Kij opened his office doors wide, and the two men who were walking me shoved me inside. I watched the blank wall in front of me, unwilling to move my attention from it. I hated the color white. It didn't hold anything in it. I hated that it signified purity, or a clean slate. The door closed from behind me, yet I still didn't move. I didn't know if they were still here until I heard my father's voice. Little doll, why are you causing so many problems? I didn't move. I didn't so much as breathe. I think he leaned in front of me. A tear slipped from my eye, but it wasn't from sadness. It was because among all of the numbness and death that filled me, I forgot to blink. My eyeballs dried until I thought the pain would for sure kill me. Little doll, Costa said. Blink. I did, on cue. Very good. I kept my eyes on the wall. Tick, tock. A clock sounded in the background, but I couldn't tell you what it said. My hair had long since dried into unruly knots, hanging like a curtain around my face. My clothes had dried and sat on my skin, and the potent scent of salt water clung to the hairs in my nose like a line of cocaine. I didn't feel anything after that. Not the tenderness of his fingers moving up the inside of my thigh. Not when his fingers stretched the opening of my vagina, and definitely not when a candle was lit. This is your final test. And then you have earned your dollhouse. Okay, I thought to myself, though I hadn't swallowed the entire time I had been sitting on this chair. My throat was far too dry to get anything through. Kish handed him a silver tool. Costa stood. Bend over the desk, little doll. Remove your clothes. I stood to my feet and removed my clothing slowly, all while keeping my eyes on that glorious white wall. I leaned over the desk, but not before looking over my shoulder briefly to catch him lighting the silver wand over the flame of the candle. I felt nothing. Not fear, not pleasure, not pain. Not even when he inserted it inside of me and my walls burned to a crisp. Not even then. I did it. I had passed the final test. I was a doll. But I wasn't made of plastic. I was constructed of the names of all those who'd wronged me. I just didn't know it yet. The young girl behind the desk quickly pushes her chair behind herself as she stands. Lilith, Kidge wasn't expecting you. I hush her with a flick of my wrist, pushing through his office doors. My eyes fly to that same white wall. You need to redecorate, Kidge. That wall is awfully boring. It could do with some... I bring my eyes to his. Color. May I suggest red? Kidge murmurs, rounding his desk before leaning against the front. Time hasn't been kind to him, and neither will I. Tell me, little doll, why are you walking around patients like an untrained horse? I allow myself to explore his office space. No photos on the walls, no books. Nothing but that damn blank white wall, and a stench that could only be described as stale. A stallion, at least? I graze the palm of my hand over the stone inbuilt gas fireplace, smirking at him over my shoulder. His eye twitches, but he straightens his shoulders. Truth is, Kidge, I am Lilith fucking Patience. And I'm the last heir to this... I wave my hands around the place. Shithole. Wrong. He begins walking toward me, and I grin. Perfect. I held 51% of the shares in this place. Your father, only 49. And? I spin to face him, shocked to find him already so close. You don't have any spawn, unless you got one of those poor bitches pregnant. I chuckle, and then I pause. I spin back around, eyes narrowed. You got one of these poor bitches pregnant, didn't you? The smile that widens on his face reels inside my head. I shake my head. No, there's no way you would have done that. Actually, yes, there is. And that's because I knew this conversation would happen one day. He leans into me, curling my hair around his finger. Don't worry. You will always be my favorite little doll. I whack his hand away, but he rears back and slaps me across the face with the back of it. I fall to the ground in a blink, pushing up with my palms. Get out, Lilith. I am finished with this conversation. Picking up a tumbler glass, he pours honey-colored whiskey into it and swallows in one shot. And enough of the brave act. Get back in line, or I'll throw you back out the back exit. I slowly rise from the ground, swiping the blood from my lip. What's Cartier Nero doing here? She's of no importance to me, so why? Not you, he said, his eyes now twinkling. But to bait her brother. I knew you wouldn't be enough to get him here. You're good. His eyes fall up and down my body. But you're not that good. And because of the fact it was him who dropped you right back into my lap, I doubt he would give a fuck about rescuing you. Kidge lowers himself onto his chair. But that Eli. Now Eli has a heart below all of that coldness and hostility. He would. But I also know that Kyron would feel his head enough so that he wouldn't. Why did Chiron give me to you? The doors open behind me, and I rear forward, slamming my hands onto his desk. Why is she here? Kish raises his index finger to his head. Isn't that a question of many? Hands are around my arms, yanking me backward before I can get out of them. Kish flicks his wrist. She's not a doll anymore. Lock her with the blue one. I'll deal with them both later. I shove myself out of one's grip, spinning around and shoving my elbow into the other's face before roundhouse kicking the first man. My foot just clips his jaw when a sharp pinch stabs into my arm and everything moves in slow motion, like a fuzzy TV connection, before slowly, everything goes black.
23. Chiron. I've done a lot of fucked up shit in my life. Questionable? No. Fucked up? Yes. Do I regret anything? Fuck no. Except maybe this. Coming back to Kisnich is never without some fucked up bullshit that happens, but not even I was prepared for a truce between Patience and me. Lilith fucking Patience pulled a fucking blindfold over all of us. To be fair, I knew.
You know, those villains?
Killian jokes, flicking a cigarette between his teeth and winking at me. I clench my teeth. She is nothing like Saskia. Sas wasn't a real fucking villain. Lilith is. She was well aware of what the fuck she was doing and did it anyway.
To be fair, she is my cousin, so maybe the crazy runs from my side.
No, it fucking doesn't, King answers, leaning back in his chair. We're bungled up at the Nero house, looking out to the hedge maze that fills the backyard. It's her. Saskia told us she didn't operate the same way that normal people do. We were warned. We did it anyway, despite it. This is the consequence. King sighs, running his hand through his hair. Our glorious parents will be here in 5 minutes, and I've got nothing to tell them other than we fucked up. Our parents aren't going to give a flying fuck about us fucking up, but a truce with Patience? Something tells me they're going to care about that more. He's not lying. If there's one thing that Kisnich is good at, it's holding a grudge, even centuries later.
And Eli?
Keaton asks, kicking his foot up onto the other chair.
What are you doing there? You just kick Lilith out and keep him in?
I shake my head. What the fuck are you talking about? We were all never together. We were just fucking around, but no, I'm not. I glare at him. And anyway, why don't we ever see you with anyone, Aside from fucking the Help and Angels. For as long as we can all remember, Keaton doesn't fuck with anyone on a serious level. They're all disposable and are all Kisnich. He keeps it in the family, strictly. I don't blame him. Messing with civilians is 1, boring, and 2, almost always causes drama because they never understand the life we have. Have you checked on everyone back home? I asked King, my knee jiggling beneath the table. We only came to Kisnich with those of us who are at the top ranks. There's no point bringing everyone to something that is no doubt going to have some bloodshed. Yeah, they're fine. Perse is watching them all. Pregnancy has made her more over the top than usual, so holding down the fort there will keep her busy. Plus, when we get back, she's throwing a baby shower and needs to organize everything, her words. He leans forward, eyes on me, and I know what's coming. We do need to talk about Eli. I want him to carry on. He works our finances better than anyone I've ever heard of and knows exactly how to do our business. I want to run it through you before offering it to him.
He's a fucking king, man. He's not here for our books. He's here for Chiron's dick and Lilith's pussy. Nothing more, nothing less. He's as cashed up as all of us, and did I mention he's a fucking elite king?
Nah, I murmur, my eyes flying to the entryway when I hear a door close in the house. He's here for something else. Just have to figure out what the fuck it is. My parents walk through the opening doors, followed by King's parents. Killian's are always late. It's no surprise there. And Keaton's are still on their way. My mom takes the chair next to me, my father on the other side. Their relationship has always been tumultuous. Cartier and I both said that they've only stayed together because they have too much pride to separate. Caius and Dahlia, King's parents, sit at the head of the table, near King. Dahlia is quiet in general, but she's always watching everything. A fierce protector of everything, Kisnich. She has no problem getting her hands dirty when needed. Caius speaks first, unbuttoning his jacket. It seems we have run into a bit of an issue here. All of us look around at each other, waiting for him to continue. We've recently come into some information that changes everything. My mother's hand comes to my knee, and I jolt, turning to face her. She's already watching me with unshed tears in her eyes. What'd you do? I say instantly. Mom is free-spirited and best friends with Killian's mom, Drea. If you've ever met Drea before, you'll know why this is a problem and why I have asked her what she has done. Son, it's not your mother's fault. Caius interrupts. But it's too late because I know it is. It's always her fucking fault. What did you do? She swipes into her eyes, brushing her long raven hair over her slender shoulder. There's something I need to tell you all, and you're not going to like it. She breathes in and out. I had a life before Kisnich. I knew this. I had heard that Mom was a civilian when she came in. I've never known the full extent of the story, though. I need a drink. My father stands and makes his way back inside, probably to get that drink. She continues. And there was a man before him, too, and a different best friend, much to Drea's disgust. She finishes that sentence with a smile on the curve of her lips. Cut the bullshit, Mom. Spit it out. She silences me with a single glare as Dad places a bottle of whiskey in front of her with 2 glasses. His eyes come to mine as he slowly slides one over to me. It's 10 in the morning. You're going to need it, he bites out, moving back to his seat. My father is a man of few words. The closest to Caius, King's father, they have always balanced each other out. Chloe pours liquid into her glass and shoots it back before filling hers and now mine. I wasn't a civilian, Chiron. I was Patience, and... She tips her head back, and I watch as whiskey disappears from the glass. Kian isn't Cartier's father. I pause. What the fuck do you mean he's not her father? And Patience? What? Everyone is quiet, thankfully, because having to process everything that she just said requires no background noise. I need to know everything, and it needs to be right fucking now. Another door slams from somewhere inside, and we all turn to see who it is, only to find Saskia running straight for us. Her eyes are wild, her hair flying everywhere. Killian is instantly on his feet. Cartier? She's swiping the tears from her cheeks faster than my feet land on the ground. She's gone. Eli steps up from behind her, a somber look on his face. I know where she is. Motherfucker, what? Rage is bubbling beneath my skin, and no matter how much I try to calm myself down, I know it's only going to spill over the edge. It's not fucking me, Kai. This isn't anything to do with me. Well, it is, but it isn't. I stand, slowly making my way toward him. King's hand comes to my arm just as I'm a breath away. Hear him out, bro, and don't worry, we'll get her back. I pull my arm out of his grip. What? You've known why he's here all along? King holds my stare. Sit the fuck down so we can gather a plan. We're lucky we have him. I turn to face both my parents. And why the fuck do I get the feeling you know where she is too? They both share a look. Don't look at each other. I'm speaking to you right now. Look the fuck at me. Chloe. Yeah, we're going with Chloe now, not Mom. Brings her eyes to mine. Because her biological dad took her. She's also with Lilith, so she will be fine. Eli adds quietly. I laugh, tilting my head back before glaring at Eli. It's fucking humorous how much you think you know Lilith. Here's a little story time. I've known her a lot longer than any of you. How, you ask? Well, Mom, want to tell Dad? Eli shakes his head. It's more than that, and I've known her for a little while too. Actually, more than known.
24. Lilith. The cell door slams closed in my face. The same commander I've known all my life grins at me between the gaps. He pushes a cigarette between his crusted lips and lights the tip. You'll always be my favorite little bitch with issues, Lilith Patience. He blows out a cloud of smoke. Even if I'm going to have to kill you eventually. From the corner of my eye, I noticed the other guards who were with him long since gone. Grinning, I untie the robe that's keeping my gown closed. Aw, come on, Gary. Don't you want to come play with us? I don't bother looking back at Cartier. I lean forward, running my fingertip down his chest. Bet we could show you a real good time. He chuckles, reaching for the cigarette in his mouth. Just as I yank him into the metal pole of the cell, spinning him around while tying my robe around his neck. I kick back on the cell wall, squeezing tightly as he reaches backward for anything to try to help him. Get the keys, I yell at Cartier, knotting the rope from my robe around the pole to keep him standing upright. Once he's finished fighting, his body turning limp, and Cartier has the keys to the cell, I tie the rope in a cute little bow with a smile on my face. Aw, Gary. I lean forward as Cartier unlocks our cell. Never trust a bitch with issues. Cartier twirls the keys around her finger as I step out of the cell. You didn't lock me in here? I search Gary's pockets, taking his pistol and the army knife that's tucked in his holster around his thigh. Shoving the gun into my panties, glorious attire, I know, I strap the holster around my upper thigh. Nope. In fact, had your lovely brother taken a second to ask me, I would have told him, "What?" Cartier asks, and I stand, taking a good look at her. That you weren't really working for Patience? The same organization that has raised you since you were a child? Yes, Cartier. That's exactly what I would have told him. Because these fucking people have fucked with my head all my life. I didn't lose my humanity. They stole it. Reaching into Gary's pocket, I find his keycard to gain access to all the rooms and another small pistol. I check the Glock and hand it to Cartier. She looks between the gun and me. I raise my brows. If you try to shoot me, I will kill you. Your brother has pissed me off enough for me to hold a grudge for a lifetime, so your need to be alive isn't exactly a priority to me. What is your plan after this? Cartier asks, still not taking the gun. You want to stay with Mayhem? I don't know, Cartier. I haven't thought that far ahead. Now, can you fight? She nods. Good. I shove the gun into the palm of her hands. But still, take this. The people we will need to fight through are the very ones who trained me all of my life. We begin walking down the corridor and toward the stairs that lead up into the drop hole to climb out from. I stop, turning to face her. And not that I have to explain myself to you, but being a part of Midnight Mayhem showed me a life that I didn't know existed. Patience may have taken away my humanity, but Midnight Mayhem showed me a family. I liked it there. Every second that passed, I felt myself start to... I run my tongue over my bottom lip. Feel things. Between us. By things you mean for Chiron and Eli? And Saskia and Maya? It's not who made me feel, it's the fact I could finally feel something. I jump up onto a bar and swing my body up through the manhole, pushing myself up and scanning the room to make sure no one is in there. Reaching down for Cartier, I pull her body up and close the manhole. So what's the plan, Satan? Cartier asks ingenuously, as if I should know what the fuck I'm doing. I narrow my eyes on the exit door, checking if it's unlocked. I don't know, but I need to get to Kij. And Kij is? Cartier asks as I pop open the door and peek around the corner. The one who stole you. But why? We begin making our way down another corridor that leads to an elevator. I swipe the keycard over the little computer, and we both step through when the doors separate. It doesn't matter right now. Right now, we need to get to him. To kill him? Cartier asks, as we both begin tying our hair up into a pony. No, I say, taking the card out of my mouth and watching the numbers climb. I push on Kij's level again, just like I had done earlier. We can't kill him. We need him as a hostage to get off this fucking island. I bring my finger up to my mouth when the beeper sounds. Hello, state your name before access, please. I run my tongue over my bottom lip and grin into the speaker. I'm Bear. My voice is clothed in perfect disguise, as if I really were her. Sorry, the office girl stutters. State your birth name. My eyes land on Cartier. Dove Noctum Hendry. Cartier's face pales as she turns her body completely toward me. Access granted, it beeps again, and the green light turns red as the elevator continues up. Are you fucking kidding me? She is dead. I didn't know you could whisper and yell at the same time until just now. No, I say, pulling the pistol out of my lace panties. Thankfully, my robe manages to stay on despite the tie being delicately wrapped around the neck of the corpse downstairs. She's not. I check the chamber before glaring back at her. And she's not the same person you all know, literally. So don't even try to spew your bullshit. The doors part, and I crack my neck, raising the gun up in front of myself. My friend Chaos, how I have missed you. I point the gun at the receptionist and squeeze the trigger before popping a bullet at the 3 guards who are standing outside Kidge's office door. Cartier follows behind me slowly as I kick his office doors in with my red-bottom Valentinos. Kidge has his back turned to us, his hands buried in his pockets while he watches the ocean down below. Did you know that when your father and I created Patience, we had a vision? Huh, I bet, I say, flicking the gun to the door so Cartier can stand on watch. Let me guess. I pick up the AR that one of the guards had while keeping my eyes on Kidge. I'm well aware of how very fucking dead we both are if the soldiers all fly up here guns blazing. 2 against 100 aren't very good odds. Your visions included rape, torture, mutilation, grooming, murder, incest, human trafficking. Am I forgetting anything? I slow my pace toward him. Oh yeah. I knock my temple with the end of the barrel, turning girls into real-life commando dolls who do your dirty work and make you look good while we do it. I fall onto the chair opposite his desk, just as he finally turns to me. You make us look irresistible, but train us for murder, right? I should be asking myself why no one has come up here to save Kidge, but I don't. I'm too caught up in my simmering rage to touch any reality. Kill me, Lilith. Do it. But you will not be walking out of here alive either. In fact, he slowly lowers himself onto the bench seat that overlooks the ocean. Only one person is guaranteed to do that. And that's because I made sure of it. What the fuck are you talking about now? Have you wondered why I haven't called any of the soldiers up? My eyes fly to the monitors behind his desk. But I don't look long with the fear that he'll take any chance he can to get me distracted. Because they're too busy tormenting the dolls? Kidge keeps his eyes on me. Wrong. Because Giznich have arrived, and they've successfully captured and/or wiped everyone out. I freeze. Shit. I am so fucking dead. He must read the expression on my face because a sadistic smile creeps onto his mouth. I'm going to be even more bold and say that you're not going to kill me, and they're not either. I cock both guns and point them at his chest. Wriggling my brows, I nudge my head. Sure about that? Gotta say, you should know I'm not the kind of person you should ever make assumptions about Kidge. I've got a lot of pent-up anger and frustration. I lean forward, crossing my legs. I will kill you today. No. My body turns frigid. You won't. Kidge leans back against the wall, a carefree look spread over his face. I shoot up from the chair in under 1 second, spinning and aiming both guns right into Kyron's chest. Fuck you. Shit. His eyes are mine, unbothered. Dark obsidian spheres that mirror right back into my soul. My chest feels weighted. My stomach squeezed tight. I'm pretty sure sweat is sliding down my sternum as he towers over me in dark jeans and a hoodie beneath his leather jacket. Blood splatters over his face. There are others around him, but I can't. I can't take my eyes off his. No matter how hard it is to breathe. No matter how tight his figurative fist is around my throat. Later. For now, take the fucking gats off me before I tie you up, gag you, and fuck you with one. Never. I yell, shoving the tips into his chest. You can't stop me from killing him. I lean farther into his space, even though it fucking pains me to do it. You don't know what he has done to me. Chiron keeps his eyes on me. Pretty sure I do. Or I have an idea. I don't realize he is lowering my guns until they are to the side of my body. Kish starts laughing. I told you, I have... I notice the exact moment Chiron knows he fucked up. Unfortunately, it's a second after I have squeezed the trigger, all while keeping my eyes planted on Chiron's face with a smile. Pop. No! Someone behind us gasps. And it's not until I finally peek around Chiron's shoulder that I realize it's Eli. E! My arm falls to the side of my body. What are you doing here? Eli turns to face me. Lilith! He shakes his head, his hands buried in his hair. Fuck! He punches a wall and walks out of the room, shoving past King and Killian. I find myself looking back up at Chiron, who is now glaring down at me with his lip curled. Lilith, you... I swear to fucking God. Can someone tell me what the fuck is happening? And why me killing the person who single-handedly ruined my entire life, among others, is such a fucking disappointment to you all? Because... Eli whispers from somewhere in the room that I can't see. Because Chiron is still towering over me, or hovering. He finally steps aside a little so I can see Eli. Hazel eyes come to mine. Eli's beautiful face so haunted and lost. Like a lost boy in a maze and not knowing which way is out. He was the only one who knew. Who knew what? King clears his throat. Maybe we should have this conversation after we get the fuck out of here and blow this bitch up. Why was he so sure that he and Cartier would walk out of here alive? Chiron's fingers are on my chin, forcing my eyes to his. He knew because Cartier is his daughter, Lilith. My mother told us everything. He had planned this for a long fucking time. He knew she would be untouchable because she's my sister. Half Kisnich, half patience. So when we came, we wouldn't kill her. She would take over Patience after he would have brainwashed her, he had hoped. Fuck you! Cartier spits on the ground. I am Kisnich as fuck! Keaton wraps his arm around her shoulder, but she shoves him away. I figured that, I murmur. Finally allowing myself to take in the gory side of his forehead partially split in half. I have good aim, I know that. When he told me he had a child who would have 1% over on what I would own, I figured that's why he got Cartier. I don't realize Chiron's fingers are still on my chin. He takes another step closer. You want to tell her, or should I? He calls out to who I'm guessing is Eli, while keeping his eyes locked on mine, just mine. I can't. Eli chokes through broken syllables. Chiron breathes in and then out. You killed the only man who could tell us something we really need to know. And what could that possibly be? I roll my eyes. He takes another step into me, wrapping his arm around my waist. Why he took away your fertility. Baby, look at me. They performed a What? Everything turns black. My last thought is of Chiron catching me as I fall into the darkness of my mind. 25. Lilith. Water flows beneath my body in waves, crashing relentlessly and denying me any sleep. My eyes open slowly like glue, but my head pounds thickly as my eyes refuse to lift the weight that is weighing them down. Pop. Cartier is his daughter. They performed surgery on you that you don't remember. I jump up from where I'm curled against a hard chest with another right beside it. Only I don't get far because we're in the back seat of a fucking SUV and I end up smacking my head on the ceiling. Sit down, baby. Eli reaches for my hands, but I pull away from him. No one else is in the car, so I move myself onto the seat opposite the both of them, reaching for the knife that's tucked into the holster around my thigh, only it's gone. Fuck. Kyron's eyes fall to my thigh. As much as the whole outfit turned me on, I couldn't have you cut happy when you woke up. Your aim is way too fucking good. What you said, I whisper, tightening the oversized hoodie around me. Even if I didn't notice Kyron wasn't wearing his anymore, I would still know this was his by scent alone. Clean laundry laid out on cut grass, where tobacco smoke floats between the blades, that's his scent. I look between the both of them. What the fuck do you mean? I would know if they did that to me. Patience isn't like Kisnich. They never meddled with our minds if we were patients and not a customer. When we get back to the house, we're going to work on getting some of those blockages out of your head. Kyron reaches for his pack of cigarettes in his pocket. I didn't know for sure right away, Eli says, and I watch as he keeps his attention out the windows and passing trees. In the Kings, we have someone called Benny. He's a fucking spy for the CIA. Eli pauses. You can choose to believe that or not, I don't really care. Anyway, he finds people who we need to find. One day, during a whole lot of fucking drama with one of the girls, he stumbled across an orphanage. At the time, he thought it was the one we were looking for, but it wasn't. While he was in there, he overheard a conversation between a nun and a man whom he knew was Kij and your father. Eli leans forward, resting his forearms on his thighs. They were talking about a ritual they perform on dolls to make sure they never conceive. I squeeze my eyes closed, inhaling loudly until I can feel Kyron's scent drifting up my nostrils and seep into my bones, calming me from the inside out. They locked me away, I think. I let out a frustrated growl. You're right. I can't get into that memory. I shake my head, and Kyron grabs me by the hand and pulls me back onto his lap. Eli swings my legs up onto his as I rest into the crook of Kyron's neck, the deep vein that pops out of his skin pulsing against my cheek. We didn't know they had been doing this to you all. I knew you were working with them while you were here, but I didn't know why. Figured they had something on you. I sniffed. No. They didn't need it because I've never challenged them. I've been black and white all my life, no other colors involved. Until I met you both. I got back there and did what I needed to do, fitting back into my routine. I tried to fill in the blanks with the same 2 colors I've used all my life, but it was too late because you both had already given me new ones. I had a plan. I was going to go out with guns blazing, suicide mission. It was fine. You gave me back to them. I gave you back because I thought you wanted to go back. Because I thought you were working against us, an enemy in our field. Ah. So you're admitting you were wrong, Eli adds softly, his signature playfulness light on the tip of his tongue. Shut up, both of you. Kyron leans his head back. I lift my face slightly until I'm met with Eli's eyes. So you came here to help? Yes and no. He diverts his gaze to the other side of the room where it stays. Part of my lineage in the Kings is to cause a stir among our enemies. My last name, Rebellus, is Latin for rebel. All of the Kings have a last name, which is their role in the Kings. I stir up mischief and cause a scene. But I'm also pretty good at keeping the peace, too. When the Kings came across this information, it gave me another reason to hang around. To see if Kisnich had any part in an issue the Kings were having, dealing with a specific orphanage cult. He rolls his eyes. Long story, another time. So you're staying until you reach the bottom of it? He nods, finally turning back to face me. Yes. Because this is what I have to do for the Kings. I notice he doesn't hold my eyes as he says the words. I don't bother to ask him why he's telling a filtered lie. Once we know that whatever bullshit is happening in Patience is of no connection to the Kings... He pauses, and I watch as his Adam's apple bobs. I'll leave. I walk back into the house with new eyes. Different to what I felt the last time I was here. Saskia jumps up from the sofa as soon as I walk in and runs to me, her arms wrapping around my neck. Thank God you're okay, Lilith. I remain frozen, my arms sticking to the side of my body, unmoving. I breathe out a sigh of relief when warmth washes through my veins, and I slowly lift my arms up and hug her back. Of course I am. Sass steps back, her hands still squeezed around my arms. Perse, the reason she didn't like you was because she overheard King telling, "Fucking hellkill, maim your woman." King tosses a bottle cap at him. Killian flips him off. She overheard. Sass glares at King before coming back to me. King telling Killian about you getting texts from Patience, and that you were working with Patience. The dolls trying to join Mayhem and all of that. It was Perse being Perse. She thought you were evil and unredeemable. The worst part about how you're looking at me right now is that I can't tell you what I felt when I found out they had performed the surgery because I can't remember. I can't remember anything. We're going to fix that, Kill says, gesturing to the sofa. Come lie down. I can't promise that it's not going to hurt, but I'm pretty sure you can handle it. What with your bleeding knuckles and bruised face, I'm guessing you're every bit the fucking badass you look like. I lower myself down. There are blank areas. I can think back to a few months ago, give or take. But there's something there, a gap. I never thought too much into it because I figured they had drugged me. I wince. They did that sometimes, but usually only when you're new, to relax you, and usually only used MDMA. Killian drags a kitchen chair opposite me. Do you remember who you were with those months ago? Around where the blank happens. Fuck. Wait, where are the people who were in Patience? What did you do with them all? Killian looks at someone, I'm guessing Chiron, since I can feel him breathing down my neck. They're safe. For now, Keaton adds, flicking a knife between his fingers. Who were you with, Lilith? I lean back against the sofa, resting my head against the edge. I close my eyes. My friend Bear. Silence. The girl who was dancing at the bar that night, with the mask on, that same Bear? Keaton again, now sounding interested. Trust is a fickle emotion. It's somewhere between friendship and honesty. I know I could offer them information on Bear in return for their trust, since I'm certain they have none of it for me right now, but I won't. That's not my story to tell, it's Bear's. And when she's ready to expose her secrets and tell all, I'm sure she will. The front door closes and Chiron's parents walk in slowly, both of them with their eyes on Killian and me. Yes, that was Bear. How did she end up at that bar, and then back to Patience? It's Killian's turn to ask questions now. I keep my eyes trained on the ceiling where the patterns from the plaster swirl. Patience uses it as a buying platform. I tilt my head back farther, bringing my eyes right to Eli. But then you guys already knew that, right? Eli's fingers are on my chin, his thumb pressed against my lip. I didn't know if you knew about my part in the club. I had to test the waters, see how much you knew. I don't want to fight with him. For the first time since being here, it feels as though my presence isn't exactly uncomfortable. Not that it would bother me if I were. Energy is like fine wine. What notes people taste aren't controlled by the wine itself, but rather the taster. He's upside down and my neck starts to hurt, so I force my face back down until I'm focused on Killian again. There has to be more to him, especially to catch the attention of Saskia Dragave, my wild dragon. But also because we share blood. Lie down. Killian points to the end of the sofa and I follow instructions, lying back. What's the last thing you remember around the blank area? I close my eyes as fingers press against my temple. I don't. I think I was in my room. It was dark there, black, damp, dark and cold. I shivered, opening my eyes. They're heavier, as if they've been closed for too long. Stabbing. Pain sliced through my lower abdomen. I shifted. Well, at least I tried to. But I couldn't move. Paralyzed by the pain, I let out a loud scream. I arch off the couch, a blood-curdling scream matching the one inside my head tearing out of my mouth. I can't. Kai. I call out before my mind is being sucked back into the dark vortex of memories. Sit still, Lilith. We are almost done. What are you doing? I ask, my eyes frantically flying around the room. How did I get here? Doc stopped at the end of the bed near my legs. There was a white sheet covering my thighs, a single light hanging from above my bed. She looked at me from over my legs, which were strapped in stirrups. This is going to be a lot more painful than even you can endure if you don't stop moving. What are you doing? I repeated around a sleepy tongue. Just a few more minutes and it'll be done. I know. But I'm also your mother, which I don't mind telling you right now since you won't remember anything. I kept my eyes trained on the ceiling. I was in the godforsaken cell again. I knew that. Oh? She murmured. What gave it away? I didn't blink. Your cold heart? She began removing her surgical gloves as tears streamed down my face. I never cried. I vowed to myself to never cry again after that moment, never. Again. I allowed the salted tears to dry against my cheek. We're done. The pain drummed into me with such force that it beat me numb. I tried to wiggle my toes to check. Nothing. What did you do? My voice came out as a whisper, even though the words swam around in my mind. For a second, I wanted to believe they wouldn't do this, not this. But should I be surprised? Murder, slavery, sex, human trafficking, and I made sure you can't reproduce. It's called a vaginal hysterectomy. Her words blanked out. I launched up from the sofa, clutching my stomach as if the pain I felt just moments ago crippled me into this moment. Arms are around me on both sides, but I shove them off me. I drop my head onto my knees, wrapping my arms around my legs and squeezing my eyes closed. They removed everything. It leaves my lips a whisper, despite the scream inside my head. Eli's hand is around my knee, but I flinch away from him. I'm not angry at him. I know that my feelings are unreasonable right now. But after feeling nothing all my life, I suddenly feel everything, and it's too much. Too much pain, anger, sadness. Killian leans back in his chair, his legs spread wide. He looks over his shoulder at Kyron's mom. I wonder, yes, I seethe, being sure to stay away from Kyron. How could he fucking put me back there? Even if he did think that was something I wanted. How could he possibly think that, knowing what patience does? I can never forgive him. I know that right here and now. I know the doc was my mother, though I suspected it all of my life. What I didn't know was that she was obviously from Kisnich. Kyron's mom's eyes come to mine. She slowly starts walking toward me, though Kyron's father's hand is on her arm, stopping her as quickly as she moves. She shoves herself out of his grip, picking up her pace. Get up. When she speaks, her tone is softer than what is expected. Killian shuffles out of his chair as she slowly lowers herself down, taking his spot. I need a drink. She leans forward and takes the bottle off Kyron, who still hasn't moved beside me. Thankfully, he hasn't tried to touch me either. He might end up with a fist in his eye. Even as my unrelenting anger pulses through my veins, I already feel the veil of calmness that just having him beside me creates. I hate him for it, but more viciously, I hate myself for it. Chloe rests the bottle of whiskey on her upper thigh, her long fingers tapping against the glass bottle. Your mother and I were best friends once. She was a specific kind of crazy that you either loved or you hated. It really depended on you more than it did her. I don't give a fuck about her, Chloe. It dawns on me that I didn't ask about her or any of the other soldiers that were from Patience. Actually, I hadn't asked much about what they did when we left Patience. I can only take so much information at once, and the pain throbbing through my ovaries is too fresh to care. I know, but it's still something you need to know. I really don't, but I listen anyway, because aside from my distaste for her son, Chloe seems reasonable. There was a man. Chloe looks over her shoulder briefly. There always is, I repeat for the second time today, as she comes back to me. She didn't like that he chose me, so she went to Patience. I turn my head slightly, not enough to look at Chiron, but enough to study the tattoos on his hands. Almost like Eli's, but not quite. I met Chiron once or twice in the past. His thumb twitches, and I study the veins that rope up his arm. Yeah. Because when I found out about my father being caught up in a woman from Patience, I found myself intrigued. There's no way, right? I should just elbow him in the face and then maybe he'll stop talking. But she was Kisnich when he was with her. I bring my eyes back to Chloe. It's safer there. I'm scared what will happen once I finally look in Chiron's eyes. Eli's hand is back on my knee, and this time I don't fight him off. No, Chiron says from the other side of the room. He's standing near the floor-to-ceiling bookshelf, watching the flames from the open fire. He shoves his hands into his pockets. It carried on for years and years later. Chiron's hands are now fisted on his thigh. Chiron carries on. I take it Chiron hasn't played a game of Sixers with you yet, so you wouldn't understand my reference. But your mother was my ace. My brows curve in. Confusion takes over anger as I frantically look for someone, anyone, to tell me what the fuck that means. Instinct kills my stubbornness as my head whips to the side, my eyes slamming into Chiron's. My stomach coils, and all of that pain from my memory of the hysterectomy is replaced with a calming kind of chaos. Unfortunately for me, that calming is blanketed in the guise of angst. I search his eyes anyway. Like a bullet for its target, I seek him out. He runs his finger over his upper lip, his dark eyes on mine. Killian and Saskia. Purse and King. I wait for more. He clenches his jaw. Love, Lilith. He loved her. But more than that, they both had the pleasure of our ancestral curse. That we all like to play with every time we like someone enough to be interested in them, which, by the way, I still think is bullshit. I massage my temples, looking around the room to find King and Killian on one side. But Keaton and Cartier gone. So, Cartier? Chloe swings her leg over the other, pouring more liquid into her glass. When someone hurts me, I swallow the pain. But not before I make everyone taste it. Geach was a revenge fuck. Nothing more and nothing less. Her eyes come to mine, flicking between Chiron and Eli. I'm guessing you're the same. I don't know. I murmur, gesturing for the bottle. I've not been hurt. I take a long swig, resting the liquid in my mouth until it burns before swallowing. Until now. Chiron's thigh presses against mine. I clench my jaw and focus on the burning in my belly from the alcohol to stop the pain that's exploding inside my heart. Chloe looks down to where Kyron's and my thighs join, before coming back up to me.
Mm-hmm.
She leans forward, placing her empty glass on the ground.
I will say this because I like you. I see myself in you a lot.
Someone coughs in the background.
Be careful. A warpath is not a straight line. It's more of a circle, and everything you destruct on your journey will eventually have to cross again.
Her smile is weak as she twirls my hair around her fingers.
I wish someone would have told me that all those years ago.
Pretty sure Dad did, Kyron adds, but she ignores him.
If you ever need me, find me, and I'll be there.
Finally, she stands, and I watch as she makes her way back to where Kyan stands near the fire. I've been conditioned to not need anyone in life. And right now, I've never been more thankful for that.
26. Eli. Secrets are a king's forte, yet I've failed when it's come to my own. Trapped in my own feelings and thoughts about Lilith and Patience, it blinded me, softened me for her. I should have known. Bishop, Nate, and Brantley sure as fuck did. Keeping this from Lilith and Kyron was a walk in the park, but from my kings, not a chance. We are brothers. A fucking eccentric bunch, but brothers nonetheless. I still don't know just what exactly Killian released inside her head, and I'm guessing since she didn't say anything, it was nothing I needed to worry about. Yet. I flicked through the files that Benny sent to me while Kyron was dealing with Lilith, going back and forth with 4 files that show 4 different orphanages over the globe. Nothing makes sense. Why would they go through the trouble of making sure the dolls couldn't get pregnant, and it had to be more than just their appearance? Patience is obsessed with perfection, but even for them, this is far. When did they give her the hysterectomy? Nate asks, and I look between the little squares of our group FaceTime. 3 months before Midnight Mayhem took her. I toss the files out over the bed, leaning back on the headboard with a sigh. Frustration isn't an emotion I deal well with, especially if I'm not in control of it. It doesn't make sense. None of this shit does. For once, we're not behind the fuckery. I'm sorry you have to go through this shit. Bishop's voice calms me a notch. Everything that Bishop Vincent Hayes exudes is power. The man was born to lead. Yeah, well, shit. I just don't know where to go from here. Right now, I'm pretty sure they're moving in on getting information out of the people they've managed to capture from Patience, but I also know that a good lot of them escaped. I'm guessing it was the smart ones that got away, the ones who were important enough to have an exit strategy. Did your man keep any of them alive, or does he run the same race as us? Brantley's cool demeanor is reassuring. He's the rock of the group, always keeping us grounded, real. Pretty sure Kyron is a psychopath, so I'm gonna go with none. Nate, the jokester. The one who gets away with saying way too much dumb shit because we all know deep down he's a genius. I'm sure they've not told Lilith that most of them escaped yet either, I mused to myself, flicking a lighter between my fingers. Well, you're gonna have to start there, with the ones you saved. Maybe keep it old school, get a rat, a metal bucket, and a blowtorch, you feel me? Nate, again. Too messy. Brantley adds casually, a glass of whiskey against his lips. His suit top is unbuttoned, his careless, blank expression looking out into the distance. I recommend waterboarding. Efficient, and although it might be basic, 87% of the human population has a fear of death by drowning. It works. Look, I have no problem killing a motherfucker, but my body count is nowhere near any of you, and all of you know it. I glare at them all on the little screen. Good thing you've got Chiron, then, Brantley says, and I look right at his square. Because I recognize his damage, and sorry to break it to you, but he's as fucked up as me. You're all not helping. B, when you find something, let me know. I hang up with them all and toss my phone onto the bed, a sinking feeling vibrating in my gut. I miss my brothers. I miss my life before I found out all of this shit. Life wasn't hard. It was easy, and easy was boring. This big fucking house showed for millions, but money didn't mean shit to me. All of my friends were loved up now, ready to produce that next line of elite kings. No doubt all of their kids would go to Riverside Prep and then to Riverside Elite University. It's how our heritage always went, and eventually, when they reached of age, they would take their respective roles in our world. Our crazy, fucked up world. But this was me. What I lived, breathed, and knew. I wouldn't change it. There was a knock on my door. I moved through the foyer, pulling open the double doors that opened out onto the front of my house. A woman stood there, blonde hair and gray eyes. She didn't speak, not a word. She wore a white suit set with shiny white boots. "Can I help you?" I looked around her to find what car she drove. A white Range Rover Sport. She handed me a white manila folder, her flawless face moving to form a small smile. "Read this. Everything you need to know is in it." She began walking away as I opened it out, flicking through the pages. I saw Lilith straight away. The hot mess she was. You couldn't just call someone like Lilith Patience beautiful. You had to first explain how she tore it straight from Lucifer's chest to get it. "What the fuck is this?" "You're a king, aren't you?" She smirked over her shoulder, opening the door. "Riddles are your thing. You'll figure it out." She was driving down the driveway before I could stop her. She was right. Everything I ever wanted to know was in that folder. I still don't know what the fuck it means. I push up from the bed and pull out the box that's under all my clothes in my suitcase. Taking out the papers, I drop them onto the bed again, beside the new ones Benny sent me. I think over my options. I can't do this alone. I know that. I know I need help, but I can't have too many cooks in the kitchen, and I trust no one but my brothers. Clenching my jaw, I pick up my phone and start a group chat with Chiron and Lilith. "Eli, my room, now." Speech bubbles light up before Lilith's name flashes over my screen. Lilith. "No." Chiron. "Is it important?" I squeeze my phone, frustrated at both of them. Lilith, I get her anger at Chiron, but I get why Chiron did what he did too. There's a reason why kings are feared, and they're both starting to piss me off. Eli, I'm not fucking playing with either of you. You have 30 minutes. I toss my phone back onto my bed and spread all of the folders and papers out so they can see everything easier. I stare at the one paper that is to the side, running my fingers through my hair. My heart thunders in my chest, a glorious panic button triggered deep inside me. Before I can change my mind, I quickly sweep back up those 4 pieces of paper and shove them back into the box, pushing it under my bed. Not yet. I pull my drawer open and take out my pack of smokes, putting one in my mouth and blazing the end. I hate this room. Not a fan of this city, either. Need to be back on U.S. soil so I know I'm within my jurisdiction. Right now, I'm fucking Switzerland in this war, and trying to juggle both of them is going to fucking kill me faster than this cigarette. I turn on the sound dock, needing a distraction from my erratic thoughts, just as there's a knock on my door. It's open. Chiron closes the door behind himself. I instantly sweep him up and down, out of habit, and stop a fucking groan from leaving my lips. Because even among all this, I still want to fucking eat him. Or let him eat me, whatever works. Though I'm pretty sure we'll kill each other figuring it out. His eyes fall to my bed, and his footsteps halt. What's that? He doesn't look back up to me as he continues to move closer. I blow out a cloud of smoke, flicking the ash into the tray on the bedside table. That is a whole lot of fuckery that I can't work out. Isn't that your thing, though? Chiron asks, one eyebrow quirked. It's weirdly animated on his face, since he never so much as smiles or laughs. Well, much, anyway. Except when he's coming. Then his face is... What? I ask, forgetting what he had said, too lost in my train of thought. Fuck, Eli, pull your goddamn shit together. The riddles and tricks. That's a king thing. It's how you guys torment the girls you like, isn't it? Psh. I put out my smoke. Yeah, but this is different. He picks up the piece of paper with a child on it. Blonde hair, skin as smooth as porcelain, and eyes as lilac as they are gray, looking up at the lens. She had to be what, 7? Yeah. I clear my throat. Some of the shit she has been through, people even with the wildest imaginations couldn't make up. He places the photo back down. And I sent her back to the very people who did all that fucked shit to her because I thought she saw the world in black and white. He shakes his head. I can see the battle he's fighting from here. Regret, shame, anger. Only this time, and for once, not at Lilith. As hard as Chiron is to crack, you know that beneath all the layers it takes to get there, there's something that he hasn't offered anyone. You see it every now and then when it comes to Cartier, and whether he wants to admit it or not, even with Lilith. What are you thinking? Chiron asks, his tone low. He lowers himself onto my bed, moving the papers away. You don't want to know, I answer honestly, picking up a piece of paper that reads, The Night and the Light. Hands are behind my thighs, pulling me closer to him until I'm directly in front, between his outstretched legs. Tell me. I place the paper back on the bed. I'm thinking she's fucked up, and we need to help her. I mean, tell me something I don't know. Fine, I murmur, but my lips curve slightly on the edges of my face, because I know what I'm about to say he's not going to swallow easy. I was thinking how much you keep hidden. How the hardest people I know have the biggest fucking hearts. My brother Brantley, for one. You should meet him. I get the feeling you'll get along. I pause, searching his eyes for any warnings that I should stop. Just so I can keep going. I'm thinking that you care about Lilith a lot more than what you let on, and you hate that because of your parents' history with Patience. He stands, and I know I've got him. I can't tell if he's angry or if he's in denial, because he's so damn unreadable. What else, Eli? He asks, and when his eyes fall to my mouth, I know for a fact I'm proper fucked when it comes to him, just like I am with her. I'm thinking all 3 of us have lived with damage. None of it made sense. The pieces didn't fit until we met each other. Chiron runs his thumb over my lips before leaning down and dragging his mouth over them. Fucking goosebumps break out over my skin from the connection. I'm thinking the same. Wait, what? I couldn't hide the surprise if I tried. Yeah. Chiron shakes his head, stepping back from me to sit back onto the bed. I'm thankful for the space. I already know all of that, Eli. I want you both. That's a given. I'm an asshole and cold, but when I want something, I know I want it. I don't tiptoe around someone I want. I fucking stomp all over them so everyone knows exactly who they belong to. Darkness clouds his face. And make no mistake, Eli. I do. I own both of you. He breathes out a sigh, and all of my muscles that were tense since he walked in here release. But I fucked up. And you and I both know she's not going to let this go lightly. For right now, though, we need to get to the bottom of who is behind Patience. Because all of this, he waves his hands around the papers, and her father and Key were run by a single person. I nod, running my finger over my upper lip. And you know who that person is. Yeah. He picks up one of the papers that is scattered on the bed. He flicks it with his finger. All along. It's been her all along. I don't need to look at the paper to know who is there. You think Lilith knows? He shakes his head. I don't think so. Or maybe she does, and just hasn't said anything. Or maybe none of them fucking know. But this bitch here, she's the one we need to put down. His eyes come to mine. Then you can feed it back to Bishop that your job here is done, once we know that none of the dolls have a connection to your world or that fucking orphanage. And what happens then, I know I'm pushing it, but what can I say? I like the way his eyes twitch when I piss him off. To us? How much clearer do you need me to be? You're both mine. That won't change. I live in a different world, Kai. We couldn't have chosen a more fucked up thruple if we tried. We didn't. That's the fucking frustrating part. Kyron wraps his fingers around the back of my neck, pulling my face to his. I want this. You, her, whatever the fuck I need to make this happen. He kisses me, and I part my lips as his tongue slides between mine. I wrap my fingers around his neck, and he pulls back slightly as we both catch our breath. We'll handle our little devil. I chuckle, shaking my head while stepping out of his grip. Yeah? My tone is high-pitched, laced with disbelief. I'm pretty sure she's not going to make this easy on either of us. Kyron chuckles, but lowers himself down onto the bed, his smile falling. I fucked up, E. Bad. She should have been able to trust me. But I was so caught up in thinking she was there for Patience that I never thought she needed to be here to run from them. He brings his eyes up to mine. This isn't going to be easy. You're right, it's not. But she wouldn't be Lilith if she was. He's right.
27. Lilith. My chest rises and falls as I remain pressed against the wall outside Eli's room, their conversation bouncing against all the walls inside of my brain. We stay together. I squeeze my eyes closed, sweat droplets gliding down my sternum. I wanted this, didn't I? I attempt to calm my breathing. I don't know what I want. Turning my back on the door I had every intention of walking through, I make my way back down to the room I'm staying in. Rounding the corner, I bump into someone as I'm swiping away my tears. You okay? Sass brings her hands to my arms, steadying my footing. Yeah. And now she has just seen me crying. Come. I follow behind her as she guides us toward the sitting room. The architecture of this house was obviously drawn by an old soul, with the rusted metals and splinted wood fittings. Yet despite its age, it holds a distinctive opulence to it, too. The outdoor area is probably my favorite. Even as Sass takes a seat on the swing chair that overlooks the vast space below, filled with rich shrubs carved into a single maze, and chalk-colored statues, I feel a sort of calm. despite my current situation with the two upstairs. I think we're heading back to the U.S. tomorrow, thank God. You don't like it here? I ask, pulling my knees up to my chest while refusing to look at her. I hate it in Kisnich. I'd much rather be performing. I giggle, lightly pushing the swing with my body. Me too, actually. This whole ordeal has been nothing I ever expected. Can I ask you something? Sure, if I can ask you something too. She waves her hand in front of herself, completely turning to face me while curling the ends of her sleeves into the palm of her hands. Were you ever working for patients while you were here? I pause. I know how I should answer this, and that's probably with a lie. But you can't run from the lies you speak, because they already have a head start. Yes. When I first arrived. I didn't know it at the time, not until I received a series of text messages. I knew straight away it was Kij. His terminology and the way he texted gave him away. She remained silent. From then, I knew what was expected of me as patients. I entertained it, but not for long. Without even realizing, I found myself enjoying this world. A sinister laugh slips from my mouth. Enjoyment wasn't something I ever thought I would have the honor of feeling. Saskia's hand comes to my thigh. But then you stopped? I did. I just didn't know what I was going to do about Kij, which brings me to my question. Sass's eyes flicker to the side. And you can't lie to me. I won't. But whatever I tell you must go in a secret vault. Done. I go back and forward on whether or not I truly want to know the answer to what I'm about to ask her. What happened to everyone from Patience? I bring my eyes to hers. Because you and I both know there's no way even Mayhem would drop that many bodies at once. Sass breathes out a loud sigh, pushing the swing back and looking out to the maze. The honest-to-God truth is, I don't know. But what I do know is that you're right. She comes back to me. There were only 5 bodies that came off that island. And there was over 100 on there. Hey. Sass rests her head on my shoulder. Let's work on finding out why Patience did what they did, and then we can worry about that. The flight back wasn't as long as the flight here. Apparently, we left people behind to keep an eye on whatever is happening on Patience. At least that's what they told me. I still don't know where everyone from Patience has gone. And I find myself panicking every now and then, worrying about Bear and the other girls. The dolls aren't bad people, as Kisnich thinks. They've just been broken over and over again without being allowed the time to heal. I doubt any of them would want to listen to my reasoning, but I plan on making them listen anyway. I'm flicking through my phone to find a song to dance to. I need to shake out all of the emotions that are running through me, not just Patience, but for everything that has come to the surface when it comes to Chiron and Eli. I push play on Cirque by Suburban, tossing my phone onto the floor in front of me. Saskia told me this is the tent they all use to train in when they are on home soil, so it's equipped with everything that is in a Midnight Mayhem show, but also has things I'm familiar with. Things they don't know I can do. Everyone knows me as the sorcerer, sure, but unlike Kisnich, Patience needs you to be an all-rounder. We have to look like we are made of porcelain, but ruin people like we are made of steel. The dolls are Patience's ultimate weapon. Now, I don't know where they all are. I can fight, better than most, trained by the best, but so are they. I don't know how I'm supposed to tell Kisnich this without them spiraling into a panic, or maybe they already know. And that is why they have them caged. Do they have them caged? The dolls are smart. Too smart. No. They wouldn't have them caged. Which means they are loose, and most likely lost. Maybe angry. Having 6 homicidal girls who can all pass as runaway models is an absolute problem for us. I wrap my foot around the aerial silk, pulling myself up and up until I'm almost at the top. The music plays around me like a trance, the perfect distraction from my frail thoughts. Inverting into a straddle, I twist myself into an S-wrap. And once I have my legs wrapped, I bring the silk around my belly before opening my arms wide and dropping all the way to the ground as the beat hits. Climbing myself back up the rope, I continue higher this time until I find the circle swing that Maya uses. I hook my foot in a safety wrap before jumping over, barely grabbing it by my hands. Swinging freely, I look down at the ground and notice how far I have to fall. Smirking, I swing my body up effortlessly by hooking my legs through between my hands and pulling myself into a sitting position. Lilith from Elise starts playing, and I chuckle loudly, gaining momentum on the hoop swing by pushing out my legs. I wait until it's higher and higher, until I can almost smell the rubber tent ceiling. Then I pull myself up to standing and reach for the clip that keeps the swing so high. I flick it undone as my feet slip from the hoop, and I begin falling to the ground. I close my eyes and reach my hand above my head, my fingers grasping onto the hoop and my body jolting as I curve my back into a U, and it slowly carries me down to solid ground. The music continues to play. Lost in the lyrics and not wanting to be found, I dance around until I find the pole in the center of the stage. It's not supposed to be there. I think it's there as a reinforcement. But I cling to it anyway, wrapping my body around the steel expertly like I have so many times before. Rihanna's Te Amo offers the perfect bass line. I crawl up, slide down, hang myself upside down into a Superman split, and fall to the ground, stopping my head from hitting the stage at the very last second. I can feel the recklessness in my body, swimming roguishly to the currents the music plays to. The song changes to something a little slower with a heavy drum one I don't recognize. Its heady and deep tones mask an intricate frequency that has goosebumps raising over my flesh, right before a heavy metal hook. I stay on my back, gazing up at the tent for seconds, minutes. Eventually, I reach for my phone and hit repeat on Feel Nothing by The Plot in You, because it's not enough to only hear once. I need all of it, around me, inside me, killing me, nullifying all the chaos that I've allowed to bleed out of me since I arrived here. Hands are around my legs, tugging me to the edge of the stage. I don't fight it because I know who it is. Instead, I laugh, pushing myself onto my elbows until my eyes collide with both Kyron and Eli. "Cute act," Kyron says, gesturing up to the rope and hoop. "I'll be sure to tell Perce your skills can be stretched in other places, too." I say, gazing between both of them, so different yet the same. "I prefer the stripper pole, but thanks." "No." Eli takes a seat right beside me on the stage. "You prefer killing people. Remember?" I hear the jest in his voice but struggle to chuckle. Eli has a way about him that makes people feel at ease. It's as though he was placed on this earth just for laughter. And I can't complain about that thing he does with his tongue either. But then there's Kyron. "Oh, I do. I'm just trying to figure out why I didn't kill you." I stand to my feet, which just so happens to be directly in front of Kyron. His fingertip comes to the side of my neck, but I whack his hand away. "What are you doing?" "I'm doing exactly what you want." "Oh, and how do you know this is what I want?" I ask, eyes narrowed. "The last I checked, assuming you know what I want is exactly what put me in the current issue I'm in." I go to sidestep away from him, but his hand is on my arm, holding me to my spot. "Lilith, if you think I'm going to let you go, then you don't know me at all." I shove my arm out of his grip, turning to face both of them. "I know, Kyron, because I remember everything. So the question I have for both of you, since you both seem to know what I want, is this." I search both of their faces. Kyron's features are relaxed, unbothered as usual, where Eli looks partially amused, again, as usual. "When were you both going to tell me that you knew each other?" Kyron, in his defense, still looks somewhat relaxed. though his brows are slightly more pulled in the middle. Eli's grin is now hidden behind his hand. And while we're here, I'm done pussyfooting around this. I turn to Eli. Yes, Eli. I remember having sex with you because it was the first time I chose to do it, not because I had to. It was the first time I felt pleasure for me, not just to fuck for a man. I remember you trying to save me the first time I met you because you thought I needed saving too. Kyron's lip twitches. And you. I remember you sitting in the corner during more than one of our shows, watching. In the darkest corners, you never said a word to me, not once, but I remember. So when are you both going to be honest with me about that, Or are you still not done pretending that I don't know that you knew each other before we were all this? I go to turn around when Kyron's voice stops me. Yeah, we did. I knew him then because I knew about my mother and father. I spent time in patience to study them, see how they worked. Try to figure out why the fuck my father could possibly love one. I ran into him once, actually. It was after you fucked him. He was there on king business. I lied and said I was there for Kisnich. And what has that got to do with shit, Lil? And I'm done playing fucking games. There are 3 of us in this relationship, so that means 3 times the trouble, 3 times the angst, and 3 times the fucking fight. I spin around to face them both. Nothing! It's the fact that you both have kept something from me. I snap my mouth closed, standing straighter with my shoulders back. What? Since when did something like this annoy me? I hear deep chuckling and my eyes fly up to Eli, who is hiding behind a smile. I will punch you. Eli's grinning stops, his hand moving from his mouth. High cheekbones, soft lips, and sharp features. So beautiful. Too beautiful. Good. Can you do it while riding my dick? Lilith. Kyron steps forward and my heart slows. I can feel the pulsating rhythm right down to the tips of my toes as he closes the distance. But I keep my eyes on Eli, who's swallowing me whole as every second passes. Fingers are on my chin, tilting my face up until I'm shifting from green moss to dark lava. I want you. The words don't penetrate my brain fast enough. I've heard of how people talk about Kyron Nero. His interest is always a 0, but his body count is high. He fucks hard enough to leave the taste of himself burned in the back of your throat for years, so crisp that you'll be whispering his name every time you think you aren't. But you hurt me. His brows pull tighter, his eyes sliding to my lips, tracing the way his thumb grazes against the curve of my bottom lip. I know, baby. I'm sorry. I don't trust you, I further say, though it comes out as a whisper because my throat tightens and refuses to let the words release. I don't like vulnerability. I'll change that with time. His fingers spread wide over my cheek and I sigh, resting into his grip. Seconds pass when I feel the calming frost of his touch penetrate all the fiery corners of my burnt soul. Do I trust him? No. Eli? Partially, yes. Am I hurt? Beyond repair. Take me home? I blink my eyes up at Kyron and watch as he turns over his shoulder slightly, nudging his head. I slip my hand into Kyron's and watch as they intertwine. It's not until Eli is walking in front of us that Kyron takes my phone from me. He raises the lens up, capturing a small video of his in my hand. And before moving to him, wrapping his arm around Eli in front of us. He slides through the filters and chooses something grungy before typing the caption. Ours. He slides my phone back into my pocket as we make our way out. The more I think about everything that has happened among the 3 of us, the more I realize one thing, and that's broken pieces all fit when they all belong to the same puzzle. I jump up onto Eli's back, and he grabs me by the back of my thighs, hiking my body up as I slip off his aviator glasses and put them on myself. He continues to carry me on his back to the lake house. In this moment, even with so much uncertainty and drama hovering over our situation, I find myself happy in this moment. Maybe I am reckless now that I feel all of the emotions I didn't know I had hidden deep. But something tells me that both of these men know exactly how to keep them in line, and if they don't, then good luck to them. I'm still upset with Kyron. I know I haven't forgiven him yet. Nor do I think he's being completely honest. But I'm happy. Even if I know I'm also not being very honest with them. And happiness isn't something I have felt before. We climb the front stairs until Eli pushes open the door, sliding me back to my feet. The sun is setting in the back, the cool air leaving a bite in its wake. Seeing the red flames from the open fireplace warms me in more ways than one. Damn it. I drop my phone and hoodie onto the sofa, just in time for Eli to wrap his arms around me from behind, pressing soft kisses over my shoulder. We got time. Kyron rounds the sofa, falling down on top while keeping his eyes on both of us. Yeah, we do. He spreads his legs, and my thighs clench together. But only for a brief second, because Eli's fingers are trailing down the front of my pants. I bite down on my lower lip, tilting my head to the side to give him more access. When I open my eyes again, Kyron's hand is around the trunk of his cock. I step forward, needing it, him, with Eli's hand still down my pants. Instead of climbing on top of him, I sit beside him, leaning farther into Kyron's neck and running my tongue up to the curve of his sharp jaw. It tenses as Eli's fingers dive inside of me and I groan. My head falling back against Eli's chest. I need this. You need what, Lilith? Kyron asks, though it's slow and teasing, as if he didn't want to breathe a word, but he needed to know my answer. Having both near me is like spreading balm over an open wound. It stings at first, but once that disappears, there's nothing but relief. As if my soul has been dead for years, and it's now been given its first breath of air. Both of you. Now. It comes out as a whimper. But Kyron's arm is around my back, pulling me on top of him. Eli slips my bottoms down as Kyron whips off my shirt and bra, pausing for a few as I lower myself back onto his lap. His fingers tease the back of my neck, pulling me into his mouth as he licks me across the edge of my bottom lip, sucking while slowly lowering my hips over his thick length. I bite down on his lip when it becomes too much, too tight, too big. Metallic touches the tip of my tongue when I finally release his lip, guiding myself over his length. He hisses as I drag myself up before slowly lowering down, feeling the tip of his piercing graze against that glorious spot deep inside. Eli runs his finger down the crack of my ass before carefully sliding a finger inside of me as I raise myself up, enough for him to reach Kyron's cock, before he cups my pussy and runs the palm of his hand over my ass again. My back arches when Eli directs himself over my entrance, right where Kyron was, all while I reach for Kyron's dick, rubbing him against Eli. I would slide off and put him into my mouth, but for right now, I need to be this close to them, skin on skin, connected and alive after I've been lost and dead for so long. Eli pulls out just as I lower my lips to Kyron's, my breathing hard and rough. Eli spits, and I feel saliva slide down the crack of my ass as I slowly lower myself back onto Kyron. Eli crawls up the couch, knees sinking into the cushions beside us while pushing me closer into Kyron, his mouth covering my nipple. I tug on his hair when his tongue flicks around my piercing, sending jolts of pleasure rippling through every part of my body. I feel it right to my fingertips and through to my toes. Eli's hands grasp the edges of the sofa as he guides the tip of his cock over the entrance of my ass. I feel myself tense as he slowly inches in. Relax. Eli bites on the nape of my neck as Kyron slowly jerks his cock inside of me while sucking on my other nipple. Good girl. He pushes further, and I swallow him whole.
gasping while trying to stifle the whimper that Kyron catches with a flick of his tongue, quieting me. They both start moving slowly, Eli riding me from behind as I roll my hips over Kyron. Slow and guided, I feel myself clench around both of them, desperate to calm my nerves. Kyron reaches from underneath me, circling my clit with the cushion of his thumb while rubbing Eli's balls with his other hand. Kyron moves faster as Eli grinds slowly, my body slick with sweat. Eli pushes on my back, and I fall against Kyron's chest, unmoving as they both fuck me. Kyron's hands are on Eli's ass, pushing him closer into me. I slide between both of their bodies, sweaty and wet and lost between the groans and moaning of them both. When Kyron catches my lips with his, while Eli continues sucking on the nape of my neck. Fuck! My walls tighten as a foreign area behind me ignites with pleasure, and my eyes roll to the back of my head as my orgasm pulses through me in rhythmic convulsions. Before I can catch my breath from one, another hits from Eli, and suddenly I'm drowning in the frenzy of my climax. I scream through the carnal riptide that chokes me as my body trembles at the same time they both jerk inside of me, filling all of the parts that needed to be filled. Both of them. I collapse on Kyron, running my hands up and down Eli's thigh. I can die happy, I murmur, sighing against both of them. You can't die at all. Kyron pushes my hair off the side of my cheek, sticky with sweat. And we're not done. Kyron taps Eli's leg and he slowly pulls out of my ass. If I wasn't still humming from whatever hyper-experience that was, I would probably wince. But before I can do anything, Kyron is lifting me up while keeping his cock inside and starts walking me upstairs to the main room. I don't think much about what's happening around me, but I love this room. The floor-to-ceiling glass windows give a direct view of the calm lake below. I'm guessing the glass is tinted, but wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't, since Kisnich gets off on fucking in front of an audience. Kyron tosses me onto the bed, his hand gripped around his cock as Eli crawls up my body. I fist the sheets in my hands, arching my back off the bed when Eli slides his finger up my sweaty stomach and chest, all the way to my throat, before lowering his mouth to mine. He kisses me gently. Only the way his tongue glides into my mouth tells a story of every intention he has for me, none of them good. He rolls me on top until I'm straddling his waist, as Kyron sits at the edge of the bed, watching both of us with his cock in his fist and his hair in disarray. I guide my hips over Eli, pinching his nipples while throwing my head back until my hair flows down to my tailbone. Eli's hand is back on my throat as I start riding him slowly. With every stroke, I feel myself heat, needing to reach that peak, only to be pushed off the edge and left falling to my demise. Kyron moves, and I look over my shoulder to watch as he disappears behind us. Eli's eyes roll to the back of his head as I try to turn further, needing to see what's happening. Kyron slams his hand on my back, pushing me back over Eli, and I feel his tongue slide over my tailbone before traveling down. Determined, I inch up and peek down between my legs to catch Kyron lowering his tongue against Eli's balls. Shit! Blood rushes to my clit, my G-spot pulsating for more as Kyron slams me back down on top of Eli. I ride him until sweat slides off my belly and drips down my thighs. Eli flips me around so I'm on my back, as Kyron's warm mouth covers my opening. My head throbs with fatigue, but my body wants more. Mind starved, belly greedy. I roll my hips up, my fingers diving into Kyron's hair as he flicks my clit in circles with his tongue. My breathing becomes hard when my chest rises and falls around our bodies slipping together. Kyron, I murmur softly, tilting my head back and reaching for Eli's dick beside me. In my mouth. Eli squeezes himself roughly, lining up with my face as I flick my tongue over the top of his cock, licking around the curve of his head.
My muscles tense as Kyron continues playing with my clit, and I suck Eli deeper into my mouth, screaming through my orgasm around his cock. Kyron stands at the edge of the bed, lowering himself on top while reaching for Eli as I catch my breath. I'm so tired I can barely keep my eyes open, my muscles throbbing with fatigue, but Eli drags me with him toward Kyron. Kyron points to the bed. Lie down. Eli lies flat as Kyron grips on his cock, staring down at both of us. He's rock hard, angry veins swollen over his flesh. They're both gloriously beautiful, everywhere. Tired? Kyron asks, one eyebrow quirked. He stands between Eli's legs, slowly stroking himself. I watch as his long fingers wrap around and find myself crawling across the bed like a starved kitten, despite the fact I've been fucked more than I ever have before. I spread my legs wide over Eli, who locks his arms around my thighs. I stare up at Kyron from below, running my tongue over the base of his cock all the way up to the tip. More like hungry. His hand is fisted in my hair, tugging me to the side. I suck him into my mouth, taking him all the way in. My throat tightens before I slowly pull out, leaving a trail of saliva behind. I begin crawling backward, our eyes staying on each other. The darkness he carries around him is always in full force when he's in the bedroom. All of the demons he keeps caged are fed by sex. Eli stops me over his face, lowering me down onto his mouth. My eyes close as his tongue dives into my entrance, and I reach for his cock. Softly tugging him, I watch as Kyron slowly enters Eli, and all the fatigue my muscles just felt is gone, replaced with adrenaline. Leaning down, I suck Eli into my mouth, wrapping my tongue around his head. His tongue moves faster, and I suck faster. I look up at Kyron to find him already watching me, squeezing Eli's thighs as he relentlessly slams into him. I keep my eyes on his, sucking Eli's cock rough and hard as he groans against my entrance, sucking on my clit. Kyron reaches for my hair, wrapping it around his wrist and taking charge of my pace. Lost in the groans and bodies slapping between us, sweat falls over my body, the skin on my scalp pulled tight from Kyron's grip. Come, baby. Now, Kyron demands. And I do. I let go with vicious oscillation that convulses through my body. Fuck, Kyron groans, his head tilting back and all the veins in his neck swelling. Eli slaps my ass cheek so hard, I pounce before hot liquid hits the back of my throat. I swallow and lap up every bit, slowly sucking myself up to his tip. Kyron pulls out of Eli and I collapse to the side, my lungs on fire and my throat parched. My heart rate is pulsing like an electric current, propelling my blood through my veins. My eyes feel heavy, my mind blank. Nothing but darkness lives here.
28. Kyron. I know she hasn't forgiven me. I know there's a fat chance she probably never will, but it doesn't matter to me. They both belong with me, and not even she can deny that. I walk through the entrance to the tent, finding all three of my brothers seated among chatter. King looks up at me as I lower myself down onto the chair beside him. Cohen is coming in for a while. Really? I ask, lighting the cigarette between my fingers. I can still smell the sex on my skin as I bring the end to my lips and inhale. I can't imagine why. We will most likely need him in the coming days. Our parents are all coming back too, and the sooner we bury this shit, the sooner we can get back on the road. It's too messy to just ignore and continue on tour when there's a high probability that the drama is going to follow. I watch Keaton as he moves through the motions of being agitated. I've known all the brothers all of my life, but Keaton and I have a different kind of bond. Because of his issues, he always spent more time at our place than he ever did at his own, so I've come to recognize his tics when he's about to flip out.
I can't fucking have any of this shit falling back on Cartier.
There it is. I keep my eyes on his, sucking down a deep inhale of smoke. And why is that, Keats? There have been 3 times in my life where I've seen a similar reaction between Keaton and Cartier. I'm not fucking stupid, but I am murderous. Having her on soil now doesn't make me uneasy because of our enemies. I'd kill them before they'd even breathe near my sister. But it's because of this. Worrying about a brother. They both think I'm fucking stupid and that I haven't seen how they are around each other. Or the way Keaton refuses to fuck with any other girl when Cartier is around. I've watched her go through boyfriends and Keaton sit back and watch in the corner like a hungry wolf waiting for his time to pounce. I want him to, at one point, just so I could break his fucking jaw. There's no law against being with other families in Kisnich, obviously, but Cartier is different, and he knows it. He runs his tongue over his bottom lip.
I'm pretty sure we share the common ground here, Kai. We both want her safe.
I murmur, leaning my elbow against my thigh. Oh, I know the reason why I want her safe, and that's because she's my sister. Kai. King interrupts and I pause, but keep my eyes locked on Keaton. We all care about Cartier. She's family to all of us. Singling out Keaton out of your own heightened masculinity isn't on him, bro. I laugh under my breath, taking another drag of my smoke while leaning back against the chair. Yeah, sure. I point to all of them. You're right, King. This is about to be a war, but we've been naive to think we had all of the facts. I pull out the papers that Eli had showed me, tossing them onto King's lap. Kidge and Lilith's father weren't the leaders of Patience. They were merely the face of the operation. They took the heat. The mastermind behind the whole thing was her. I point to the image on the paper with the fingers that hold my smoke.
Impossible,
Killian says, shaking his head.
Patience has been out and around since before we were even born.
Yeah, but even then our parents will tell you that they kept a fairly low profile. They never crossed their paths into our world, nor did they have a thing called a dollhouse. That was all created around Lilith, around her. So the doctor has been behind it the whole time? King says casually, reading the information about her on the paper. Kennedy Amaya, 40 years old, born Kisnich, Romania. Children, Lilith Amaya Patience. Spouse, null. She was the doctor and therapist for the girls in Patience, so no one thought anything of her. She knew that when this all came crumbling down, she would always be safe because Kidge and Lilith's dad have been known to be the leaders of Patience. She got away. King gives the paper to Killian. Where the fuck are we going to find her? I lean back. Pretty sure the Kings are good at finding people. It doesn't take any convincing, because aside from our differences right now, the Kings and Kisnich have one common enemy. Patience. It takes 5 minutes for Eli to call Benny Vidiosis and get him working his magic on finding where Kennedy is. Usually this could take weeks, even months, to find someone, but Kennedy will be licking her wounds somewhere right now, waiting on her next move.
She'd be gone by now,
Lilith says from the other side of the room later that night. It's noticeable how far away she's keeping from Eli and me, what with her standing so close to fucking Saskia. Perse is here tonight, too. Looking a lot fucking more the Perse that we all met a year ago when she came in here. Not that I can fault her for thinking that of Lilith, since I had those same thoughts, but it still pisses me off. Perse shuffles in her seat, her hand on her little belly.
She's right. If what you say is true, Lilith, and those who are important would have had an escape plan, she will be long gone.
King wraps his arm around her waist as Cartier walks in carrying a platter of food. The sitting room is full, with all our parents, including King's twin brother Cohen, who is standing quietly in the back. As usual, Cohen is a special kind of person and not someone you can explain in a paragraph. I watch him watch Lilith with careful eyes. It takes a lot to pique the interest of Cohen Axton, so the way he's looking at Lilith is making my trigger finger twitch.
We found her,
Eli announces, and I slowly drag my eyes away from Cohen and to the entrance.
We need to move now, because it looks like she hasn't been staying in the same place for longer than 24 hours.
He places his phone down on the coffee table.
Evening, gentlemen,
a voice says smoothly on the other end. Cocky. Could read that instantly.
As Eli just announced, she hasn't been staying in the same place for longer than 24 hours. She has been dumping phones within that space, too. Unlucky for her, she has left out the big brother factor, and that's that every single CCTV footage can be used by simply uploading images of the person you're looking for.
God, I love facial recognition. I don't bother to tell him that we already know how he found her, and that we don't care. We just want to know where she is.
Now, this next part might surprise you, but right now she's in the Hamptons. I would say that she's on our turf because of the airport, since I'm guessing you didn't capture her.
Why would she be here? I lean forward, listening for his answer. Why would she be near? Wouldn't she be far away? Benny pauses on the other end.
Not if you have something she wants.
My eyes fly up to my mom, who holds my stare. And if we do?
Then I'll say she's waiting for someone to make contact, but be careful. Usually people who move like this only do it because they know they've got security. Whatever you have that she wants, I'm guessing she has something that's more valuable to you.
The line goes dead, and Eli picks up his phone again as my mom turns to my dad and whispers something into his ear. Cartier has busied herself with her bike, riding through the forest every chance she gets to keep her mind away from the fact that all she has ever known was a lie. I haven't had the time to sit her down and sort her out, but I know her. Right now, she's hot. She'll only bite my fucking head off. I need to wait for the 3-day cooling-off period. We're not using her as bait, just saying. I say the words that I fucking know everyone is thinking.
Kyron, don't be silly. Why would we use your sister as bait?
My mother asks incredulously. I pin both of my parents with a glare. Or her. Everyone silences. It rubs me the wrong way, so I look for the only man who has any fucking real pull in this circle. When a family speaks, they shut up for an accident. Caius stretches one leg in front of himself, unbuttoning his suit jacket. His hair is longer now, cut around the collar of his shirt. Lilith. He says her name, and the hairs on the back of my neck stand. I'm at my feet before I can blink. Caius's eyes come up to mine.
Son, sit down. We can figure this out. Lilith, as we now know, is half Kisnich. She is part of our family now, too. We won't allow anything to happen to her.
Eli's hands are on my arm, pulling me backward and away from the center of the room. I find Lilith watching me with wide eyes, waiting for my instruction. Good girl. Finally, I nod, gesturing for her to go to Caius. Slowly, she moves around the sofa and to the front, taking a seat on the coffee table in front of him. I keep my mouth closed, my jaw tight as Eli keeps his hand on my forearm as if he's known me all my life and is well aware of how reckless my hands get when it comes to protecting the people I love.
What do you know of Kennedy?
His tone is gentle, but his stance is not. It's a disguise. If he comes in soft, she'll open up. Only Lilith isn't like the other girls he's used to. For one, she's not a girl. Despite her age, she's every bit a woman, and a fucking lethal one at that. She doesn't need anyone to fight her battles because she'll gladly do it herself.
I know that she's my mother, have known for some time.
Lilith pauses, but it's not because she's scared. It's because she's finding the right words to say. She's hiding something.
She was our therapist and doctor, the woman we went to if we needed to talk, and the one who made sure to perform all of our tests. Through our combat training, she also worked on our wounds. She was an all-rounder, though she kept to herself. Quiet in the corners until she did what she did to me.
Caius seems to be satisfied with her answer as he nods and leans back, slightly.
Do you know why she might want you? I was thinking she more wanted Cartier, not me.
Caius shakes his head, and I agree with him. This has nothing to do with Cartier, and everything to do with Lilith.
No. If it was about her, she would have had her, or at the very least tried. This is about you.
Lilith moves her hands to the coffee table. I watch as she squeezes the edge.
The dolls, I'm guessing. Continue.
Caius gestures with his hand.
We aren't just performers with the show.
My eyes narrow, and I take a step toward her, but Eli pulls me back. Motherfucker.
We're military trained. Combat, weapons, endurance, you name it, and we've been through it. That's why you only had 2 guards.
Caius asks, and I watch as his eyes light.
Yes,
Lilith says.
Because we were his weapon, their ultimate weapon. And the men who you killed on stage, how did that come about?
This time Lilith pauses for longer, and she turns over her shoulder, looking at both Eli and me from the corner of her eye.
My friend, Bear, let's just say she has a hobby.
Oh? I shove my arm out of Eli's grip, slowly walking around behind Caius, needing to watch Lilith's eyes. I need to catch the lie as it slips between her sinful lips.
What is that, if it's important to the story? She reads cards, tarot, angel, and at times, well, criminal cards. She has a vendetta against a certain breed. She made the list of men to kill. I just did the deed.
But you were the leader, Caius asks, and I watch as she keeps her eyes trained on him. It doesn't matter. I know in the back of my brain, if she was trained for this, she knows how to lie her way through. I have to be sure, though. I can't risk losing her wrongfully. Not again. Something tells me if I fuck it up again, it'll be the last time I get to do it.
Yes,
she answers smoothly.
Because I trusted her. I entertained her in the game she liked to play.
Who was she? Caius asks, and I see the moment she freezes. Her shoulders stay stiff, her mouth closing tight.
I don't believe that's my secret to tell, with all due respect.
Caius leans forward, and I watch as Cohen shifts out of the shadows from where he's standing. A top hat sits on his head, with his signature makeup smudged beneath his eyes. I can almost feel the vibration of his body pulse around the room. That and the tension from Lilith.
Who is Bear, Lilith?
Lilith finally breaks eye contact with Caius and lands right on Cohen.
Dove. Dove noctum hendry.
29. Lilith. I knew Cartier wasn't going to say anything about Dove, but if anyone were going to expose Bear's secret, it would have to be me. It would always have to be me. I watch as they all stare at me with a blank look on their faces. You're lying. Among all of it, I forgot all about Persephone being Dove's twin sister. Of course King isn't going to believe me. It would sound hard to believe, but Dove never spoke of Perse. There was an underlying hatred there for Perse, I think, that came from something dark and toxic. I don't know what Perse did or her story, but I'm guessing whatever it was, Dove wanted revenge on it. Me telling them this wouldn't jeopardize Dove, though. She always told me that if I ever needed to, I could come forward and expose her secret. That she would be ready for them if they came for her. Which she knew they would. The other 5 dolls were merely acquaintances to me, but Bear was different from the very beginning. She's not alive. King moves closer, his eyes coming straight to me with an evil glare. If you are lying about this, Lilith, I will see it punishable. I almost laugh, but I don't. What the fuck have I got to hide, Yes, I wasn't supposed to tell you who Bear truly was, but now, what have I got to hide? If anything, I want you all to help me find her. She was my best friend. We were dependent on each other in a way that was toxic. I needed her as much as she needed me, and I'm sorry to break it to you, Kingston, but I'm guessing there are things that Perse probably hasn't been honest with you about either. King stares down at me with narrowed eyes. You're going in whether Chiron fights it or not. I'd rather lose you than Cartier. Then he leaves, and I keep my eyes locked on Cohen. King's words don't pierce my heart or hurt, they're a given. I'd throw Perse to the wolves to save Dove, so I can't blame him for feeling that way about me. I'm not a good person, and neither are these people. But the only difference between them and me is I don't pretend to be. I'm a fucking menace, evil and fucking reckless. I can live with that. King can't. He has to pretend that his precious Persephone is gold. She's not. She's fucking stained metal. Cohen starts walking closer. The corner of my mouth curls up into a smile when he lowers himself down where King just departed. I'm thankful that Caius doesn't break the moment with his ridiculous questions. I'll do what I have to do for Bear. For Cartier, because it's for Chiron, but that's it. I'm not looking for a new family, despite Caius's cute speech. Cohen's hands are on my cheek, and I breathe out a deep sigh. How'd you know? Cohen looks so much like King, only better. Real, raw, destructive and sinister. Much like how Dove is beside Perse. With dark moss-green eyes and thick lashes he smudges underneath with dark coal-shaded liner, intensifying his stare. His attire is different too. but not in a way that looks dorky, and more in a way that shows just how many fucks he gives about everyone. 0, by the way. I could smell her on you. Oh? I tease, smirking at him. He pulls me close until our noses touch and my lips are near his. Can you smell her better now? I search his eyes, even though they're so close I can't make out the color. Bet you can, I say, looking down at his lips. His mouth curves up into a dark smile. Can I watch next time? I slide back to put some distance between us. One that says, sure, why not? In fact, I'm almost certain I'd let you join. But before the words can leave my mouth, a hand is around the front of my throat, yanking my head backward, until I'm looking up at Chiron, who's behind me. Chiron glares at Cohen. You sure as fuck like playing with my trigger finger, Co. Cohen's mouth curves awfully similar to the Joker's. What can I say? You all make it too easy. We need the plan. Brothers can meet me in the tent in 2 hours. I need to fuck my wife, Caius announces, standing from the sofa and making his way through the entrance. Chiron releases my throat, rounding the coffee table and taking the spot that Cohen was on. He watches everyone move out of the sitting room, leaving Keaton, Killian, and Sass here with Eli. Once everyone is out of earshot, he pins me with a stare. I swear his eyes dilate. You're not going in there with her. We don't even know what she's capable of. I snicker, crossing my leg over my other. I do, and I'm not fragile, Chiron. I can fight off 10 guys with my eyes closed. Yeah? He clenches his jaw. You can't fight a bullet, though, Lilith. And I'm pretty sure that's what she intends to do. No, I say, shaking my head and watching Eli as he lowers himself onto the single sofa in the corner of the room. He hasn't said a word since Benny called, as if he's calculating what he's going to do next, or watching too closely. She isn't going to do that. That woman had more chances than anyone to kill me. If that was what she wanted to do, I would have been dead years ago. Shit changes, Lil. Eli finally breaks his silence. People change with circumstance. You being alive back then wouldn't have been a problem. You being alive now, for her, could be a problem. All the times that I was at her disposal. My life has been in her hands on more than one occasion. How could I not see who she was all along? What bothers me the most about learning who she is that she knew what they were doing to us, to all the people they trafficked, yet she did nothing. She watched as they raped us and classified it as training. As much as Costa and Kij are to blame for everything, she needs to suffer too. Since Cohen is off processing the fact Dove is still alive, I'm going to ask the question that no one else seems to ask. Keaton's voice filters through my thoughts of revenge. Was there a method to your madness? A reason why you killed who you did? Yes, I answer honestly. Because there's no reason hiding it now. Dove didn't want blood on her hands. She's not the girl you're all probably assuming she is thanks to Perse's narrative. She dealt the cards, picked our victim, and I got to play a game of revenge. If she didn't want to deal the cards, she stuck to men who deserved it. Rape, murder. She always found a reason, and being impatient, it wasn't that hard to find vile targets. So you hate men? Keaton asks, not in a way of anger, but more understanding if I did. I own 2 of them, so I'm going to say no. I roll my eyes, reaching forward into Chiron's pocket for his cigarettes. I need one. I bring it to my lips and light the end, inhaling and exhaling. The men who we picked, Dove knew them. She knew them all. My eyelashes flutter. No doubt my skin paling. How? Chiron adds. I shake my head. That's not my story to tell, but they deserved it. Every single one of them. Saskia sits beside me, her arm around my lower back. If you're going in, so am I. Fuck off, Saskia. Killian growls. You have nothing to do with this shit. Wrong, Sass snaps, glaring at Killian from across the room. You forget that I spent time there too. They did things to me too. If there's anyone that should go in with Lilith, it's me.
No,
a voice says from the entrance.
it's me.
Shut the fuck up and get back to your room. Chiron waves Cartier off without so much as looking, ignoring her while leaning back into me. I'll go see what Caius says and sort this out. I'll be going with you. And me. Eli breaks his silence from across the room. You'll go in with both of us. What about my part in this? Cartier crosses her arms in front of herself. It makes her look cute, which is exactly what she is. She's the princess of Kisnich, and no one of her caliber should be walking into the enemy's line of fire, no matter who her daddy is. I don't bother saying that to them, though, because Chiron wouldn't let that shit fly. The girl has been sheltered all of her life. I wouldn't even put her in a boxing ring, let alone against trained assassins and fighters. Eli's phone starts ringing and he stands, making his way out through the sliding door to the patio. I watch as his eyes connect with mine once the door is closed, his mouth opening and closing as he talks to whoever it is on the other end. He's hiding something, I whisper to Chiron. Chiron slowly tilts his head to the side, watching Eli walk back and forth on the patio, his hand in his pocket. I know. I wrap my fingers around Chiron's chin, forcing his eyes to mine. If I find out that you're both hiding something from me, I'm not responsible for what I do to both your pretty faces. Chiron whacks my hand away. Cute, baby. Real cute. He stands from the sofa, pointing to Cartier. You're not going anywhere. You're staying here if I have to lock you in the bedroom until this whole dilemma is over. In fact, why the fuck are you even here? Blonde hair flies around the room as a small petite girl walks in, her eyes frantically searching around the room until they land on Keaton. Her shoulders relax as she makes her way to him. When did you get back to New York? Keaton reaches for her hand, pulling her down onto his lap while moving her long hair away from her shoulder and pressing a gentle kiss. Just today. Missed you.
You too, babe.
She rests her head in the crook of his neck. I clear my throat. Weird. I didn't think Keaton had anyone sitting on his dick. I raise a brow at Cartier, who is making it obvious that she's doing everything to not look at Keaton. Palmer. Good of you to be here. Killian's tone is about as confused as all of us. I think. When the fuck did this happen? Chiron points between the two of them. I thought it was casual. Keaton runs the blunt side of his switchblade up and down Palmer's thigh. About a week before Cartier got here. Chiron's tongue dampens his bottom lip. Shaking his head, he makes his way out of the room, leaving us all in here with an awkward Palmer and Keaton. I turn to face her. Hi, I'm Lilith. You don't need to be nice to her, Lil. She's a fucking commoner. She's not Kisnich. Sass's hand is in mine when I stand, my eyes on Cartier. She's trying her best not to look at Keaton and Palmer still. And that's when I realize everything. Keaton and Cartier have something going on. Chiron will absolutely murder both of them. For right now, watching her squirm in the spot with too much pride to run off, I give Sass's hand a small squeeze while smiling down at her. I'll be fine. Remember who the fuck I am? Her face relaxes. I could never forget Lilith. Making my way to Cartier, I pause when our shoulders touch, my back now to everyone in the room. Come, we need to chat. Her shoulders soften and a smile spreads on her face. Yes, we do. I lead the way up the stairs, even though I have no idea what the fuck I'm doing or where I'm going. As soon as we're out of sight and earshot, Cartier takes a few steps ahead of me, smirking over her shoulder. Thanks for that, by the way. Please don't tell my brother. Your secret is safe. I follow behind her as she leads me down a hallway lined with doors. She opens one, gesturing into a room. I don't really want to be collateral damage when he explodes, if you know what I mean. Thanks, she answers blandly. The room is filled with turquoise pastels and white trimmings. There are motorbike posters on the wall and collages of photos. How old are you? I ask, looking at one of the Polaroid shots that's stapled into the wall. She falls down onto her bed and the cover fluffs up around her. 20. Though the way I get treated by all the brothers, you would think I was 12. I stop at a photo of Kyron, Keaton, Killian, and King, all holding Cartier as she's stretched across their arms. She's wearing a white gown with no straps and heels. Cartier wearing heels. I'm guessing this was an event. She comes up behind me. Senior prom. They all had to escort me, even though my entire high school knew who I was and who my brother was. Most people knew about Kisnich because of the shows, and they learned pretty quickly not to tease me. Ah, I say, placing the photo back onto the dresser. Because your big, scary, psychopathic brother? Pretty much. She turns to face me as I lower myself onto the bed. The way the cover molds around me makes it feel like I'm sitting on a cloud. There was an incident years ago. I was at a party and a guy tried to rape me with his girlfriend in the room. I made the mistake of not hiding my tears from my brother and, well... Well, I ask, even though I already know the answer. No way in hell Kyron would allow someone who had intentionally hurt his little sister to roam the world free, robbing people of oxygen. He and the girl went missing. She rolls her eyes. Still an unsolved case, as they all are. She slides up onto her desk, and I watch as she scans me up and down. I think my favorite thing about you is that you don't know how beautiful you are. How do you know that I don't know that? I could know that, but just don't care. Well, you know what I mean. You don't prance around like you're the hottest bitch to live. You just sort of don't care. I don't. I shake my head. But listen, you can't come with me to see Doc. This has to be done with just me, alone. Her eyes come to mine, almost as blue as her hair. Good luck trying to get away from Kyron and Eli. Something tells me you're more fucked than I am. That's where I'm gonna need your help. Instant. I'm in. They are having their meeting with Caius, which means I have roughly 2 hours tops to do what I need to do. I clutch the keys in my hand while shoving Eli's phone into my pocket, knowing I need access to Benny. Cartier stops me as I reach her Ferrari. I like you. I cock my head, opening the driver's side door. I don't need you to like me. I know, she scolds, crossing her arms in front of herself. But just in case you thought I didn't from our first encounter, I do. Cartier, I don't care if you do or if you don't. I will protect you and care for you because I'm pretty sure I pause, swallowing past the rock that is formed in my throat. She smiles at me, dropping her arms to her sides. I get it. Now go. Please don't die. Honestly, I think my brother just might kill me if anything happens to you. I wink at her from over the car. I'll be fine. I slide into the driver's seat and fire up the car. It's not until I'm pulling out of the driveway when a familiar smell of nicotine hits, and I jump, spinning around in my seat. Eli! Give me my phone, please. I pull out of the long driveway, reaching into my pocket and placing the phone onto the center console of the back seat. You're an ass. You were supposed to stay home. Lilith, baby. I'm way fucking smarter than you think. And if you even think for a second that I was going to let you walk back into the depths of hell without one of your hellhounds, then you don't know me at all. He starts squeezing through the middle until he's in the passenger seat, sliding open his phone. How'd you get past Cartier? The corner of his mouth curves into a sexy smirk. I'm Eli Rebellis. She has a vagina. Most of them want to fuck me. I roll my eyes. Try not to say that around Kyron. Eli flicks his cigarette out the window, gesturing to the highway that I'm driving us onto. We've got some people who will be joining us. I turn on the stereo, needing a distraction from not knocking him the fuck out. Collide by Justine Skye and Tyga starts playing. Do I even ask? I drop the car into third with a tap of my finger. Nope, you don't need to. They won't come in, they'll be outside. I know this is technically Kisnich drama, but my boys won't back down until they know Patience has no ties to someone we despise in our world who has caused a lot of fucking pain and death. So until then, I'm rolling with you. That was an excessive way to say that you care about me, Eli. I grin, looking at him over my arm. His eyes come to mine. All jokes gone. I do, Lilith. I thought that much was obvious. I'm not a very good people person, if you haven't noticed. I don't know how to read cues, but I know when someone is lying. His fingers are around my chin, forcing my face to his. I care about you, we both do, and about each other. You, me, and him are it. How will this possibly work? I ask. I overheard you both talking about it. I just can't see how we won't all kill each other eventually. Because we want each other more. The light from his phone illuminates his face, the sharp edges of his jaw casting a dark shadow over his sunken cheekbones. I'm a mess. I try for that argument since it's non-negotiable. We know, he answers casually, sending off a text before shutting off his phone and turning to face me. But you're still ours. He points up ahead. Take the third turnoff. The third? Yeah. I do, turning onto the shoulder and onto the off-ramp. I slow down as we pass through a long road. It seems to go on for fucking ever. I care about you both too, probably too much, I answer, falling into sixth gear to cruise at a manageable speed. And honestly, I can't... Lil, it's fine. We will talk about this later. His hand is on my chin, his thumb gliding over my bottom lip. It's all going to be fine. I chuckle, biting down on his thumb. Where are we going? When I was a kid, my grandfather told me something that sort of stuck all my life. It wasn't until I met you and Kyron that I really understood what it meant. Always a rebel, forever a soldier, one as a lover, the other don't bother. It's our rebellious fundamental code. I'm a rebel for always. A soldier forever. He pauses, turning to face me with a sly smile on his face. One is a lover, the other don't bother. In our worlds, the person we fall in love with usually always has another person. Nate was Madison's. Brantley was Tilly's. And, well, Saint... all she got was Bishop, her half-brother. The rebellious riddle has been passed down in our family for generations. It was written in Taceta Mortuis, our basic Bible, and weirdly off-putting love story of how the elite kings was created. He takes a breath, watching the passing trees outside. The deeper we go down the road, the thicker the fog becomes, until it's swimming around the headlights. Until me, they had it right. Every woman that a king ends up with gets a tattoo to signify that. Some fucking twisted way of ownership. With the rebellious line, the women have always had that riddle tattooed on them somewhere. He reaches over toward me, and I sigh, closing my eyes when his fingertip brushes against the side of my neck. Yours needs to go on your throat. Like a fucking collar. My thighs clench together, but it's my heart that can't contain the sentiments. I move into his grasp. I remember everything that happened between you and me, you know. He chuckles, running his finger over his upper lip in an attempt to hide his smile. I'd be worried if you had forgotten. You were different. Even then. His hand is on my thigh as he brings his phone and snaps the shot. My bare thigh with his tanned hand, skull tattoos inked over top. He squeezes lightly, taking my hand in his and bringing it to his mouth to place a kiss on the back of my palm. I'm not going anywhere. Even when you fight me, him, and we fight each other, we're all never going anywhere. Promise me. I look between him and the road up ahead, noticing a town sign coming closer. I promise. For as long as we're all together, I'll fight for us. He grins, bringing my hand back down onto his lap before turning to look out at the road. He gestures up ahead as we come to a sign that reads, "Welcome to Riverside." Is the town as creepy as its entrance? I ask, lowering my speed as we drive over a bridge. Worse, it's the people who are fucked up. I try to distract myself from everything he just said. Eli is good for my soul. He keeps my feet on the ground and my head in check. Even when I first met him, I felt a calmness wash over me. But with that grounding, I need chaos. I need someone destructive, raw, and overbearing. I need someone I can be submissive with, and that's where Chiron comes in. My triple soul flames. So why did we leave Chiron behind? It's the question I've wanted to ask since leaving the city. Eli skims his tongue over his bottom lip. Because I want to watch shit burn.
30. Chiron. There have been a handful of times in my life when I've known that I've fucked up. One of them was when I was 12 years old and pushed Cartier down one of the dirt ramps in the forest that backs up behind our valley. And the other time was when I gave Lilith back to Patience. But now I've just realized there are 3 things. And that's leaving both of them fucking unattended. I snatched the keys off the entryway to the Nero main house, which sits loudly on the top of the highest mountain in our village, swinging the door open behind me. All of the 4 families have their stable homes scattered around the valley in the shape of the Kisnich star, with the Axton mansion the tip at the very entrance of the valley. I'm jogging down the marble grand stairway when Keaton's Dodge rumbles up the circular drive, pulling to a stop near me.
Figure you don't want to get any of your pretty toys dirty, so we can take the charger out.
I grasp the handle and slide into the passenger seat. My cars don't mind getting dirty.
Even the Lambo?
Even the Lambo. Drive. Keaton directs us around the driveway and out the front wired gate, down the road that leads to Killian's house. No one is out and about because we're under attack. King and Purse called a lockdown before we touched back down onto U.S. soil from Kisnich, so the streets are dead.
You know where they are?
Keaton asks, looking at me over his arm. Keaton has always been my ride or die, just like they all are. Just with him, shit has always been different. Right now, I'm taking him with me because King and Kill have people who love them, need them. Not to say that Keaton doesn't, but I'm pretty sure Palmer doesn't count. I would take a bullet for him before I'd let him drop. Pretty sure they've had a detour. I reach for the back seat, unzipping the 2 duffel bags and checking to see if he brought what he was supposed to. They loaded?
Yeah.
Keaton drops the car down into gear and floors it forward, the force throwing me back into my seat.
Enough ammunition in there to explode.
Good. I press on Instagram, pausing when I see the image Eli posted just 11 minutes before, his hand over Lilith's thigh. Dumb motherfuckers.
I don't think they're dumb,
Keaton adds.
I think Lilith is bold as fuck. Rightly so. She can be. She can fight very fucking well, and the other is just, well, in love.
I tap my phone against my thigh, my palms itchy to get there. The longer I'm away from them both, the more I feel my control slip. My phone starts ringing when we hit the off-ramp. Seeing Lilith's photo pop up on my home screen, my jaw clenches. I swipe it unlocked, and her live face is on my screen. A fucking FaceTime. This chick's got jokes. Lilith, I say calmly, looking out the window at nothing in particular. It's more for me to calm the fuck down. I'm going to fucking kill you both.
How'd you find out?
She says, and I swear to God I hear my phone crack in my palm. Does it fucking matter? My eyes swing to her square. You both fucking did this behind my back because you knew I'd say hell the fuck no and to wait.
Exactly, Kai, but we can't wait.
Oh! I snap, baring my teeth. And why is that exactly?
Because the longer we take, the more time she has to plan something.
Lilith sighs, and it's the first time I've seen a look of calmness wash over her features. Her eyes soften around the edges.
I didn't want either of you entering this. It's for me to end, not you.
That's where you're wrong, I say, glaring at her as Keaton continues to drive us closer. Where are you? She turns the camera to face her and Eli, who is driving.
He's taking us to where she is. We had to pick up some backup.
Kings? I ask, eyes narrowed. Yeah, see, this still makes no sense. Why are the Kings involved in this? Eli must snatch the phone off Lilith because his face fills my screen now.
Stop being so fucking bossy. We're heading to where she is. I'll send you the address.
He hangs up the phone, but I scroll through my contacts knowing damn well he's not going to call me back.
Why are the Kings involved?
Keaton's voice comes through. I don't know, I say, my thumb hovering over Killian's name. But they don't involve themselves in shit that doesn't belong to them.
That's precisely the problem. Something's off.
Killian answers the phone and I put it on speaker so Keaton can talk too.
Could you not fucking wait 10 fucking minutes? Shit, we're on our way.
No, I grind out, annoyed that they would even expect me to do that. Would you if it was Sass? There's a long pause, and I almost miss what I had just said. It's not until Keaton clears his throat and squeezes the steering wheel when it dawns on me what I just admitted to. When my eyes drift back onto the screen of my phone, I find Killian's smug as fuck smirk looking back at me. What? I snap.
Oh, nothing. Just that you know exactly what you just admitted to.
So what? I say, brows raised. How is it not obvious? Like I'd give a fuck about a lay.
True.
Kill chuckles.
I'll fill Kingston in.
He bursts out laughing and I flip him off. Keaton still hasn't said anything, but I start texting over the address details for Kennedy. I'm sending you over where we're going. Is King there?
Nah.
Kill changes hands, walking around the tent.
He's with Perce, but we're leaving now. What's up?
Eli made a detour into Riverside, picked up the Kings. Any idea why that might be? Killian has more history with them than any of us. Not so much history, but he just got along with them really well and had a weird friendship with Nate Malum Riverside. Yeah, as in the town. Kill's smirk washes off.
That's weird.
I know.
You trust him?
Eli? I ask, looking to Keaton, who is waiting for my answer. I run my finger over my upper lip. Yeah, I do.
Then I'm sure it's just backup.
Keaton assures, but Killian's face tells me he's not sold. Kill shuts a door in the background.
Nah, man. The Kings don't fuck with shit unless someone has fucked with one of their own. No one else would ever be worth their time.
Yeah, Keaton adds over his arm.
And they have Lilith. Lilith is basically one of theirs now, if Eli has claimed her.
First of all, Killian says, taking a seat on a leather sofa,
they call it calling red, some weird blood-pouring shit on owning their women, and second of all, nah, this is something else.
He seems to ponder.
Eli is there for something else other than Lilith, guaranteed.
I ignore his theory. Motherfucker, get your ass out of that seat and meet us there.
Tisk, tisk, you know our parents are going to lose their shit when they find out we're doing this.
I glare at him through the phone lens. Don't fucking care. I do trust Eli. I did when I first met him, I think. It's his eyes. I don't think he would have crossed us. I fucking hope he hasn't. Handling Lilith is hard enough, let alone 2.
31. Eli. Trust. The 5-letter lie. The ultimate tool to manipulate. They do trust me, both of them, as I do them. But this is much deeper than even they can dig. I could bury my everything in the Vitiosus graveyard and it still wouldn't be deep enough to explain what I've hidden from them. Because there is something big. I thought about it for a long time, figuring out how to tell them, or even if I should. Which I shouldn't, I had decided. I thought about sending them both riddles to leave breadcrumbs behind me, but thanks to Bishop and the entirety of the elite kings in general, everyone would know it was me playing a game. So instead, I kept it quiet. I drowned out the noise of secrets inside my head with their shows. Lilith, Chiron. I drowned myself in both of them and pretended like what I knew wouldn't destroy everything and everyone who they thought they knew, including each other. So here I am, leading my brothers into a war they know everything about. Chiron is smart. Too fucking smart. He will figure out there is more to this by the fact the kings are coming along. He will already know that I've kept something from him. But more importantly, from her. She'll thank me for it one day, though I'm guessing today will not be that day. I slam the car door and turn to face the headlights that are behind me. The sound of polished European imports idles in the spot as the car door of Bishop's Maserati opens. The kings all roll in black vehicles with tags, which have a hidden crowned skull behind the numbers that you can only see under a UV light. Lilith's long legs stretch out of the passenger side. Leather thigh-high boots, white leather shorts, and black crop top that ties where her tits collide. She looks sinful as fuck, with her long hair trailing down her back as she slides on her leather jacket and fluffs it out from behind herself. Lilith isn't every man's wet dream. She's every man's worst nightmare with big tits and killer swag. "We going in from the back?" she asks, her heels clicking across the concrete. I hear doors open and close in the background, but ignore them because, seriously, this fucking girl. I kind of want to eat you right now. I flick my finger into the ties of her crop top. "Later." She leans up on her toes, her lips grazing mine. She smirks against them. "But I want to play first." What, like here? Or play as in later? Because I gotta say, and I think I speak for both Chiron and me, that neither of us is really into the whole necrophilia thing. Her eyes roll to the back of her head, and I get flashes of her face when she orgasms. "I want to play here." Okay, yeah, I see the hype. Nate chuckles in the background, and I finally turn to find Bishop, Nate, Brantley, and Abel watching Lilith's and my exchange. "This is nothing. You should see the thing she does. Fucking hell," Brantley growls, cutting me off. "Are you fucking done? I've got to be home by 10 because Saint is making this weird dessert thing to try out." "Bro," I mutter. "Don't fucking bro me," he jokes, reaching into his pocket and pulling out his gun. He checks the chamber before flicking off the safety clip. "You don't know chicks and their pregnancy hormones." Everyone falls silent. "Anyway," Lilith rakes her long hair away from her face, and it falls over the rest of her hair like silk. "Can we go drop some bodies, or what?" "We're going to be friends." Nate hooks his arm in Lilith's, directing her ahead, and I have to bite back a possessive growl that wants to unleash. As we head toward the back of a fishing dock, an old beat-up abandoned building with colorful graffiti sprayed over the concrete, Brantley falls into step beside me. "You know she's going to be a full-time job, right?" "Yeah," I say, smirking. "That's why she's both of our problem." "Fucking hell. You ready for that?" The sun has long since set, so I find myself watching the ground to make sure I don't step into or onto anything shady. What, the thruple life? I think over both of them and how much they have already changed my life in such a short space of time. I could never picture myself with one without the other. So whatever that means, I'm gonna go ahead and say, yeah, bro. Yeah, I am ready for it. Bishop's hand is on my other shoulder. "Proud of you, but who the fuck would have thought? You, not just with a boyfriend, but a girlfriend, too." "What do you mean?" I pause, and Bishop continues to laugh as he carries on ahead. "I'm the fucking player in this group. How are you not all surprised?" Wrong," Nate calls out over his shoulder as if he'd been listening all along. Which means it was close enough for Lilith to hear, but it's not like it's anything I haven't told her before. I was the player in the group. You punched in your player ticket the second Tilly put your dick on a leash, and you damn well know it. We're being way too loud for people who are rolling up in to fucking ambush someone. It's amusing that you don't think your dick is also on a leash, Eli. Lilith throws back. I can almost hear Nate's laugh mocking me. Yeah? I fire back, a smug smirk on my face, even though I know she can't see me. But it's what you do while holding that leash that my dick likes very fucking much. Still disgusting. Good to know. Bishop shakes his head, but we all freeze in our spot when Nate and Lilith halt unexpectedly, their hands raised to the side. A metal door slamming open and shut loudly claps through the air. I draw out my gun from the holster in my jacket, unlocking the safety while pulling Bishop back by his arm. You know what to do if anything happens. Bro, yes. Good. I drag my arm up and jog ahead, making sure I'm in front of Lilith as we continue to walk between the shadows. The sound gets louder and louder as we round a cast-iron wall. I press my back against the edges. Are you guys going to tell me why you're all here? Lilith whispers harshly, strapping something around her knuckles. I snatch her hand in mine and bring it closer to my face. Brass knuckles, really? Where's your fucking gun, Lil? She tugs her hand out of my grip to strap her other. I am my gun. And why the hell are the EKC boys here? No offense, I don't mind the eye candy. I look away from her and up to the building we're aiming for, tucked behind the abandoned shed we're pushed against. Because we will need backup. And why is that? She probes, and I know she's not going to let this go. Because there are more men in this building than you can fight alone. Her face falls, as if she doesn't understand what I'm saying, so I continue. Kennedy, a.k.a. your mother, had called Bishop for protection while she was here. That's how we found out that she has more people here, since he turned her away. Well, you could have fucking said yes, and then we could have been able to just walk in. Her growling is cute as fuck, so I reach over to her cheek and pull her lips into mine. No, I say, squeezing the back of her neck, because we're almost certain that's what she wanted. Lilith sucks my lip into her mouth and rubs against me. So, who does she have? I'm searching her eyes when bullets spray out. I shove her behind my body, turning to place an earpiece into her ear. If I lose you, I need to be able to still talk to you. It's connected to all of us. She presses a kiss onto my lips, but before I can grab her again, she steps out of my grip and starts running toward the entrance door with a loud laugh, dodging bullets. Fuck! Told you, Brantley growls. You're not fucking ready for that. We start making our way to the door, shooting up to where the bullets are coming from, when a Dodge Charger skids in front, blocking our view. The passenger side door swings open, and Kyron slides out with 2 AKs strapped to each hand. He points to me with one, ignoring the bullets flying everywhere. I'm not done with you both, but where the fuck is she? Oh, Nate laughs, pushing off the wall and raising a gun to the window in the building, squinting his eye and pulling the trigger. He is going to fucking eat you alive. Again, I see the hype. I flip him off and point to the building, jogging ahead. She went fucking inside.
32. Lilith. The sound is deafening, like explosions in the middle of a war piercing through my ears. A stab of guilt lurches in my stomach from running from them. But I know I have to be alone for this. The bitch wants me, so she can have me. So long as my boys are safe. Lilith! Eli yells in my ear. Shit. I forgot about this damn thing. I swear to fucking God, if you don't wait, Daddy Kyron is gonna spank you. How are you talking to her? More bullets sound out, and I realize they're coming from my earpiece more than directed at me. I shove through a hidden door once I hit the end of the dark tunnel, but stop when I find myself in a closed room with no exit. I spin around to see where I came from, but the door is gone. I push my finger onto the earpiece to speak. I don't know where I am. Ha ha ha, very fucking funny, Eli again. Pop. Pop. Try again. I step forward, touching the wall with the palm of my hand. Cold and damp, much like my heart. Eli. Yeah, baby. I love you. Can you tell Kyron too? Silence. I know this trick. I remember it from my training, and not once did I ever get out. You can tell him when we get to you. Eli is in a closed room, no more gunshots firing off in the background. His tone is calm, serene, as if he knows he's going to see me again. He won't. I failed this every single time. It was a trick of mine's, and now that I think back to it, and knowing what Kisnich do, it is here for someone like them to solve, not me. Static sounds out on a speaker and I stop moving. Focus on your breathing, Lilith. You've got this. I stare back at Bear. Of course she would say that. This was easy for her. For some fucked reason, she aced this challenge every single time. You've got to focus on your breathing. Your mind is your best tool in here. I'd tell her that my mind isn't my best tool at all, but she'd brush me off. Ah, so predictable, my daughter. Her voice is like vomit reaching from the back of my throat. If you get out of this room, I'll allow you to come up and talk, but as you know. She stops, and every second that passes, I feel my anger boil. There's always hidden costs in this room. I'm ready, I yell, piling my hair onto the top of my head. You forgot that you created this monster. Give me the best you've got. Lilith from Elise starts playing, and I pause, losing my footing slightly. How did she know about this song? Laughing echoes through the speakers, and I spin around to face the door I came through, waiting for it to appear and open again. I step closer, needing to see the paper-thin crack that outlines the exit. Just as my foot lands in front of myself, the air is knocked out of my chest and I'm being thrown back, slamming against the wall on the other side of the room. Seconds pass when I press the palms of my hands against the floor and push myself up onto my feet. I don't get a minute to assess the situation before a fist is flying into my face. I dodge by whacking it with the back of my arm. As his body falls to the side, I grab him by the back of the neck and slam his face against my knee before pushing him away and kicking him again in the chest with a scream. He falls to the ground slowly, his head tilting to the side. With his face completely covered in a tactical mask, he raises to his feet when another secret door opens behind me and the lights turn off.
Ah! I just love this part.
Kennedy is having fun with this, like usual. I hate you! I'm feeling for the way any type of breeze brushes over my exposed skin, of any sound or movement. The song replays, and I hate her even more for that.
Now we know that's not true. Remember, you're Lilith Patience. You don't feel anything.
This room back in Patience was used to heighten our other senses when one was cut. One is the air of surprise. The other sight, last hearing. Bear would sail through this because if she has the skill of telepathy, or any of the other skills Killian and the brothers have, she could easily manipulate her way out.
Tell me, little devil, where are your boyfriends,
A handle slides into the palm of my hand before I'm being shoved forward into the nothingness of the room, and a fist flies into my face. I'm falling backward again. It's not until I recognize the weight of what I'm holding that I know it's a sword. I wave it around my body, flicking it over my arms before closing my eyes and breathing out slowly. I fling my arm out in front of myself until I feel the sharp edge of the sword connect with someone. The lights flick on and I open my eyes, kicking the body off the end of the sword and watching as the soldier falls to the ground. I lean down, tearing the mask from his face, and breathe a sigh of relief when I see it's not someone I know. "Nice," Kennedy says, and I feel the clock inside my head turning, ticking, counting down the minutes until I get to have my hands around her throat. I turn around to face whoever it was that came through and gave me the sword, licking blood from between my fingers when I see it's Bear. She smiles at me, but it doesn't reach her eyes. "We at war?" "Ah, our little grizzly bear. Who let you in here?" Bear flicks her sword around her arm, dancing and clicking her neck. "Me, bitch. I let me in here." "What happened to your vow of no murder?" I whisper to her, waiting for Kennedy's next move. Bear shrugs. "You're in trouble? I come running." "Traitor too, Bear," Kennedy mutters. Can't say I'm surprised. You two were always too close. Silly me to think it was platonic." Bear has 2 long fishtail braids down each side of her head, trailing over her shoulders. She's dressed in all black, leather shorts, leather crop, and her signature onyx crucifix on her neck. "Shut the fuck up, Ken. Send them all in." I flick my tongue over my teeth, gripping the sword in my hand. A door opens, and Deftones' My Own Summer starts playing loudly. Sound. More men dressed in what the other one was in come running through the door, their faces all covered. "Bear, this could be a trap." "How?" she yells back. "We have around 3 seconds before they kill us." "What if they're the kings or brothers?" Bear shrugs. "You're losing your edge, little devil." She flicks her sword out, slicing someone across the throat. I watch as his head rolls off the top of his shoulders and falls to the ground. "Then they deserve to die." She's right. I land my sword into another, while someone comes up behind, kicking me in the back. I twist around, the edge of the sword flying across the room. Blood sprays across my face as I cut through flesh, leaving the sword sticking out of my last victim. I pull him in front of me to use it as a shield, as another fires a round of bullets into his corpse. I toss him to the side and flip forward, swinging my legs up and kicking the other soldier beneath the jaw, his head twisting to the back with a snap. He falls to the ground, and I move to help Bear, who has 2 against 1. Jumping up onto a pair of shoulders, I squeeze my thighs tightly around his neck while reaching up above my head to swing off a metal bar, twisting my hips to the side until I feel the vibration of his neck snapping against my inner thigh. Euphoria gasses my laughter as blood slides down my face, falling between my tits. I release his body forward just as the song stops playing and my eyes land on the door, where all of Kisnich and the Kings are standing, watching me with wide eyes. My eyes roll over all of their bodies. "Oh, come on." I swing down from the pole. Thank you, shitty old building, for having some ancient fire extinguishers built into the ceiling, landing on the ground with a thud. I don't realize what they're all looking at until it hits me. Bear. Jesus. King steps back, gripping onto the wall to steady himself. "Cohen is going to lose his shit when he sees you." "He won't see me," Bear says, placing the sword back into the holster on her back. "I don't want to see him." "Dove, he's fucked in the head. You have to see him, and that's not my problem, Kingston," Bear snaps, shoving past them all. "We've all battled wars that the other hasn't seen. We can at least all agree on that." "Bear," I call out to her, "go and check to see where that bitch went. On it." Kyron and Eli are both moving in on me, one with a prideful grin, the other looking like he's going to tear me apart with his bare teeth. Both excite me. "Foreplay?" I bat my lashes up at Kyron, since he's always the grumpy one, and I know I need to butter him up. "Not even fucking funny." He pulls my mouth into his by the back of my head, before grabbing Eli by the chin with his other. "We're just 2 scolded toddlers at this point. You'll both be lucky if you can walk for the rest of the week." "How'd you find me?" I ask, stepping around the bodies, while looking up at the other 2 guys who are by the door. "I guess we haven't formally met yet. Hi, I'm Lilith." I put my hands out to both of them, just for laughs, because no way will they touch me. Only they both slide their hands into mine, shaking tightly and nudging their head. I'm Nate. This is Bishop. And the broody one who left to make sure the red-haired one doesn't die is Brantley. The notorious elite kings. I've heard so much about you. The one with the darker hair looks over my shoulder, tracing the line of bodies I've left. Yeah, something tells me none of what you heard shocked you. Not a bit. I tap him on the shoulder, walking around him with a smile on my face. As soon as I've stepped over the last body, I stop in my tracks when I see Kennedy standing near the opening door, and whatever is behind it. To the naked eye, this place looks shifty and run down. But to someone like me, who is used to all of the breadcrumbs that patients leave around, I see it all fully clothed. You wanted me. I crack my neck, walking straight for her. You got me. Ah! She raises a finger, and 5 familiar bodies surround her. The dolls all stare down at me with a mixture of looks, mainly confusion. I know all of them and would have done anything for them. Whatever Kennedy has told them must be a good lie to have them defending her against me. If anything, I thought they were with me. You're forgetting one little thing. I can assure you I am not. I take another slow step and feel Eli and Kyron both beside me. No, you have. She curls her finger towards someone else. Come. You know what you have to do. What the fu— Eli steps in front of me, turning over his shoulder at both Kyron and me. What are you doing? Get back here. I can't, Lil. There's something I have to do. I'm sorry. His eyes fall to the ground before his shoulders square. Oh, you forget. Kennedy starts raising a finger with each word. Surprise. Sight. Sound. Trickery. She starts laughing, and for the first time, I wonder how the fuck this woman could be my mother. No. I can see how. I reach for Eli's arm, pulling him back to me as Kyron grits out, "What the fuck are you doing?" Eli turns back around to both of us, one hand on my chin and another on the back of Kyron's neck. One day it'll make sense to you, I promise. No, I step forward. You don't have to do this. I shove myself in front of him. My eyes on Kennedy. Take me. I'll go. Leave him here. I'm fucking yeeted backward until I'm crashing into Kyron's hard chest, with Eli's finger pointed in the middle of my throat. You fucking will not. This is my choice, Lil. You see those girls? That's what she wants you to see. There's a fucking army waiting downstairs to escort us out. There was never a plan for any of us to walk out of here with our lives unless this trade was done. But why? I snap, looking between the both of them. What does Eli have that you fucking want? The skin around the edges of his eyes softens, and he brings my palm to his lips. He squeezes me 3 times to force my eyes onto his, and I do, grudgingly. Just be patient, okay? His fingers curl behind the back of my neck, pulling both Kyron and me in close. His thumb slips into my mouth. And I love you too. My heart shatters into pieces, and I'm pretty sure they land in his pocket. Tears slide down my eyes. I've cried only twice in my life, this being the second time. I already know we will never see him again. Once he is gone with her, she'll kill him when she's finished with him, and there's not one thing I can do to stop it. I step forward again. But Kyron catches me with his arm. Someone's yelling, and my eyes are blurry. I can't see what's happening. And it's not until my throat burns that I realize the one who is screaming is me. Kyron wraps his arms around my waist, holding me in place as Bear appears in front of me. The dolls are going to escort them down. Now I need to ask you something serious, Lilith. Hey! She slaps my face and everything comes back into view. Like an ice-cold bucket of water being thrown on me, I stand straight. What is it? The dolls are here for Eli's safety. They serve you, you know that. They're going to escort them both to the car. And then they're going to be back here for you. Bear, I can't.
This is too much. Why did she take him? She's going to kill him. I spin around, looking among all the kings. Is this why you're here? To watch your fucking friend walk off to his death? Bishop is the first one to walk closer, his shoulders back and his eyes on me. He's all business, which is surprising for his age.
In 3 days, I'm going to come to you. In 3 days, this will make sense. Until then, I need you both to not do anything reckless. Don't look for him. Don't fight Kennedy. Eli is right. We were never going to get out of here alive without his trade. You need to trust what I'm saying. What he just did. At least for 3 days.
I squeeze Chiron's arm, but my eyes stay on Bishop. I can't live without him, Bishop. Do you understand that? I begin hyperventilating, my breathing short and panicked. For the first time since meeting Chiron, his mouth softens enough to smirk.
Historically speaking, I sure do. I'm still trying to make mine work with me, though, so cut me some slack, too.
Nothing reckless, I say out loud. Though not even I trust the words that are coming out of my mouth. But I've not spent any time away from him since he's been here.
You've become reliant on him for certain aspects that Chiron can't give you. And Chiron gives you elements that Eli can't either. And I'm sure you feel the same for them, too. I get it.
Nate points his finger between the two of us.
It's almost like... Fucker, if you try to add Madison's name into this equation, the next body that drops will be yours,
Bishop calmly says while still smiling at me.
Touchy subject still.
Nate winks at me.
But I get it. The next 3 days are going to be rough. Just try to keep it straight.
One more question, I say, though the bile that's rising in my clogged throat tastes a lot like anger. Eli once told me that the kings play games and riddles. Is this one of them? Bishop flicks his tongue over his lip, and I see it. I see a glimpse of the chaos he can offer.
3 days.
33. Chiron. When you've lain with your demons all of your life, death always seems like the better option. Eli isn't much different than me in that aspect, and that's the only thing I can think of for why he would set himself up the way he did. He's ready for death. Fucking hope he is, because next time I see him, I'll be sure to draw him close enough to smell her fucking poison. 3 days is fucking nothing. I can handle it fine. It's the secrets I can't deal with. Fucking EKC and their bullshit. I knew they were behind something. There was no way Eli was hanging around mayhem just for my dick and Lilith's pussy. Well, Lilith, maybe. Just as we get back to the valley, Cartier comes jogging out of the house, waving behind herself.
Just so you know, a couple of fathers are all down in the bunker waiting for you all.
The bunker is right between the lake house and Killian's house, buried underground and only accessible by a trap door made of steel. Its space is as big as 2 football fields, and is where we do more questionable shit. I mean, there's a fucking furnace down there, just saying. Great, I mumble, watching as Lilith continues past the gates on the side of King and Persis, no doubt making her way back to the lake house.
Does she know that it's like a 3-hour walk to the lake house? And is she hurt? She has a lot of blood on her.
Cartier's questions don't do anything to balm my anger. I grab the collar of my shirt and pull it off, wrapping it around my knuckles that are still bleeding. Cartier's eyes fall to them.
What the fuck happened and where's Eli?
I sidestep away from her, jumping onto my bike that's parked on the drive and firing her up. I don't bother with Cartier's questions, because no doubt there will only be more. I need to get to that fucking bunker, and I need to get there now. Obviously, our parents know something we don't, and the longer I'm here waiting, the more time they have to decide they won't tell us. I'll send the doc over to you. I squeeze the throttle and jolt forward, annoyed with how much space everything is taking up in my head. I need to go and talk with our parents and then hit the track to clear my head. I hear the rest of the brothers' bikes scream up behind me, but I don't bother looking. We're all headed to the same place, and I know that if given enough time, one of them is going to piss me off. Kicking up the stand of my bike, I start walking toward the hatch that leads down into the bunker when a hand comes to my arm. Kai. I turn to face King. What? We gonna talk about everything that happened? No. I turn back around, but he stops me again. I need to tell you something. I don't want to fucking hear it, King. I squeeze the metal latch to lift the airtight seal, his next words hitting me like a ton of bricks. He's gone, bro. He gave her 10 years. What? I narrow my eyes. What do you mean 10 years? And who the fuck is this Kennedy person really if she has enough pull to fuck with not only us, but the Kings too? I take another step toward him, tilting my head. Unless you know something that I don't. I don't, King says, his eyes pinned on mine. King is a good fucking liar, but he isn't right now. He's a man of order and structure, and will lie if needed, but this doesn't fall into that category. But I get what you're saying. The only thing is that we know Kennedy and Patience, Kai. They're done. Lilith has the dolls at her disposal. She killed Keej, the last standing runner, and now Kennedy is on the run and desperate. We have the last of their soldiers. Look, right down there. He points to the entrance to the bunker. So no, I don't think she's someone who we don't know.
Then what?
Killian asks, leaning against his bike.
Then she has something that we want.
Yeah. I glare at Keaton and his little 2 cents. She has fucking Eli. Killian shakes his head.
Nah, man, it's something else. She has something on Eli, or the Kings. She's using him as a way to stay alive.
I flick the hatch and pull the cover wide. I'm about 3 seconds from killing someone, and I'd prefer to do it without our parents all waiting. I hook my foot on the ladder and move down, dropping onto the concrete floor once I hit the bottom. The bunker is designed in one big line, with rooms going off each for different reasons. I head down the hallway, lights lighting up above us as we come through. Having the forefathers here should be alarming, but because of all the current events, I have no doubt they're here more to talk business and less about what's been happening with Patience. Once I reach the conference room, I open the door to everyone. A rectangle table sits in the middle, with leather chairs tucked beneath. A single light hangs from the ceiling, hovering just above the table, and a single TV hangs on the wall opposite where Caius is seated.
So good of you all to be here.
Our mothers aren't here, so that's a bonus since most of them are the ones who run the tight ship.
Take a seat.
Caius points to the empty chairs.
You're probably all wondering why I called you here today, and I bet you're all wrong.
I take out my cigarettes, waiting for him to pull up some talk about how we need to get back on the road, or we're going to be doing an international tour to make up for money lost, like we fucking need it. We don't. Midnight Mayhem is a billion-dollar business enterprise, and the brothers of Kisnich families are all on the Forbes list. But as my dad always says, the reason why we are the way we are is because we all worked to get there. Billionaires don't get lazy, they get richer.
I know what Patience has on Eli Rebellis. But when I tell you this next information, I must have your word that it does not leave this room.
I pause, the cigarette hanging from between my teeth. Caius curls his finger and a woman steps out of the shadows, her face fully clothed in a black silk veil. She carries a silver platter, one I've seen many times before. I point to it with my cigarette. Our word isn't enough? You want a blood oath? Callisto, Killian's father, turns in his chair to look down at all of us.
This goes deeper than you, Chiron. Deeper than anything that you all could have done. You all recklessly walked into what could have been your own deaths. All for what?
He glares at all of us, and suddenly I'm a child again, and Uncle Cal didn't get to dip his cookie into the cookie jar.
For your pride. You will listen this time.
Caius again, as he rolls the trunk of a fat cigar around between his fingers. He gestures to the young girl, and she begins her tour around the table as each person cuts their finger and drops their share of blood into the cup.
Eli is gone. Do not look for him.
I clench my jaw. The fuck I won't.
Chiron,
my father snaps, and my eyes fly to his.
This is serious.
I take the ancient knife, pressing the tip against the cushion of my finger and dropping my blood onto the paper that's laid out. I place the knife back onto the platter, glaring at both my father and Caius. I know, but you're fucking kidding yourself if you think I'm not going to find Eli and raise hell while doing it.
Son,
Caius's tone softens. It's foreign for him, since he always uses force, even with his words.
I'm going to guarantee that you won't be looking for him.
34. Lilith. When I first came into this house, I thought it was too big. Too big, at least for only 2 bedrooms. I was wrong. Now, having all 6 of the dolls inside of it, not including Bear, it could be bigger. They've always looked up to me, I knew that. We were raised together mostly, or at least all except for Wolf. We all need to talk. Not my best opening for the speech I've been reciting since getting here, but I'm going with it. I'm hanging on to the fact that in 3 days, I'll get information on Eli. In 3 days, I might even see him. All 6 of them are seated around the lounge. 2 on the floor, 3 on the longer sofa, 1 in the armchair. Wolf is the only other one I really spoke to who wasn't Bear. There's Bee, who has honey-colored hair that flows down her back with matching eyes. She's taller than all of us, standing around 5'11". Then there's Siren, who has long dark hair and strange almond eyes. They don't look normal. In fact, she is a strange one in general. Though, they have said worse about me. Lamb is young, with dark curly hair and dark skin. She's the one that all the other girls gravitate to. She has a kindness about her that none of us carry. We need her a lot. At least they did. I just relied on her comfort for the rest of them. She also sees through bullshit, so I can't lie around her. And then Puppy, with little doe eyes and a heart-shaped face. She's every man's wet fantasy when it comes to fucking their daughter's friends. All the dolls are created for perfection. Their personalities, though, well, Wolf with her gray eyes and blonde hair. I saw a lot of myself in her when she was converted in, which was just after I met Eli. She was plucked from a place in Switzerland, and broken, snapped, and shaped to be what she is now. She taps her fingers on the handle. We're at your disposal, Lilith. You know we bow to no one but you. We're not in patience anymore. I look around at all of them, studying their faces. You can be free now. Live a life that you want to live. The silence is loud. Their brains all try to work on the words I just said. Lamb is the first. We don't want to. We want to stay with you. They're conditioned for this life, to have an owner and a master. Closing my eyes, I massage my temples. But every time I close them, Eli is looking right back at me. Okay, give me a second, okay? They all bat their lashes up at me. I pick up my phone from the table and move into the kitchen, dialing Perce's number. She and I haven't spoken since her hostility. She answers. Lilith? Her tone is different, but I don't care. I need a plan, and I don't think I'll get one without her. I have to respect that she runs this show and that everything has to go through her before it even settles in my head. It's me. Can we talk? Hang on. I hear her shuffling around in the background, and I rest my phone against my ear, turning to see what the dolls are doing. Wolf has turned on the TV, the volume on the speakers climbing a high enough level to drown out the conversation I'm about to have. Okay, I'm all ears. I would have come over there, but I've started a ritual where I don't go outside once the sun goes down. I bathe, face mask, listen to trap music, and cook dinner. I'm trying the whole motherhood thing, which I probably will still fail at, she rambles, and my eye twitches. I don't know how someone like King handles her, but then again, if she's anything like Bear, which I'm guessing they'd have to have some similarities, she has a whole secret box of personalities she only opens for the people she loves. Sorry, I'm rambling. Pregnancy has made me weird. Yeah, I'm sure that's it. It's okay. If it means anything to you, which I'm sure it doesn't since you hate me and all that, I think you'll make a great mother. She pauses, and I hear a whine before a heavy exhale of breath. I don't hate you. I did hate you, but that was because I thought you were here to hurt my family. Chiron is my family, just so we're clear. These boys, they act tough and hard, but deep down, they all need someone to take care of them. And until they have their own, I'm that person. When you came on the scene, I didn't like you instantly because I knew. I knew you were with Patience and I was right. Though I'm glad everyone from there is now dead. I freeze. My finger that was tapping against the marble counter pausing in the air. All dead? Is that what they told you? Well, aside from the ones they kept in the bunker, and the dolls, as they call them, yes. She doesn't know that Dove is alive. King is so fucking dead. It's not my secret to tell, and Perce and I aren't close enough friends for me to feel obliged to tell her. So I move on to the reason why I called her. Yes, that's actually why I'm calling. You want them to stay on. Well, to be honest, I stand from the bar stool and make my way to the fridge, searching for a drink. Something non-alcoholic. I settle on milk. I wasn't sure if I wanted to stay on. Nope, Perce says, biting into something. You have to. You're Kisnich. And besides, you know too much. So they told her something. Because she knows that my mother is originally from Kisnich. I hate lies and secrets. They're just verbal landmines. You never know when you're going to stand on one. Well, I'm staying, I've decided. I need to perform. I need to be free, away from everything and everyone, even if it is only for a few minutes. I'm actually giving you more than a few minutes. Let me say what I need to say first. I take a sip of milk, wishing I had a joint to calm my nerves. Damn Chiron and Eli. I liked me better when I didn't care. The dolls. I need them to stay on. I can manage them to make sure they have a different set each time, but I think they can be useful for the show. Do something different. Perce mutters. What do they do? It's more what can't they do? They all obviously dance, act, sing. But they can do anything so long as they're together. I was thinking poles. A sexy scene with them would get people hyped, and I noticed you didn't have any pole dancers. True. It was something I was looking into doing. But the way everyone is getting loved up lately, the probability of getting any of the girls on the pole is slim, considering the brothers seem to have a psycho streak once they've pissed on their spot. I blink. The more I talk to Perce, the more I feel myself warm to her. Her rumbustious nature is refreshing after being bitten with a rancorous bite when I first met her. It's all slowly falling to the back of my mind. So what do you say? I say yes, she agrees, and hearing the answer come from her instantly puts me at ease. Now I can think of ways that I can work them in. As long as you understand that anything they do, you are held responsible for. I can rest knowing that Patience is dead now. And by what King has told me, those girls look at you like a god. So I'm counting on those two things alone to allow this. Keep them in line. I will. I push my glass away, squeezing my phone in my hand. This should give me something to do for 3 days. 3 fucking days. I've got to go. King will be back soon from the conference with the fathers, and anytime he's been with them, he needs at least 4 hours to unwind. Sounds tedious. I'm being a good wife. Someone's got to do it. She laughs. Finally, a real laugh. You're not bad, Lilith. Same. I hang up and turn to face the dolls, who are all watching some weird doko playing on the TV. What the hell am I going to do with them? And where the fuck is Chiron? I make my way into the lounge, and like robots, their eyes all follow me. Good news. You will all stay on in Midnight Mayhem. You will answer to me, but you will respect everyone here and treat them as you do me. We can't do that, and you know it. Wolf and her snappy mouth. I sigh. I know, but try. They all nod. The next thing I need to tell you is that you're staying here for tonight, but there's only one other bedroom in this lounge. 3 can sleep in the room and 3 out here. Or you can drag the mattresses out and I'll sleep on those. I'm not bothered. Tomorrow, after we've all had a good enough sleep, I will figure out something more permanent. Money isn't a problem for me. I have access to the accounts that Costa had access to when he was alive. Legally, it all was passed down to me. I'm not Kisnich rich, obviously, because hardly anyone is. But I'm well off enough. We'll get you all some clothes and figure all of that out, too. They all stare blankly up at me. Oh, God, this is going to be like trying to contain stray cats. I cross my fingers in front of myself. Midnight Mayhem is different. I guess I don't have to tell you all that because most of you already know. Here, you will make your own money and have your own lives. I'm here to guide you and be what you need me to be. But my hope for all of you is that you eventually won't need me as much as you do now. I hope for you to stay on for the show, though. Whatever you choose to do.
Lilith,
Lamb whispers, reaching forward to touch my hand.
we're not as bad as you think. We're not robots. We've got this. Some of us,
She side-eyes being puppy.
just might need a little longer to adapt, if you know what I mean.
I squeeze her hand with mine. Thanks, Lamb. I roll my eyes. Another thing, please start using your original names again. I can't remember them, so let's start with that. And then we can watch a movie. I lean down, putting my hand out to Lamb. I'm Lilith. Lamb looks down at my hands before sliding hers into mine.
Jasenia.
B is next. Devney. Siren nods.
Goldie.
Then she looks away sheepishly.
Don't ask.
Poppy smiles up at me. Victoria. Makes sense. She looks like a Victoria. Finally, I move to Wolf, who smirks at me with simmering flames burning behind her eyes. I'm keeping Wolf. Scrubbing death from your skin always feels like you're baptizing yourself, like you're washing away your sins along with the soiled water. Down the drain you go, along with everything I did today. 3 days. Those words stick to my brain like white on rice, even as I rub soap circles over my skin. 3 days. I pause when I hear the door open, curling my fingers around the glass panel to see who it is. It wouldn't be the first time the dolls did something inappropriate without realizing. Chiron stands on the other side, bare-chested with his shirt wrapped around his knuckles, wearing jeans with dried blood stains all over them. Come here. He stares at me blankly, a dark expression clouding his face, as though the demons he lives with are extra heavy today, from the extra load of baggage. He starts walking toward me, dragging his feet. When he's close enough, I bring my hands up to his face, grazing my fingertips over the sharp edges of his jaw and cheekbones. He sucks in a breath. Shh. I press my finger to his lips. Don't talk. I begin unwrapping his fist, ignoring the wriggle in my bones that something is wrong. Whatever it is can wait. He winces, as if it physically pains him to let me touch him. And this is where I know. I know there can't be a he and I without Eli. I knew that from the very beginning, but even more so now. I start to turn away, to slip back under the shower when his mouth is on mine. He kisses me gently, like we have all the time in the world, when in reality, we only have 3 days. It's 4 a.m., but I still can't sleep. Reaching for Chiron, my hand lands on his empty side, ice cold, as if he hasn't been there for some time. Dragging the sheet with me and twisting it around my body, I tiptoe down the stairs that lead to the sitting room. The dolls are all asleep, stretched over the floor. My chest fills with warmth because they got out. They won't have to be a slave to the system anymore. If I die tomorrow, I can die at peace knowing that patience is no longer. But I still have one more score to settle. And I won't rest until that is done. Kennedy is fucking mine. I will wash my hair with her blood and brush my teeth with the marrow of her bones. Every breath she takes right now is counted. Hushed chatter stops me, and I look into the kitchen to catch the edge of Kyron, leaning back on a kitchen chair with no shirt on. What happened between us tonight wasn't something I'd ever experience again. It was a goodbye, a hello, and an I'm sorry all in one. I saw a bigger picture of Kyron tonight, and now I don't want to let it go. Him go. I'll fight for him, for his pain and anger, for all three of us. 2 days. I continue down the steps and pause when I hear another woman in there with him. Now, before I continue, I need to remind myself that I'm not the jealous type. Up until 1 month ago, I didn't so much as care enough to be jealous of anyone. But right now, in this moment, I can feel the dark green liquid of jealousy bubbling through my veins. I step backward and go back to the bedroom. I lie there motionless for hours. I don't realize how long it has been until I read the alarm clock on the bedside table, 7:43 a.m. I slide out of the bed again and throw on some clothes, yoga pants and a sports bra with a crop top. Simple enough to do what I need to do today, which includes exercise, unfortunately. When I hit the lounge, the dolls are already awake, eating breakfast and folding their bedding away. I look around among them all. Any of you seen Kyron? Wolf nudges her head over her shoulder. He was in the kitchen with the girl. The girl. Which means she's obviously still here. I start walking into the kitchen, head hard about whoever this bitch is, when I stop and find person Saskia in there, no Kyron in sight. I sigh, my shoulders relaxing. God, which one of you was here early this morning talking with Kyron? They both look between each other. Purse ducks her head, lifting her mug to her lips as Sass clears her throat. Neither of us. Was there someone here last night with him? I lower myself onto the chair. Yes. Who was she? I've never asked about Kyron's background or the girls he's slept with, because up until this moment, I didn't care. Same with Eli. But now I find myself caring, and once again, I'm cursing these damn boys. Doc, probably. His knuckles needed stitches, so she was probably just doing her job. Purse releases a small whine, lowering her mug to the tabletop. And I say this because I actually do like you. But Kyron and she have history. Purse, Sass scolds her. That's a need-to-know basis. Purse flicks her fingers toward me. I know. And this is a need to know. Sass is still glaring at her when I say, it's fine. Only just this morning did I realize that neither of their pasts ever bothered me before. Until now. I shuffle in my chair. We need to figure out how I can go back to not caring. Doc is a 30-something woman who is married to one of the demons from the Angels and Demons crew. She had an affair with Kyron, and they hooked up often. That way, Kyron didn't have to worry about her catching feelings for him, but always got a good lay out of it. I narrow my eyes on Sass. Why did you use quotations when you said affair? She stands from her chair and moves into the kitchen, opening cupboards until she finds a pack of potato chips, and moves back to the table. I wonder if Sass knows about Dove. Or if she's keeping it a secret from Purse, too. I remind myself this is none of my business. But the more time I spend with Purse, the more I find myself liking her. Once I like her, they're all fucked. Because I'll blow up their whole spot by telling her about Dove. Well, they're all open. None of them are monogamous. Actually, most Kisnich people are, including some of the parents. They're very sexual. I tilt my head. You can be sexual with one person. First of all, Purse says, potato chip in hand as she lowers herself back down to the chair. You have 2, not 1, so your opinion doesn't count. She bites into her chip and sucks the salt off her fingers. I'm not, neither is Sass here. But there are a lot who are. It makes sense for them, you know? Totally. I lean back in my chair. So this doctor? Yeah, so she handles all of the injuries we get and takes care of our physio, too. I don't care about that. How long? Sass and Purse look between each other again. 2 years that we know of? Purse leans forward. Hey, it doesn't matter. I've seen the way he looks at you and Eli. There isn't anything that can come near the way he looks at you both. Don't worry. She was probably here stitching him up. Before I can stop myself, my mouth opens. Something was off last night. He was different. I think that when it comes to him and me and Eli, none of us can exist without the other. It's like there's a hole between us when Eli isn't here, and it feels empty. Neither says a word, so I continue. I don't think he wants me if Eli isn't here. I'm sure that's not true, Sass adds, ever the optimist. She rests her hand on top of mine. He loves you, Lilith. Yes, both of you. But you've all built a bond and relationship with each other. Well, he's pushing me away. I feel it. I catch Purse's eyes, desperate to change the subject. Is it possible for me to buy an RV for the dolls and probably me? Purse smiles, but the corners of her mouth remain tight. Sure, leave it to me. I think I already have one that would be suitable. Pushing herself up from her chair, she picks up her phone from the table. I've got to head back. King gets anxious if he can't see me for longer than 30 minutes. With Kennedy still out there somewhere, I think it's making him tenser. I'll see you guys later? Sure, I say, watching as she makes her way out the front door. I keep my eyes locked on the stained wood, waiting for the words to filter from my brain to my mouth. I've always felt a connection to Saskia, and that probably has something to do with our trauma bond, the same way I do with the other dolls. But I'd like to think it's deeper than that. I can trust her as an equal, not as someone who only likes me because she feels as though she has to. The ties that the dolls feel toward me will eventually sever one day. And what will be left after that happens? I won't know. Unpredictability makes me uncomfortable, especially when it comes to friendships, since I've never really had any except for Bear and Saskia. You know he's pushing you away because he doesn't want to hurt you, right? I laugh, my head tilting back. That's way too cliché for Chiron, and you know it. My laughter dies out as I stare off into the distance. I can't seem to focus on anything for longer than 2 seconds. 2 days. Unless it's the one thing that's keeping me together right now. And that's seeing Eli in 2 days, or at least getting more information. True, Sass sighs, resting back in her chair. Want to get drunk tonight? Maybe distract you from Eli. I curl my lips beneath my teeth and bite down into the soft cushions in my mouth. Yeah, can the dolls come? Maybe we can see what they've got in the tent. Saskia clicks her fingers. This is a great idea. I'll get my fire sticks out. Sounds dangerous. I smirk behind my glass of milk. I'm in.
35. Eli. Years ago. My phone rang in my pocket. I looked up at both Bishop and Nate with a raised brow. Unknown number. Bishop flicked his wrist at me, moving through my house and toward the front door. Answer it. We're the ones who send the unknown texts and phone calls, not the other way around. What, like a firefly? I held his stare. We can glow for them, but they can't glow for us? Exactly. He nudged his head. We lead the way, and they follow, like a firefly. I waited until he closed the door behind him, and Nate's departure before sliding my phone unlocked and bringing it to my ear. What? Is this a rebellis? The voice on the other end of the phone wasn't recognizable. I was certain I didn't know him. Why? I started looking around my house. Only a few people knew this number, but I guessed if you wanted it hard enough, it would be easy to find. I need a favor, he simply said, and the hairs on the back of my neck rose. Now, why would I do that? Don't you want to warm me up a bit first? Maybe slap some lube on it? The line went quiet. I rolled my eyes. Who is this, and what do you want? We were in the deep end, fucking with the new girl at school. I didn't have time for this. I'm going to send you some photos. If you don't want this getting out, you're going to want to listen to me, and you're going to want to listen very carefully. My phone beeped, and I brought it down, clicking the link he sent. They were photos of my brother Brantley and another little girl when he was a kid. Bad photos. I gritted my teeth. Who the fuck is this? I need a favor, and it's to be between you and me. I chuckled, walking up the stairs and back into my room. I don't take orders from anyone, and if you know who I am, then you know that I also don't keep secrets from my brothers. You will this time, because that image can damage your best friend, and on top of that, you know you don't want to be the one to tell him just how vile his own father is. He was right. I didn't. Lucan Vitiosus was a monster, one that no one wanted an issue with. He trained his baby monster perfectly, though. I was almost certain Brantley was as fucked as his father, but when I thought of the photo I just saw, maybe there's a reason why he was the way he was. But who was the girl in the photo with him? She seemed young, naive, innocent. Talk. I waved my curtain out of the way to look down onto the driveway, checking for any movement. Ever heard of the brothers of Kisnich? I paled. Which one are you? Chiron, Nero. Ah, I tisked, moving across the room to sit on the sofa that was tucked in the corner. I rested my ankle over my knee. That whiskey looked good right about now. I checked the time on my Rolex. Fuck, it was only 10 a.m. Why are you calling me? I have a sister. I'm sorry for you. Must be horrible. The words bounced around the walls of my cold, dead house. Being the youngest brother of one was fun until our parents died and it was just he and I. The only reason why we were allowed to live on with no guardians was because, well, we're the elite kings. We had as much money as we did power. Untouchable. I just whacked off a guy who raped her tonight. Congrats. How'd you do it? Make it interesting? Fuck you. Wouldn't you... I reached for the whiskey anyway, because this conversation could get interesting fast. No, I wouldn't. Look, I was told that you're the person to call if I needed extra protection in New York. I gazed off into the distance. I can't imagine a brother of Kisnich, son of the four fathers, needing protection. Not for me. For my sister. She hot? Motherfucker, if you so much as lay a single fucking finger on her, I will chop it off, king or not. I rolled my eyes again, sipping on my drink. I waited until the liquid burned the hairs on my throat before I answered. Fine. Send me her school details. Anything I should know? Anything you want me to do? Yeah, Chiron added. I want you to make sure she doesn't know you're watching her. As you know, I can't be on U.S. soil all the time. I need someone here to watch her. Done. I sat back in my chair after hanging up with him, a smile on my face. This could be fun. But even as the thoughts passed through my mind, I knew I wouldn't. I wouldn't fuck with her, and it wasn't just because of Brantley's secret he was hiding in his house that he hadn't told us about. It was because, well, fuck, I didn't even know.
36. Lilith. The music pumps through the sound system and pulses directly into my blood, like an IV line connecting me to the artist. I take the bottle of Grey Goose off Cartier, moving onto the stage. Okay, I wave it around, pointing to all the dolls who are watching Cartier, Saskia, Maya, and me. I place the bottle onto the ground. Perse has agreed to pole dancing. Good, Wolf adds. That's something we can all do. And enjoy, Jasenia perks in, moving her body to the sound. The alcohol is warming me from the inside out, and suddenly 2 days doesn't seem so far away, not at all. This was a great idea. My phone starts vibrating in my hand, and I wave at them to hop on the stage. Make up some shit as you go, I'll figure out the rest. I step backward to the girls, falling onto one of the chairs and opening my notifications. Instagram pops up, and I swipe to see my profile. I haven't looked at it much lately. What with all that has been going on, I've struggled to find any fucks to give for this app. Followers: 734,800. Following: 11. I sigh, massaging my head. What does Instagram mean? Means they like you, Maya says, handing me a half-smoked joint. I take the brown smoke from her, bringing it to my lips. Well, they're a terrible judge of character. Baby girl, your character is not why they follow you. Saskia laughs, holding her belly. Who gave her weed? Cartier asks, rolling her eyes. It makes her stupid. Sass sings, one arm over her belly and the other over her eyes. I don't know. I feel really good right now. Maya is on her phone, flicking through her homepage when she stops, scrolls back up, and pauses. I look down at what she's looking at, and I wish I hadn't. It feels as though an iron fist has reached through my chest and ripped out my heart and thrown it to the ground. What the fuck? Look, I've seen this pattern. Maya looks at Saskia, not naming names. He's doing this for attention. Cartier looks over Maya's shoulder, pausing her lone dancing in the background. Ah. Her tone is coy, as if she's bored or has seen the same shit multiple times before. She probably has. Don't even take that seriously. That is my brother pushing you away. It's desperate, clearly. Cartier moves back, jumping up onto a chair and rolling her body to the music. Ed Sheeran's voice filters through the space. I love Ed's music, but he's not crazy enough to pull me out of this panic. Yeah, well, I'm way too fucked up for this. I take a long pull of alcohol, opening the app on my phone and clicking on Instagram. Where are they? There's a bonfire tonight in the middle of the valley. Look, in any other case, I would say yes, go crazy. Fuck them both up, but... Maya takes my hands, pulling the bottle away from my lips. I have a better idea. Keen to play? I search her eyes. Dark green with a mixture of blue. Depends. What do you suggest I do? Maya sucks on the joint, blowing out a thick cloud of smoke rings. There's an RV that I am almost certain he will not want you entering. She leans forward, and one of the men in there just so happens to be our little doctor's husband. And I say husband lightly. I stand from my chair, grazing her hand with mine. We're going. Bye, Saskia waves out, not moving from her spot. It's an odd feeling, knowing anyone and everyone can exist and live within this village and never have to worry about their safety. Maya directs us out of the tent, where I wave at the dolls who are already taking shape with their dance. The cool November weather slaps me across the face, and I zip up my leather jacket farther, wishing I had put on actual pants tonight instead of the short skirt and thigh-high boots. At least they're lined with fur, I guess. Solar lights line the exit and entry to the tent, as well as pathways that lead to houses. Maya directs us around the front of the tent and toward a clearing in a forest. I pause. Maya, oh, come on, she teases, walking backward while keeping her eyes on me. Scared? Putting one foot in front of the other, I shoulder barge past her and enter the clearing. Twigs snap under my heel, and leaves brush together as the cold wind bites through the air. There's a pathway that Maya directs us through, only this time, no lights. They stay in the forest? I ask, brow quirked. Yes and no. They prefer the lifestyle of an RV and cabin, so they stay in the woods, yes. When you think about it, it's calmer. I guess, I add, moving through the fallen branches that need to be removed. I've always loved the forest, but I don't know if I could commit to living in one. I know that's where Bear has always felt more at home, though. Flames light up and music carries me to where there's a group of men and a few women surrounding a bonfire. It's not the bonfire that distracts me, though, and if I'm being honest, which I am, I can't tell you any details about most of the people here right now. Because they're all naked and fucking. All but one. He's perched on a chair, unbuttoned jeans and shirtless. Dark hair scatters over his broad chest, and a beard trails down to his collar. Thick, dark, and manly. Shit. He has a full head of hair, though it's styled messily right now. He finds Maya and me instantly just as he raises his beer bottle to his lips. Kicking out his leg, he nudges his head. "Maya, this ain't your scene anymore, boo. Turn back around now." "Oh, I know that." Maya takes my hand in hers, pulling me closer to the scene. There are a few cabins in the distance, expensive cars and an RV. It's nice out here, almost. Like you're a world away from the village. But have you heard of Lilith? His eyes find mine, his knees jiggling as he curls his lips beneath his teeth. The closer I get to him, the more I see his age. He didn't look that old from a distance, but now I see it around the edges of his eyes. Eyes that are as dark as every nightmare I ever had. "I have. Last I heard, she doesn't belong here either." "Ah," Maya taps her temple. "But that's where you're wrong, right, Lil?" They're both looking up at me, but I'm too busy studying what's happening around me to answer. Before I can say anything, I'm walking toward the closest people, 2 girls and 1 guy. One girl is riding the face of the male, while the other is bouncing on his dick like it's her favorite toy. I bring my fingers over her bare back. From one shoulder to the other, I glide them over before stopping at her hair. Long, clean, bleach blonde hair trails down her back, and I wrap it around my fist tightly, tugging her head back. She looks up at me with baby blue eyes. She smiles, and a dimple sinks into her left cheek. Keeping my eyes locked on the bearded male, who is now leaning on his thighs with sparked interest in his eyes, I run my tongue over the edge of the girl's swollen lips before kissing her. Hard. She continues to ride whose ever cock she's on as my tongue plays with hers. Running my finger down the side of her neck, I squeeze her nipple and flick it while biting on her lower lip. It's not until I look up and catch Maya that I realize she's fucking filming me. Don't freak out. Only my close friends have my Snapchat. I shrug, continuing my walk around the couple, inspecting them while acting intrigued. But the truth is, I'm not. Sex is a weapon for me, and it's the only one I've been able to use for most of my life. I know how to utilize it when needed, and I know when to manipulate it. This right here is nothing but me stroking my weapon like a big shiny toy. I love toys almost as much as Kyron, only I don't break mine. I give them everything they ever wanted before making them bow in my presence. I make them depend on me until they can't breathe without being near me. And that's where Kyron and I are different. But also where he and I collide. The sound of slapping bodies mixes with the intense bass of the weekend, and before I know it, I'm back to the bearded male. "Cold?" he asks, gesturing to my jacket. "Only where it matters," I answer, unzipping my jacket and dropping it to the ground, leaving me in nothing but a small bralette that has black ties wrapping around my ribcage. I run my fingers through my hair, dragging it out of my face. I have no doubt Maya is either taking photos or sending Snapchats out, but I no longer care. This is where I need to be right now, because if Kyron wants to push me away, then he's going to have to do it harder than I can pull. My long hair falls over one shoulder as I lean against his thick thighs. His eyes darken the closer I get. "Your eyes really are lilac." "They are," I whisper, leaning over while running my nose over his jaw. "Jesus Christ," he curses under his breath. "You're different." I've been told that. But here's the thing. We have a type of common interest. The corner of his mouth moves, but not enough to call it a smirk.
It seems we do.
So what do you want to do about that? His hand is on the back of my ass before he's pulling me down directly onto his lap. My legs spread and hang over the sides as I dig my hands into his long hair, pulling his head back. You don't touch me unless I say you can. Now he smirks, and I watch as his tongue sneaks out and dampens his lip.
Got it. Boundary issues?
No. I run the palm of my hand over his throat and squeeze. Men issues.
How about this?
He says, tapping at my hand. I release it until he sucks in a deep breath. Taking a swig of his beer, he points to the RV behind him.
My buddy in there does all our tattoos. How about you go in there, get yourself all inked up with something? This bare skin is making me anxious. And then we can talk about how tight your sweet little cunt is gonna feel, wrapped around my cock.
No longer interested in the boring big male beneath me. I stand from the chair and turn to face Maya, who is still holding her phone up to us, but smirking. Maya, I'll be right back. She waves me off. Go get the thing, girl. I'll be here for the show. Before I open the RV door, I hear her say, and I'm not talking about the sex.
37. Chiron. I've always thought of myself as smart. I mean, everyone did too. I never made dumb choices and always made sure I strapped my dick, but lately, since Lilith, Eli, and I, mainly Lilith, came in, I found myself fucked in the head in more ways than one. I'm certain Lilith's superpower is spreading her darkness to the people around her so she doesn't have to live in it alone. You know, instead of just moving to the light. Kylie rubs herself over my crotch just as my phone starts dancing against my leg. Kylie, or as most people know her as Doc, has been one of my go-tos for a couple of years. She and I have an agreement, though lines blurred between her and me on one other occasion. I set her straight, and she was fine. Moving her off my lap, I reach for my phone and see a Snapchat from Maya. Usually I would ignore her, knowing it's probably a link to a charity that she wants us all to pour money into, which we do, often, or some new strand of weed she has found. But I click on that annoying yellow ghost because I know she is with Lilith tonight, and I know Kisnich women. They tend to play us like a fiddle. Kylie leans over and presses her lips to my neck. I'm going to go and get a drink. Then, are you ready to take me home? Yeah. I murmur, my disinterest in her almost embarrassing. I open Snapchat just in time to hear Keaton burst out laughing. Fuckers. Of course she's gone live so everyone can watch, because why wouldn't she settle to torment me with photos? She had to make a statement. I watch as Lilith starts walking around the bonfire of the woods, interested in the sex that's going on around her. I lean back in my chair, a smirk on my mouth. This is Lilith in her playing field. I know what she's doing. She can play this game all she wants, but it won't change the truth that she's mine. All fucking mine. Even if right now I'm being a fuckwit. She kisses Angelica, grabbing at her tits before continuing to walk around the couple and up near Luce. Instantly, I'm sitting up straight in my chair. She fucking wouldn't. Her being with another woman? Whatever. She tastes good. I'm a gentleman. I'm not going to deprive other women of at least testing the best meal they would never have. But another male? Hell no. Heads will roll. My smirk is gone, and I'm scowling at my phone. Fucking Maya. She's all of our karma, I think. Killian yaps off in the background. Just saying, though, fuck, Lilith is something else. She is not a woman to cross. When she yanks his head back and tells him to only touch her with her permission, I jump to my feet and keep my phone locked on me while making my way to the woods. It's not far from here, about a 20-minute walk, so if I leave now, I will have time to maybe cool off and not kill them both. And throw Maya in there too, for good measure. Hold up, Keaton calls out, jogging up behind me. I'm coming. Make sure you don't kill anyone. Shouldn't you be busy getting your dick serviced by your little civilian girlfriend? He doesn't answer. Not that I care, because all I keep watching is what's happening on my phone. Lilith starts walking toward Fallon's RV. Fallon is our artist, not just tattoo, but production too. He does all of the backdrops and media work for promotion. I chill, slowing my pace as we make our way toward the clearing.
She's at home waiting. I need to tell you something about her.
What? I snap, turning to face him. You're not that serious about her and you're only using her?
No. Fuck.
Well, what? We hit the clearing and I carry on through the path I know like the back of my hand.
Never mind.
He shakes his head. I always try to have more patience when it comes to Keaton because of his past, but the asshole tests me.
Have you told Lilith about Eli?
The truth suddenly weighs me down. What? Does she look like I've told her?
Facts,
Keaton states, and I stop when we reach the bonfire and Luce's eyes find mine. Maya, the little shit, is on the other side dancing to the music, lost in her daze. I ignore the sex show beside me. Where is she? I ask, even though I know she's in the RV.
I sent her to get a tattoo. Figured it would give you enough time to get your ass down here and claim what is by far the hottest piece of ass I have ever seen.
Luce tilts his head.
You know, I like them crazy, Kai. It's like hot sauce to me. Everything else tastes bland.
Yeah? I snap, stepping past him. Well, your hot sauce is currently wanting to drip down my balls if you don't go get her. I pull open the RV door, just in time for Lilith to be sitting up from lying down. She ignores me, pointing to her fingers.
No, I want the letters K-I-N-G over my fingers and R-E-B-E-L over my pointer finger in a different font. I'll think of the last tattoo I'll get.
Fallon looks up at me from behind his glasses. Sup, bro? She yours?
Ah!
Lilith raises her finger.
No talking.
She moves her hair away from her neck when I catch the freshly inked tattoo. The small scripture is written like a collar around her neck in small cursive writing. I can't see what it says from where I'm standing, and I know she's going to stay here until she's satisfied, so I take a seat on one of the chairs and watch as Fallon continues with her fingers. I think about yelling at her, strangling her, yelling at her while strangling her, but all scenarios end with me balls deep inside. I can't have her. She's not going to want me. Him, either of us. I'm just making the trip quicker. As soon as the buzzing of the tattoo gun stops, I realize I don't know how long I've been sitting here, head tilted back and lost in my thoughts. But I've had enough time to think. I love her. I love him. Fuck what they both want. I'm going to give them what they need. I stand from my chair, reaching for Lilith. You done?
Yes.
She flashes me a smile that has a direct line to every single emotion I ever buried.
Look.
She flashes her hands up, and sure enough, Fallon tattooed King over her fingers on one hand, with Rebel over her middle finger. But, on the other hand, she has Chiron tattooed over every finger, too, with the Kisnitz star over the same middle finger.
I know you're hiding something, Kai.
She steps closer to me, and I feel my palms sweat. I am.
Then you're going to tell me. Tonight.
I shake my head. Come on, let's go home. She follows me out the door, and when we start making our way back, leaving Maya to dance to her own tune with Keaton, I wait until it's just her and I and nothing else. The walk back to the lake house is a little longer, but if anything, we need it. Just to be clear, if you try to run from me, I'll catch you.
I'm not a runner. I prefer to just kill whatever's in my way.
She smiles up at me, and if it wasn't for the full moon, I wouldn't have been able to catch it.
Chiron, what is it? You both come barreling into my life and knocked down every single wall that was ever built around my humanity, and now you've left me exposed and dealing with feelings I've never had to deal with before.
Like jealousy? I tease, though I know I shouldn't. It's not my style to play like that, mainly because it doesn't interest me, and when I know I want something, it's mine. I don't fuck around after that. But I made a mistake. Out of desperation, I made a choice. But I knew deep down it was the wrong one. Truth is, though I'd never tell her this, she and I make sense. She thinks we would never work without Eli, but she's wrong. I'd rather have one than have none. Her fist flies into my arm and I laugh, wrapping my arm around her neck and pulling her into me. I kiss the top of her head. I need to tell you something, but it's going to cost me, just so you know.
Cost you? How?
I took a blood oath. We take it a little seriously here. I'm being generous. People have died for less. She doesn't need the stress of that on top of what I'm about to tell her, so I leave it out. I'll handle it how I handle it, hopefully without her being there to see. She searches my eyes.
What is it, Chiron?
When I tell you this, I need you to not fly off the handle. I have a plan, and Kill is on his way to the lake house right now, okay?
Okay, but what?
Fuck. Kennedy doesn't just have information that she's using to blackmail Eli with. She has someone she's blackmailing Eli with.
Who?
Lilith asks, and I know that once I say these next words, everything I just asked her to do is going to fly right out the window. His child. She pauses, her mouth falling to a frown.
What? I didn't know he had a child.
I wrap my fingers around hers. That's interesting that you say that, but comforting nonetheless.
Why?
She gazes up at me in the way I've come to crave. I need her, to be around her, beneath her, inside her. Lilith is worse than poison. She's venom straight from a snake bite. Because, baby, I wrap my arm around her lower back. You're the mother.
38. Eli. The three things that every king has are their will to die for the people they love, the will to kill for the people they love, and the will to do absolutely whatever is necessary when it comes to the people they love. It has even passed down to the girls of the EKC. Madison, Bishop's woman, for one. She hid all sorts of crazy shit from him, ran from him, caused a whole lot of drama, all for the sake of love. I get it now. Even when Kennedy knocked on my door all those months ago, giving me that folder, I didn't believe it. So I went into Midnight Mayhem under the guise of working for the Kings, knowing they wouldn't question it at all to see her again, find our child, and kill her for hiding it from me. Only what I found instead was even more alarming. She didn't know anything. At first, I thought she was just hiding it. She was emotionless when I arrived, careless and filled with so much chaos it fucking dripped from between her thighs. Right up until Kai and I fucked it all out of her. But I slowly found myself knowing her. I mean, really knowing her. And even worse, trusting her. It was easy to see she wasn't hiding the pregnancy from me. She didn't even fucking know it happened. I started to piece things together. "Penny for your thoughts?" Kennedy asks from the opposite side of the room, and I turn to face her. She stands at the threshold of the entryway, leaning against it with her arms crossed. "You don't have to stress, Eli. I'll stick to my word. As soon as Bishop has come through with what he has promised, I'll give you back your child." "Where is my child?" I snap, turning to face her. "I don't even know if it's a boy or a fucking girl," I yell, though I know I need to calm down, as all of my fucking cards are in her hands. At least until Benny and the Kings come through with the green light that they have my kid. Kennedy wants Bishop to fund her way back into a new organization, one dangerously similar to Patience. It's not happening. "Safe," is all she answers, turning her back to me. "And don't try anything stupid. She may only be 5 months old, but I have no problem harming a child." The door slams closed, and I sink to the floor, my hands on my face. We have a daughter.
39. Lilith. My heartbeat races. People talking in the background. Baby. Eli, gone. I fly up from whatever I'm lying on so fast my hair whips me across the face. Hey. Chiron is on the end of the couch near my feet, his hands on my arms to steady me. Look at me. You're okay. Tears threaten to surface, But I swallowed them down, unable to bear any weakness. Was I dreaming? Did I faint? What happened? I feel eyes on me at all angles. But I remained focused on Chiron. He brushes my hair away from my face. No, you weren't dreaming. Cartier is on the other side of me now, her blue eyes searching mine nervously. I'm sorry. I knew about Eli's child, but didn't know that it had anything to do with you. You knew? Chiron glares at his sister. You want to tell me how you knew? Cartier chews on her lip, tossing her hands in the air. Fine. I knew because Eli and I have been close friends since you stuck him to me like a fucking babysitter. I blink, losing focus. I don't care what they're fighting about right now. I have a child. Killian clears his throat, dragging the coffee table closer to the couch while taking a seat on top and clasping his fingers together to cover his mouth. Fuck. I'm sorry, Lilith. Don't be. My tone is bland, tasteless, emotionless. It's not the first thing they took from me, but it will be the last. Killian nods, bringing his hands to mine and nudging closer to me. I want to help you do that. We all do. But right now, baby, you need to lie down so I can see just how much of your mind she fucked with. Wait, what? I pause, moving away from his touch while looking at Chiron, who is still glaring at his sister. She couldn't have done that, right? I mean, it would have come up last time you guys dabbled with my head. Chiron shakes his head, all his anger vanishing when he settles on me. No. If she's that good, which I'm gathering she obviously is, she can put memories inside your head that you think are real but aren't. It's a form of hypnosis, a very extreme one. But wouldn't I have seen it last time when you... I wave my hands around my head. Did what you did? I mean, I would know, right? How old is the child? I look between him and Chiron, when King steps in behind Killian, sitting to the side of the table. She's 5 months old, which means there's almost a whole year of memories she has taken from you. I swallow past the swell forming in my throat. 5 months old. I shake my head. There has to be a mistake. She can't have done that. And look at me. Does it look like I've had a baby? Well, not all girls look like they've had a baby, especially with how Patience is about perfection and their perfect dolls. It wouldn't surprise me if they did... Perce pauses. Things to make you not put on any weight, though I hope not. I lean back against the sofa, but Kai pulls my head down onto his lap, looking down at me from above. Kill needs to do what he did before, but dig a little deeper, okay? Squeezing his arm, I nod. Okay. Close your eyes, Killian whispers. They close, and I'm blanketed by darkness. Listen for the sounds you hear in the room. The birds outside, the soft music playing in the background. The sound of each piano key being pressed. He pauses for a few seconds, allowing me to take in the sounds. Now, I want you to take a deep breath in and hold it for 7 seconds. Pressure is placed on the crown of my head, fingers, a palm. It's not sore, but it's uncomfortable. In 2 seconds, I want you to exhale. 1, 2. I paced up and down my bedroom, massaging my temples as Bear tapped the little white device against my dresser. It'll be fine. You won't be. What would the chances of that be? They're so careful, and you get the injection every 3 months like clockwork. Even as she said the words, it didn't help my panic. Because when she tossed me the little white device and I flipped it over to find 2 perfect pink lines, my heart flatlined. Fuck. No, Bear whispered, shoving up from the desk and snatching it back off me. How? Who? You haven't had sex with anyone, have you? I shook my head. No. Well, not for the show. Then who? Her face paled. Oh. I breathed out loudly. I need to find out how to get off here and get it taken care of. Okay, we will do that, Bear said, But my door was swinging open, and my dad and Kennedy, the doctor, were both standing on the other side, watching me. Suddenly, she was out of her hellhole of an office. Weird.
Give me the test, Lilith, and follow me to my office.
I stepped back, shaking my head. No, it's fine. My eyes flew to my dad. I'll get it taken care of. He flicked his finger over his shoulder, gesturing to the soldiers. Baker. No, I screamed, reaching for Bear. Bear let out a screech, her arms flinging around the place to fight off the soldiers. I watched helplessly as bodies fell to the ground. But eventually she was restrained. Her wailing became desperate, but suddenly, none of it mattered. My eyes pop open, and I'm back in the now, on the sofa with Chiron beneath me and Cartier on the other side. I blink past the first memories of finding out I was pregnant. They found out. Bear and I wanted to take care of it privately, but for whatever reason, Kidge, Kennedy, and my dad wanted me to go full term. I want you to think of that day you found out you were pregnant. What were you doing? I hear footsteps in the back of my mind, at first an echo, then loud clapping against the floor. I'm in my dollhouse, standing near my bed. Bear is opposite, holding the test. It's as though I'm watching myself. I'm watching what happened play out in front of me like a movie. Good. You remember all of this? Killian's voice sounds closer. The footsteps back again, but now a heavy breathing over my lips. My eyes move from side to side, but every time I try to open them, they become heavier and heavier. Talk to me, Lilith. What's happening now? It's hard to breathe. Like a ton of bricks are on top of my chest. Another pound is added onto it. I'm being taken by Kij and my father, Costa. Kennedy is there too. I hate her. They use her as a therapist for the dolls and the doctor. Damaged girls give better shows, but broken ones can't fuck. My blood warms in my veins, my breathing becoming desperate. I watch as they throw me into the pen, the same one I'm always in when I've got training or some other weird shit happening. I'm in a cell called the pen. Crying, confused, I'm pregnant. What the fuck am I going to do? You know who the father is? It's Eli, I answer instantly. I hadn't been with anyone else since him. They had a new trainee, and were too busy to make sure I fucked on stage. I hadn't been touched in over 6 months. Kennedy walks in, dressed in a white lab coat. She always wore it. Didn't know fucking why. Kennedy is back. We didn't really know that she was a real doctor. She'd give us our contraception and make sure we were clean. I begin pacing around the spot, watching as I sat helpless in the middle of the floor as the doctor leaned down, curling my hair around her finger. She opens her mouth.
You'll carry this baby to term. You will comply. And then, when you are done, I will wipe everything clean from this moment onward. Do you want to know why we're letting you keep this baby to full term?
She leans closer, her cherry red lips glowing against the hanging light.
I'll tell you a secret. The elite kings are the most feared and powerful organization in the United States. We need them. You having this child?
She stands with a chuckle, stepping backward and looking down at me like disposed trash.
Is promising patience never dies. You see, Kisnich are coming to destroy patience once and for all. We know that, and we're prepared for it. The last little bit to this puzzle was getting you pregnant with Eli's child.
Her footsteps begin to fade as she makes her way to the exit.
Don't you love science and fertility?
Kai, I whisper, my heart rate speeding up. Stay focused, baby. We're right here.
I feel something cool touch my arm, and instantly my blood runs cold. A shaky breath leaving my lips. Killian's gentle voice filters through. I'm going to push through now, okay? She's put a barrier around these memories inside your head, which is why you're half here and half there. She's good. Fire explodes around my skull. But I'm better. They didn't keep me in the pen, thankfully. They allowed me back into my room to carry on to full term. But no one was allowed in to see me. Not even Bear. I sat in the same spot almost every day and ate the same food, listened to the same music, and watched the same shows. It was almost like a running clock working in fast forward. I watched my life bleed away, and there wasn't anything I could do to stop it. It was around 7 months when everything started happening. Mid-episode of Peaky Blinders, my lower belly contracted like an iron fist around my ovaries, ready to tear them right out. I screamed, arching my back off the bed while gripping onto the bed covers. Kennedy came rushing in sometime after, pulling my sheets down off my body. It wasn't until I felt her fingers at my entrance that I realized what she was doing. "It's too early," I wailed, swiping my hair from my face. It had dulled out into a grungy gray now instead of my steel silver. I tried reaching for the calendar on my bedside table, knocking over all the oils and creams that the doctor had me on, so I wouldn't get any stretch marks. Joke was on them, because I still got some faint stripes over my ass cheeks. "It doesn't matter. It's coming," removing the blanket from my legs. "No," I screamed, and she paused, dialing the numbers on her phone slightly, just long enough to dismiss me with a simple glare. She raised the phone to her ear, and I flicked my foot out until it kicked the phone out from her grip. "Bitch, it's too early. This baby will not survive." She lowered herself off the bed to pick up her phone, keeping her eyes on mine. "It will. You may not." "What do you plan to do?" I asked, when it dawned on me that there was no way these people would ever want anything good for a baby. My hands fell protectively over my bump as I slowly pulled myself up into a sitting position. "You don't need to worry about that." She finally talked into her phone. And I realized right here that whatever happened today, they would need to kill me before they could take my child away from me. I grew it from scratch. It was mine. I didn't know shit about this world, and I wasn't a good person, but I'd be a great mother. Or at the very least, I would die trying. I gave this baby life. I would give mine to protect it. I needed a plan. I slowly started to crawl my way out of my bed, but it was too late. My door swung open, and 3 other nurses entered, pushing sterile silver trolleys with weird-looking utensils on top. "What are you doing, you crazy bitch?" I yelled to Kennedy, right as another contraction ripped through me so viciously that I fell to the ground, swiping all those oils and creams from my bedside table. "Inject her," Kennedy demanded, and I swung around until my knuckles collided with one nurse's cheek. Then I reared the back of my elbow into the other one's face. "Fuck you," I screamed, running straight for the doctor while picking up a scalpel from the tray and plunging it into her thigh. A god-aching wail tore out of her as she clutched the outside of her thigh, and the door once again swung open with a couple of soldiers barging in. My little psychopath. A fist flew right into my face before everything went black. I don't know more," I murmur. This time I'm sure it's out loud. "Take him the fuck out," someone yells in the background. The hand is gone. Chiron isn't beneath me. Where is Eli? My breathing picks up again. This time my blood exploding into flames.
No. My mind is sucked back into a vortex of memories I now wish I never asked for back. My brain moved in fast forward, as if it merely reminded my body exactly what it had been through throughout the time that my memories had been tampered with. This time I fell, falling into my body on the bed and seeing things firsthand instead of watching. I woke, eyes blurry with tears. What are you doing? There was a single light that hung above my body, and 3 more people surrounded me in white coats, wearing nothing but surgical masks. We gave her a spinal tap. She will have some feeling, though not all. She will go in and out of consciousness. My eyes fluttered closed as a rush of cool air whisked over my lower abdomen. I winced, turning from left to right. I couldn't have scars, I knew that. So either they were going to kill me anyway, or... I realized they were between my legs. Pause. Silence. Then a soft wail of a baby crying. Someone entered from behind the doctor, and I begged, pleaded with my body to move. Give me my baby. Give her more. I can't work with her awake. I'm gonna kill you one day, Kennedy, and I'm gonna think of my child while doing it. She ignored me, and I lay back down on the bed with tears rolling down the corners of my eyes, wetting my pillow. They worked in silence, and every now and then I'd wiggle my toes to see if I could move anything. Frustration seized me every single time when nothing worked. I vowed I would kill her. I would. What are you going to do with the child? My tone was flat, and doors were opening and closing. The soft cries of my newborn continued to disappear, and with every fading cry, I found my hope slipping. By the time I could move, they could have taken him or her anywhere. She will be safe for now. She's valuable to us. Now, you are not. A sob escaped me, and I allowed all of the pain and loss to crush me. Please don't take my baby, Kennedy. How could you? Easy, she murmured, and then tools dropped onto a sterile plate. Because unlike you, I know what I want, and what I want is power. All of it. My lips cracked around my next words. She's your grandchild. She didn't answer, and I knew she must have been shocked that I knew that, since she had never once implied or said it. That means nothing to me, Lilith. Removing her gloves, she came to the side of my bed near my head, resting her palm on my head. Blood and fluid stained her gown, but I didn't care. I wanted my child. You gave birth, and then I performed your hysterectomy. I didn't care about the hysterectomy. I just wanted my child. There's around a 30% survival rate when doing this directly after childbirth. In fact, it's so dangerous that no one does it. My shoulders shook as the tears continued to roll. Your punishment starts now, Lilith, and may God help you. Because we sure as hell won't. As soon as the door opened and closed, Kish and my father entered, both dressed in suits. They stared down at my nude, broken body. Kish whistled. Well, sorry, little doll. The next 7 days are going to be painful for you. But don't worry. He patted my shoulder, and my tears stopped. Sweat pooled around the creases of my neck. But the only thing that was rushing through my mind now was how I was going to kill him. And my father. And more theatrically, her. Kish looked up at Costa and nodded. Pull her up. Both of their arms were beneath me on either side, all my weight falling against my armpits. They hiked me up until I held myself up on either side, and that's when I heard it. Splashing sounds, like water balloons being thrown against concrete. I sobbed, looking down between my legs and seeing the blood clots that slid out, hitting the floor with crushing explosions. Think of it this way. Costa chuckled beside me. You're going to get all that bleeding taken care of real fast. I didn't know what he was talking about or where I was going, but I squeezed my eyes closed and let them carry me wherever they were going. Minutes passed, my tears drying. I'd lost my child for right then, but I would get her back. I would. If I survived, that's all I would do. Someone grabbed my wrist and I opened my eyes. I was in the middle of the bar. People I knew surrounded me. What are you doing? I asked, finding Costa to plead with him. Get me out of here. No. He pulled me up onto a makeshift stage. When I realized I was being tied to a long piece of wood, he yanked my arms above my head and wrapped the rope around my wrists and to the wood, tying it tightly. Please, no. I would not cry again. They stopped talking. Kish bent down and did the same knot around one ankle, pulling my legs wide and wrapping the rope around another piece of wood that looked to be lying vertically near my feet, like an upside-down cross. Costa did the same on my other. No one spoke a word. My eyes flew around the room, but the dolls weren't there. Bear was gone. No one I trusted was in this room, though I knew they couldn't do anything to help me. This was my punishment, and I was sure I would not survive. The pain hadn't even kicked in at full effect yet. Costa leaned up and brought scissors to the white gown I was wearing, cutting through the middle. Please, I pleaded. Don't. But my cries fell on deaf ears. No one wanted to listen. No one cared. I decided that if I survived, I would get out. I would find a way to get out and find my child and kill every single fucking person on this island. They'd trained us since we were little. Sexually, physically, every single way they could. The dolls were their weapon, their ultimate security against forces who tried to shut them down. But their main one had turned. Costa's eyes came to mine as more blood splattered against the floor. 7 days. You will stay here, unfed, unbathed, bled out. Once your 7 days are up, your memories will be wiped and replaced, and you will not have that look of revenge on your face, and you will do as you're told. He stepped away from me. More blood fell, and like a click of fingers, excruciating pain exploded inside my belly and between my legs as even more blood fell. I wouldn't survive today, let alone 7. Lilith? My body is dripping wet as I launch myself off the sofa, holding my belly. Oh my God, I scream, closing my eyes and burying my face in my hands. All the emotions they removed come crashing into me like a tidal wave. I remember everything. It's a whisper, softer than I feel. I swipe the sweat from my forehead. I remember everything. We heard it all, Lil. Purse brushes her tears off her cheeks while sitting down where Chiron was. She rests her hand on my thigh as Cartier takes my other. We're here. Saskia is quiet. Actually, the whole room is. I'm sorry you all had to witness that.
I blink through my tears and don't bother to stop them from falling. I need to kill her. Chiron comes in from the doorway, moving Cartier out of the way and pulling me into his chest. His arms tight around my body. All of the hurt and pain I was feeling moments ago dissolves against his touch. Tonight. We end this tonight.
40. Eli. My phone goes off while I'm in Kennedy's room. She has us bunked out in a fucking 3-bedroom apartment in New York City. We know where she is, E. But listen. Bishop clears his throat on the other end. You can't kill Kennedy. Even when we get the baby. You need to wait. Wait? I smile at Kennedy as she looks up at me from behind her computer. A guard stands to her side, strapped with a semi, and I know there's another one standing inside the front door in the kitchen. Fuck knows how many others she has, but we know it's not many, since Kisnich took them all. Lilith, bro. I just spoke with Chiron, and the shit they put her through at that place is far worse than you can imagine. A lot of that has to do with Kennedy. She needs this kill. I scan over her face before sizing up the guard. I get that. I do. Text me when you have more information. I hang up my phone and push it into my pocket, keeping my eyes locked on Kennedy. It's done. He's coming with the contract. He's just had to speak with the forefathers. They've all agreed that you can have patients back, but shit has got to be different if it's under the kings. You feel me? Kennedy leans back in her chair. She has blonde hair and gray eyes. Looks fucking nothing like Lilith. I knew you'd all come around. If there's something you and I could agree on, it's power and money. I plan to bring a lot of that to you. Where's my kid? I start walking closer to her, my eyes narrowed. I am not stupid. You get her when I'm back on patience with all of my crew back, except those pesky dolls. Keep them. I swing my eyes to the guard. His shoulders aren't as straight as they were yesterday, and there are deep circles under his eyes. He's fucking tired. In fact, I haven't seen any others except the 2 that are in here. Is this all she managed to get? That shootout, where'd all your people go? They were hired, she says brazenly, and still are. I shrug, reaching for my phone when it goes off in my pocket. B. We got her, E. We fucking got her. Lil and the gang on the way. I read over the words 4 times before lowering my phone and pressing it back into my pocket. The rage that burns through my veins is like melted steel. Even when it hardens, it's there to stay. Kennedy keeps her eyes on mine, but I know the exact moment she realizes what I'm thinking, because her face falls and her eyes turn frantic. Kill him! The guard roars forward, raising the gun up to point at my chest, but I whack it out of the way with the back of my hand and rear my elbow back, punching him straight in the nose. Bones snap beneath my fist, and I pull back again, punching him 2 more times as blood splatters against my face. I reach for the knife that's in his holster and swing it up, catching it across his neck and watching as his skin splits open and blood spills over his chest like a waterfall. Graf! She screams so loud it pierces my ears, and just as the door swings open behind us, I spin around and fling the knife directly at his forehead. He stops moving as blood pours from the incision before he's falling to the ground. I stand, catching my breath, while cursing the cigarettes I always find myself smoking, despite the weight I lift. Now, you're fucking lucky I love Lilith, or I'd be making a nice little necklace out of your intestines right now. Kennedy's cheeks flash red, and her shoulders square. She drops back down onto her chair, reaching for her packet of cigarettes on the table. Do you really think this is going to work? You with her. Lilith is my daughter. The same evil that runs through me is in her. Leaning down, I pick up the AK and slowly stand back straight. Lilith is nothing like you. She tilts her head, flicking the ash off the end of her cigarette. No, you're right. She's worse. The front door bangs open, and I pause as Lilith, Chiron, Keaton, King, and Cohen walk through, heading straight for me. Lilith pauses in the doorway, her eyes on Kennedy. Why? Kennedy chuckles, tossing her head back while flicking her legs on the desk. She's not going to go down easy, that much is obvious. We didn't push you on Eli's dick, Lilith. You climbed on him all on your own. But you knew I was getting pregnant. You fed me fertility drugs. You knew what you were doing. Ah. Her eyes flash with recognition. I see someone broke down the barriers I built inside your head. That'd be me. And you're not that good. Killian prowls slowly from behind them. Kennedy swings her legs off the desk, leaning forward. Yes, we knew. Getting into the King's favor books would have been a big thing for us. It would have given us protection from mayhem. We could have progressed. Of course, I didn't factor in the whole throuple thing coming into play. That just, she waves her hands around, messed it all up. I walk farther into the room, feeling Lilith and Chiron both behind me. Lilith continues, walking to her side of the desk. I turn frigid, watching Kennedy's every move. Do you have anything else to say before I play a game of Edward Scissorhands? I'm going to kill this fucking bitch. Kennedy smirks up at Lilith. Yes.
41. Lilith. They say when something colossal happens in your life that everything else ceases to exist. Like the walls of the castle you spent all of your life building tumble to the ground. Obviously, I never thought I could ever experience that because, truthfully, I never cared for anyone enough to have my emotions that could be played with. That was until I met both Chiron and Eli. The first thing that happens is I hear someone scream my name. I don't recognize the voice because all I can think is my fucking arm burns with liquid fire. I coil over as that same fire tears through my stomach walls. I start falling, the ground gaining clarity as I get closer and closer. I wait for the hard smack, but land on something soft. Arms are around my body. And it's not until I look up to see who it is that I realize Eli is beneath me, blood spilling out of his mouth. Eli? I cough, but it burns more. And every time I try to move, my body screams in protest. I don't know any of what's going on in the background because my throat is clogging, and all I want to do is crawl up higher to make sure Eli is okay. Hey! Every word hurts. But it's bearable. Just. The door opens again in the distance, and more yelling erupts. What the fuck? Eli coughs again while squeezing me further into him. Oh no! I feel my head turning side to side. And suddenly the pain I just felt is insignificant because Eli, he's... Who shot you? They shot you too, little devil. He laughs, and blood sprays out from his mouth. I don't stop the tears from rolling down my eyes because everything hurts. I'm just glad I managed to get to you before it hit anything else damaging. Eli! I whack his arm. No, I would have taken her. Why would you? My shoulder starts shaking as I place my hand on the wound over his chest. Blood spills from between my fingers. Sticky, bright red goo. Someone is screaming. Their screams are so loud, it's deafening.
It's not until my throat burns like I've swallowed acid that I realize the person who is screaming is me. Kai. My fingers stick together like glue, the blood setting between the joints. Kyron is beside Eli on the other side, pulling his head onto his lap while screaming at someone behind me. I don't care right now. I don't care if anyone else is hurt or even where it came from, because right now, I'm losing a whole part of my soul that I didn't know was there until he walked into my life. Eli leans up, his hand on my cheek. Stop. I need to say something. His face turns pale, the blood coming faster. She needs to go to Riverside. Take my place as a king. Promise me. I can't see him anymore. Blurred from my tears and leaving a strange concoction of mixed colors, I nod my head frantically. Yes, I promise. But we're going to get you out of here. He gets a sudden surge of power, gripping me from around my collar and yanking me back down to him. His lips brush mine, and I sob into his embrace, the tears falling into his mouth. I love you too, Lilith. His eyes are barely open, but he manages to swing them up to Kyron. I love you. Look after her and our child. No. A pain so violent tears through all of the facades I've hidden behind all my life, digging their venomous claws into my soul to insert a toxin so poisonous, it's the only thing that could possibly kill me. I grip Eli around the back of his neck to shake him back awake. Eli! His eyes roll to the back of his head, just as a feral hiss leaves Kyron. I watch as his palms graze over Eli's eyelids to close them. My heart snaps in my chest. I feel it. The snap. I haven't just lost a thorn, I've wilted. Rotting from the inside out, the world around me no longer exists. I crawl backward while slowly lowering Eli down onto the ground as the tears continued to silently roll down my cheeks. I was walking. Everything was fine. He was right there, and... a trap. The coarse whisper escapes my throat. This was her trap all along. My eyes fly up to where she sits, now perched over her desk with blood splatters and brain matter painted over the back walls. She planned this. It should have been me. She wanted me. I keep my eyes locked on a corner in the room, waiting, needing my signature emotionless ice to swipe over my scorned soul. Keaton lowers himself down in front of me, his hand on my thigh. She had a paid assassin waiting a block over. She never planned to walk out of here alive and wanted to take you with her. I ignore him because right now, that's insignificant. I don't care for what the bitch wanted. Turning slightly, my eyes come to Kyron, who still hasn't moved from Eli. My heart snaps even further. The last bit that needed to crack before it was finally gone, resting in Eli's chest forever. He can keep it. It belonged to him, not to anyone else. I catch movement from the corner of my eye, from people moving closer to Eli. I snarl, my fists tensing, ready to pounce, but stop when I see it's the Kings. My face falls again, my shoulders hunching over. This was their brother. They had known him all of their life. Fresh tears come as Bishop kneels beside Eli with Nate, who has his face buried in his hands. It's Brantley who has my breath caught. The way he's staring down at Eli with a harrowing expression that will be burned into the back of my mind forever. So much death, Brantley whispers, squeezing his eyes closed. So much fucking death. Bishop pushes up from the ground, his hand resting on Kyron's shoulder before he looks toward me. I'll call our mortuary to come and collect him. There's a process that needs to happen since he was a king. There are rituals. Bishop chokes on his words. Fuck, he roars, spinning around and breathing heavily, his shoulders rising and falling. This isn't your fault, B, Brantley says. The little shit is always quick to save the people he loves. He never thinks before he does anything, much less that.
I crawl backward until the wall connects with my back. I don't want to talk. I don't want to be here. Eli was the reason why I became who I did. My security, my best friend, the person I'd always trust. Now I have no one, not one. I have her. I close my eyes just as someone is picking me up from the ground.
42. Chiron. I watch as the hand of the old grandfather clock moves. I hate being in here, but it's the only place I can hear my own thoughts. There's a fire burning in the pit of my gut, and as every hour, day has passed, I feel it getting hotter and hotter. Almost as hot as the furnace that's burning what's left of Kennedy's body. I can't say any of us were surprised by how much Lilith lost it right after. We all sat and watched, like fascinated lab rats sitting in an open cage. The pain of losing Eli is still too raw to touch. Too much. When I close my eyes at night, it's him who meets me on the other side. Close enough to see, too far to touch. I'm stuck with the memories of him that are embedded into my brain forever. Never again seen. Touched. His voice a painful melody that refuses to lull me to sleep at night. A door opens, but I don't move. Paralyzed by the aching in my chest, I can't seem to gather enough fucks right now to see who it is. With a glass filled with whiskey in one hand and a cigarette in my other, I'm easily most comfortable here. Alone, with my agony, bleeding quietly on my own.
Kai, we've got to go.
Cartier, of course. No one else has the balls to come and interrupt me. She gently closes the door.
I know you're going through a lot right now, but we've got to go.
I raise the glass to my lips and take a small sip until the liquid burns down my throat. Is she all right? I don't recognize my own voice. Reaching for the tie that's around my throat, I yank on it roughly until it's barely hanging on.
Yes, the bullet clipped her arm and grazed her belly, but if it wasn't for...
Cartier answers softly, kneeling down in front of me with her hands on my knees.
Kai, you're scaring me.
I move away from her. Why?
You've never...
I've never what, Cartier? What? Lost someone I love? No, I can't say that I fucking have. Taking a drag of my cigarette, I blow out a cloud of smoke while leaning back to look up at the ceiling. You know, I didn't even tell him that I love him. I was too busy being fucking angry at him, which I still fucking am, for being there, that I didn't. My throat swells, strangling the words that want to come out. The tightness rises all the way up my throat until it cripples the marrow in my jaw.
He knew, Kai. He knew you both loved him, but we need to go right now, okay? They're waiting for us.
Today is the day we put Eli to rest, and I still can't seem to get my mind to move. The screams that are piercing my brain can't seem to escape, yet the answers we now finally have don't seem to fit the punishment. He deserved more than that. More than a cheap fucking shot from a bitch on a power trip. I slam the door behind myself to shut her out. Raising the bottle to my lips while stumbling out to the waiting city car. Both of my parents are inside when I slide in, but it's my mom who speaks first.
We're the last to leave.
The door opens again, Cartier sitting beside me. Mom leans forward.
Son, I am so sorry for your loss.
Leave it, I snap, looking out the window.
Look, I know you're hurting.
The car pulls away, and every single time the tires turn, eating the asphalt toward Riverside, I feel my stomach roll.
She's not good, Chiron. She needs you as much as you need her. They both need you. She's acting strong for the child, but Chiron...
I am so caught up in the disarray of my own thoughts that I miss whatever the fuck it is she's saying. I stare at her.
Lilith, son. Your mom is talking about Lilith.
My dad fills the answer that I'm searching for. I wince, bringing the bottle back to my lips and swallowing more until the pain in my throat balms the one in my heart. Not a chance. It doesn't even touch the size of the pain I'm feeling.
We can figure that out later,
Cartier says, her hand on my thigh.
They're both with Kill and Sass right now. I think they had to carry her to the car.
I close my eyes, needing that same peace to come. It never does. The car stops and we're outside a cemetery, buried in the middle of a forest. Jesus, what the fuck? I reach for the door handle when Cartier stops me again.
This is the EKC crypt. All of the kings rest here.
You know an awful lot about kings, Car. You want to tell me something?
Son,
my mom warns, but I roll my eyes and push open the door. Leaves and dried twigs crunch beneath the sole of my loafer. I just want to bury him. We can fuck with the rest on a later date. A piano plays the tune of Exile by Taylor Swift and Bon Iver. I squeeze my jaw so tight my teeth fucking crack. Thick bushes surround the crypt, and fat green shrubs that are filled with fairy lights decorate the outside of the concrete box. A sundown funeral, not surprising for a king. There are black roses littered down the line that separates two signs. I've noticed one is for midnight mayhem, the other for the king's family. The music continues to play when a girl's voice filters through the sound system. My parents both lead me to the front of the chairs, directing me beside who I know is Lilith, but I'm entranced, trapped in the hypnotic way her voice sounds in replacement to Taylor Swift. When the song ends, everyone takes a seat and a pope slowly walks down the aisle, his thurible swinging from side to side and expelling smoke. The smell of lavender and sage follows behind him as he quietly reaches the front, turning to face us all. There has to be close to 100 people here. Turning over my shoulder, I freeze in my chair when my eyes connect with Dominic Stranger, who's standing in the back of the king's seating. His eyes are covered by dark glasses, his suit freshly pressed. The motherfucker has the audacity to be here, let alone have the nerve to look upset. The Pope starts talking, and I zone out. I can feel Lilith beside me, her anxiety and heartbreak. I've stopped myself from seeing her, afraid that when I do, I might understand it was worth it. That losing Eli was worth it because he did it for her. Or even worse, noticing how she wasn't worth it. Lost in my disarray of thoughts, I can't seem to wrap my head around everything, much less my emotions. My heart speeds up and my breathing quickens. Sweat drips down my temple as my fists tighten and loosen in my hands. I'm about to stand and run when something heavy is placed on my lap. That heavy thing is moving. Instinctively, my arms wrap around the child. Full head of raven hair, pale skin with pink cheeks and eyes the color of lavender. She must only be 3 months old. She raises her little hand to my cheek before a smile flashes across her face. The wind gets knocked out of me because she definitely got her daddy's smile. The pain that was inside of me, crippling and unbearable, suddenly has metal claws closing in on it, containing the pain. For now, I can do it. For her. The rest of the ceremony doesn't seem to be so unbearable with her on my lap, where she sits quietly, flicking her small rattle around the place. Every now and then I find myself kissing the top of her head, inhaling the smell of her. I can feel all of the protective instincts that I've had for my sister multiply the longer she's in my arms. I would kill for my sister, but for this child right here, I'd burn the entire world to the ground just to make sure she's safe. A soft growl leaves my lips unintentionally, and Lilith's hand comes to my thigh. I follow the black, sharp points of her nails, following down to the tattoo that's over her fingers. They now mean more than they ever did. One half Eli, the other for me. I feel my shoulders collapse as a sob escapes my throat. Tears fall down my cheeks and land on the mane of onyx locks below me. I continue to shake as the tears unrestrainedly roll down my cheeks. Lilith stays close, but allows me to let it all go. I don't care who's here and watching me as I finally let it all go, because he's gone. I loved him, and he's gone. Warmth fills my right cheek, and I slowly peel my eyes open onto big lilac orbs looking up at me from below. Her little brows are pulled together, as if she can feel my pain and wants to help take it away. I smile down at her, swiping the tears from my cheek and bringing one hand to cover Lilith and the other to squeeze her tighter into my chest. I've got you now.
43. Lilith. If you had told me months ago that I would be a mother one day, I would have laughed in your face, unashamedly. The thought of me even being anywhere near a baby is terrifying. But something happens when you become a mother. Almost as though every hurdle you faced in your life to get to where you are today is insignificant. You love this This person so much that it feels as though your heart is walking around outside of your chest. Vulnerability has never been something I've felt until I learned of her. Now she's like a constant open wound that I don't want anyone to touch. I'm in the passenger seat of Chiron's car while he drives us back to the village in silence after Eli's funeral. Seeing all the kings and their families together made me feel as though I was closer to Eli. I exchanged numbers with Madison, Tilly, and Saint, and we all promised to keep in contact daily. They told me that it wasn't long ago that Eli lost his brother Cash, and that the death they've been around has become too much. So they're taking the kids and everyone away for a holiday. They invited Chiron, the baby, and me. I think I'm going to take them up on it. That's providing I find out where Chiron's head is. The 3 days? I ask absently as we make our way closer and closer to the village. That's how long EKC needed to make sure she was safe. What about Eli? I answer, turning to face Chiron. What about to make sure he was safe? Chiron's jaw flexes with his arm muscles as he tenses around the steering wheel. I'm gathering he wasn't his priority. The child was. We couldn't have known that she was going to do what she did, nor could we have known that he would jump in front of a bullet. I pause, rubbing my sweaty palms down my thighs. Do you hate me for that? Chiron looks at me over his shoulder, his eyes on mine. No, Lilith. I hate that he's dead. But I understand what he did. He blinks, looking between me and the road. I would have done the same. Chiron runs a hand through his hair, brushing it away from his forehead. I spoke with Dominic Stranger. I visibly still. Chiron continues. He's Eli's uncle, not by blood. But he was a close friend with Eli's father before he died. He practically helped raise Eli. A few months ago, they caught wind that he was helping patients by giving them his club. I nod, watching the trees pass as we return to familiar ground. I know. It came back with some of my memories, too. Chiron continues to explain the situation with Stranger. A little while ago, the Kings found out that he was one of Patience's hubs. They weren't in bed with Patience or any of the shit they did, but they did offer us a hub. Patience didn't bring outsiders into the real gritty part of business. The hubs were basically alibis and homes we could crash anytime we were in a foreign area. Eli was mad that Stranger had offered his club as a hub because he held him at a standard. Looked up to him for so long. Regardless whether he knew what Patience was doing or not, he hid that from the Kings, so they cut ties with him. That night in the club, he knew the real reason why Eli was with us. He knew about the baby and everything. It explained why Eli was so tense. I push past the raw memories of having him still beside me, unable to touch on them. Okay. I swallow past the bile rising in my throat. And what's with the blood oath? Kisnich being dramatic. Chiron rolls his eyes. The forefathers didn't want it getting out until they had control and had spoken with the Kings. Don't worry about that. What? My eyes shift between him and the baby sleeping peacefully in the back. What does that mean? Chiron growls, fisting his leather steering wheel. Don't worry about it. Chiron, I snap. Tell me. He shuffles in his seat, dropping the car down a gear and driving onto the on-ramp. Blood for blood, Lilith. Don't fucking stress about it. I pale, turning back to the road. I don't think I have the brain frequency to take in this information. We will figure this out later. As we pull up to the village, my hand comes to Chiron's arm, halting him from driving farther. I can't go back there right now. Maybe not ever. Chiron turns to face me, and I know I don't have to say anything further because he gets it. He understands. We both lost a lover, but we're very fortunate to still have each other and her. You want to finally move into the Nero Manor? I gulp, finding the iron gate that sections off the old mansion. It's to the left of the Axton Manor, opposite the Cornelli Manor, and beside the Cicero's Manor. Bringing my attention back to what will be our new home, I study the aged construction, lost in the character that each generation has added to. The stained glass windows and dark statues that stand at each side of the grand staircase. Yes, I want us to live here. 1 month later, Lilith. Why do I get the feeling this is going to be bad? I can't help it, and if I chew on my fingernails anymore, I'm pretty sure I'll have none left. It's a blood oath. I knew what I was doing when I took it. Chiron leads me toward the middle of the village, right near what they call the bunker. I turn to face Cartier, who is cradling her niece in her arms. Can you tell him that he doesn't need to do this? Sorry, Mama. Cartier pats me on the shoulder. It's the rules. But I'm taking my precious away from all this shit, so I'll see you back at the house. I watch as she disappears back the same way we came, blowing raspberries onto Luna's cheeks, as we continue to where there's a small crowd gathered. All Kisnich, obviously. Chiron grips my fingers with his, pushing me back behind his body as we reach the circle. There's a small fire burning in the center, with the 4 fathers surrounding it, in the placement of the brothers of Kisnich Star. They're wearing long robes with hoods covering their heads, and a bone mask with a pointed nose protruding outward. The hot flames lick through the air, warming my cheeks, but doing absolutely nothing to calm the anger and protectiveness that's igniting in my belly. Let's get this over with, Chiron says, gesturing to Caius with a flick of his hand. No need for the theatrics. Caius ignores him, as do the other fathers. He steps closer to Chiron, and I find my feet moving forward, reaching for Kai's arm. Caius notices, his eyes flicking down to where my hand meets his arm.
Lilith, are we going to have a problem?
Fuck yes we are, I snap instantly. Oh no. Seems I don't have any restraint when it comes to that sleeping wolf that lurks below the surface anytime someone I love is being tampered with. We're going to ignore the mess I made of Kennedy after she was dead, too. Chiron growls, turning to face me with his hand squeezing around my chin.
Baby.
I move out of his grip, unwilling to look him in the eye, mainly because I want to have a staring contest with Caius Axton. Men are so good at throwing their weight around, but this particular one is dangerously close to landing on the tip of my sword. Hey, Chiron snaps, and I unwillingly peer up at him. My throat swells when I find his face relaxed for the first time ever. I'll be fine. He wouldn't tell me this if it weren't true. He wouldn't let me lose him, too, wouldn't leave Luna and me. He doesn't finish the sentence before Killian pulls me back, but I shove off him, keeping a balanced distance between him and Chiron.
Chironiro, you bled a blood oath. Do you see fit your punishment?
Caius asks smoothly, way too smoothly. What happens if he breaks? I start to ask Kill, but growl out in pain. It happens in slow motion. I turn to face Chiron again as his body falls to the ground in a heap. Chiron! I scream, falling to the ground beside him, ignoring the stabs of pain in my knees as stones pierce my skin. The smell of blood and dirt drifts through the air as I find my hands pressing straight over the wound on his upper thigh. You dumb fuck! Blood spills from between my fingers like they did not long ago, but I refuse to take the knife that's sticking out of him. My throat starts closing as I shut off the memories that come roaring to the surface. Breathe. In. Out. This is not that. I turn around to search for Kill, wondering why he's not helping me. I find him hiding behind his hands and... Are you fucking laughing? Killian waves his hands up in surrender. Wow. Hey. This wasn't my idea, but... He shrugs, casting a look between the forefathers of fuckwits and my personal fuckwit that's bleeding out on the ground. A blood oath is a blood oath. He had to do it. I grind my teeth together, my eyes snapping to Kyron's, when he starts sputtering and coughing. I bring my hand to his cheek in a panic, only finding him grinning up at me, flashing his now blood-drenched teeth. Chill, Lil. It's only a flesh wound. Really? I growl, squeezing his wound. He yelps out in pain, his back arching off the ground around his laughter. Baby, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, I'm sorry. He surrenders around his laughter, and I push up from his leg once more, standing to my feet. The forefathers stay and continue talking among themselves, as everyone else who gathered goes back to whatever they were doing. Madness. Kisnich is madness. Someone clears their throat, and my head snaps up to meet whoever it is that has just arrived. Brown hair, brown eyes, and a small round face. She's cute. For an older woman. Is she older? Hi, I'm the doc. I roll my eyes, reaching back into Kyron's pocket to steal his packet of smokes and Zippo. I bite one between my teeth and flick the lid of the Zippo open, sparking the end, tossing the cigarette packet and Zippo onto his torso with a bit of force. I glare up at her. Don't bother with anesthetic. He'll be fine without it.
44. Kyron. 2 months later. If you had told me months ago that we would be where we are today, I would have cut your tongue out of your mouth. Not just Lilith being a mother, but me being a fucking... There's Daddy. Lilith's voice filters through my thoughts as she bounces my fucking heart on her hip. At the sight of them both, a smile stretches wide on my lips. Lilith brushes her long silver hair to one shoulder, flashing her collared tattoo. Always a rebel, forever a soldier, one as a lover, the other forever. It continues around the whole circumference of her slim neck. I often think back to that time when I didn't know what game Lilith was playing or how to cope with Eli and his secrets. I probably could have handled it better in hindsight, but fate is the reality for people who take chances. Some would say they couldn't imagine me falling in love with anyone, so I didn't. I fell in love with two. We may have lost the other half of our soulmate, but he lives on in each of us, and definitely in Luna. I reach for Luna under her arms, taking her from Lilith and kissing her little head. With a full head of dark hair and dark lashes, she reminds me more and more of her father every day. I'll guard her with my life, Eli. She is mine, as were you. Are we ready? Lilith is still gathering her shit around the house as I bounce Luna downstairs. Luna Nox Rebellis. Her name came naturally. We wanted to keep in theme with Lilith's name, while staying true to her king and family heritage. So we got Luna, meaning moon goddess in ancient Roman mythology, and Nox, Latin for goddess of the night, her king family. She's a complete cut down between the elite kings and midnight mayhem. There were no second guesses what playing field she would be on, though. She is a king, after all. Lilith ducks beneath my arm as we make our way into the sitting room together, reaching for her phone and sliding it into her back pocket. You think she'll always want to have a birthday month? If she does, she gets it. Today is the date of Luna's birthday, but not the month, and to say that it has been easy is probably an understatement. First, we were grateful that the place where Kennedy had been keeping Luna wasn't a hole in the wall, shit for fucking nothing. It was a nunnery in the city. Somewhere we would have never looked, essentially. Thank fuck Benny did. Lilith jokes that we should put her into a Catholic boarding school for high school and then Riverside for university. If Satan doesn't ignite her into flames for just mentioning it, I just might. Everyone is scattered around the sitting room, the gas fireplace burning against the wall as soft music plays quietly in the background. Perce and King are snuggled in the corner, with her hand over her swollen belly. She's been better since everything has settled down. Still pisses me off how she treated Lilith. Cartier has gone, which is going to be my tomorrow issue, considering I'm almost certain the girl is acting up on purpose. If one more tabloid runs a story on the Instagram influencer bike stunt rider who has been caught in bed with a royal prince, I'm flying to Europe myself and dragging her ass back home, maybe with a trail of dead royal dukes and princes behind me. Beside King and Purse is Killian. The frown lines he's sporting are about to age him 10 years if the pretty boy doesn't get his shit straight. Saskia is in the kitchen, cooking up a storm. Obviously, Killian isn't happy about that fact, because she's not close enough to him. Typical clingy bastard. Near the burning fireplace are Keaton and Cohen. Cohen, who is dealing considerably well for someone who has been chasing the ashes of an ex-lover, all to find out she's been alive this whole time. This fact should disturb me, but along with my rogue sister, it's a tomorrow problem. Through the opening doors that lead out onto the patio, I can see Bishop and Nate walking up with Brantley in tow behind him. Everyone stops their talking. Suddenly, the music too loud. Lilith squeezes my hand as the door opens and the elite kings walk through, shaking the snow out of their hair. So, Bishop grins up at me, his eyes on Luna. She ready to meet her future best friends? Oh. A girl's voice comes through, and I see Madison Montgomery push past the wall of muscle in front of her, carrying hers and Bishop's twins. One boy and one girl. Around the same age as Luna Knox, but younger, by months, I'd say. Madison comes straight for me, holding her two little royal children side by side.
Priest, look, isn't she cute?
After show. I sat toward the back this time. The lights were darker than usual, but the crowd the same. I popped a handful of popcorn into my mouth and sucked the buttery salt off my fingers as she appeared on stage in a flash, her top hat shining against the light. She had a baby. They were happy. I could be happy about that. Just not now. Not right now. Because I always had her. She made me feel good, see the good, despite her being far from good. Now, with her gone, it was me alone with my thoughts, desperate to keep myself in line. I usually loved this part, where I'd hang back and wait for the show, study every single act. It hurt more this time to do that, though. So before I could stop myself, I stood from my chair and turned to the exit. My eyes swung up to the same way I came in, and I stopped in my tracks. He hadn't changed much. Still looked the same. Dark hair, green eyes, and a hard jaw. He's bigger now, though, obviously, and grown. He smudged eyeliner around his eyes and wore ripped jean overalls with suspenders clipped to the front. He pushed his glasses down the bridge of his nose, flashing me an evil smirk. You didn't really think you could run from me forever, did you? I didn't speak. I didn't want him to know I was alive, but I knew that once he knew, I would be fucked. He took a step closer to me. Purse is hurt that you don't want to see her, but I'm just... He looked off into the distance. Surprised. I took a step closer to him, trapped in the history our souls had explored together. Cohen. Dove, he replied with a gentleness I was sure only I would ever see. What do you say, little bird? Want to run away with me and break the law? I don't know, I answered sadly, guilt tearing at my heart. I did something bad. I've caused so much hurt. Cohen's grin deepened. What is it, little bird? I brought my eyes up to his. I killed Eli to save Lilith.
Epilogue. Christmas. Chiron. Holidays are supposed to be peaceful. That quiet time between your everyday routine and the dream of being away. At least, that's the case when you're not surrounded by the EKC and their entire fucking gang.
So I was thinking...
Madison tiptoes downstairs after finally putting Priest and Halen down. Look, I'm all for children, but having twins? Fuck that. I can't see myself having enough love in me for another child, even if Lilith could still have them.
Oh, yes, I want to ski,
Saint says from beneath Brantley's arm. The girls all cooked up this holiday and have made it a pact that every year we all go on family vacations. Ding ding, they also get to pick. Love that for all of us boys. At least this year we're in Aspen. Bishop owns the house we're staying in, with glass for walls to give you a complete 360 view of the snowy mountains. Madison snuggles into Bishop.
Right. Let's do it all tomorrow. Then we can relax in the hot tub and get drunk.
The girls all laugh, sipping their hot chocolates. It's not until I lean down to sniff Lilith's that I realize they're starting their drinking now. I chuckle, shaking my head before kissing her. I'll be back. After catching Nate, Brantley, and Bishop's eyes, we all make our way into the kitchen. Windows on this side overlook the long driveway, lined with thick shrubs with cloud-like snow covering the branches and leaves. It's late, getting on to midnight, and after the flight, we're all tired, to say the least.
Man, we got a whole ass lifetime with this crazy shit. I feel like they're a really small gang and they love us, but they'd also kill us if they needed to.
Nate's rambling distracts me enough. I pour whiskey into tumblers, and they all grab for one each.
Everything okay with you and Lilith?
Bishop asks after taking a long sip. I lean against the counter, squeezing the edge. Yeah, we're always good. There's just something...
Like he's always there?
Brantley asks, but his eyes are fixed outside. Yeah, I swear I feel him some days, just there, existing with us, watching, probably laughing at both of us fucking it all up. I snort, shaking my head as my laughter dies out, when sadness seeps back in.
He'd be proud of you both, bro. So fucking proud.
Nate squeezes my shoulder before they all filter back out to the lounge with the girls. Shaking my head, I tilt my head back and swallow the rest of the amber liquid, hissing when it lights a fire trailing down my throat. As I place my glass into the sink, movement outside catches my eye, like a shadow moving from out of the shrubs. A shadow. Hoodie over his head, a bandana covering the bottom half of his face. I freeze, falling backward while scrubbing my eyes with the back of my hand.
Like he's always there.
Brantley whispers quietly from behind me, and I spin around quickly to face him. What? Brantley nudges his head toward the door. I'll cover you, Mayhem. You've got 10 minutes tops. Before I can ask what the fuck he's talking about, I start moving toward the front door. The girl's laughter halts my movement, but before I can second-guess myself, or Brantley, I turn the handle and step outside. As I close the door, snow whips me across the face as I make my way down the wooden stairs. My heart stops beating as I take each step. 1, 2. The shadow moves out from behind the tree. 3, 4. His fingers wrap around the curve of his hoodie. 5, 6. The hoodie falls around the back of his neck, and my heart fucking flatlines. Stumbling backward, I reach for the railing to break my fall when the smirk I've fucking bled for every night since he has been gone flashes in front of me. Not in a memory. In real fucking time. He tugs down the bandana. You're right, I do laugh at you both. Often. And just like that, I want to hit him. Launching forward, I grip him around his collar and pull his chest into me, my eyes wild and jaw clenched. Mostly because I'm mad, but also because I want to be reassured that this is him, in real fucking life. In some sick part of my mind, I wait to wake up, with Lilith on one side and Luna on the other.
Are you fucking kidding me, Eli?
The words come out between clenched teeth. I could fucking kill him all over again. What the fuck is going on? His fingers hook into my belt buckle as he tugs me into him further. We don't have time. You need to listen. I shouldn't even be here right now, and I don't have any time to explain it all. There's a reason why they chose Aspen for this trip. I'm technically not in the U.S. right now, but Aspen is far enough away to not draw attention. My fingers flex around his cheeks. We fucking mourned you. She barely fucking made it. I barely fucking made it. Livid. Anger so hot burns like acid through my veins. I know. I'm sorry. It's... He turns over his shadow, his finger coming to his mouth to shut me up. My shoulders straighten and my legs part as I follow his sight, ready to tear anyone apart that tries to take him away from me again. From us. He comes back to me, his eyes searching mine. I can't explain that all right now, and she can't know right now. When it's time, I will let you know, okay? For now, take this. He pulls out a white envelope with the words, Luna Nox Rebellis. If you don't see me during the family vacations every year, then I'm dead and they got me. His words hit me all at once. He's fucking leaving again. My cheek stings when he slaps me. Kai, I don't have fucking time. This time, next year, I'll be here again. But for now, she cannot know that I'm alive. This is massive. Do you understand? I blink back the urge to strangle him. Is this king shit or something else? Sighing, he covers his mouth with his hand. When his eyes collide with mine, everything else disappears. The house behind us, the snowy mountains in the distance, the falling snow that melts as soon as it hits my skin. Closing the distance, he reaches for the back of my neck and pulls me into his lips. They graze mine tenderly, but like the greedy bastard I am, I pull him closer by the back of his neck and kiss him. His tongue slips into my mouth, licking all the wounds he inflicted when he left, but opening new ones because I know he's about to leave again. He backs up slightly, leaving us both breathless, but resting his forehead against mine. Would anything else ever be able to keep me away from you all? I know the answer to that. Eli is a king first, even if he may not want it to be that way. He'll always protect us at all costs, so whatever he's doing it for us, or Luna at least. The idea of Luna being in danger makes the hairs on the back of my neck stand, and that same anger that was running rampant inside of me since seeing Eli coming dangerously close to exploding. No, I say, my shoulders relaxing. Next year. Slowly, he pulls the bandana back over his mouth. Next year, I whisper hoarsely, choking on the unspoken words of goodbye as he disappears back through the shadows. Whatever is happening, the Kings know about it. None of it makes sense, but if I've learned anything when it comes to EKC, it's that they do things for a reason. They're always 3 steps ahead, so whatever is happening, he's doing it for Luna. It has to be Luna. He knows I'd kill or be killed for him. Turning back to face the stairs I just walked down, I make my way back through the front door, shaking the snow out of my hair. As I round the corner into the sitting room, Lilith looks up at me from behind a smile, patting the spot beside her on the couch. Come here. I just told everyone about Midnight Mayhem's little game of Sixers. Oh, you did? I raise my brows, falling onto the sofa and draping my arm over her shoulder. Yes. Tilly wriggles up further against Nate. And we want to play. Lilith places a deck of cards on my lap. The deck of cards. Let me guess. Cartier gave these to you. I roll my eyes and start shuffling. She did? Lilith nods, leaning forward to place her empty mug onto the coffee table. So, come on then. Let's see if I'm your ace. The truth is, I never needed to play this stupid fucking game with either of them to know that they were my soulmates. Our love wasn't the kind of love that was written in the cards. It was the kind of love that burned them.
This has been In Silence She Screams, written by Amo Jones. Performed by Ramona Master, Xander Marceau, and Lance West. Music by Sam Redfern.